He already trusted Shen Mo and Jiang Ning deeply. He believed his parents wouldn't abandon him again. Jiang Ning gently rubbed his little head. The two of them, one big and one small, were kneeling in the flower garden, one trimming flowers, the other pulling weeds. Shen Mo pushed open the door. The girl in the garden looked up and happily called his name. The winter sun shone warmly on them. Tomorrow, she would leave. Just thinking about it made him feel very reluctant. He didn't want to be apart from his wife. During dinner, Jiang Ning told Shen Mo about her plans. Shen Mo was holding his bowl, stunned. He looked up at her, confused, and asked, "What did you say, wife?" Jiang Ning replied, "Going to Qing County to see your parents." "Commander Liang told me I should leave early tomorrow." She sighed again and said, "Things happened so quickly that I didn't have time to prepare more." Shen Mo knew that as long as the approval was granted, he could visit the released personnel. Without the mission to the training camp, he also thought about taking Jiang Ning to Qing County to see her parents. Shen Mo put down his bowl and stood up, suddenly hugging Jiang Ning. "Wife, we can go to the train station together tomorrow." From his tone, Jiang Ning understood what he meant. It seemed she guessed correctly. Shen Mo's mission was indeed in Qing County. This time, it was really a lucky coincidence. Jiang Ning was a bit happy, glad she didn't have to part from Shen Mo for now. Because the next day, they were heading to the train station. Shen Mo finished eating, washed the dishes, and then went to the camp, asking Qian Feng and Yang Jing to watch over Huijiqi during this time. The next morning, at 5 o'clock, the Shun family's gate was knocked. Since it was winter, Jiang Ning was starting to be a bit lazy about getting up, especially at 5 in the morning. The clothes Shen Mo gave her were warm but not bulky, making her look quite cute. Qian Feng was outside and called out, "Deputy Group Leader, have you woken up?" Shen Mo dressed Jiang Ning and went to open the door. His things had been prepared a few days earlier, and Jiang Ning had spent the whole afternoon packing yesterday, so she was ready too. Qian Feng saw them leave and then cheerfully said to Jiang Ning, "Sister-in-law, I bought your train ticket." It was purchased by Commander Liang. He handed her the train tickets, which showed 2 soft sleeper tickets. He even booked a whole compartment. Jiang Ning and Shen Mo were surprised. Shen Mo had already bought hard seat tickets in advance. Since Jiang Ning's trip to Qing County was so sudden, they could only buy tickets at the station. Getting hard seats was already good, and soft sleepers were out of the question. Unexpectedly, Commander Liang had bought soft sleepers in advance. This connection belonged to Jiang Ning. Shen Mo sincerely admired how capable his wife was. Indeed, no matter the era, as long as someone has connections, everything can be solved easily. Jiang Ning also remembered this favor. She told Qian Feng, "Please thank Commander Liang for me." Qian Feng responded and helped load their things into the car, then saw them off to the train station. When they arrived at the train station, I helped Shen Mo and Jiang Ning with their luggage as they boarded the train. Jiang Ning has a delicate and beautiful face. Her previous village girl look could attract unwanted attention, but now she's dressed in fashionable clothes. Shen Mo's hair was styled into a unique, unseen hairstyle. Many people kept glancing at them, but no one dared to approach. Because there was a man in military uniform standing beside her, sharp-featured, with piercing eyes and a strong look. No soldier would be without some scars or stories, and even if someone was interested, no one dared to approach. Jiang Ning followed Shen Mo to the private compartment that Major Liang had bought for them. Considering their special status, Major Liang bought the entire compartment so no other passengers would disturb them. Jiang Ning put down her things and lay down on the bed, planning to take a quick nap. At this time, only soft sleeper compartments had doors on the train. As soon as Shen Mo entered the compartment, he locked the door. Having a door helps block out many troubles. After Jiang Ning had rested enough, she got up to go to the bathroom. Shen Mo also went with her because he didn't trust leaving his wife alone, especially with her face. Their first meeting was on a train. At that time, her family's wife had encountered human traffickers. Many traffickers on the train targeted children or beautiful young women, either choosing small children to sell or beautiful girls to sell in the mountains as brides. Shen Mo protected Jiang Ning as she went to the bathroom. Once inside, she noticed a strong smell. After she finished, Shun and Mo also went in for a quick wash. They washed up briefly and returned to the compartment. Jiangning didn't dare drink much water, knowing the long journey of over a day and night would soon be over. The next morning, the train stopped at Qing County Station. Shun and Mo carried their luggage, while Jiangning didn't carry anything. She had wanted to, but Shun and Mo didn't let her, worried she might get tired. They stepped out of the train station. The military district in Qing County already knew Shin Mo's exact arrival time and had sent a car to wait outside. Shin Mo's uniform made him easy to recognize. Before he saw the official car sent to pick him up, a young soldier approached him first. The soldier asked politely, "Are you Deputy Commander Shin from the Capital Military District?" "Yes," Shun and Mo replied simply. "Hello, Deputy Commander Shin," the soldier saluted. "I'm here to pick you up." Shin and Mo didn't expect the other person to arrive so quickly. He didn't even have time to send Jiangning to the county government. This time, he was on a secret mission. He couldn't tell Jiangning much, and the person sent to pick him up was from the military. He couldn't ask them to escort Jiangning all the way. Jiangning noticed his hesitation and looked a bit upset. "What's wrong?" The man who couldn't escort his wife to the county government said. "Wife, I can't go with you." Jiangning chuckled softly, thinking there was some misunderstanding. "Go ahead, I'll go to the county government alone." Shin and Mo was still worried about Jiangning. Suddenly, a young man approached, dressed neatly, and asked hesitantly, "Excuse me, are you Jiangning?" Jiangning was surprised. The man recognized her identity quickly, which felt a bit strange. Shin and Mo stepped closer to Jiangning. The young man was startled by Shin Mo's presence. If it weren't for his military uniform, he might have thought he was about to be scolded. He stammered, I am Liu Yang, a receptionist from the county government reception office. Just call me Xiao Lu. I was sent to pick you up." Jiangning was a bit surprised. She wasn't a government official or held any official position, so she shouldn't have this kind of treatment. Could it be arranged again by Commander Liang? Seeing Jiangning's puzzled look, Liu Yang quickly pointed to a car not far away. "The car is over there." Jiangning looked over. At the same time, Shun and Mo also looked and confirmed it was a government vehicle. Only then did Shun and Mo feel relieved. Jiangning was reluctant, but Shun and Mo looked like he wanted her to leave first. She said, "I'll go ahead." Shun and Mo responded with a nod, watching her get into the car. As Jiangning got in, he turned to his military jeep. After driving for a while, Shun Mo's eyes flashed with surprise. "Why are they always following that car in front?" The young soldier in front smiled and said, "Deputy Commander Shin, the road to the military district and the county government is the same. We will pass by the county government." He had already guessed the relationship between the deputy commander and the beautiful woman. No need to say more. Shun and Mo said, "Get closer, but not too close." On the bumpy road in Qing County, the military jeep escorted the black car ahead. When they arrived at the county government, Jiangning got out of the car after opening the door. She caught a quick glance of a flashy jeep passing by. Jiangning smiled slightly. Receptionist Xiao Lu led Jiangning to an office and gave her permission to visit. Xiao Lu was a bit confused about Jiangning's identity. When he received the task to pick her up, he asked the leader who she was. The leader didn't say much, only told him to take good care of her. After receiving the visit permit, Jiangning asked Xiao Lu, "Excuse me, how do I get to Daya Village from here?" After asking, Jiangning remembered there were many villages nearby, and the other person might not know where Daya Village was. She was about to ask where the county commune was, but Xiao Lu spoke first. "Comrade Jiang, I don't know the exact location of Daya Village. I will take you to the county commune first, then find someone to guide us there. Just take me to the county commune. I can go to Daya Village by myself," Jiangning replied. Xiao Lu shook his head and said, "No, the leader said we must ensure your safety." Jiangning felt it was a bit troublesome, but it was clear the other person wanted to escort her all the way. Since they had said that, Jiangning couldn't refuse. "All right, thank you. It's no trouble." "It's my job," Xiao Lu said. Xiao Lu took Jiangning to the county commune. Jiangning handed over her ID and the visit permit to the staff there. The staff at the commune, upon learning Xiao Lu was from the county government, immediately called the team leader of Dae village, which is now called Dae Brigade. The team leader of Dae village rode his bike for over half an hour to come over. He was very surprised to hear someone was visiting the relocated personnel. He had never heard of visitors being allowed for relocated personnel before. They told him to lead the way. The team leader didn't dare to delay. When he saw Jiangning's appearance, he was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Most of the young women sent to the countryside had noses that looked a bit funny, and many were quite pretty, but none looked as good as this woman. She looked like a charming fox from a storybook. Seeing the other person looking at her, Jiangning knew she was beautiful and confident. Since arriving in this era, she had taken good care of herself. The original owner was quite attractive, but her skin was poor because she lived a rough life. Jiangning had spent a long time nurturing her skin until it became smooth and healthy. Xiao Lu saw the other person examining Jiangning. He took a step forward, slightly blocking Jiangning, and said, "Please lead the way. Our car is behind." When he received the task of picking someone up, he was very confused. He didn't even know what the other person looked like. Wasn't picking someone up like finding a needle in a haystack? If the leader had told him earlier, he could have prepared a sign in advance. Then the leader told him to just look for the most beautiful woman coming out of the train station. He thought to himself, how beautiful could she be? After mentally preparing himself for a while, he went forward to ask for her name. The team leader looked a bit confused. The car is behind. Seeing the black car outside, the team leader's eyes widened in surprise. He was shocked by Jiangning's identity. What kind of important person could sit in a small car like that? Under Xiao Lu's urging, the team leader quickly got on his bicycle, and the black car slowly followed behind the bicycle. The road was steep, so Xiao Lu kept his speed slow. Jiangning happened to enjoy the rural scenery. After about half an hour of driving, the villagers had already woken up and started working to earn work points. The village was remote, and the news that work points had been cancelled hadn't fully spread yet. People still worked to earn points in exchange for food. Soon, the workers saw a black car coming, and everyone was surprised. How could a car come to their village? The team leader stopped at a river. After parking his bicycle, he turned to Xiao Lu and Jiangning and said, "Comrades, this river has only a stone slab crossing. The car can't go through. You can only walk across. But this is the entrance to our village. Cross the river, and you'll reach Dawakan." Jiangning glanced at the river, nodded, and got out of the car. The village had never seen a car before. Many people stretched their necks to look over. When they saw a beautiful, well-dressed woman get out of the car, their eyes widened in amazement. Jiangning opened the car door and got out. Xiao Lu helped carry her belongings. His task was to take Jiangning to Dawakan, and now that his task was done, he was ready to leave. Jiangning took the luggage from him and politely said, "Thank you for your help." "No trouble at all." Xiao Lu quickly shook his head and then got back on his bike and left. After Xiao Lu left, the team leader finally gathered the courage to speak to Jiangning. "Comrade Jiang, do you want to visit Shen Bingtang's family now?" Jiangning asked. "Is that okay?" The team leader thought for a moment. Shen Bingtang, his wife, and their son should all be working in the fields. His son's wife should be in the cattle shed, and his sister should also be there. As the team leader, he knew the most about the village's situation. Jiangning nodded. "Please lead the way." "Come with me, comrade," the team leader said. Jiangning carried her things and followed him. Seeing her carrying many packages, the team leader offered to help, but Jiangning refused. She had already seen gossip and rumors in the residential area and didn't want to be the subject of idle talk just by visiting relatives. In her current life, she often saw jokes online like, "During the new year, I want to hear all the rumors that belong to me." Having never lived in the countryside before, she wondered what rumors could exist. The people in the residential area really opened her eyes. They walked along the dirt path, one behind the other. Jiangning enjoyed the natural countryside scenery and kept walking steadily. Since living with Shen Emo, she practiced her 8-section brocade every day, her body full of energy. Shen Emo still pampered her, treating her like a delicate girl who couldn't do anything. Later, Shen Emo taught her a few moves, and she practiced them daily. As they walked along the dirt path, Suddenly a loud plop sounded nearby. Then, a sharp female voice was heard. "Oh dear, old master." Jiang Ning looked up and saw the team leader in front of her rushing over in a hurry. He pushed through the crowd and quickly helped the elderly man who had fallen into the dry field. Several people gathered around. Jiang Ning saw the elderly man's face clearly as the team leader helped him up. The team leader was about to carry the man on his back to the village doctor, but Jiang Ning quickly stepped forward and stopped him. "Put him down, lay him on a flat surface so he can lie down. If you take him away like this, he might die." Her speech was not fast, but she somehow sounded convincing. The team leader asked, "Are you a doctor?" Jiang Ning replied, "Yes." Seeing her determined look, the team leader's worries eased a little. He quickly placed the person on the ground, making sure Jiang Ning's head was on a flat surface. Jiang Ning glanced at the crowd around her and said softly, "Everyone, step back." The team leader asked the people nearby to move away, but everyone was curious and wanted to see what was happening. Even when they moved back, only a small space was cleared. Seeing there was enough room, Jiang Ning didn't say anything more. She quickly took out her acupuncture kit, then pulled out a small ceramic bottle from inside. She opened the bottle and took out a black pill, which she then placed into the elderly person's mouth. This was her homemade medicine. The elderly person was unconscious now, so she needed to give the pill to keep him stable. After feeding the pill, Jiang Ning took out silver needles and carefully inserted them into key points like Naguan, Shuegu, Baihui, and others. She also lifted the elderly person's arm and inserted needles into the acupuncture points there. Jiang Ning looked very focused while inserting the needles. The silver needles in her hand seemed to come alive, precisely targeting each point, which was quite mesmerizing to watch. Soon, the elderly person's finger twitched. The team leader saw this, and his face lit up with joy. He quickly called out, "Dad! Dad! Wake up!" Jiang Ning calmly said, "Stay quiet for now." The team leader immediately silenced himself. The young woman looked much younger than him, yet she was so skilled. Jiang Ning finished inserting the last needle. The elderly man's wrinkled eyelids moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His cloudy eyes were covered with a fog. As Jiang Ning withdrew her needles, she said, "Help him up." The team leader hurriedly helped the elderly man to his feet. "Dad, how do you feel now? Is anything uncomfortable?" The elderly man had fainted before, but he usually woke up on his own afterward. He didn't think it was serious. When he woke up before, he felt very heavy and tired after walking a bit. But this time, he felt much lighter. Seeing his father awake, the team leader quickly introduced Jiang Ning. "Dad, you fainted just now. This young woman saved you." Jiang Ning put away her needles and thought for a moment before saying, "Sir, I'd like to check your pulse." Although the elderly man looked confused, he still extended his hand. The elderly man thought for a moment and then told the truth, nodding as he said, "Yes." Jiang Ning asked, "After fainting, what changes did you notice when you woke up?" The old man replied, "Headache and dizziness. Sometimes I see blackness in front of my eyes. My arms and legs feel weak, and sometimes my legs go numb and lose sensation, but it gets better after a while." Jiang Ning nodded and then handed a small porcelain bottle to the captain. "Take 1 pill each day. He must not drink alcohol, eat salty foods, fatty meats, or pickled vegetables." The captain took the small porcelain bottle. However, he was still worried about his father's health and insisted on taking the elderly man to the county town. He then called a reliable villager to escort Jiang Ning to the barn where the Shen family was staying. The captain rode his bike to the county hospital with the old man and made an appointment with the doctor. After examining the elderly man, the doctor asked some questions, including the same ones Jiang Ning had asked. The old man answered honestly, and the captain briefly explained how his father was rescued. The doctor was surprised to hear that a silver needle had been used to save the man, but did not delay in telling the two present the diagnosis. "Sir, this is a warning sign of a stroke. If you hadn't received treatment in time today, your legs could have become paralyzed." Both the captain and the old man were very shocked. Thinking back to the danger they faced, father and son looked worried and scared. Jiang Ning was taken to the barn by a somewhat plump middle-aged woman. The woman was quite curious and couldn't help asking Jiang Ning, "What is your relationship with that Shin family who was sent down here?" While asking, she kept glancing at Jiang Ning with suspicion. She had seen beautiful women before, and the Shin family members all looked good, especially the unmarried girl who was pretty and fair. She was known for using some tricks to attract attention, even trying to leave the village by flirting with young intellectuals. But, with such beauty, she had never seen anyone like Jiang Ning before. Jiang Ning replied, "I am his daughter-in-law. Isn't this person being sent down to involve the whole family? Why is there a daughter-in-law outside?" In this village, most people are familiar neighbors. When a stranger appears, everyone naturally becomes curious. People carrying hoes and shoulder poles stop to chat with women, but their eyes keep glancing at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning just wants to see Shinmo's family quickly. She listens to the greetings and conversations, her eyebrows slightly furrowing, and says, "If you have something to say, tell me the location. I can go by myself. No need for you to lead the way." Her words make the woman feel embarrassed. She pouts her lips. Jiang Ning notices her rolling her eyes. After rolling her eyes, the woman continues to lead the way, but on the way, she meets her close friend. They stop talking to each other and chat. Seeing that the woman doesn't seem to want to continue leading, Jiang Ning spots a villager passing by. She asks, "Excuse me, where does the Shen family live?" The villager looks a bit confused but points and says, "Over there. See that shed beyond 2 fields?" Jiang Ning glances in the direction and sees a small, old shed not far away. She politely says, "Thank you." After asking for directions, Jiang Ning leaves without looking back. The middle-aged woman behind her spits and says, pretending to be innocent, looking like a fox. She then turns to her close friend and says, "Did you see that?" Just a few words and she already got Iron Pillar all flustered. The Iron Pillar in her words refers to the villager Jiang Ning asked. Jiang Ning crosses a few fields and finally reaches the old cattle shed. The outside is very dilapidated, with peeling walls and a leaky roof. A foul smell wafts out. Nearby, there's a cattle trough with a row of wooden posts tied with oxen and donkeys. It's winter now and the smell is strong. Imagine in summer, hot and stuffy, with mosquitoes and flies. Just thinking about it makes Jiang Ning feel uncomfortable. She walks closer and sees a lock on the wooden door. The team leader said someone was in the cattle shed. Suddenly, she hears footsteps behind her, along with a woman's voice. "Who are you? Why are you knocking on my door?" Jiang Ning turned around and saw a woman approaching, wearing clothes that were somewhat faded and worn out. Based on her age, she looked to be in her 30s, with a yellowish face and a tired look. Living in a cattle shed at her age, Jiang Ning guessed her identity. When Shen Mo was on the train, he mentioned his family. His parents are Shin Bingtian and Yang Lan, and he has an older brother and a younger sister. The brother's name is Shun Ziming, and the sister's name is Shun Qianqian. The older brother is already married to a woman named Jin Yuyan. The woman in front of Jiang Ning, who matched that age, was probably Jin Yuyan, Shen Mo's sister-in-law. Jin Yuyan saw Jiang Ning, and her eyes flashed with surprise and jealousy. Jiang Ning looked at her politely and greeted, "Hello, my name is Jiang Ning. I am Shen Mo's wife." "Shen Mo's wife? Are you the second brother's wife?" Jin Yuyan asked in surprise again. "Yang Ning noted." "Yes." Jin Yuyan didn't know Jiang Ning, but knew her name. "You say you're Jiang Ning. Can you prove who you are?" Jiang Ning took out her household registration page. Jin Yuyan saw the name and address on it. She remembered that Shen Mo's wife was from Yanghe County. Can a woman from the countryside have such good skin? Looking at Jiang Ning again, her face was pale and yellow, no longer as beautiful as before. It was all Shin family's fault. She knew Shun Ziming's younger brother was in the army. Shun Mo had escaped danger because he was in the military, and Shin Mo's wife didn't have to be sent to this remote countryside. Seeing Jiang Ning's delicate face, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. Jin Yuyan's tone was uncertain. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Ning heard a hint of hostility in her tone, but she understood. Those sent to the countryside were mostly high-level intellectuals. After living in this simple cattle shed for so long, enduring mental and physical hardships year-round. No one could stand it. I applied for a visit permit to see my parents, Jiang Ning said, then looked inside. Are you not letting me in? People like her, sent to such rural places, were seen by the villagers as troublemakers needing ideological and labor reform. They did the heaviest work and earned the fewest work points. Sometimes, they were also harassed by rough villagers. She was already tired of this life. The people above told them to go to the countryside for criticism sessions. How could anyone be allowed to visit? Did Shun Mo build some military achievements to have such power? If that's the case, she might need to change her mind about the divorce from Shin Ziming and think it over again. Jin Yuyan took out a bunch of keys and unlocked the door. Come in. Jiang Ning stepped inside. Although there was still a strange smell, it was much better than outside. Inside was a mud brick house. It didn't look as old as the outside, as it seemed to have been built gradually over the past few years. The space was empty, with only a few beds. In the corner, there was a small stove made of bricks for cooking with firewood. This was probably a house that Shin's family had been improving over the years after being sent down here. After being exiled to the village for several years, Shin's family worked hard and slowly built this simple house that could block the wind and rain. Jiang Ning put the things she was holding on the ground and sat down on a crooked stool. She wanted to sit on the bed, but she didn't know who each bed belonged to, so sitting on someone else's bed would be rude. The beds were just a few bricks covered with wooden planks placed on top. For the first time, Jiang Ning truly felt the big difference between this era and the modern developed world. Jin Yuyan lay down on her own bed, looking like she wanted to sleep again. Jiang Ning didn't want to disturb her sleep, so she only asked roughly when Shin's father and mother would finish work. Jin Yuyan gave a rough time and then turned her back to sleep. She looked at Jiang Ning's face but couldn't fall asleep herself. Jiang Ning didn't think Jin Yuyan was rude. Although they were nominally family, she couldn't be warm and friendly to a stranger who suddenly appeared. Jiang Ning took out a medical book that old Master Huang had given her before she left and read it carefully. Unknowingly, time quietly passed. Unknowingly, a long time passed, and footsteps sounded outside, pulling Jiang Ning out of her reading. There was a knock on the door and a woman's voice. Yuyan, we're back. Please open the door. Jiang Ning put down the book, went over, and opened the latch. She pulled the door open and saw several people dressed in worn-out clothes standing outside. Jiang Ning saw a man and a woman standing at the door. They looked to be in their 50s or 60s, but their faces were a bit tired and looked older. When they saw the door open and a young woman appear inside, they were momentarily stunned. After a while, they reacted. Who are you? I am Jiang Ning, she introduced herself. The woman in front of her excitedly grabbed Jiang Ning's hand. Yang Ning. Shinmo's wife. Seeing their warm reaction, Jiang Ning relaxed a little and said, Yes, Mom, it's me. Since family conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are common, Jiang Ning came mainly to fulfill her role as a daughter-in-law and to see her husband's parents. If they had any health problems, she might be able to help. Jiang Ning was very beautiful, but her voice was clear and pure. When she called, Mom, it touched Yang Lan's heart, and she rarely smiled. Good. Finally, I see Xiao Mo's wife. Yang Lan nudged the middle-aged man beside her with her elbow. This is your dad. Jiang Ning looked at the man and called out, Dad. Shin Bingting nodded slightly at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was a bit surprised by Shin Mo's father's presence. He was tall and strong, with sharp features. Shin Mo probably inherited his looks. Although he tried to hide it, he still exuded a strong, commanding aura of someone in a high position. However, this aura was much weaker because of hard labor. Shin Mo's mother had a scholarly, refined air about her. Having been unexpectedly drenched in dirt and sent to the countryside for reform, Shin Mo's family had no special status. After being sent down, everything was taken back, even their home. Their previous status no longer mattered. Dad, Mom, a voice called from behind. When the door was knocked, she had woken up. Shin's father and mother simply nodded faintly. At this moment, Shin's mother was focused on Jiang Ning, holding her hand tightly. Jiang Ning let her hold her hand, which was rough and calloused from years of farm work, with visible cracks and dirt under her nails. She looked down and saw her hands, which showed signs of hard labor. Yang Lan pulled Jiang Ning aside slightly, revealing the two behind her, and introduced, "Xiao Ning, this is your older brother, Shen Ziming." Jiang Ning looked up and saw a handsome man with clear features. He resembled Shen Mo somewhat, but more like Yang Lan. "Hello, older brother," Jiang Ning greeted. Shen Ziming nodded gently and smiled warmly. "Hello, sister-in-law." Yang Lan then introduced her daughter. "This is Qianqian, your younger sister." After the introduction, she turned to her daughter and said, "Qianqian, call her second sister-in-law." Jiang Ning saw Shen Qianqian, who was cute and charming. She inherited good looks from Shen Bingding and Yang Lan. She looked quite nice, with features from her parents. One of the brothers looked like their father, the other like their mother. From Shen Mo's face, Jiang Ning knew that Shen Mo's family was good-looking. "Hello, younger sister," Jiang Ning greeted Shen Qianqian. Shen Qianqian looked at her for a moment, but didn't respond. She silently bypassed Jiang Ning and went inside. Yang Lan sighed inwardly and looked at Jiang Ning with an apologetic expression. "Xiao Ning, don't mind her. She's been through a lot and has become a bit quiet." Jiang Ning shook her head. "Mom, I don't mind." Shen Mo had told her about his sister. The Shen family liked girls, and this only daughter had been spoiled since birth. Shen Qianqian was the same age as her. When she was a teenager, she was sent away with her parents. From a life of comfort to living in a barn, years of hardship changed her personality. Yang Lan pulled Jiang Ning into the house and asked as they entered, "Xiao Ning, how are things with Shen Mo?" "He's in the army." Before she finished, a cough interrupted her. Hearing her husband's reminder, Yang Lan immediately stopped talking. Although the house was full of family, some topics were better left unmentioned. Jiang Ning patted Yang Lan's hand. "Mom, I get along very well with Shen Mo, don't worry." Thinking of Shen Mo, Jiang Ning felt a little sad about being apart for 3 months. Shen Mo was involved in every part of her life. She had to admit she really liked him. A slight smile appeared on her face. She was sure Shen Mo was also very attached to her. He always agreed with her, and she believed Shen Mo might already be head over heels in love. Whenever I think of Shen Mo, Jiang Ning can't help but feel a little amused. At first, she really thought Shen Mo was a serious, straightforward man, but later, when his thoughts were exposed and he teased a little, his reactions were very funny. Yang Lan is very observant and thoughtful. She wondered what this girl was thinking, and suddenly she was so happy. Thinking about their conversation about Shen Mo. Whenever this girl mentions her son, she smiles happily, showing how close they are. It seems she gets along very well with her son. The reason her son married into the Jiang family was due to responsibility and a promise. With her son's promising future, they believe he won't let his wife suffer any unfair treatment. "Mom, what should we cook today?" comes Shen Qianqian's voice from inside. "Take out some rice to steam and also the sour beans. Then let's stir-fry some greens," Shen's mother replies. Afterward, she looks at her eldest son. "Ziming, go get a few sweet potatoes and put them in the stove to roast." When Shen's mother mentions steaming rice, Jin Yuyan's eyes widen. She can't help but say, "Mom, those rice grains are our food for the next half-month. The rice they earn through work is used carefully to make porridge every day, which can last a month." But now, half a month has already passed, and the rice jar is almost empty. If they steam rice again, she might not survive. Although rice porridge isn't as fragrant as white rice, eating some rice every day gives her some comfort. Jin Yuyan's words drew everyone's attention to her. Shen's father frowned. Shen's mother also looked worried. When Jin Yuyan first married into the Shen family, she was gentle and kind, polite and warm to guests, and she did well on the surface. But later, when they were all sent down to the countryside, she changed. She became unreasonable, lazy, and evasive, making excuses not to work in the fields every day. Because his wife refused to work, Shen Ziming had to do more to make up for her part. Shen's father and mother also felt guilty because of their own situation and turned a blind eye to her laziness. But after so many years, their eldest son was exhausted and sick, and she didn't care at all, never showing concern for him. As parents, seeing their son suffer so much, they still felt some resentment. But Shin Bingtian and Yang Lan never blamed Jin Yuyan. Mother Shin frowned and spoke with a hint of blame. Work points can be earned through effort, and the food we get is for eating. Xiaoning is visiting us, and as the eldest sister-in-law, you shouldn't speak like that. Jin Yuyan angrily said, How am I speaking? The food we earned with hard work from our work points is being taken out just because she came once. What will we eat then? The atmosphere in the house suddenly became tense. Shin Bingtian and Shin Ziming both looked serious. The happy family was almost falling apart because of this unexpected trouble. Jiang Ning didn't expect that a simple meal could cause such a big argument. The hardships of being sent down to the countryside were much worse than she had imagined. She thought for a moment and said, If there's not enough food, I can go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some. After speaking, she turned to Shin Ziming and said, Big brother, take me to the supply and marketing cooperative. At this moment, Jin Yuyan sneered coldly. He has no money or ration tickets, so it's useless to send him. Jin Yuyan mistakenly thought Jiang Ning called Shin Ziming because she wanted him to give money and ration tickets. Their family lived in this village, and the small amount of ration tickets they had was long gone. When they were first sent down, Shen Mo occasionally sent some money and tickets through others, but Shen Bingtian and Yang Lan worried about implicating Shen Mo and refused to let him send those things anymore. They were originally sent down to be reformed. If someone with bad intentions caught them and reported that they were enjoying privileges while being sent down, it would be even worse for them. Shen Mo would also be implicated. I have some, Jiang Ning said, opening her small shoulder bag and taking out a thick stack of ration tickets and money. These were all national ration tickets Shen Mo had given her before. Shen Mo used to eat very little alone, and even if she had more, Jiang Ning didn't need much. When Shen Mo gave her the passbook before, he also gave her all the ration tickets. Jiang Ning had kept the ration tickets in a cabinet. When she needed to buy something, Shen Mo would go and get them himself. She also kept some pocket money next to the ration tickets, but Shen Mo rarely touched that money. This time, Jiang Ning came to visit, bringing a lot of ration tickets and some cash. She didn't bring the passbook. It was kept at the family residence. When Jin Yuyan saw the thick stack of ration tickets and money in Jiang Ning's hands, her eyes turned red. She hadn't seen so much money in a long time. She glared angrily at Shin Ziming beside her, calling him useless. That, Shen's father and mother exchanged a look. Mother Shin stepped forward and pushed Jiang Ning's hand away. Xiaoning, these things can't be seen by others with bad intentions. If someone reports us, it could cause trouble for you and Shen Mo. Mom, don't worry. I have a visiting permit approved by the county government. Jiang Ning took out the permit. Shen's father was the first to take the permit and looked at it carefully. The permit was indeed valid. But now, everything requires an introduction letter. Getting such a permit would take a lot of running around. Shen's father's eyes softened. Shen Mo was lucky. His wife was very good. This daughter-in-law is very good. Shen Bingtian quietly praised his wife. Yang Lan saw the satisfaction in her husband's eyes. Shen Bingtian was usually proud and cold to everyone, and even with his two sons having good careers, he rarely praised them like this. Big brother, let's go to the supply store and buy some things, Jiang Ning said to Shin Ziming, while putting money into her bag. It was almost time to cook. Buying food would take some time, and if they delayed, there might be no lunch. Shin Qianqian, standing by the stove, saw the money in Jiang Ning's hand, and her eyes dimmed slightly. Mother Shin held Jiang Ning back from leaving. Don't go to the supply store now. We still need to go to the fields this afternoon. It will take a lot of time, and we won't have time for lunch if we go now. Jiang Ning knew they had limited time for farm work. Looking at the clock, she realized it was indeed a bit late. She nodded. All right then. Suddenly, she remembered something and brightened her eyes. She walked to the 2 black cloth bags she brought, took out a bag containing some dried meat. It was given to her by Sister Lee when she handed over the grain. She was told that in this weather it wouldn't spoil in her bag. Jiangning decided to bring the dried meat along. Now was a good time to eat it. The Shin family hadn't seen so much meat in a long time. They could only enjoy a few meat dishes once a month. Jiangning carried the dried meat to the stove, added water to the pot, and placed the meat inside. After cooking, she took out the slices and noticed a bunch of garlic shoots in the corner, which could be used to stir-fry the cured meat. While Jiangning was in the kitchen, others could only help with small tasks. Mother Shun was nearby sorting vegetables, watching Jiangning with satisfaction. Jiangning quickly fried the cooked cured meat in a pan, then added the small green vegetables that Mother Shun had prepared. The aroma of the stir-fried meat was very tempting, even drifting out to the barn. Passing villagers couldn't help but peek inside. They had never smelled such delicious food from the Shin family since they moved to Daya village. Is Qian here? At this moment, a man's voice came from outside the barn. Shun Qian, who had been feeling a bit down, brightened up when she heard the voice. Brother Ans. Shin Qian suddenly looked up and ran quickly toward the door. Zhou Ans wanted to ask if Shin Qian still had snow cream, but instead, he smelled the wonderful aroma from their house. The smell made him feel very hungry. He took out a cooked plain boiled egg from his pocket and handed it to Shin Qian, speaking softly, Qian, you must be tired from working in the fields today. I brought you an egg. Shin Qian saw the egg in Zhou An's hand. Her eyes turned red with emotion. She carefully took the egg from him. Brother Ans, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I was about to go back to the youth commune for dinner, Zhou Ans replied. My family just finished cooking. Come and eat with us, Shin Qian said, pulling Zhou An's wrist toward the house. Hearing this, Mother Shin also said, Zhou Jiqing, come in and eat with us. Actually, Yonglan didn't want Shin Qian to get too close to Zhou Jiqing. Her husband had told her before that this person had bad intentions. But her beloved daughter liked him. They, as parents, had told her many times, but Shin Qian never listened. Zhou Ans was pulled into the house by Shin Qian. The smell inside was even stronger. Usually, the only smell here was unpleasant, and he wouldn't step inside if it weren't for the snow cream and baijiu he could get from Shin Qian without paying. Today was an exception. Zhou Ans looked like he was reluctantly pulled into the house, pretending to be polite. He was good at putting on a front. As Zhou Ans entered, Jiangning had just finished cooking and was bringing the dishes to the small wooden table. The steamed rice was ready. Jin Yuyan initially looked unhappy, but seeing the meat made her feel more positive. When Jiangning served the vegetables into a big bowl, she was also filling her own rice bowl nearby. Zhou Ans was pulled into the house. When he looked up, he saw a woman carrying a large bowl of garlic sprouts stir-fried with cured meat. That sight seemed to captivate him completely. He was from a big city and had seen many beautiful girls, but this unfamiliar girl from the Shin family was the only one like her in his life. Jiangning raised her eyebrows slightly and then turned to serve a small bowl of greens from the stove. Jin Yuyan brought the large bowl of plain rice to the table. Seeing an extra person suddenly at home, she felt very annoyed. But when she saw the big bowl of cured meat on the table, her annoyance disappeared instantly. She had been protecting the food because there was so little at home, but now that she saw Jiangning had a lot of money and notes, she no longer worried about that. She also didn't need to worry about not having enough to eat. Jiangning didn't mind the extra person in the house. She saw Shin Qian very attentively serving food and chopsticks to that man. She even helped him pick some dishes. Jiangning raised an eyebrow, clearly noticing something suspicious between the two. She wondered if, perhaps, the concubine had feelings, and the man was also interested. She didn't miss the way the other person kept looking at her with scrutinizing eyes. Today's dinner at the Shin family was very satisfying. The cured meat was fragrant, salty, and delicious, making everyone eager to eat more, almost fighting over the food. Shin Qian kept eating, but mostly spent her time serving Zhou Ans. Zhou Ans didn't refuse. As soon as he saw her pick out the cured meat, and before she even handed it over, he already reached out his bowl. After dinner, it was time to go work in the fields. They ate a hearty meal, and even Jin Yuyen carried a hoe and went to the fields. Shin Ziming looked at Jiang Ning and said, "Sister-in-law, there's work in the fields. After we finish, I'll take you to the supply and marketing cooperative." Jiang Ning smiled and said, "No rush." Zhou Ans, who was standing with the Shin family, heard this and immediately offered help in a friendly tone. "Comrade, you want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative? I know the way. I can show you." Jiang Ning glanced at him and said, "All right, thank you." Shin Qianqian didn't expect Zhou Ans to volunteer to lead her sister-in-law. Usually, he hadn't been so eager with anyone. She was always the one to approach Zhou Ans. She looked at Jiang Ning's delicate, fair face again and suddenly felt more insecure. She used to have such good skin too, but after being sent to the countryside for 5 years, her hands became rough and her skin darkened a lot. Because she spent every summer under the hot sun, her face also developed some red patches. This greatly affected her appearance. Her face was getting uglier, and she felt more and more self-conscious. She even had thoughts of jumping into the river to end her life. As she sat by the river, feeling overwhelmed, Zhou Ans appeared. He looked clean and fair, wearing a pure white shirt, with a gentle scholarly air. Zhou Ans seemed to notice her suicidal thoughts and kindly comforted her, even using a handkerchief to wipe her tears. She had seen men more handsome than Zhou Ans before, but the gentle man who wiped her tears moved her deeply. After that, she kept wanting to see Zhou Ans, even dreaming about him. She took the initiative to find Zhou Ans, and he was willing to be friends with her. They talked a lot and made each other happy. Over time, they became quite close. Because Zhou Ans was kind and friendly, many women liked him. She comforted herself by thinking that it was because he was a good person that so many people liked him, including Shin Qianqian. Jiang Ning really couldn't find the supply and marketing cooperative in the village, but someone led her there, saving her some trouble. Shin's mother gave Jiang Ning her key. When handing it over, she leaned in closer and whispered so only the two of them could hear, "Xiao Ning." Yang Lan wanted to say that Zhou Ans had bad intentions, but with her manners, she couldn't bring herself to speak ill of someone behind their back. Jiang Ning held Shin's mother's hand gently and said softly, "Mom, this man is not even as good as Shin Mo's finger. Sister Qianqian isn't suitable for him." Shin's mother was stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Ning to say that. She had wanted to remind her daughter-in-law that Zhou Ans was good at making girls happy. She had been worried that Jiang Ning might be deceived by his words. Now, hearing this, she felt relieved. It seemed that her second son's wife was quite sharp-eyed. Such a clever girl marrying into their family was truly a bit of a pity. Everyone from the Shin family had gone to work in the fields, while Zhou Ans took Jiang Ning to the supply and marketing cooperative. He kept chatting with her along the way, trying to find topics. Jiang Ning responded occasionally. We arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder if this person ever felt thirsty. However, with his sweet talk, she could understand why Shin Qianqian liked him. Jiang Ning took out money to buy rice, flour, and oil from the clerk. Since the village was remote, there was no meat available at the cooperative. While Jiang Ning was shopping, a young woman with a square face, wearing light gray work clothes and 2 braided pigtails, approached her. She also wore 2 flowers in her hair. "Zhou Jiqing, what are you doing here?" "Yuan Jiqing," Zhou Ans greeted her with a smile and praised, "Those flowers make you look even better." Zhou Ans' smile was gentle and elegant, like spring breeze. The girl called Yuan Jiqing blushed. She said shyly, "Zhou Jiqing, you are the most handsome man among us girls." Zhou Ans chuckled twice. "Really? Thanks for the compliment." Yuan Jiqing wanted to say more, but Zhou Ans quickly turned to help a pretty girl coming out of the cooperative. Jiang Ning heard the girl praising Zhou Ans' good looks as she left the cooperative. She was carrying a bag of 30 jin of rice and 10 jin of flour on her shoulder, and in her other hand, she held oil and some basic seasonings. The cattle shed at the Shin family's home was very sparse, with hardly any seasonings at all. Seeing Jiang Ning carrying so much, Zhou Ans hurried over to help. He offered, "Comrade, let me carry that for you." Girls shouldn't carry such heavy things. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning handed him the rice and flour. Since someone was willing to help, she felt much lighter. They walked toward the Shen house. Yuan Jiqing, who had been talking to Zhou En's earlier, paused when she saw Jiang Ning. Many young people liked Zhou Jiqing, and she was no exception. She had seen Zhou En's from afar earlier and carefully dressed herself to meet him by chance. When he praised her looks, she felt very happy. It was no wonder she had taken the trouble to tidy herself up. But she didn't expect to meet such a beautiful comrade. Her initial joy faded instantly. Moreover, that girl, confident in her beauty, seemed to think Zhou En's was helping her because of her looks. Jiang Ning and Zhou En's walked side by side, about a person apart, heading toward the cattle shed. Zhou En's carried a load of 40 pounds, which was a bit tiring, but he kept his composure and spoke to Jiang Ning in a serious tone. "Comrade, that female comrade just said I look better than most girls. Many people have told me that. It seems I really am quite handsome." Jiang Ning is motivated. The phrase, self-righteous man, suddenly became more concrete. He was confident and proud, a man. What does this confident man want to say by speaking like this in front of her? Zhou En's had reasons to be proud. His looks were among the best at the youth station, and even before going to the countryside, he was quite handsome. But after going to the countryside, his face lost its advantage. Even some rural women secretly said he was a pretty boy who looked down on them. He didn't like feeling out of control, so he kept working out and working hard. Gradually, those rural women changed their minds about him. Most women in the village liked him. He was good at talking and could make women happy, especially the widow who was the women's director of the brigade. If he made her happy, he might get a chance to return to the city this year. He arrived in the countryside later than others and couldn't compete with the older youth who had gone earlier. Over the past 2 years, he watched those older youth return to the city one by one, which made him feel uneasy. This year, he was determined to get the chance to go back to the city, even if it meant pleasing that widow. Zhou En's was very confident in himself. Everyone liked to hear nice words. He could easily coax women with a few sweet words, and they would be captivated by his charm. Ever since he realized that making women happy meant less work, he had been saying many flattering things, charming those women completely. Compared to the village women, the youth at the youth station looked quite good. But Zhou En's didn't expect to see such a beautiful young lady in the village. She was the first time he saw someone so pretty. Unfortunately, she was the daughter-in-law of the Shen family. Shen Qianqian had mentioned before that she had a brother in the military. Soldiers often have little time to visit home, and when a woman is lonely for a long time, she might develop feelings. He was good at caring and chatting, so he was confident he could win her over. But they didn't know each other well yet, so he couldn't rush to show himself. Moreover, this woman seemed very shy. He said he looked good, but she was so shy she didn't dare to look at him. Back at the Shen family's barn, Jiang Ning asked Zhou En's to put down his things. Zhou En set down the rice and flour on his shoulders, wiped his sweat with his hand, and slightly tilted his head to find a good angle. He remembered a young worker once said his side profile looked very nice, and even drew a picture of it. Just now, he said he looked good, but Jiang Ning didn't say a single compliment in response. Since she was so shy, he decided to guide her a few more times. Jiang Ning glanced sideways and saw him twisting his neck in a strange way, with his lips slightly pursed and a small smile. She asked, "Did you twist your neck?" Zhou En's was stunned. He didn't react for a moment. This was a bit different from what he expected. He stayed silent for a while. Seeing he didn't speak, Jiang Ning lowered her head to touch her silver needle bag. "If you really twisted it, I can give you a few acupuncture points." Zhou En saw the silver needle bag in her hand and was a bit shocked. He suddenly turned his head with a loud click. He really had twisted his neck. Jiang Ning also heard the sound of his bones cracking. She gently picked a silver needle, which gleamed coldly. Zhou En's was startled. He knew these needles shouldn't be used casually. He didn't want to get hurt. He looked at the silver needle in Jiang Ning's hand, with suspicion in his eyes. He knew that this was a traditional Chinese medicine technique. usually used by experienced old doctors. But she was only in her early 20s. Did she understand how to use these needles? Jiangning leaned forward slightly. Let me see where to insert it. The acupuncture points on the neck seem a bit hard to find. Zhou An's. This was a question only a beginner would ask. It seemed his suspicion was correct. He supported his twisted neck and quickly took a few steps back.
Comrade, I'm fine.
There's something at the youth station. I'll go first. After saying that, he immediately turned around and left without looking back. Though he didn't run, his steps quickened. Tsk, Jiangning snorted softly. In her previous life, she had read countless books, and after that, she was harassed by Feng Chuan in the residential compound. That boastful man, when showing off in front of her, had that peacock-like look. She saw right through it. But today, she had just arrived and didn't know where the supply and marketing cooperative was in this village. Someone came to guide her, so why not accept the help? It was a bit noisy, still confident, and a little self-absorbed. The team leader was helping the old man who had just finished water therapy to get out of bed. At that moment, a nurse in a white coat came in carrying medication and walked straight to the bed next to them. On the neighboring bed, an elderly person was lying down. The nurse drew medicine from a bottle with a syringe. Just as she was about to give the injection, the old man suddenly jerked and pushed her away. The syringe fell to the ground and got dirty. The nurse seemed to have seen this kind of scene before. She bent down, picked up the syringe, and placed it on the medicine tray. When she turned to leave, she couldn't help but say something. She glanced at the paralyzed old man on the bed, sighed, and said, "Sir, your paralysis is caused by a stroke. Avoiding treatment isn't good." The old man snorted softly. "I've been treated for a year, but it didn't help. I just lie here now. It might be better if I died." Hearing that the old man was paralyzed because of a stroke, the team leader and his father, who was helping him, were shocked. It was one thing to hear about it, but seeing it with their own eyes was even more shocking. When the father and son went to get medicine, the doctor reminded them to return for a checkup after some time. On their way back to the village, they saw fresh pork for sale in the county town. They remembered the kindness they received and decided to buy some fresh pork to thank the young woman who had used a silver needle to save him today, hoping to visit the cattle shed and thank her. Meanwhile, Jiangning carried all the groceries into the house. Although the cattle shed was cleaned quite well, it still had a strange smell. Jiangning couldn't accept it and went outside to sit on a large stone with a view of the fields, reading a medical book given by old Master Huang. The afternoon passed quietly. "Comrade Jiang," a male voice came from behind. Jiangning instinctively turned around. The team leader, smiling, looked at her, with his father standing beside him. The father and son had come specifically to thank Jiangning. Jiangning jumped down from the stone. Seeing her come down, the team leader and the old man immediately went over. The team leader handed her a large piece of meat and a basket of vegetables. "Comrade Jiang, this is meat we bought on our way back from the county. Please accept it. If it weren't for you, my father might have been in serious danger. This is a small token of our kindness. If you refuse it, we will feel uneasy." The squad leader spoke sincerely, truly deserving of his position. His words left no room for Jiangning to refuse. Jiangning wasn't planning to be overly polite. The countryside couldn't compare to the compound, and the supply and marketing cooperative didn't sell meat. She graciously accepted the meat and a basket of vegetables from the other person. "Thank you." The squad leader's father, who was also the village's old party secretary and somewhat educated, quickly said, "Comrade Jiang, we can't accept your thanks. It's us who should thank you, you and your family." The squad leader and his father didn't stay long. They delivered the items and then went home. Things happened suddenly, and she still needed to go home and report her safety. Jiangning placed the meat and vegetables inside, looked at the time left before work ended, and sat on a stone to enjoy a peaceful rural moment. It would be nice if Shinimo were here now. The two of them, 3 meals a day for Season's children, cats, and dogs, full of life. She had never experienced such family love and affection in her current life, but after having it, She realized how much she longed for it deep inside. The two of them, 3 meals for seasons, this much she had achieved. As for children, cats, and dogs, she'd think about that later. Meanwhile, Zhou En's returned to the educated youth point. Seeing him holding his neck, the other young educated youth hurried over to ask, Zhou Ziqing, what happened? Zhou En's eyes flickered and he said, I just twisted my neck while carrying rice. It's nothing serious. He was good at pretending to be pitiful around women, so that naive women would comfort him. He enjoyed being pampered. Sure enough, the other young youth immediately guessed it was related to the pretty woman he met today. She said with some annoyance, Zhou Ziqing, you helped her so much. Why didn't she take you to the village doctor to check your neck? She even reached out to help him check his injury. Zhou En's enjoyed the feeling of being cared for by women, but he didn't want this particular woman to touch him, especially since she wasn't very good-looking. Well, maybe she thinks my help wasn't that important. Hearing this, the other young youth's face immediately darkened. She said, wait for me, I'll go get you justice. At least, I'll get you some money, so you can see the injury. Zhou En's quickly grabbed Yuan Jiqing's wrist. No need, Yuan Jiqing. I know you're doing this for me. I'm a grown man. A few injuries won't stop me. In the future, I won't be a reckless good person. Yuan Jiqing sighed softly. Zhou Jiqing, you're just too kind. She then took 2 candies from her pocket. I have 2 white rabbit candies here. You can have one. Zhou En smiled slightly and took the candies from her hand. Seeing that it was about time, Jiang Ning jumped down from the rock, brushed off the dust, and returned to the barn. She opened an iron basin containing the dough she had prepared earlier. The dough had fermented all afternoon and was soft and fluffy. She took out the fermented dough and kneaded it a few more times. Usually, the Shen family members work in the fields and then go home to cook. Just thinking about it makes her tired. They start working very early every day. The Shen family goes to the fields on an empty stomach in the morning and only eats lunch at home. Today, when she saw the Shen family, it was clear from their faces that they were overworked. When Shen's mother approached her, she secretly checked her pulse. The long-term irregular eating and overthinking had caused her stomach and spleen to weaken. This illness could be serious or minor. Since she was here, she naturally wanted to do something. The Shen family was now her family too. Jiang Ning chopped the meat sent by the team leader. She planned to steam some buns and fry some pancakes. The temperature at this season meant the food could last 2 or 3 days without problems. She made some buns, and the pot started steaming. She then mixed chopped scallions with oil into the dough. Once the buns were steamed, she heated oil to fry pancakes. Besides scallion pancakes, she also fried a few meat pancakes. When the Shen family returned from the fields, they could smell the delicious aroma inside. Today's lunch with scallion and cured meat felt like a dream to them. In the past, when they returned, they were greeted by a cold, smelly barn. It didn't look like today, with a house full of warmth and inviting smells. Jiang Ning turned her head from the smoky kitchen. Mom and Dad, you're back. Are you hungry? I steamed some buns. You can have a bite first. The Shen family looked at her, and the setting sun outside cast a warm glow through the door, illuminating the girl. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall, sliding as she turned. Mother Shen was the first to react and immediately felt that her son had married a daughter-in-law who was out of his league. Mother Shen went over and took the vegetables Jiang Ning was sorting. Xiao Ning, don't work too hard. You came all this way to see us. Why are you doing all this? Jiang Ning kept working. Mom, I can't help much in the fields, but I can still cook a meal. I came to visit you both to help Shen Mo take care of your health. Shen Mo is also worried about you. Since I'm here, his worries will be less. Mother Shen felt comforted by her words. With the help of Mother Shen, Shen Qianqian, and the eldest sister-in-law Jin Yuyan, Jiang Ning quickly steamed a pot of rice, stir-fried some pork for twice-cooked pork, and prepared 2 vegetable dishes. Father Shen and Shen Ziming couldn't get close to the stove, so they could only wait to wash the dishes after the meal. The dishes were brought to the table. At that moment, a woman's voice came from outside the pig pen. Comrade Jiang. Hearing this, Jiangning guessed she was being called. She put down the dishes and went outside. As she stepped out, she saw a woman who looked about the same age as the team leader, probably his wife. They each held a large bowl of vegetables and a big basin of plain rice. The team leader's wife looked surprised for a moment when she saw Jiangning, but quickly remembered her purpose. She handed the dishes to Jiangning. "Comrade Jiang, my husband and father-in-law said you might not have eaten yet. We made extra food and brought it to you." Jiangning didn't expect the team leader's family to prepare cooked dishes for her. She felt a bit amused and embarrassed. "There's no need. I just finished cooking." The woman glared at the team leader. Her husband had been praising the young girl as if she was perfect, saying she probably couldn't cook. She was worried that her father-in-law's lifesaver might go hungry, so she hurried to bring the food. But it turned out she could cook. "We've already brought it, so let's eat together," said the team leader's wife, who was very easygoing. She carried her bowl into the pig pen. Everyone in the Shun family knew the team leader and his wife. They looked at this scene with surprise. The team leader usually managed village projects with fairness and justice. They had never seen him so attentive to anyone before. They all wondered how Jiangning knew the team leader's family so well. Soon, the captain's wife explained the mystery to them. She put down her food and quickly grabbed Shun's mother's hand. "Auntie, your daughter-in-law is really amazing. Today, my father almost had an accident, but she saved him." My husband and father-in-law kept praising her medical skills at home. She gave a big thumbs up as she spoke. Shun's father and mother looked at Jiangning in surprise. They didn't know that their second son's wife was skilled in medicine. They felt like they had married a real treasure. Hearing so many compliments from the captain's wife, Shun's mother looked proud. When the captain's family was about to leave, she held the captain's wife's hand and said, "There's so much food here. Why don't you stay and eat with us before you go?" The captain wanted to refuse, but his wife agreed immediately. "All right, I've left some food for my father at home." So, the captain and his wife stayed to eat. Actually, Jiangning had something to ask. She took out a few boxes of medicine from her pocket. "Comrade Jiang, these are the medicines given to my father by the county hospital. Do you think they can be taken together with the medicines you gave?" The captain finally realized what was happening. He almost forgot about this. Jiangning looked at the ingredients and nodded. "They can be taken together, but it's not really necessary." She had already done acupuncture on the old man, and he was no longer in serious trouble. The captain's wife nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." The conversation during the meal mostly focused on Jiangning. Shun's parents were very happy. Shun Ziming didn't expect his sister-in-law to be so capable, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Jin Yuyan looked at Jiangning, who was surrounded by everyone like a star, and felt a little jealous. Rural life is simple. At night, everyone is resting. After dinner, the village chief's wife didn't want to leave and stayed to chat with Jiangning. After the smell of food in the cattle shed faded, there was a strange odor. Everyone moved to an open area outside the shed, sat on some stones, and talked. While chatting, the village chief's wife suddenly frowned. The village chief asked worriedly, "What's wrong, wife?" She waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. I think I have a flare-up of my rheumatism. My leg feels uncomfortable." Hearing this, the village chief immediately said, "I'll take you home to soak your feet." She had rheumatism for many years. It often flared up on rainy days, making her legs and feet sore and weak, with cold pain in her bones. But there was no cure for this illness. Even doctors couldn't fix it. The village chief's wife still wanted to talk more with Jiangning. When she spoke to Jiangning, she found her to be very refined and not as proud as the young people who came to build the countryside. "I'll help you check," Jiangning said as she approached the village chief's wife. She reached out and touched her knee. "Does it hurt here?" "Not just here." She shook her head and sighed. "My whole leg hurts. I won't sleep well tonight." Every time her rheumatism flared up, she couldn't sleep well, tossing and turning. Jiangning took her hand, checked her pulse, and asked some questions. The village chief's wife said she sometimes felt very cold, especially on rainy days when her legs would ache. "Iyank ning understood." She took out silver needles and said, you have rheumatoid arthritis. It mainly causes pain at the joints of the bones. Unfortunately, we don't have moxibustion tools here. If I could do warm acupuncture, you wouldn't be in pain this winter. For now, I can only use silver needles to relieve your pain." Then everyone watched as Jiangning carefully inserted the silver needles into points like Zisonli and Nixian. At first, the village chief's wife was a little afraid of the silver needles. But seeing Jiangning's determined and serious expression, she felt a strange sense of trust in her. She no longer worried and let Jiangning insert the needles into her leg. After about a few minutes, the village chief saw her wife's furrowed brow gradually relax and smooth out. The captain's wife also looked surprised and couldn't hide her excitement. Her face showed her feelings clearly. The rheumatism that had tortured her all night was suddenly much less painful after just a few injections. This was such good news. She had never experienced this kind of pain herself, but she remembered how terrible it was when she couldn't sleep all night because of it. After a while, the aching and heavy feeling in her leg completely disappeared. The captain's wife said happily, "Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore, Comrade Jiang. You're amazing. Once I get some mugwort leaves, I will do warm acupuncture for you again." This kind of pain wasn't serious for Jiangning. Once she had mugwort leaves to make mugwort wool balls and combined acupuncture with mugwort moxibustion, her mother-in-law wouldn't have to suffer from this pain again this winter. Seeing Jiangning's incredible medical skills, the captain and his wife truly thought she was amazing. Plus, earlier this morning, Jiangning had also saved their old master. Their gratitude was deep. The captain's wife was perceptive. She immediately looked at her husband. They had been married for over 20 years, so she knew him well. The captain quickly took out a large note and said, "Dr. Jiang, this is the money for treating my wife's leg and my father's stroke. Is it enough? If not, we can go back and get more." Jiangning was easygoing about payment. Treating rheumatism and strokes wasn't difficult or complicated. One large note was enough. Plus, the captain had also given her some meat, which was more than enough. "It's enough," Jiangning said as she took the note. Paying for treatment and saving lives was a two-way thing. The captain and his wife smiled happily. Their tone changed from calling her Comrade Jiang to Dr. Jiang. After inserting the silver needles for a while, Jiangning skillfully removed the needles from her mother-in-law's leg. She carefully stored the needles and said, "Go home and soak your feet in water at a comfortable temperature. Then, use a hot towel to cover the painful area. The pain should go away in a few days." "Okay, I'll listen to you, Dr. Jiang." The captain's wife was loud and straightforward. She had already noticed a problem earlier. She said, "Dr. Jiang, I think your place might be too small for you. My second son has joined the army, and his room is empty. Would you like to come stay at my house?" Jiangning was surprised. She had thought about this possibility from the start, but her arrival was sudden. Building good relationships in the village takes time. She had planned to stay longer in the village before deciding whether to rent a house there. Shun's parents also considered this. Given their current situation, they couldn't provide a very good environment. They thought Jiangning could share a room with Qianqian at night. But they didn't expect such an unexpected turn of events. Shun's mother was decisive. She immediately pushed Jiangning's arm and said, "Xiaoning, just sleep at the captain's house. The barn is too small." After saying that, she took Jiangning's hand and patted it. Shun's mother sighed inwardly. Such a good daughter-in-law, and now she's married into their family. It's a bit of a hardship. Although Shun's mother's hands were rough, they carried a special warmth. Jiangning was nervous when she arrived, but she didn't expect Shinmo's parents to be so easy to get along with. When Shun's mother spoke, Jiangning saw no reason not to go. She wasn't someone who could endure hardship easily, and she hadn't expected to be transported to such an era. If Shinmo's parents were unreasonable, she would be at a loss for how to react, especially considering Shinmo's face. Jiangning was touched.
"Thank you, Mom."
Shun's mother patted her hand. "You, girl, have never suffered much with Shinmo. It's not fair for you to come to see us and also have to endure hardships." Hearing this, Jin Yuyen was almost biting her back teeth. She was also Shun's family daughter-in-law. Why hadn't her mother ever said such words to her? Although Jiangning was not very enthusiastic, she was still influenced by her. She agreed with everything the other person said and shared her own opinions, making sure the wife of the team leader's wife felt respected and not dismissed. Having a positive attitude helps build closer relationships quickly. Many lucky events happen unexpectedly. She accidentally helped someone from the team leader's family, and in return, he invited her to his home. On the train, she met Shun Mo. They didn't recognize each other at first, but Shun Mo gave her directions to find the capital military district, helping her avoid unnecessary trouble. Later, she found out that the man on the train was her husband. Living together, she suddenly felt things weren't so bad. Since entering this story, her luck has been pretty good. The team leader's wife and Jiangning talked a lot. On the way, they seemed like old friends who had known each other for years. Although Jiangning was much younger than her medical skills were impressive enough to earn respect. The team leader's wife is a very emotional person. Once she trusts someone, she tends to speak her mind. She pulled Jiangning's arm closer and said hesitantly, "Dr. Jiang, I don't really want to hide this from you. You might think I'm talking behind your back or trying to cause trouble between your family and ours, but I saw something with my own eyes." Since it involved her own family, Jiangning became curious. "What is it?" The team leader's wife looked into Jiangning's bright eyes, her expression eager to know. This made her a little uncomfortable. Usually people protect their family, so hearing gossip about her own family didn't seem like a big deal. "I saw the wife of the Shin family twice coming out of a man's house in our village," she said, watching Jiangning's face for a reaction. Jiangning was surprised. There was no reason for the team leader's wife to lie, and their families weren't enemies. She wouldn't make up such stories easily. This could affect the reputation of the Shun family. The wife of the team leader added, "But I only saw it twice." Seeing something doesn't always mean it's true. Don't take it to heart, Dr. Jiang. Jiangning noted. In the end, they were just chatting casually. Jiangning wouldn't jump to conclusions about someone she just met. She had only recently met the Shin family and hadn't yet figured out their personalities. Halfway through, the captain's kerosene lamp ran out of fuel. Luckily, there was a youth station nearby. The captain took the lamp to borrow some kerosene to light it. The captain's wife and Jiangning also went along, heading back to the captain's house, passing by the youth station. When they reached a well-lit area, Jiangning took out 5 yuan from her pocket. The captain's wife, who was 20 years old, called Jiangning Aunt, and the captain's surname was Wu. Jiangning handed over the 5 yuan and said, "Aunt Wu, I might stay here for a while. I'll pay you 5 yuan a month to rent your house." Aunt Wu was about to refuse without thinking, but Jiangning spoke first. "Aunt Wu, if you don't want to take this money, I won't stay at your house. As a guest, staying for a couple of days would be fine, but if she stayed longer, no one would want a stranger to live there for free, eating their food. Even the best relationships can be strained over such issues. Are you going to stay in Han Village for so long? Honestly, they sent you here for reform. Staying too long might not be good," Aunt Wu said, surprised. From Jiangning's appearance, she didn't seem like someone who could endure hardship. She thought Jiangning was just visiting the Shin family and wouldn't stay long. "Being sent down doesn't affect me," Jiangning replied. "My parents have been working hard here for many years. I'm worried about their health, so I'll stay until I can help them recover before I leave." Aunt Wu didn't expect Jiangning to say that. The girl was about the same age as her son. Unfortunately, they didn't have such good fortune. Aunt Wu was straightforward. "All right, I'll take the 5 yuan." Inside the youth station yard, a youth who was washing clothes overheard their conversation. The youth remembered hearing Jiangning's voice earlier when she was with Zhou An's. Curious, she peeked outside the door and saw Jiangning. This youth liked Zhou An's. Although many people in the youth station and the village seemed to like him, Zhou An's was kind-hearted. When he saw someone in need, he didn't hesitate to help. Because he was so kind, many people liked him. This youth also admired that about him, but now she felt upset because the person she liked was being bullied. However, she was just a young person sent to the countryside to help build, and she didn't have many skills. "I never expected to hear such a thing by chance." The beautiful comrade who bullied Zhou Jiqing was actually here to visit her family members who had been sent down for re-education. Those who are sent down are people who made big mistakes and are being reformed, unlike the educated youth who went to the countryside for construction. They are just like those bad elements, who treat Zhou Jiqing's kindness as if it were nothing. Such bad elements deserve some punishment. The team leader borrowed some kerosene, then took a kerosene lamp and went back with his wife and Jiang Ning. Yuan Jiqing finished hanging up the washed clothes and then went into the house. There were too many people at the educated youth station. Several people sleep on one Kong bed. The entire courtyard of the educated youth station has only 3 rooms, 2 for the male educated youth and 1 for the women, who have to squeeze together. Women like to chat at night. While talking, they mention Zhou, Anne's. Someone sighed and said, "Today, we don't know what happened to Zhou Jiqing. His neck was injured, but he still helped us burn firewood and cook. Such a man who wouldn't be moved. Zhou Jiqing is injured? Is he okay?" Someone asked anxiously. "I know how Zhou Jiqing got hurt," Yuan Jiqing suddenly said. Everyone looked at Yuan Jiqing. Yuan Jiqing said, "You should know about the bad element from the family who was sent down." Everyone nodded. The family of the bad element came to visit someone. Zhou Jiqing is kind-hearted and often helps the Shen family.
He was close to them.
Today, Zhou Jiqing was injured because the visitor from the bad family came to see them, Yuan Jiqing said angrily. Zhou Jiqing was hurt because he was helping her, but that comrade didn't even send him to see the village doctor. Someone immediately said angrily, "Isn't that ungrateful? We must seek justice for Zhou Jiqing." Yuan Jiqing added, "Don't you think something's wrong?" Someone asked confused, "What's wrong?" "Us." Yuan Jiqing pointed to herself. "We are educated youth sent to help build the countryside. But Shen's family and others are bad elements who committed wrongdoings. Are bad elements allowed to visit?" Her reminder made many people realize. Someone dares to visit Shen's family and those bad elements. Isn't that a capitalist style? Such behavior should be reported. Some people are very angry and upset, but others are thinking clearly. Now that the big release has happened, our educated youth have reached their targets and can return to the city. Those who were sent down should also be able to go back to visit their families. Isn't that right? Someone sneers. Those troublemakers who were sent for reform can never go back to the city. Jiang Ning doesn't know anyone plans to report her. At this moment, the team leader's wife is tidying up her bed and has taken out a thick quilt to cover it. "Dr. Jiang, the room is simple. Please bear with it. These quilts have been sun-dried in the summer and are very warm." Jiang Ning politely replies, "No trouble. Thank you, Aunt Wu." Aunt Wu finishes making the bed and is about to leave, but Jiang Ning stops her. "Aunt Wu, do you have paper and a pen?" The team leader's wife pauses briefly and quickly says, "Yes, I'll get them for you." Soon, she brings the paper and pen. Jiang Ning writes at a wooden table inside the room. Curious, she leans over to look. Seeing Jiang Ning's writing, she is a bit surprised. Her handwriting matches Jiang Ning's handsome appearance. Jiang Ning hands a paper to Aunt Wu and says, "Aunt Wu, I've written down a few medicinal herbs. You can go to the county town to buy these herbs and soak your feet in them daily. It will help with your rheumatism." Seeing the prescription Jiang Ning gave her, Aunt Wu is deeply touched and expresses many thanks. She thinks to herself, during Jiang Ning's stay at her home, she must make sure she lives comfortably. After spending a day and night on the train, they arrive in Qing County. She then busily visits the county government and the commune, finally arriving at Daya Village. By the end of the busy day, Jiang Ning is quite tired. She uses her own toiletries, washes up, and then falls asleep immediately. She sleeps until late morning the next day. That morning, the team leader's wife does not come to wake her. When Jiang Ning gets up, only the old secretary is sitting in the yard, enjoying the rare sunshine. Jiang Ning greets the old secretary and heads toward the Shen family. Passing by the educated youth camp, she hears voices of women arguing. "Why are you here? Zhou Jiqing was hurt because of your Shen family. Do you still have the nerve to come?" Then, Shun Qianqian's voice is heard. Her voice is clear but hesitant. I didn't know Nze was hurt. Can I see him?" The female educated youth said sarcastically. "What are you looking at?" You're a troublemaker sent here for reform. If you have nothing to do, just don't come to our youth station. Don't ruin our good atmosphere. Shin Qianqian's face turned pale as everyone was blaming her. She quickly took out a few boxes of snow cream and pekoin from her pocket and handed them over. Senior sister, this is a small gift. Please take good care of Brother Anne's. The other youth girls in the yard saw Shin Qianqian take out the skincare products and their eyes lit up, but they were used to Shin Qianqian's humility and flattery. We will definitely take good care of Zhou Jiqing, as you said. They said this harshly but still took the skincare products from Shin Qianqian without hesitation. Some girls who liked to defend Zhou and divided the skincare items among themselves. But after sharing the snow cream and pekoin, they still mocked Shin Qianqian a few more times. Shin Qianqian was a troublemaker sent for reform, and her status didn't match theirs. Even if she tried to flatter them, they wouldn't accept it. They believed she should recognize her place and stay in her position. Just as Shin Qianqian felt isolated and helpless, a male voice suddenly came from the room nearby. What are you all doing? Everyone instinctively turned their heads. Zhou En's came out of the room, his neck bruised and purple. As soon as he appeared, he saw Shin Qianqian and couldn't help but smile slightly. Qianqian, why are you here? Why are you crying? Earlier, Shin Qianqian had been attacked by everyone, feeling wronged and upset. But just as she was feeling down, Zhou En seemed to descend from heaven to save her. The more Shin Qianqian thought about it, the more she felt wronged. Her eyes filled with tears, and they started to fall. Zhou En stepped forward and gently wiped her tears, then said, Qianqian, don't cry. Let's go outside and talk. He then turned to the people in the yard and smiled. Everyone don't blame Qianqian because of me. I hurt my neck, but it has nothing to do with her. I just carried too much rice yesterday. His tone was a bit helpless. Shin Qianqian saw the purple bruise on his neck and guessed that he probably got hurt helping his second sister-in-law yesterday. Suddenly, Shin Qianqian felt even more guilty. Zhou En said, Qianqian, let's go outside and talk. Shin Qianqian nodded. When the two people were about to leave, someone finally couldn't hold back. Zhou Jiqing, don't get too close to such bad people. Her family background isn't good, and it will affect you. Shin Qianqian's face turned even paler, but Zhou En's, with a calm and gentle expression, turned to the comrades at the youth station and said, Don't say that about Qianqian. Hearing Zhou En speak up for her, Shin Qianqian felt even more touched. The two left the youth station. As Zhou En walked out, Jiang Ning saw the injury on his neck. A neck sprain wouldn't be that serious. Jiang Ning looked thoughtful, watching the two figures walk away, and decided to follow them. Shin Mo's younger sister, Shin Qianqian, was a kind girl. When she was bullied, Jiang Ning couldn't just stand by and watch. Moreover, Zhou En's wasn't a good person. In the countryside, in such simple mud brick houses, the soundproofing wasn't good. Shin Qianqian was scolded by a group of young women for a while before Zhou En's finally came out. This kind of deliberate, dramatic rescue scene, only these clueless people couldn't see through it. As for Shin Mo's sister, she was innocent and probably couldn't see through this man's tricks. Jiang Ning and Zhou En's reached a quiet place. Zhou En's was very attentive when it came to caring for others. He even took off his clothes to cushion the ground for Shin Qianqian to sit on. Zhou En's was gentle and knew how to take care of girls. Shin Qianqian's heart was full of him now. Zhou En's continued to comfort Shin Qianqian. Qianqian, they just spoke harshly, but it wasn't aimed at you. Don't take it to heart. Shin Qianqian shook her head, indicating she wouldn't. Oh, Brother Anne's, she said, taking out a few boxes of snow cream and pekoin from her bag and handing them to Zhou En's. Take these to give as gifts. If the women's director accepts a few more bribes, she probably won't restrict your return to the city this year. Jiang Ning, hiding behind the dirt mound, didn't expect to run into all this. Zhou En's had gained another reputation with her. Even if she used skincare products every day, the ones Shan and Mo sent here were enough for Shin Qianqian or the Shin family to use for years. But seeing Shin Qianqian, her skin was dry and yellowed from constant damage, not at all like someone who used skincare products. It turned out they were all sent to flatter the young women or to bribe men. Jiang Ning felt speechless. Shin family's younger sister is a simple and sweet girl, which makes her feel a bit helpless. Zhou An's had something else to do, so he left first. When Shin Qianqian brushed off her pants and turned around, she was startled to see Jiang Ning standing behind her. Second sister-in-law. Jiang Ning crossed her arms and looked at her with a faint smile. For some reason, Shin Qianqian felt a little nervous around Jiang Ning. Maybe because she saw how skilled Jiang Ning was with silver needles. And also, about her giving Zhou and snow cream and other skincare products. She hoped her second sister-in-law hadn't seen that. Feeling awkward, she greeted Jiang Ning and tried to leave, but Jiang Ning said, "Your brother cares about you. How can you hurt his feelings like this?" Shin Qianqian gasped silently. She had been caught. Whenever it involved Zhou An's, Shin Qianqian would gather her courage to argue back, saying, "Second sister-in-law, An's is my boyfriend. Giving him things helps him, and helping him is helping myself." Jiang Ning asked, "Boyfriend? Only the two of you admit that. Has he told others that you're his girlfriend?" Sure enough, Shin Qianqian's face turned pale. "Of course, others don't know. I can't let anyone find out about us. It would affect him." Jiang Ning was surprised. How could the Shin family be so obsessed with love? No. Shin Mo seemed pretty love-struck too. She had just arrived at the family compound, and that man had already given her his bank book. He wasn't worried she'd spend it all. "Are you secretly happy to be with Zhou An's? Happy that once he gets the job opportunity and moves to the city, you can leave this village with him?" Jiang Ning said sharply. Shin Qianqian indeed thought that way, but she was surprised Jiang Ning saw through her. She felt extremely embarrassed. But her feelings were selfish. She only thought about herself, not her family. After being sent to the village with her parents for 5 years, she couldn't stand suddenly going from the pampered girl at home to a disliked outsider. This change was hard for her to accept. After a year of enduring with her parents, she couldn't take it anymore and thought about jumping into the river to end her life. At that moment, Zhou An's happened to be by the river. He jumped in and saved her. When she jumped into the water and was submerged, she immediately regretted it. She still had her parents and 2 caring brothers. Plus, jumping into the river was so painful. Brother An saved her and even scolded her harshly. Afterward, he comforted her. Since then, Shin Qianqian liked him. When her feelings were discovered, Shin Qianqian no longer hid them. She said, "Brother An said that once he gets the job transfer to return to the city, he will come to propose marriage. Even if I marry Brother An's, I won't forget my parents, but I don't think he'll come to propose," Jiang Ning said with a smile. Hearing this, Shin Qianqian looked like a small cat with raised fur. "No, don't say that. When Brother An saved me from the river, I decided I would only marry him. He also promised to marry me." Jiang Ning was surprised that Zhou An's had also saved Shin Qianqian. But she didn't understand the full story. Just then, Shin Qianqian said, "Second sister-in-law, this is my matter. Don't talk about Brother An's anymore. Also, I haven't gotten justice for Brother An's because of your injury." Jiang Ning was speechless. She had never seen such stubbornness before. With cold eyes, Jiang Ning looked at Shin Qianqian and said, "I want to treat him, but he refuses. How can you blame me for that?" Shin Qianqian looked at Jiang Ning, thinking she was deliberately refusing to treat Zhou An's. She said, "This isn't my fault. I said I would treat him, but he refused." Later, when we returned to the youth commune, the story that I caused his injury spread. Zhou An's knew about this. "But when those young people criticized you, me, and the Shin family, did Zhou An's ever speak up for you? Shin Qianqian, be more careful. If Zhou An's truly likes you, he wouldn't just comfort you when you're upset. Someone who only cares about benefits, be careful not to be sold out someday." After speaking, Jiang Ning turned and left. Shin Qianqian felt very insecure. Many times she agreed with what those young people said about her. So when Zhou An's told her not to tell others about their relationship, she also agreed. She was afraid it would bring trouble to Zhou An's. But if 2 people like each other, isn't it about sharing joys and sorrows? When Zhou An's agreed to be with her, She was happy, but also nervous. She was a troublemaker sent down from the city. The more people scolded her, the more she felt she didn't deserve Zhou An's. Jiang Ning's words echoed in her mind like a spell. She started to think about how Zhou An's treated her. When others were around, his kindness was well known, and he earned a good reputation. But behind the scenes, she also gave him many things to help him with favors, which no one knew about. Jiang Ning wasn't sure if her words had any effect. After a peaceful period, she checked the health of Mr. and Mrs. Shun. After 5 years of hard work, Mrs. Shun's health was quite weak, while Mr. Shin was very healthy. This was probably because Mr. Shun used to be in the army. Shin Mo told her on the train that before his family was sent away, they had different jobs. His father was once a commander. Even someone with his status was forced to be sent away, which shows how chaotic those times were. Fortunately, the darkest days had passed, and a new hope was beginning. Shin Mo told her not to worry, that soon the Shin family would be able to leave the village. Jiang Ning took care of Mrs. Shin for a month, and her complexion visibly improved. Not only did Mrs. Shin look healthier, but the entire Shin family also seemed to have a fresh new look because of Jiang Ning. One day, the city's state-owned machinery factory and textile factory came to the village to recruit workers. The educated youth station received the news and was very excited. Recruitment. The state-owned factories came to the village to hire workers. The most hopeful candidates were the educated youths who had been sent down. Several leaders from the machinery and textile factories, along with the commune, set up recruitment tables in the spacious yard of the team leader's house. The authority to recommend workers belonged to the commune, and the team leader was the most influential person in the village. All village labor assignments were decided by him. But the team leader's family was known for fairness and justice. In the past, when factories came to recruit, some people secretly used connections from the city to buy gifts for the team leader, but he never accepted anything. Before 1976, every year new educated youths arrived in the village. Those who wanted a better life would send gifts to the team leader's family. Over time, only the old educated youths knew about these things. The old educated youths also learned to be discreet. They wouldn't tell the new arrivals about these tricks. As long as the new educated youths slacked off, the old ones had a better chance of being sent back to the city for work. In the past 2 years, no educated youths had gone to the countryside. Those who wanted to leave the village could only do so through job recruitment or college entrance exams. Now, only those who didn't pass the exams remained in the village. This year's young workers are working very hard just to catch the attention of the team leader and get recommended during the upcoming recruitment. There are only a few openings at the machinery and textile factories, totaling just 10 spots, while there are over 20 young workers at the youth station. The competition is intense. But Zhou An's is a clever person. The women's director of the commune also lives in this village. He had already established a good relationship with her early on, just waiting for this day. The state-run factories will interview these young workers one by one, observe their work for 2 days in the village, and finally, the village officials will make recommendations. The first day of interviews quickly passed. In the quiet night, cold wind blew through, making the branches rustle. Only a faint moon hung in the sky, casting a silver glow. The villagers, who live by the sun schedule, waking at sunrise and sleeping at sunset, had already turned off their lights and gone to bed. Only at this hour would some secret activities take place. A dark figure wrapped in a loose cotton coat quietly left the youth station and approached a house with a dim yellow light. He gently knocked on the door. Soon, with a creak, the door opened, and Zhou An's was pulled inside. Soon, lively sounds came from inside. Within half an hour, exhausted, Zhou An's held the woman in his arms and rested against the bed. When he stopped, the woman in his arms was not happy. "Keep going." Zhou An's leaned down and kissed her. "Take a break first, then continue. Be good." The woman seemed to be convinced and leaned on Zhou An's, feeling tender. The woman was the village's women's director, Widow Zhang. She was about 40 years old, 10 years older than Zhou An's. At first, Zhou An's was not very willing when she showed interest. But to leave the village of Dahu, he endured and pleased Widow Zhang. Now that the state-run factory was finally recruiting workers, he felt he was about to be free.
Just thinking about it made him happy.
Seeing the smile on his face, Widow Zhang looked up from his chest and asked, "Are you very happy today? Is it because you're finally leaving the village? Or because you're leaving me?" Zhou En's immediately sensed her dissatisfaction in her tone. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. "How could I bear to leave you? Once I get the job transfer and the stable work, I will come to marry you. When the factory assigns us a house, you can come live with me in the city." He spoke with warmth in his eyes and expression. He is very good at making lies sound true. In Dahu village, everyone is rough and tough. After Widow Zhang's husband died, she didn't look at any other men. But then Zhou En's appeared, and she immediately liked this young man with a fair face and gentle appearance. He looked completely different from the rough men in the village. But she wasn't stupid. She knew why he was approaching her. She had always been aware of his intentions. If she hadn't been kind to Zhou En's these past 2 years, he wouldn't have endured so much hardship. He wouldn't have had the energy to flirt with young girls. But since Zhou En's was also trying hard with her, she turned a blind eye to his little tricks. Over time, Widow Zhang also started to feel a little attracted to him. She was happy to hear his sweet words. She raised her hand and wrapped it around Zhou En's neck. "I'm just waiting for you to marry me. If you don't, hum." Zhou En's heard the warning in her hum. He was good at comforting people. "Of course I will. If I don't marry you, I'd be struck by lightning." Widow Zhang was completely happy now. Zhou En seized the chance and said, "About the job transfer, you're just thinking about that," Widow Zhang said, raising a finger and tapping his head. "I know the person in charge of hiring at the machinery factory. I can guarantee it."
But she paused.
"I see the competition at the youth work site is pretty fierce. It might not be good for a woman director like me to suddenly recommend a man." Seeing Zhou En's growing nervousness, she smiled. "I can invite you on Chang, the factory manager, to our house. He's married, but he likes to pick wildflowers outside. If you can bring him a special wildflower, your chances of getting into the factory will be very secure." Jiangning has been feeling quite happy lately. If it weren't for Zhou En's admirers at the youth work site, she would be even more relaxed. Zhou En's blamed her for his injury, but the other young men listened to him and looked at her with hostility. One day, Jiangning saw some wild garlic seedlings growing in a field by the roadside. This kind of wild garlic is very fragrant when stir-fried with meat. The garlic bulbs used for pickling in jars make the dish even tastier. Jiangning also found it strange. When she was at her family's courtyard, she had a good appetite. But now, after coming here, her appetite was getting worse. Eating delicious food is supposed to be the happiest thing. Jiangning squatted by the roadside, reached out to pick the garlic seedlings. When her appetite is poor, she tries to find ways to stimulate her appetite. She prefers eating to taking medicine. While happily pulling out garlic seedlings, suddenly something hit her. She looked down and saw a lump of mud. Her clothes were also stained with mud. She looked up and squinted at 3 young women nearby. Seeing Jiangning look over, they didn't seem sorry. Instead, they smiled and said, "Oh, sorry about that.
We didn't mean to."
You're probably not angry, right?" Jiangning saw someone approaching from behind them. She put down the garlic and stood up to walk over. The women saw her coming. Their faces changed a little. But since there were 3 of them and Jiangning was alone, they didn't think they could do much. They stood there, waiting for her to come. Jiangning said calmly, "I'm not angry." Her tone was very generous, with no sign of anger. Then she suddenly picked up a dung scoop and, without hesitation, scooped a handful of undigested food fibers and splashed it on the 3 young women. 3 screams sounded at the same time, and an unpleasant smell rushed over. Jiangning stepped back a few paces, watching the furious women. "My clothes." You're so mean." Jiangning used their tone and said, "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to." The 3 women's faces turned greenish. One of them angrily pointed at Jiangning and said, "You're just revengeful." Jiangning returned the dung scoop to the villager and gave him 2 candies as compensation. The villager immediately left. He didn't want to get involved in women's fights. The smell was so strong it made breathing difficult. The three women almost fainted from the stench. Just because I want revenge, so what? Jiangning crossed her arms and smiled. Did you ever think I would fight back when you threw dirt at me? If you keep coming here just to seek attention, it's not just about getting a little dirty anymore. After saying that, Jiangning picked up the garlic shoots from the ground and left. Watching her walk away, the three young women felt very angry. They remembered this humiliation well. All three liked Zhou An's, but Zhou An's was secretly seeing the daughter of the old man who was sent away. Shen Qianqian had also been targeted by them before. This time, their revenge on Shen Qianqian was just the same old trick, but they didn't expect her to fight back, even splashing dirt on them. They remembered this today. When the time comes, they will make her pay. Jiangning put the garlic shoots in the pigsty, then planned to make some health soup for Shen's mother. Shen's mother had been drinking this soup for a month and was feeling much better. Jiangning took out a cloth bag and found that one of the herbs was gone. She thought about it and decided to go to the mountain to pick some more, as Shen's mother couldn't stop drinking the soup. Holding a small basket, Jiangning was about to go to the mountain when she met Shen Qianqian, who had returned early. Shen Qianqian saw Jiangning and greeted her. Jiangning responded briefly. After saying those words that day, Shen Qianqian didn't change her behavior. She still kept seeing Zhou An's. Jiangning shook her head. If love made someone wake up just by a few words, it wouldn't be called love. Jiangning went into the mountain. She had been in this village for a month. Before, she had gone to the mountains with the village head's wife to pick mountain goods. Now, she was familiar with going up the mountain, but she didn't know that someone had seen her. Today, the three young women who had been splashed with dirt by Jiangning were getting angrier. Their clothes were so dirty they couldn't wash them, so they had to throw them away. They decided to go to the house of the old man who was sent away to get an explanation. When they finished washing and went to the house, no one was there. But one sharp-eyed young woman saw Jiangning walking up the mountain. Hey, she's going to the mountain. Should we wait for her to come back? Someone asked. The young women said, we don't know how long we'll have to wait. Let's go back to the youth camp first. As they headed back, they ran into a village hunter. When they saw his face, their expressions immediately changed. This hunter is known as the village bully, famous for being unruly, and almost no one dares to provoke him. He also likes to tease women. The young women who came from the countryside to work as educated youth usually avoid him whenever they see him. But this time, the hunter accidentally bumped into one of the three young women, which sparked some mischievous thoughts in him. Suddenly, Malizi grabbed the arm of the young woman he bumped into. His tone was a bit harsh, but he had a mischievous smile, and his eyes wandered over her. You bumped into me. Now tell me, how will you compensate me? The young woman who was grabbed by Malizi turned pale. Frightened and unsure of what to do, she burst into tears. Another young woman, Yuan, pursed her lips and said, let her go. I saw a wild boar on that mountain over there. The hunter makes his living by hunting animals, and wild boars are the biggest game in the mountains. When he heard about the wild boar, Malizi's expression changed immediately. Then, he looked fiercely at Yuan. I know these mountains very well. The mountain you mentioned can't possibly have a wild boar, but I really saw one. When I was picking mushrooms on the mountain, I saw it. If there's no wild boar, I'll give you 10 yuan, Yuan said, biting her lip. She was willing to risk everything to lure the hunter up the mountain. Hearing about the money, Malizi loosened his grip. If there really was a wild boar, he would have meat to eat every day for the next month. If not, he still got 10 yuan. He thought, I have nothing to lose. Malizi said, give me the money first and I'll believe you. Yuan bit her lip, leaving a red mark. She reached into her pocket and took out 5 yuan, handing it over. I'll give you 5 yuan first. If there's no wild boar, you can come back for the remaining 5. But you said it yourself. If there's no wild boar on the mountain, I'll come back for the rest, Malizi said with a smile, but inside, he was already planning. If there really was a wild boar, he would pretend he didn't see it and come back to ask for the remaining money. Malizi left, and headed toward the mountain Yuan mentioned. The three young women, after bumping into Malaise, still felt a bit scared. When they returned to the youth station, one of them couldn't help but ask Yuan, "Yuan, did you intentionally send Malaise to that mountain?" "We all saw Sister Shin Qianqian go up there." Yuan Qing glanced at the other person. She wasn't foolish, so there was no way she would admit to saying something meant to cause trouble.
What are you talking about? I really did see a wild boar on the mountain.
I'm not lying. Someone still felt uneasy. That Malaise isn't a good person. What if she runs into Shin Qianqian's sister-in-law and something bad happens? Yuan Qing replied, "You're overthinking it. Anyway, I didn't lie about the wild boar." The two educated youths believed her. But their conversation happened to be overheard by Shin Qianqian, who was looking for Zhou An's. Her first reaction was that her second sister-in-law might be in danger. Although her sister-in-law had said some unpleasant things about Zhou An's before, thinking about it carefully, those words weren't really meant to hurt anyone. Shin Qianqian patted her head. This wasn't the time to think about that. She needed to go into the mountains to find her sister-in-law. She had just started running when she suddenly remembered Malaise's dark, frightening face. No, she needed to find her second brother and go together. Shin Qianqian ran toward the cowshed. As soon as she arrived, she saw a tall figure standing outside. "Second brother." Shin Qianqian called out in surprise and relief. Shun Mo turned his head and saw his younger sister's delicate, thin figure. Seeing him felt like finding hope. Shun Qianqian grabbed his arm and spoke quickly, "Second brother, come with me to the mountain. Second sister-in-law might be in danger." As soon as she said that, she could feel the air around her brother turn sharp and cold. Jiangning didn't need many herbs, so she quickly finished collecting what she needed. Just as she was about to go down the mountain, she suddenly heard a rustling sound behind her. After taking a few steps, she stopped. The sound was getting closer. She stood still, listening carefully. When she was sure of where it was coming from, she suddenly crouched down and caught a snake about 1.5 meters long. She gripped it firmly at the right spot, so it couldn't bite her. The snake hissed and flicked its tongue, but it couldn't move. Its tail wrapped once around her arm. Jiangning looked at the snake and nodded with satisfaction. It would be perfect for making medicinal wine. Now that the weather was getting colder, most snakes were already hiding for the winter, so finding one like this was quite lucky. Damn, that woman really tricked me. There's no wild boar in these mountains. Malaise spat on the ground and thought about going down the mountain to find the girl who had deceived him and ask for money. As he turned to leave, he saw a white figure in the distance and heard a loud voice shout, "Hey, over there! Have you seen a wild boar?" Jiangning turned around at the sound. Only then did Malaise see her face clearly. Her rare beauty made his mind wobble. He was surprised and thought, "Wow, when did such a beautiful girl appear in the village?" Malaise looked around. This area was rarely visited, and after the weather cooled, few people came up the mountain. A dirty thought started to form in his mind. Hearing the question, Jiangning shook her head and said, "Wild boar? There are no wild boars in these mountains. Down below was the village, not a remote place. Wild boars usually appeared in more isolated areas." But Jiangning saw that after getting her answer, the other person didn't leave, but walked straight toward her. She saw the expression on his face, and her eyes grew colder. Malaise quickly decided what to do. He hadn't looked for a woman in a long time. Now was the perfect time. Good weather, good timing, and good people. Thinking about what might happen next, a malicious smile appeared on his face. "Which girl's family do you belong to? I've never seen you before." Jiangning stood confidently in place, not running away. Seeing his appearance and the thing he was holding, she guessed what he was up to. A hunter moves easily in the mountains, so she couldn't outrun him. As Malaise got closer, he focused on her smooth, white face, feeling excited.
"Disgusting man."
His hand reached toward her face. Jiangning's eyes turned cold. She saw his hand about to touch her. Suddenly, she raised her hand, gripping the 5-step snake at its 7-inch point, and loosened her grip. Because she loosened the grip, the snake, in its panic, bit Malaise's hand without hesitation. Malizi shouted out, and then saw the venomous snake in Jiangning's hand. Snake! It's a snake! It's poisonous! I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Jiangning knew the snake was poisonous. She smiled slightly and, during the other person's panic, pressed down on their shoulder, then suddenly lifted her knee and forcefully struck upward. The person let out a loud, pig-like squeal that echoed through the mountains. This wasn't her first time dealing with a man like this, but this time she was a bit more ruthless. Malizi collapsed on the ground, unable to care whether he could still move. The five-step snake's venom was extremely deadly, and whether he could survive after being bitten was uncertain. Jiangning smirked coldly. She had never been a kind-hearted person. If someone wanted to hurt her, she had the right to fight back. Her revenge was always immediate. Ningning. A man's urgent voice came from nearby. When Jiangning heard Shinmo's voice, she thought she might be hearing things. She turned her head and saw Shinmo rushing over, walking smoothly along the rugged mountain path. Seeing him come, Jiangning suppressed her joy and quickly stopped him. Wait, stay away from me. They hadn't seen each other for a month. When she saw him, Shinmo was overwhelmed with emotion and rushed to hug her, but she didn't let him. Jiangning was very familiar with Shinmo's subtle expressions. She could tell just by his face that he wanted to hug her but was rejected, and he looked a bit disappointed. She helplessly said, "Later, I'll let you hug me. There's a snake. Be careful not to get bitten." She missed him too. They hadn't been apart for so long before. Snake? Shinmo was surprised and immediately looked around cautiously. Jiangning raised her arm. Here, she was holding the snake's vital point, with its tail coiled around her arm. Thinking of the person on the ground, Jiangning handed the snake's vital point to Shinmo. "Help me hold it." Shinmo didn't expect her to be so brave, daring to catch a snake with his bare hands. After he grasped the snake's vital point, Jiangning took out a silver needle and squatted down. "Suck out the venom." Malizi was panicked now. When he heard Jiangning, he realized what was happening and quickly brought his mouth close to suck out the venom. The venom was spat onto the ground. Jiangning immediately inserted the silver needle into the area around where the snake had bitten Malizi. After a while, she withdrew the needle. "If you don't want to die, go to the county hospital yourself," Jiangning said coldly, removing each silver needle one by one, her eyes full of icy resolve. Malizi was so frightened that he ran away quickly, leaving in a very strange way. Jiangning decided to save this hunter only after seeing Shinmo. If only she and the hunter were on the mountain, and the hunter tried to bully a woman, it would be terrible. What happened? Shinmo sensed something was wrong from her conversation with the stranger. His dark eyes were deep like a pond. "It's nothing." Jiangning looked at the snake in his hand and smiled. "Actually, this guy saved me. Let's release it." Shinmo, being smart, guessed what was going on. His cold eyes fell on the figure that had already run away. Jiangning released the snake. The little creature, having regained its life, twisted its charming body and ran away. Without any obstacle, Shinmo looked at Jiangning with full affection. Just as he was about to hug his wife, an untimely sound interrupted. "Second brother, have you found second sister-in-law?" "I just saw Malizi." Shinmo turned to the side, and Shin Qianqian saw Jiangning. Seeing that Jiangning was safe, she finally relaxed. "Why are you all here?" Jiangning looked at them, surprised to see them together. She was still confused about Shinmo's 3-month task. He had come to find her after only a month. Shinmo honestly said, "Qianqian said you were in danger, so I came quickly." Jiangning looked at her in surprise. "How did you know I was in danger?" Shin Qianqian immediately replied, "When I went to the youth center today, I heard Yuan Jiqing and others say there were wild boars on this mountain, and Malizi was coming here to hunt." Jiangning and Shinmo's faces instantly turned cold. Jiangning and Shinmo exchanged a look. Whether this was accidental or intentional, Jiangning definitely faced danger. She planned to tell the team leader after going down the mountain. Getting down the mountain was not easy. The road was icy and slippery. Shinmo squatted in front of Jiangning and said, "Wife, come up." Jiangning didn't hesitate and immediately leaned onto his broad back. Shen Mo easily stood up, his big hand supporting her rounded hips. Shen Qianqian watched their tender affection. After the second brother saw the second sister-in-law, his eyes seemed glued to her. She suspected that if she weren't there, they might be hugging and doing something she shouldn't see. Jiangning relaxed completely and leaned on Shen Mo's back. With Shen Mo there, she could rely on him fully. Shen Mo responsibly carried her down the mountain. From time to time, she could hear his warm breath and feel the softness behind her. Sometimes they pressed close together, which made him a bit impatient, and his hands became a little restless. Jiangning felt a tickle in her hips. Her face turned slightly red, and without hesitation, she reached out and pinched his ear. "Hubby, you're wrong," Shen Mo whispered only for her to hear, with a smile in his eyes. He was apologizing, but his tone didn't sound sincere. His hand behind her became more honest, and only then did Jiangning let go of him. After they finished descending the mountain, the three of them went straight to the village chief's house. The village chief was surprised to see Jiangning being carried by a man he hadn't seen before. When told that the man was Jiang Doctor's husband, he relaxed. Jiangning's husband had a commanding presence. Just standing there, he gave off a strong, invisible pressure. This made the village chief wonder what kind of work Jiang Doctor's husband did. Despite Jiang's family being sent away, Jiang and her husband were not. This made people think deeply. Jiangning asked Shen Qianqian to tell the village chief about the conversation between the educated youth and Ma Laizi. The village chief didn't expect such things to happen. Now, Jiangning was a special person in their home. Not only had she cured her father-in-law's stroke, but she also healed her wife's rheumatism. Their family was very grateful to her. Since Jiangning almost suffered from such an incident, the village chief wouldn't just stand by. He promised that after verifying the matter with Ma Laizi, they wouldn't consider the three young women for returning to the city. Given the village chief's attitude toward Jiangning, it was clear that whether the matter was verified or not didn't matter much to him. He believed in Jiangning completely. Taking away their city return quotas just to punish those three young women would be too lenient. If they had harmful intentions, they should face the consequences. "I suggest we report this to the police," Shen Mo said coldly, frowning. "They need to understand the harm they're causing to themselves and others." Hearing Shen Mo, the village chief also agreed. This time, they were lucky that no harm was done. If something had happened, the consequences would be serious. The village chief nodded without hesitation. "All right, I will handle this matter." The situation was explained to the team leader, and Shen Qianqian wisely decided to leave. Only Shen Mo and Jiangning were now alone. It was still afternoon. The people at the team leader's house were working in the fields. The only leisurely person was the old man, who went out for a walk. He wouldn't return until dinner time. When they reached the room, Shen Mo wanted to hold his wife, but Jiangning was the first to embrace him. "Are you feeling upset here?" No one could truly upset her. If Shen Mo hadn't come to find her on the mountain, Ma Laizi's outcome wouldn't be any better than it was now. Now that she knew Ma Laizi's situation involved those three young women, once the police were involved, their fate wouldn't be any better either. "I'm not upset, I just miss you." Her voice was as sweet as a gentle bell in spring. In that moment, Shen Mo's heart was filled with happiness and a sweet sense of longing. His wife's concern and family ties were different from others. They were like a warm sun rising in the cold winter, making people look forward to better days. He looked at her fair face, her beautiful phoenix eyes full of tenderness, filled with his love alone. His eyes gradually burned with intense passion. His longing after so many days made it hard to hold back his desire. Shen Mo usually couldn't hide these feelings. Jiangning was a little shy, but she also wanted Shen Mo. However, she knew she couldn't do that here. It wouldn't be proper in someone else's house. Jiangning pushed him gently, her face blushing. "When we go back to the residential area later, I'll do whatever you want, okay? Even a little more is fine." Shen Mo understood her concerns. He suppressed his strong desire and spoke in a husky voice. "Wife, can I kiss you?" Jiangning placed her hands on his shoulders. "If you want to kiss, then kiss. I'll do whatever you want, no need to be so cautious. Shinmo's eyes turned red. Suddenly, he pulled Jiangning back and pressed her against the wall. He supported himself with his hands on the wall, trapping her in that small space. Before she could react, a fierce kiss suddenly fell. It was as if he had been holding back for a long time, and Jiangning fully felt his longing. Shinmo used to kiss his family without knowing how to do it properly, but now he was very skilled. As they kissed, Jiangning's legs went weak, and her lips and mouth were ravaged like a storm. Jiangning's limbs grew weak, and she couldn't help but fall down. But in the next moment, a big hand grabbed her wrists. With just a little force, he pulled her up, holding her hands high above her head. In the past, Shinmo had always been patient with himself. He was afraid his wife wouldn't like him this way. But after a month apart, his longing for her overwhelmed him. Only like this could he feel a little sense of belonging. Jiangning seemed to sense his urgency. She didn't resist at all, letting him hold her hands. She knew that this man couldn't resist a little sweetness and would take more than he should. What could she do? She decided to spoil her man. Just when their chests were about to run out of air, Shinmo reluctantly let her go. The moment he loosened his grip, Jiangning climbed onto his shoulder and stood on her tiptoes to hug him. Jiangning pouted. "My mouth hurts a little. Sorry, wife," Shinmo said in a hoarse voice. Although he apologized, he didn't think he was wrong. His wife had told him not to be so cautious, but when it was time to admit mistakes, he still did. I forgive you," Jiangning said with a smile. Shinmo wanted to kiss her again, but this time Jiangning didn't let him. "Let's not linger. We still need to go to my parents' place." The two of them took a while to calm down before heading to the cattle shed. Jiangning was holding Shinmo's hand as they walked to the cattle shed. During this time, Jiangning had made friends with some villagers. Many single young men in the village had feelings for her. But Jiangning's relationship with the village chief's family was unusual, so no one dared to have bad intentions toward her. Now, seeing her being led away by a man who had never appeared in the village, passing villagers kept glancing at them. When they arrived at the cattle shed, Shun's family was already there. Shun's father and mother saw Shinmo. His father looked emotional but rarely showed excitement, while his mother's eyes instantly turned red. Her expression was full of shock and disbelief, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. As parents, they worried about their son traveling thousands of miles. They hadn't seen their second son in years. Their son was in the army, facing potential danger at any moment. How could they not worry? After a long while, Shun's mother finally stopped crying. At the right moment, Jiangning approached to comfort her, saying, "Mom, you need to rest and take care of yourself. Don't get too happy or too sad." Now, Mother Shin listens to Jiangning. After being sent to a village for a few years, her health has been getting worse. But since her second daughter-in-law arrived, she feels healthier and more energetic every day. All of this is thanks to her obedient second daughter-in-law. Mother Shin doesn't argue with Jiangning. She pats Jiangning's hand and says, "All right, I'll listen to you." Shinmo is a bit surprised. He knows Jiangning is very charming and can make anyone like her. But for Mother Shin to listen to someone other than her husband is rare. Jiangning took the money and meat brought back by the team leader. She personally cooked a few dishes. The family happily gathered around a small table in the pigsty. Since it's winter, Jiangning likes to finish cooking the soup and dishes last, so everyone can enjoy a warm sip while eating. Shinmo is used to helping Jiangning nearby. He is tall and strong, and when he stands in the kitchen, he takes up all the space. Mother Shin and Shin Qianqian try to help but can't squeeze in. Shinmo notices Jiangning's hair, which is tied up with a wooden stick, suddenly fall loose. He instinctively calls out. Before he can say anything, Shinmo catches the fallen stick and helps Jiangning retie her hair. From his skilled movements, it doesn't seem like this is his first time doing such a thing. Mother Shin watches their interaction with a complicated smile on her face. She finally can't help but giggle, her shoulders shaking a little. Her second son, before joining the army, was not very obedient and had a mischievous personality. She never expected that after getting married, he would change so much. Look at him now, his eyes never leave his wife. Jin Yuyan looks on, feeling more and more disappointed. She even glances at her husband beside her. This useless man. They're siblings, born from the same mother. One was sent to a remote, poor place to suffer for 5 years, with no way to escape. Yet, her younger brother is completely fine. Jin Yuyan, who is very beautiful, already feels unbalanced inside. She also feels she is lost completely to the man. In that moment, she clearly sees the huge gap between them. Shin Mo carries the soup. When Jiangning walks over with him, she seems to notice something and exchanges a look with Jin Yuyan. Jiangning is somewhat sensitive to people's emotions. Since she arrived in Day Village, her sister-in-law has seemed to hold some strange hostility toward her. At first, she didn't notice much, but over time, it became clear to everyone. Her sister-in-law and her brother's relationship was actually on the verge of breaking apart, but no one had yet taken the final step to confront it. As time went on, Jin Yuyan had talked to her several times about Shin Mo, seemingly trying to learn about his current situation. She couldn't quite figure out her purpose. Things she couldn't understand, she usually didn't bother to think about. The family hadn't had a warm, hearty meal together in a long time, but they still enjoyed chatting happily. Until Jin Yuyan suddenly asked cautiously, "Little brother-in-law, the new year is coming soon. Do you think our family might have a chance to return to the capital this year?" Her question was a bit too anxious. But she really couldn't hold back anymore. Even after 5 years, seeing Jiangning made her more impatient. She was proud and hated being outdone by others. Her sister-in-law, who was doing better than her and hadn't suffered much, made her feel increasingly disappointed and envious. When Jin Yuyan spoke, both Father Shin and Shin Ziming looked at her with disapproval. Although Shin Mo was in the army, military affairs were confidential. Even if Shin Mo knew something, he couldn't say. Shin Mu and Shin Qianqian, who didn't understand these things, were curious about their family's current situation. If they really could return to the capital, that would be wonderful. Shin Mo had already asked his superiors about their family's situation and received an answer. It wouldn't be long before the Shin family could return to the capital. Everyone in the house was family, and that was why they had no news in this remote village. Places like the capital had already been cleared of troublemakers. It was no secret anymore, and sharing this with family was fine. Jiangning finally understood Jin Yuyan's real reason for asking about Shin Mo. Shin Mo opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly felt a kick under the table. He instinctively glanced at Jiangning, and their eyes met. He swallowed his words and shook his head, saying, "I don't know. I haven't heard of anyone being sent away and able to come back." Jin Yuyan was completely disappointed. She had thought Shin Mo had become an important official when she saw Jiangning, but it turned out she was overthinking. Fortunately, she worked honestly and diligently for a month, but in the end, it was all for nothing. The bigger her hopes, the greater her disappointment. Her jealousy and frustration completely overwhelmed her reason. Gold Jade Yen slammed her bowl and chopsticks down, with no mood to eat anymore. "You can eat if you want. I'm not hungry." Shin Ziming quickly grabbed Gold Jade Yen as she was about to leave, speaking kindly. "Yuyan, don't be upset." Gold Jade Yen couldn't stand seeing him look so helpless. A grown man, but he was useless and looked so pathetic. "Upset? Shin Ziming, if you weren't so useless, would I be upset? I used to only do your silly research, but then I was reported. Are you happy about that? And now I have to suffer with you in this remote place." Her temper flared, and her words became more and more harsh. Finally, she even criticized Jiangning. "And you, the new daughter-in-law you just met, living so well, yet you come here and don't bring any real gifts. Don't you see it's winter now? The family needs clothes. And you, dressed in fine clothes." Before she finished, she was slapped, and her words were cut off by the slap. Jiangning didn't expect this to turn into something about her. She had actually planned to bring a gift for Shin's family from the start. But Shin's family was still in a difficult situation. If she brought attention-grabbing gifts, someone might report her, and she might not even get permission to visit. Shin Ziming's hands trembled. He was usually gentle and never lost his temper with anyone, let alone hit his wife. He knew his wife had suffered with him, so after being sent away, he worked hard every day to make up for what she didn't want to do. He also admitted he was useless. His wife could say whatever she wanted about him, but she shouldn't have brought his sister-in-law into it. Gold Jade Yen covered her face, looking in disbelief. Her voice became sharp and harsh, her face twisted with anger. Shun Ziming, how dare you hit me? Shun Ziming took a deep breath, his tone gentle but cold.
I'm sorry.
I failed to give you a good life, and made you suffer with me. But you have no right to criticize my sister-in-law. This time, Gold Jade Yen slapped Shun Ziming, and then ran out of the barn. The atmosphere inside the house turned icy. Shun Ziming quietly composed himself, looking at Shun Mo and Jiang Ning with an apologetic expression. Sorry, second brother, for making you look like a fool, and for making sister-in-law feel wronged. Shun Mo came over and patted his shoulder. Big brother, our family shouldn't say such things. Jiang Ning also said, Big brother, I don't feel wronged. I also didn't take what the eldest sister-in-law said to heart. Today's dinner ended on a sour note. The Shun family values family harmony very much. When such things happen, it really affects everyone's mood. But because Shun Mo's arrival brought more joy than embarrassment. After dinner, Mother Shin urged Jiang Ning and Shun Mo to rest. They left the pigsty and headed toward the village head's house. The incident today happened suddenly, and Jin Yuan's expression was very clear. Jiang Ning was not afraid to use her worst imagination to guess people's true nature. She had always had a suspicion in her heart, and now that suspicion was becoming clearer. She remembered when she first arrived at Dahu village and stayed at the village head's house, the village head's wife said something to her. Now Jiang Ning reasonably suspects that her sister-in-law might have secretly caused trouble for her brother. Shun Mo was a bit confused about what happened today. He couldn't help but ask, Wife, why didn't you let me tell our parents that they could go back to the capital? If he had said something, today wouldn't have been so awkward. But Shun Mo's question wasn't blaming Jiang Ning. He was just curious. He had just arrived, so he naturally couldn't see things as clearly as Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning said, In the month I've been here, my sister-in-law asked me more than once about your situation in the army. Hearing this, Shun Mo frowned. He didn't have much contact with his sister-in-law, but even the closest relationship wouldn't involve her constantly asking about her brother-in-law. Jiang Ning continued, At first I was also confused. I didn't expect that today, your arrival would reveal her true purpose. Shun Mo was silent for a few seconds. Wife, are you still suspicious of something else? Jiang Ning shot him a quick look, then suddenly stopped. She reached out and rested her hand on Shun Mo's shoulder, a smile on her lips. Shun Mo, you're so clever. We're truly a perfect match. Her husband was a bit naive in matters of love, but in other ways, he was not naive at all. She hadn't even explained herself clearly, yet he had already guessed other things. Jiang Ning felt a little ticklish when he pinched her and continued talking about the previous topic. I can't see any other doubts for now, but she didn't get the answers she wanted from you today. She might do something that would upset your older brother. You mean? Shun Mo's eyes flickered. Some words couldn't be said because they involved family matters. He was also hoping that these were just guesses. Although the topic was a bit heavy, Shun Mo's focus was still on Jiang Ning. Since they rarely met, he still missed Jiang Ning a little. Jiang Ning felt warm inside as he looked at her with his big, puppy-like eyes. But this big dog was actually a wolf dog. When they returned to the captain's house and closed the door, Jiang Ning agreed to him. Even though they didn't finish, she was quite exhausted. Shun Mo gently touched Jiang Ning's slightly swollen lips. My wife, you worked hard. Jiang Ning glared at him. These past 2 days, Zhou En's was very troubled. Since being reminded by Mrs. Zhang the day before, he kept thinking about who would be suitable to send to the machinery factory as the manager. In 2 or 3 days, the people from the machinery and textile factories would leave. This was his last chance. He didn't want to wait any longer. This time, he was determined to get the city return quota. He had always had someone in mind, but he just needed someone to help him. When Zhou En's left Mrs. Zhang's house and was walking in the dark, he suddenly saw a flash of light from a house nearby. He recognized the figure coming out of that house. His eyes widened. Jin Yuyen was carrying a kerosene lamp given by a man and walking out. At this moment, almost everyone in the village had gone to rest, so no one would see her. Plus, that man's house was quite remote. As Jin Yuyen took a few steps, she was suddenly embraced from behind. "Don't go, okay? It's been so long, just let me touch you once. When will you divorce that old guy? If I support you, you won't have to work in the fields. Just stay at home and wait for me every day." Jin Yuyen had already been thinking about divorcing Shin Ziming. But because Jiang Ning's arrival made her think there was still a chance to return to the capital, she set aside this man. She didn't expect that she was just overthinking. "I'll bring up the divorce soon. Don't worry," Jin Yuyen comforted him. Her first secret affair made her realize how tough the single men in this village were. Being with Shin Ziming was dull and plain. She couldn't stand it anymore. Previously, when she was unwilling to get off the bed and be lazy, she would come to this man's house. The man liked her and often gave her wild game to eat. Over time, she realized who was truly the best for her. The man said, "All right, I will wait for you to divorce that old man." On her way back, Jin Yuyen didn't notice anyone following her until Zhou and suddenly spoke. "I saw everything." Startled, Jin Yuyen turned around and saw Zhou An's behind her. "What did you see?" Jin Yuyen steadied herself and pretended nothing had happened. Zhou An smiled faintly. "I saw you coming out of Li Dajuan's house. So, what if I came out of his house?" Jin Yuyen's face showed obvious panic, but she quickly calmed down and didn't show any fear. "Even if you saw it, you are the only one. No one will believe you if you tell." Zhou An saw she was pretending and looked calm on the outside, but inside, he was probably panicking. Jin Yuyen was indeed a little nervous. She hadn't divorced Shin Ziming yet. If this news got out, she would be criticized by many. She needed to divorce Shin Ziming quickly. If Zhou An's caught her doing something wrong once she divorced, even if Zhou An's knew, he wouldn't be able to control her. Seeing her wary of him, Zhou An's had an idea and quickly said, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. But I need you to do me a small favor." Jin Yuyen was surprised. "What kind of favor? You know about the recent recruitment back to the city, right? But I haven't reached my quota yet. I need someone to help me." Zhou An's eyes flickered. The head of the machinery factory likes women from outside. Jin Yuyen was stunned and angrily said, "You want me to do that with the head of the machinery factory?" Zhou An's looked her up and down. "I didn't say that. They want young women, not someone like you." "Old woman?" Jin Yuyen's eyes widened, and her anger grew. "Are you insulting me?" Zhou An's looked at her with disdain. "You're a woman of loose morals. What's the big deal if I curse you? Here's a goal for you. Get Shin Qianqian to come over. The incident I saw today won't be spread around." Jin Yuyen was furious, but then laughed and started to look at Zhou An's carefully. "Zhou An's, I thought you cared deeply for Shin Qianqian. I said you, a pure and honest young person. Why would you risk being scolded to associate with us, the displaced old workers? Turns out, you were just pretending." Both sides' dirty secrets had already been exposed, and they no longer cared about pretending. Jin Yuyen was afraid that Zhou An's might reveal what he saw tonight. Zhou An's needed Jin Yuyen to help him trick Shin Qianqian into sleeping with a factory manager. He only thought of this plan after seeing Jin Yuyen come out of Li Dajuan's house. The young women at the displaced youth camp might return to the city, and they usually traveled in groups. If he tried to trick them, he would likely get caught. That would cause trouble for him. As for the women in the village, they were even harder to deceive. After thinking it over, he decided only Shin Qianqian was suitable. Shin Qianqian was a foolish woman. The displaced old worker still thought highly of himself. They had already broken the barrier of their relationship, but she wouldn't let him touch her, only holding his hand sometimes. He usually didn't like to get his hands dirty. If he tricked Shin Qianqian into sleeping with the factory manager and it got out, it would be bad. Finding Jin Yuyen's secret today was a lucky surprise. People do things for themselves. "I just want to go back to the city." "What's wrong with that?" Zhou An said impatiently. "Will you help me or not? If not, don't interfere with my plans." Otherwise, I might reveal your secret too. Zhou Ans was confident he had leverage over Jin Yuyan. Even if she knew his plan, she wouldn't tell. Even if Jin Yuyan told Shen Qianqian, he could deny it since he hadn't done anything yet. He could even turn the tables and blame her. No matter how he thought about it, he was in a better position. Jin Yuyan wasn't stupid. If Zhou Ens could think of this, she definitely could too. This leverage was indeed troublesome. No, she had to divorce Shen Ziming tomorrow. Once she divorced him, her relationship with Li Dajuan wouldn't be a problem anymore. Thinking of this, Jin Yuyan finally relaxed a little. But now, her main task was to keep Zhou Ens calm. She asked, "What do you want me to do?" Zhou Ens gave her a knowing look and said, "There is a broken wooden house near the mountain behind the village. Tomorrow, find an excuse to take Shen Qianqian there." Tomorrow? Jin Yuyan was surprised that Zhou Ens was in such a hurry. "Tomorrow doesn't work," Zhou Ens replied. "In a couple of days, the leaders of the textile and machinery factories will leave." "I don't have much time," Jin Yuyan said. "The day after tomorrow in the afternoon, I will find an excuse to take her there." Although Zhou Ens was a bit anxious, he knew he couldn't rush everything at once. He nodded and said, "The day after tomorrow it is." "Don't play tricks on me." Jin Yuyan nodded. Regarding Jiang Ning, the team leader acted quickly. The next day, he brought police officers Ma Lizhi and the 3 young women who went hunting with Ma Lizhi up the mountain, all to the yard. The team leader also called Shen Qianqian over. They had to confront her face to face about what happened yesterday. Missing even one person was not acceptable. When the 3 young women saw the police and Ma Lizhi, they looked very nervous, showing obvious signs of guilt. They were all young women who had gone to the countryside relatively late, only in their early 20s, and not yet capable of hiding their true feelings. Ma Lizhi was very excited when he saw the 3 young women. He quickly pointed at Yuan Jiqing and the others and said, "Comrades police, it was these 3 who lied to me, saying there were wild boars on the mountain. That's why I went up there. But there were no wild boars at all. I just realized I was tricked," the police officer coldly said. "Calm down. We are here to get your statement, not to give you a chance to clear your name. Even if they lied to you, it's your own problem that you saw a woman with bad intentions." Hearing Ma Lizhi's words, the 3 young women's faces changed. They quickly said, "Comrade police, he's lying. I didn't say that." At this moment, Shen Qianqian arrived, just in time. She immediately said, "I heard everything. You deliberately led Ma Lizhi up the mountain. You knew my second sister-in-law went to pick herbs, and you intentionally led Ma Lizhi into the mountain to hurt her." Yuan Jiqing was quicker than the other 2 young women. She realized she couldn't rely on them, so she immediately said, "You are all family. Of course, you're helping your sister-in-law. What evidence do you have that I did it on purpose?" Shen Qianqian never expected that people's hearts could be so evil. She clearly did the things herself, yet she refused to admit it. Shen Mo and Jiang Ning arrived in the yard and overheard their conversation. They guessed that the team leader had brought people to verify the story. At that moment, a cold voice from a man sounded behind everyone. "You tried to harm my wife and falsely accused a young woman from the countryside. If you have no proof, you are even more guilty." Everyone instinctively turned to look. But Shen Mo didn't look at him. His gaze was fixed on Ma Lizhi. After saying that, he looked at the police officers arriving. Shen Mo calmly asked, "Officer, if someone commits both hooliganism and framing, what is the punishment?" The police were surprised by his direct question. When there are many people talking, it's easy to overlook important details. The police replied instinctively, 10 years of detention for public criticism and framing. Jiang Ning knew that 7 or 8 years hadn't included hooliganism yet, which would come next year. Committing hooliganism could even mean the death penalty. He was really getting off easy. Hearing that he would be criticized and detained for 10 years, she thought that after 10 years he would be released, and her whole life would be ruined. Thinking of this, Ma Lizhi trembled all over. He was still being stared at by Shen Mo, whose eagle-like eyes radiated coldness, as if they could freeze his blood. It gave him the feeling that if he didn't honestly confess, his life might be taken. After speaking, he took 5 yuan out of his most close-fitting clothes pocket. Look, there's a tiny character in the corner of this money. Yuan Jiqing saw him take out the 5 yuan, and her face suddenly turned pale.
How could she forget about this?
Their youth team was packed tightly together, and the money on them had small marks. If money was lost, they could find it again based on the marks. If the money was stolen, having the mark made it even easier to recover. A young woman, who was a knowledge youth, quickly said to save herself, "Yuan, this is your money. Look, the corner has your name with the character Yuan written on it." "Yes, Yuan, this is your money." Yuan, feeling angry, glared at her usually good friend. She didn't expect that in this situation, not only would they not help her, but they would also betray her. The police officer looked at the money and understood from Yuan's expression. He immediately said, "Comrade, what do you have to say now?" Then, the police officer signaled to his partner to detain Yuan. Only after being caught did Yuan realize that her life was over. The police then turned to the 2 women who had betrayed her and said seriously, "Anyone who knows the truth but doesn't report it, come with us." The 2 women looked panicked. When they were caught, they tried to struggle, but the police warned them, "We don't hold back when we take action. If you get hurt, it's not our fault." Jiang Ning watched as Ma Lizhi and the 3 crying young women were taken away, with no sympathy at all. These women had used dirty tricks against her, but she couldn't stoop to their level. Still, punishing them in another way was fine. Those who harm others end up harming themselves. Jiang Ning always believed in revenge for enemies and gratitude for kindness. She remembered Shun Qianqian's kindness. Now that the bad people had been taken away by the police, Jiang Ning felt very happy. Suddenly, she tilted her head and said to Shin Qianqian, "Want to become fair-skinned?" Shin Qianqian instinctively touched her face. She had been sent to Daya village for 5 years. Daily labor had made her body thinner, and her once fair skin had become dark and rough. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, she couldn't help but feel hopeful and excited. She grabbed Jiang Ning's arm and asked, "Second sister-in-law, do you have a way?" Jiang Ning looked at Shin Qianqian and had to admit that Shin's family had good genes, especially Shin Qianqian, who grew up with her parents' good looks. Because of long-term sun exposure, her skin had accumulated a lot of melanin, just like Li Xingyue. Jiang Ning planned to make some whitening cream and 3 white ointment for Shin Qianqian to improve her skin. If combined with acupuncture, it wouldn't take long to improve her complexion. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow and said, "As long as I want, I can make your skin as good as mine." "That's not a problem." Shin Qianqian opened her eyes wide. She immediately moved to Jiang Ning's side and pushed Shan Mo aside. She looked at Jiang Ning with sparkling eyes and called out, "Second sister-in-law." Shan Mo looked at his sister helplessly. He felt like there might be another person in the family competing for his wife in the future. When he saw his parents yesterday, even though he hadn't seen them for years, he only paid a brief visit and then lost interest quickly. He suspected that his wife might actually be his parents' biological daughter, and he was just a son-in-law. Girls' friendships tend to form quickly, and this incident suddenly brought Jiang Ning and Shin Qianqian closer. Jiang Ning also noticed that Shin Mo's sister, aside from being a bit love-struck, didn't have many problems. But that love-struck trait was something she needed to fix, or else she might get taken advantage of and end up helping others count money. Jiang Ning was holding Shin Qianqian's arm, while Shun and Mo lagged behind, walking with the 2 girls. As they reached the door of the cattle shed, they heard a loud slap. Immediately after, there was a sharp, nagging voice like a quarrelsome woman. "Shin Ziming, I don't care. We must get a divorce." Shin Ziming's tone remained gentle. "Yu Yan, divorce isn't good for your reputation. I hope you think carefully about this." Yu Yan was now completely focused on divorcing Shin Ziming and didn't notice that he was still considering her reputation. She impulsively pointed at Shin Ziming's chest. "I've already thought it through. I married you, and only had a good year before being sent to this godforsaken place. I'm fed up. You can't even give me what happens in bed." Jiang Ning didn't expect to hear such words. She was shocked. She quickly covered Shin Qianqian's ears. Shin Mo instinctively wanted to explain for his older brother and whispered, "Cough, being sent away means the whole family lives in one house, and we can't do that kind of thing." "I know," Jiang Ning replied with a soft cough. Yuyen's voice came again from inside the cattle shed. You're just useless. Can't lift a hand, can't shoulder anything. Doing more farm work makes you so tired you faint. Even if you do a lot, you only get the lowest work points. I have to live like this forever. I can't go on, and I don't want to stay with you anymore. Yuyen was so anxious that she insisted on arguing for a divorce from Shin Ziming today, and there was another reason for her urgency. Last night, Zhou En's discovered the matter with Li Dajuan, so she must immediately divorce Shin Ziming. Once divorced, Zhou En's leverage will no longer be useful. She has never been a soft person who can be easily manipulated. This marriage must end without delay. Dear friends, please leave a good review and support with some free flowers. Shin Ziming knows he is not a strong man, not as tough as the men in the village, and not as capable as his second brother. But he used to have a good job at the research institute, unfortunately. All of that is now in the past. Shin Ziming still wants to try to make his wife change her mind about divorce. Yuyen, if we work hard together, life will get better. We even have a chance to go back to the capital, right? Jean Yuyen sneers. Getting better? Going back to the capital? After all these years, I only see life getting worse. If we could really go back, we would have gone long ago. Why would we still be suffering here? She has endured 5 years of this life. She once thought Shen Mo was promising, giving her hope to return to the capital, but it turned out to be just her self-deception. Seeing her determined to divorce, Shen Ziming still hopes to delay a little longer. Maybe, after some time, Jean Yuyen will no longer want a divorce. Now, divorce and suffering are mostly associated with women. At least, they are a married couple. He doesn't want to see Jean Yuyen being gossiped about. When Jean Yuyen sees Shin Ziming silent, she suddenly throws herself at him, shouting loudly and starts kicking and hitting him with her hands and feet. Shin Ziming, I want a divorce. I want a divorce. Shin Ziming is hurt by her beating, but physical pain is nothing compared to the pain in his heart. He had planned to be a good husband to Jean Yuyen for life, but he never expected her resentment towards him to be so deep. Shen Mo and the others are outside. No matter how close brothers are, they can't interfere in their marriage. It wasn't until they heard the sounds of fists and kicks that Shen Mo rushed inside. Shin Qianqian also ran in after him. When Jiang Ning entered, Shen Mo and Shin Qianqian had already separated Shin Ziming and Jean Yuyen. Gold Jade Yan's words were full of anger. Shin Ziming, if you think we still have even a little bit of feelings, then immediately go to the city and get a divorce. Shin Ziming lowered his head, without speaking. Every word from Gold Jade Yan made him feel very hurt. He really wanted to hold on a little longer, but now he couldn't keep going. Shin Qianqian pulled hard on Gold Jade Yan. She was surprised that things at home had become so bad. Sister-in-law, you should think carefully about such a big decision to divorce. Gold Jade Yan pushed Shin Qianqian away without warning. Get out of my way, don't grab me. Shin Qianqian was pushed back 2 steps and was caught by Jiang Ning, who had just come in. She immediately turned to Jiang Ning and said, Second sister-in-law, you should say something too. There's nothing to say. Jiang Ning wasn't planning to get involved in this matter. Shin Ziming looked disappointed. The household registration page isn't with me. This was his last hope. The household registration page was always kept by their parents. If Gold Jade Yan wanted a divorce, she had to get past their parents first. If their parents didn't want them to divorce, then it wasn't settled yet. Suddenly, Gold Jade Yan said, The household registration page is with me. She rushed to the bed, took out the page she had secretly hidden, hers and Shin Ziming's. Shin's father and mother were old-fashioned and stubborn. She knew they wouldn't agree to the divorce, so she secretly took her and Shin Ziming's page, waiting for the right moment to divorce him. Shin Ziming looked at her in disbelief. Had their relationship already reached this point? She even did something so sneaky as hiding the household registration page, just waiting to divorce him. Shin Ziming smiled bitterly. He thought Gold Jade Yan suddenly wanted a divorce out of anger. Turns out, she had planned it long ago. He was worried about her being judged or criticized by others, about her being betrayed. Forget it, forget it. Shin Ziming said, I will ask the team leader for leave. After that, we will go to the city and get a divorce. When he heard Shin Ziming was willing to divorce, gold jade, Yen stopped acting out and looked quite pleased. Since they couldn't go back to the way things were, she had to prepare for herself. Following Shun Ziming meant suffering for a lifetime, but staying with Li Dajuan meant she could often eat meat. Only a fool would know who to choose. Shun Ziming went to ask the team leader for leave. The team leader's family is very understanding, and since Jiang Ning has a special relationship with them, they easily approved the leave without any trouble. Jin Yuyen went with Shun Ziming to the county town to get a divorce. Shun's parents only found out in the morning after work that their eldest son and daughter-in-law went to the city to divorce. However, they just exchanged a glance and didn't seem too shocked. Jin Yuyen had been unhappy staying in the Shun family for a long time. Divorce was only a matter of time. The atmosphere in the Shun family was a bit heavy, as divorce was rare in these times. Jiang Ning acted as if she didn't care and was busy cooking in the kitchen. She even happily took out a big piece of fresh meat. Shun Mo instinctively went to help her. Shun Mo whispered so only they could hear, "I didn't expect things to happen so quickly." The day before, they received news that they could never return to the capital, and the next day, Jin Yuyen couldn't help but insist on divorcing. As for his other guests, Jin Yuyen had already divorced her older brother and had little connection with the Shun family anymore. Jiang Ning was a bit late in cooking. After spending a long time with Shinmo's family, she felt a sense of belonging. Eating together as a family was much better than eating alone in loneliness. She timed her cooking so that when Shun Ziming and Jin Yuyen returned from the divorce, the lunch was just ready. After Jin Yuyen divorced Shun Ziming, the feeling of being choked up disappeared instantly. She felt refreshed and even walked with a spring in her step. Jin Yuyen went back to the cow shed with Shun Ziming. Her belongings were still in the cow shed. When they returned, the Shun family's gaze on Jin Yuyen was very indifferent. Jin Yuyen was slightly stunned. This calmness was different from what she had expected. The house still smelled strongly of stir-fried dishes. Jiang Ning and Shun Mo carried the cooked dishes to the table. Jiang Ning glanced at Jin Yuyen and said to Shun Ziming, "Big brother is back. Wash your hands and come eat." Jin Yuyen felt a bit upset. This wasn't what she wanted to see. Without her, the Shun family should be getting worse. If it weren't for her cooking every day, the family wouldn't have hot meals right after work. Her gaze shifted to the bright and charming figure. It was all because of Jiang Ning. Since Jiang Ning arrived, the Shun family's attitude had changed. Jin Yuyen's hand, hanging at her side, clenched tightly. Shun Ziming looked a bit defeated. He looked at Shun's parents and said, "Dad, Mom, I want to talk to you about something." Shun's mother replied, "Son, go ahead." Shun Ziming said, "I and Yu Yan are already divorced. It's not right for us to sleep in the same bed. From now on, I will sleep with Dad and Mom. You and Qian can sleep together." Shun's mother couldn't help but sigh. Her eldest son was gentle and kind-hearted. Even after divorcing Jin Yuyen, he still cared about her. Jin Yuyen originally wanted to tell the Shun family about Li Dajuan now, but when she saw Jiang Ning, she changed her mind. She still needed to stay in the Shun family to help Zhou An's with that matter. But she wanted to choose someone else for that. As a daughter-in-law of the Shun family, why should she suffer so much hardship while Jiang Ning's life was so good? After the sleeping arrangements were made, the family sat down to eat. Jin Yuyen was the only outsider. Jiang Ning was growing to like the Shun family more and more. If she had to deal with someone unreasonable like Jin Yuyen, who had just divorced her eldest brother, she would be kicked out. There was no way she would stay in the barn. But sometimes, people are too kind and only get taken advantage of by those who don't appreciate it. Jiang Ning often met Jin Yuyen's gaze. The envy and scheming in her eyes couldn't hide from Jiang Ning's sharp eyes. At first, Jiang Ning didn't understand why Jin Yuyen hated her so much, but after a month of contact, she understood clearly. Jealousy can sometimes burn a person's reason away. What Jiang Ning had now was what Jin Yuyen wanted but didn't have, so she was jealous of herself. Facing Jin Yuyen's resentment, Jiang Ning was not afraid. Many things can't be avoided just by wanting to. After dinner, Jiang Ning and Shun Mo went for a walk on the field to digest their food. "By the way, don't you have a 3-month task?" Jiang Ning suddenly remembered this. Since yesterday, after seeing Shen, many things had been delayed. Now, the two of them finally had some relaxed and pleasant time together. Shen said, "The first phase of the task is over. I have 3 days off." 3 days? Jiang Ning counted the days and widened her eyes. "So you'll leave tomorrow?" Shen looked at his wife and nodded hard. "Yes, I have to leave early tomorrow." Previously, he didn't have much feeling for the passage of time, but now, whenever he stays with his wife, time seems to speed up. When he learned that Shen was leaving, Jiang Ning valued their time together even more. They spent the whole afternoon being affectionate. That night, Jiang Ning couldn't sleep and kept staring at Shen. Finally, she was so sleepy that she leaned on Shen's chest and fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Ning woke up very late. When she opened her eyes, Shen was no longer beside her. She sat on the bed feeling a little sad before getting up. When she left the room, the captain's wife was still at home. Seeing Jiang Ning wake up, she smiled and brought out the breakfast she had prepared for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning ate her breakfast while the captain's wife sat nearby shelling peanuts. She kept glancing at Jiang Ning from time to time while shelling peanuts. Jiang Ning noticed she had something to say. "Aunt Wu, just tell me. I've been staying at your house for a month. Is there anything we can't talk about?" The captain's wife was growing more fond of Jiang Ning. Hearing this, she couldn't help but start talking. "Dr. Jiang, today I saw your sister-in-law walking closely with Zhou An's." They talked for quite a while in the woods. Jiang Ning was surprised. "Zhou An's?" "Yes. Actually, Zhou An's is quite flirtatious. He used to flirt with young women, especially the educated youth. My husband says Zhou An's has recently been trying to get close to the village widow, who is the women's director of the commune," the captain's wife explained. "He probably wants to use her to get a city job at the machinery factory. Before he gets serious with Xin Qianqian, you should warn her not to get too close to Zhou An's." Jiang Ning listened carefully to what the captain's wife said. After a month of contact, Jiang Ning really wanted to give her a medal for being the head of the intelligence department. She had heard so many shocking secrets from her during this time. As for Zhou An's, now, young educated youths who want to return to the city either take the college entrance exam or wait for factories to recruit workers, then get recommendations from village officials. In this village for a month, Jiang Ning already knew that Shenmo's sister had given away all the skincare products he bought for her. Xin Qianqian was not malicious, she was just a bit naive. Men easily deceive her with just a few words, leaving her confused about everything. Jiang Ning now roughly understands why Zhou An's is trying to flirt with Xin Qianqian. Xin Qianqian has free skincare products that Zhou can give as gifts, helping him achieve his goal of returning to the city. It's understandable that Zhou An's tries to trick Xin Qianqian and even flirts with the village head's widow, Zhang Guofu. But Jin Yuyan has no use for him. Why are they still involved with each other? After breakfast, Jiang Ning went to the cattle shed. As she arrived at the door, she overheard Jin Yuyan talking to Xin Qianqian. "Qianqian." Jin Yuyan warmly took Xin Qianqian's hand. Xin Qianqian frowned slightly and said softly, "You're no longer my sister-in-law, so don't call me so affectionately." Jin Yuyan wasn't upset. She knew Xin Qianqian was a bit naive. She straightforwardly said, "Qianqian, I know you don't like me, but you can't ignore the mushrooms and wood-ear fungi in the mountains. I saw many today on the eastern mountain. I even picked some, but I can't gather much alone. Why don't you call Jiang Ning, and we can go pick some together?" She pointed at the basket nearby as she spoke. Jiang Ning outside listened, but didn't think much of it at first. However, Jin Yuyan suddenly mentioning her name made her more cautious. Xin Qianqian saw the mushrooms in the basket and hesitated. "Why don't I go with you to pick mushrooms?" "Why call second sister-in-law?" Xin Qianqian said, already grabbing her basket to leave. But Jin Yuyan quickly stopped her. "Bring Jiang Ning along. More people mean more strength. If we go together, we can pick more. I saw many people heading to the mountain today. If we don't go now, they'll probably pick all the mushrooms." Jin Yuyan kept urging Xin Qianqian to invite Jiang Ning to go mushroom picking. Jin Yuyan didn't like her much to begin with. The more unusual her behavior, the more suspicious it seemed. All right, I'll go call second sister-in-law. Shen Qianqian agreed, getting up to leave the cattle shed. Jiang Ning hid behind the house as Shen Qianqian left. She didn't want to be seen and headed straight to the village head's house. Seeing Shen Qianqian leave, Jin Yuyan couldn't hide her smile. Now that she had handled this, she just needed to see what Zhou Ans was up to. Jiang Ning hid behind the cattle shed, brainstorming. Now she's sure that Jin Yuyan's strange behavior is aimed at her. Jiang Ning took a shortcut and stopped Shin Qinqin, who was heading to the captain's house. When Shin Qinqin saw Jiang Ning, she said, "Second sister-in-law, the eldest sister-in-law said there are fresh mushrooms on the East Mountain. I'm not going to the fields today. Let's go pick mushrooms on the mountain." Jiang Ning held Shin Qinqin's arm and said, "Let's go now." "Huh?" Shin Qinqin asked. "I haven't taken a basket." "Let's go home first and get a basket." "Did Jin Yuyan is still waiting for us at home?" Jiang Ning calmly said, "I suspect Jin Yuyan wants to harm me." "Really?" Shin Qinqin was surprised. "Second sister-in-law, what are you talking about? How could Jin Yuyan want to hurt you?" "That's illegal," Jiang Ning replied. "She's not at home right now. Come with me to a place first." Shin Qinqin looked confused but followed Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning had a guess, but she still needed to confirm it. They arrived at the foot of the East Mountain and saw Jin Yuyan and Zhou Ans standing together, apparently discussing something. Jiang Ning pulled Shin Qinqin behind a large rock. Jin Yuyan and Zhou Ans chose a remote place to talk, and they didn't bother to lower their voices. Change of person, Zhou Ans was surprised that Jin Yuyan suddenly changed her plan. Jin Yuyan nodded. "Yes, I've convinced Shin Qinqin, that fool. She'll bring Jiang Ning to the mountain later. Be ready to make Jiang Ning faint and deliver her to the manager of the machinery factory." Jiang Ning looks much prettier than Shin Qinqin, with a charming look. The other person will definitely be satisfied. They were plotting without caring about being overheard, but they didn't realize that Jiang Ning and Shin Qinqin, hiding behind the big rock, heard every word. Zhou Ans was annoyed and embarrassed when Jin Yuyan disrupted their plan. "What do you know? Shin Qinqin may not be as pretty as Jiang Ning, but she's a virgin. No man likes women who have been played with." Shin Qinqin was stunned. Hearing Jin Yuyan's scheme to harm Jiang Ning, she thought Jin Yuyan was vicious. But Zhou Ans's words made her feel a cold chill from head to toe. "Anyway, I prefer you to give Jiang Ning to the person in charge at the machinery factory. When Shen Qianqian and Jiang Ning arrive, I will find a way to distract Shen Qianqian first. If you don't listen to me, you won't succeed in this plan. After all, which woman isn't given away? You just want to get the work transfer back to the city, right?" Zhou Ans was silent for a few seconds. "Aren't you afraid I'll tell Shin family about you finding men outside?" Jin Yuyan was confident. "Go ahead and tell. I already divorced Shin Ziming yesterday. Even if I bring a man in front of Shin Ziming, he can't say a word." Zhou Ans was a bit surprised. No wonder Jin Yuyan didn't discuss her plan with him beforehand. It turns out she had already divorced Shin Ziming. Shin Qianqian clenched her fists tightly. She didn't expect that the big sister-in-law she had called for so many years was actually a wicked woman. Not only did she cheat on her brother, but now she also wanted to harm the second sister-in-law. Shin Qianqian was full of hatred and anger. She wanted to rush out and confront those two people. Just as she was about to do so, Jiang Ning grabbed her arm. "Anger won't solve the problem," Jiang Ning reminded her. Shin Qianqian, suddenly listening to Jiang Ning's words, calmed down. She steadied herself and grabbed Jiang Ning's hand. "Second sister-in-law, they're scheming against us and the Shen family. I don't want them to have a good time." Yes. In this situation, even if she rushed out, she could only get some verbal satisfaction. Making someone uncomfortable is enough to destroy what they are desperately trying to achieve. "How do you want to make them suffer?" Jiang Ning asked with guidance. "They want something, but I won't let them have it easily," Shin Qianqian said through gritted teeth. "Zhou Ans wants to get the work transfer back to the city, so I'll make all his plans fail. And Jin Yuyan, she betrayed my brother and schemed against you, second sister-in-law." At this point, Shin Qianqian paused. Jin Yuyan was no longer considered part of the Shin family. Even if she told her older brother and parents about Jin Yuyen finding men outside, it wouldn't help. Jiang Ning's lips curled slightly, then leaned close to Shin Qianqian's ear and whispered a few words. Shin Qianqian's eyes widened with joy, her happiness barely hidden. She tightly held Jiang Ning's arm, barely holding back her urge to jump up. Second sister-in-law, can we really go home now? Really, Jiang Ning confirmed with certainty. Shin Qianqian immediately thought of Jin Yuyen. After being sent down for 5 years, Jin Yuyen has always hoped to return to the capital someday. If she gets married in the village now, she will never be able to leave this place in her life. Jiang Ning gave her a look that said she was easy to teach. Sometimes, death isn't scary. It's just a quick cut across the neck. Killing and hurting someone's feelings is much worse. Jiang Ning said, "Today, we will help Jin Yuyen settle this matter." "How?" Shin Qianqian asked with doubt. Jiang Ning quietly explained her plan. Shin Qianqian listened and worried. "Second sister-in-law, I don't trust you to handle Zhou, Ens, and Jin Yuyen alone." Jiang Ning said, "Just go call Li Dajuan to come over from the mountain. After notifying Li Dajuan, then you can find the team leader." Knowing who Jin Yuyen's lover was thanks to the team leader's wife. Shin Qianqian ran to find Li Dajuan. Jiang Ning stayed behind for a while, then borrowed a basket from a nearby farmer and headed toward the foot of the mountain. Jin Yuyen saw Jiang Ning from afar, signaled Zhou Ens to hide, and looked for a chance to make Jiang Ning faint. Zhou Ens had prepared a sleeping potion hidden in his handkerchief. Jin Yuyen saw Jiang Ning walking alone and was a bit confused. She had already made an excuse, planning to lure Shin Qianqian away first if she came along. Zhou Ens, a man, was confident he could handle Jiang Ning alone. She didn't expect Jiang Ning to come alone. Jiang Ning spoke first to dispel Jin Yuyen's doubts. Qianqian said she had something to do, so I came up the mountain to find you and pick mushrooms together. Jin Yuyen hesitated for a moment, but quickly brightened, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Things were going too smoothly. It seemed even heaven was helping her. Her life had been so miserable, but Jiang Ning was living so well. Thinking about Jiang Ning being mistreated by another man, Shin family members would surely stop wanting her as a daughter-in-law. She felt a strange sense of relief. If she blamed anyone, it was Jiang Ning for always coming to show off how well she was doing. Good. The more she flaunted, the more she would be condemned after today. Thinking of Jiang Ning's imminent downfall, Jin Yuyen's lips curled into a wicked smile. Jin Yuyen and Jiang Ning walked together into the mountains. Since Shin Qianqian was not there, she didn't need to rush away. She could help Zhou Ens to knock Jiang Ning out. Now, their plan against Jiang Ning was foolproof. After walking for a while, Jiang Ning estimated it was about the right time. The footsteps behind her grew closer. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and a silver needle flashed with cold light. Without hesitation, she stabbed the needle into Fengqi Point at the back of Jin Yuyen's neck. Jin Yuyen only felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck, then everything went black and white, and her vision blurred. Zhou Ens was right behind them. He didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. His heart started pounding. Had their plan been discovered? This was his only chance to get the city return permit. Zhou Ens took out a handkerchief from his pocket. It was laced with sleeping poison he had prepared. As long as Jiang Ning inhaled the poison, she would fall asleep. Just as Jiang Ning pulled out the silver needle from Jin Yuyen's neck, footsteps behind her suddenly grew closer. A hand covered her mouth and nose. Jiang Ning froze for a second, her eyes flashing with panic and anger. She immediately held her breath, trying not to inhale the poison from the handkerchief. Zhou Ens was determined. He pressed down hard on Jiang Ning's mouth and nose. Soon, the sleeping poison in the cloth began to take effect, and she struggled less and less in his arms. A glint appeared in Zhou Ens' eyes. When he was sure Jiang Ning had completely lost consciousness, he relaxed his grip. At that moment, just as Zhou Ens let go, Jiang Ning suddenly raised both hands and grabbed Zhou Ens' hand that was about to withdraw. Seizing the moment when he was momentarily unprepared, she quickly turned around and forcefully covered his mouth with her hand. This was a hold she learned from Shunemo. When restrained, you must wait until the hunter relaxes, then strike back. During Jiangning's resistance, Zhou En's breathing became ragged. His eyes widened suddenly. The sleeping poison entered his nose, and the effects kicked in quickly. He had used the strongest poison he could find to ensure success. He never expected that this poison would be ineffective against Jiangning. Realizing the poison was taking effect and that he was no longer a threat, Jiangning slowly loosened her grip. Zhou En's then fell backward, straight and stiff. Jiangning clapped her hands, then crouched down to take a cloth from his hand, gently smelling it near her nose. She only sniffed once before pulling it away. Inside, there was not only a sleeping drug, but also an aphrodisiac that could make people feel love. Jiangning glanced at Zhou En's, who was lying on the ground and showing signs of waking up. He was dazed, reaching out and tugging at his collar. She helped the unconscious Jin Yuyan onto Zhou En's and then took Zhou En's handkerchief to cover Jin Yuyan's mouth and nose. She never thought of herself as a kind person. If someone wanted to hurt her, she would fight back with the same methods. Seeing the two tangled together, Jiangning picked up a basket of mushrooms from the ground and went into the mountains to pick more. After gathering some mushrooms and checking the time, she started heading back. Before she got close, she heard sounds of fists hitting flesh and a man shouting angrily. "You dare to touch Yuan!" Jiangning stood in a wide-open area, able to see everything below clearly. A third person appeared, whom Jiangning guessed was Jin Yuyan's lover, Li Dajuan. Jin Yuyan and Zhou En's looked confused and dazed. Zhou En's was angry and suddenly got punched and kicked, now only half-conscious and uncomfortable. Li Dajuan kept hitting Zhou En's, seeming determined to beat him until he was exhausted. Jiangning watched coldly as everything unfolded. Zhou En's was already covered in blood. Li Dajuan only paid attention to Jin Yuyan after he felt satisfied that Zhou En's was beaten enough. He carefully held her in his arms. When he saw them hugging, their clothes half undone. Now that he was sure Zhou En's hadn't succeeded, he finally relaxed. Otherwise, he would have beaten Zhou En's to death. "Dajuan, it's so uncomfortable. Help me," Jin Yuyan said with a faint look of clarity in her eyes. Seeing Li Dajuan, she desperately tore at her clothes, revealing her fair, rounded figure. Li Dajuan's eyes widened as he looked at her. He already had feelings for Jin Yuyan. Her teasing made it impossible for him to hold back. Without hesitation, Li Dajuan leaned and tore her soft, white skin. Soon, footsteps approached from a distance. Leading the group was Shin Qianqian, followed by the squad leader, his wife, and Shin Dage, along with Shin's father and mother. As a few people approached, they heard a flirtatious, hurried voice. Did June, you're so amazing. If it weren't for you these past few years, I would have been lonely to death." The group coming over was stopped by the team leader who shouted, "What are you all doing?" Mr. and Mrs. Shun were surprised to see this scene, and when Shin Ziming saw Jin Yuyan lying in Li Dajuan's arms, calling out to another man for being so great, his face turned pale. He immediately turned away, unwilling to watch. He felt a tight, uncomfortable feeling inside, like being stuffed with cotton. The team leader was shocked that such a thing was happening in the village. He slapped his thigh and pointed at Li Dajuan, saying, "Li Dajuan, do you know who you're holding? Are you cheating with a married woman? Do you want to be taken for public criticism?" Li Dajuan didn't expect so many people to come. He quickly adjusted Jin Yuyan's clothes to hide her exposed skin. He frowned and said, "What married woman? Yuyan has already divorced that old man from the Shin family." Then he pointed at Zhou En's, who was on the ground, breathing heavily. He should be the one to be criticized. When I arrived, he even dared to try to assault Yuyan. At this moment, a figure approached gracefully. "What's going on here?" Everyone instinctively turned to look. Jiangning was coming down from the mountain with a basket. Shen Qinqin saw that Jiangning was safe and let out a breath of relief. Suddenly, Jiangning went to Zhou En's side, picked up a handkerchief next to him. Now, everyone's attention was on Jin Yuyan and Li Dajuan, so she needed to push things along. Jiangning first opened her water bottle and poured water on Zhou En's face. He immediately woke up. As soon as he was alert, the pain in his body overwhelmed his senses. Zhou En's anger flared up at Li Dajuan. He lunged forward, shouting, "Ah! How dare you hit me?" Li Dajuan swung a fist at him. "You did that to Yen? Even if I beat you to death, so what? I didn't," Zhou En's instinctively denied. "There's medicine on this handkerchief," Jiangning suddenly said, holding Zhou En's handkerchief and pretending to smell it. Zhou En's expression turned panicked. When he heard the voice and looked at Jiangning, as if he remembered something, his face gradually turned deathly pale. He originally planned to scheme against Jiangning, but unexpectedly, he was outsmarted. "You say you didn't do it, but how do you explain the medicine on this handkerchief?" Captain trusted Jiangning completely. When Jiangning said there was medicine on the handkerchief, he believed her. Zhou En's was left speechless by the question. This medicine was used to confuse prey, not to seduce. The drug's effect is too strong. Jin Yuyen and I accidentally got some on us. At this point, the evidence of the medicine on the handkerchief was undeniable. No matter how he denied it, he couldn't escape. He also couldn't insist that the handkerchief wasn't his, as everyone at the youth training station knew it belonged to him. Once asked, he would be exposed. Clatter, Jin Yuyen, who was nearby, was also affected by Jiangning's actions and gradually regained her clarity. She had already regained consciousness earlier, but her body was out of her control. She was from the capital, and just thinking about how she had been clinging to Li Dajuan and was seen by the Shin family made her feel ashamed and humiliated. But who forced her into this? It was all because of Shin Ziming, that useless person with no achievements. Jin Yuyen blamed all her suffering on Shin Ziming and the Shin family, and her shame quickly disappeared. She glared at Jiangning with hatred. All her plans had been carefully thought out, yet Jiangning didn't fall into their trap. Instead, she almost got involved with Zhou En's and even revealed Li Dajuan's existence to the Shin family. She had initially wanted to stay longer at the Shin family. Shin Ziming owed her, and even after their divorce, he allowed her to stay in the pigsty and didn't force her to work. Jiangning's lips curled into a faint smile as she looked back confidently. Her eyes are bigger, and she hasn't lost yet. Seeing Jin Yuyen and Zhou En's plans fail, are they happy? She was very happy. Moreover, Jin Yuyen and Zhou En's were in such a situation now that they didn't dare to betray her. They had planned everything first. If the captain saw what happened, they could still argue. But if things turned into deliberate harm, Zhou En's and Jin Yuyen would end up like those 3 young women, taken away by the police. They knew clearly what was more important. The team leader saw the scene and felt a bit tired. He sternly said, "Zhou En's, whether you use this medicine to trap prey or not, the fact is you hurt a female comrade. You made a serious mistake in the team, and this time, your work transfer back to the city is not approved. Without my recommendation letter, you can't go back to the city. From now on, you'll work in the fields and earn the lowest work points. Work hard and correct your attitude." When Zhou En's heard that his transfer back to the city was denied, he couldn't stop trembling. What scared him the most was the last part, work hard and correct your attitude. It sounded like they wanted him to be reformed through labor, just like Shin Jia, who was sent for re-education. The team leader is the most influential person in the village. He was right. Without his recommendation letter, Zhou En's couldn't leave the village. He was just an ordinary person from the city, with no wealth or high status. He couldn't use connections to leave the village. So he tried to flirt with the women's director, but in the end, he gained nothing. Instead, he was blacklisted by the team leader. Zhou En's face turned pale. Does this mean he will never leave this village in his life? After finishing with Zhou En's, the team leader looked at Jin Yuyen, who was being held by Li Dajuan. Suddenly, he felt a strange, choking feeling in his chest. When he arrived earlier, he and the Shin family heard Jin Yuyen say things like, "These years, loneliness, etc." He wasn't stupid. He could tell that Shin Jia's wife had already been flirting with Li Dajuan from the village. breaking up a marriage could land someone in jail or be publicly criticized. Lee Da-jun was a proper villager from Hehe village. If this news got out, their team would never be considered advanced. When Jin Yuyen said she had divorced Shin Ziming, he even felt relieved. The team leader then looked at Lee Da-jun and said, "Lee Da-jun, since you're with Jin Yuyen, go to the city and get the marriage certificate. I'll write a recommendation letter for you. As long as Lee Da-jun and Jin Yuyen get married and have a proper relationship, rumors won't matter much." Lee Da-jun agreed without hesitation and nodded, "Okay, we'll go get the certificate soon." When he was with Jin Yuyen, he had long hoped she would divorce Shin Jia. Watching the scene, Jiangning didn't expect Lee Da-jun to truly love Jin Yuyen. She asked Shin Qianqian to find Lee Da-jun, hoping that under the pressure of the village team leader, Lee Da-jun would marry Jin Yuyen. By the time the Shin family's exoneration notice arrived, Jin Yuyen had already married someone from Dae village. Later, she planned to stay with the Shin family and return to the capital. That's impossible. Jin Yuyen leaned against Lee Da-jun, looking unwell. Actually, she had a reason for constantly bothering Lee Da-jun. The rough men in this village were stronger and more capable than Shin Ziming, who was useless. After being sent down with the Shin family for years, if she didn't find some happiness, she would have gone crazy. Moreover, Lee Da-jun listened to her and was easily manipulated by her. As for marriage, she never really thought about it. This man, who was only strong and illiterate, could hunt wild animals and bring her some pleasure in bed, but was useless elsewhere. Jin Yuyen didn't really want to register their marriage. Who was the village team leader? He naturally has the skill to manage the whole village and see through people's true intentions. He immediately saw that Jin Yuyen wasn't sincere about Lee Da-jun. He felt a bit sorry for the Shin family. They had been working honestly in the fields for years, and now they had such a daughter-in-law. He glanced at Jiangning standing nearby. The contrast was really stark. The team leader looked at his wife, and she immediately said, "There have been rumors in the village about you two. If you don't want to be embarrassed and be taken around the village, you'd better get married officially." Jin Yuyen had never heard of such a bad custom in the countryside. After being sent down for a few years, she saw someone in the village being punished for mistakes, being tied up and paraded around, receiving insults and contempt from everyone. Thinking about how people might stare at her with those strange looks made her tremble all over and almost go crazy. "I'll get married right away." Jin Yuyen was so frightened she stammered, "Big brother, are you okay?" Shin Qianqian looked at Shin Ziming with concern. She and her second sister-in-law didn't regret scheming against Jin Yuyen and Zhou An's, but seeing her brother's face turn pale made her feel worried. Shin's mother also comforted him. "Ziming, from now on, she and you and our family will have nothing to do with each other." "Mom, little sister, I'm fine." Shin Ziming shook his head. Their years of marriage had now completely fallen apart. Shin's family initially wanted to argue about Jin Yuyen's affair with another man before her divorce from Shin Ziming, but they changed their minds. Since Jin Yuyen had already divorced Shin Ziming, arguing further wouldn't change anything. The team leader immediately wrote a recommendation letter for Lee Da-jun, and Lee Da-jun took Jin Yuyen to the county town to get married. After registering, the news quickly spread throughout the village. Jin Yuyen even suggested holding a banquet. Lee Da-jun was easily convinced by Jin Yuyen and agreed, without hesitation. Their marriage became a topic of gossip in the village for a while. 10 days later, Jin Yuyen personally visited Shin's family to invite them to her and Lee Da-jun's wedding feast. After she left, Shin Qianqian couldn't help but complain. "Who wants to attend her banquet? It has nothing to do with us anymore, and it's just disgusting. Don't move around." Jiangning applied whitening cream to her face. "She invited us just to show off how well she's doing with Lee Da-jun and to prove to the village that she's better off, hoping to reduce some rumors outside." Shin Qianqian pouted and said angrily, "She's so clever with her plans. Why didn't I see that she was this kind of person before?" Second sister-in-law, "Should we go to her banquet?" Shin Qianqian instinctively asked Jiangning for her opinion. Jiangning applied the last bit of cream on her face. "Of course we should go. If she wants to show off, then we'll give her some face." Shin Qianqian also realized that a person needs to be praised enough to fall hard later, and only then will they understand what pain really is. Now, Shun Qianqian was eager for the official notice of her reinstatement. Li Dajuan and Jin Yuyen's wedding feast almost invited half the village. Jiang Ning didn't expect so many people to come and support them. The countryside is surprisingly simple and honest. Not only Jiang Ning and Shun Qianqian attended the feast, but also Shun's father, Shun's mother, and Shun Ziming. Nowadays, holding a banquet in the countryside is just a way to treat the villagers to a meal. Li Dajuan truly spoiled Jin Yuyen, even spending money and cloth tickets to make her a new dress. At the feast, Jin Yuyen wore a big red flower on her head. 10 days had passed, and after a couple of days, the excitement of the newness wore off. Li Dajuan and Jin Yuyen offered drinks to one table after another. When they reached Jiang Ning's table, Jin Yuyen told Li Dajuan to serve others instead. Jin Yuyen held her glass, snorted proudly, and said, "Did you see that? Even if I leave the Shun family, there are others who treat me well." The Shun family members said nothing. Jiang Ning was already full and satisfied. She put down her chopsticks and stood up. Shun Qianqian couldn't wait and also got up, hugging Jiang Ning's arm as they left together. This young girl had completely become Jiang Ning's little follower. Seeing Jiang Ning and the Shun family about to leave, Jin Yuyen felt ignored. She quickly stepped in front of them to stop them. "Is there something?" Jiang Ning asked. Jin Yuyen wanted to show off how well she was doing in front of them, so she wouldn't let them leave easily. "I got married. Can you say something nice?" Then she looked at Shun Ziming and asked, "Shun Ziming, do you feel sad seeing me marry someone else? Do you regret being useless?" She didn't know what answer she wanted, but she just wanted to show off how well she was doing in front of the Shun family. Shun Ziming was not good at talking and was a bit dull in personality. In the end, he just managed to say, "Congratulations." Jin Yuyen choked. She hated Shun Ziming's indifferent attitude. She screamed and couldn't help but make a move. But Shun Ziming always remained calm and unmotivated, like someone who didn't care at all. She wished she could leave the countryside forever. She had hoped Shun Ziming would take her back to the capital. She had waited for years, but this man had done nothing. Now, her dream of returning to the capital was shattered. Since she couldn't go back, she decided to find someone else. Someone stronger than Shun Ziming, who could feed and clothe her and stop her from living in a dirty, run-down place like a barn. "Shun Ziming, remember this. I found another man because of you, because you're useless." Jin Yuyen wanted to blame all her problems on Shun Ziming, so she could be with Li Dajuan without feeling guilty. Jiang Ning almost clapped for her. She had never seen anyone so good at lying and turning things around. Shun Qianqian and Shun's parents looked pale, but their manners prevented them from cursing. Jiang Ning suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Shun Ziming. "Big brother isn't very good at talking, so I'll speak for him," Jiang Ning said with a smile. She slowly continued, "First, no one forced you to cheat. You couldn't resist loneliness and went to find another man. To make yourself feel better, you blame everything on Big Brother. But no matter what, he isn't the reason you cheated. You say that you divorced Big Brother before dating Li Dajuan, right? If I ask the village chief to testify, you were already with Li Dajuan before your divorce. Would you still be able to hold your head up in this village after that?" Jin Yuyen's eyes widened in shock. She didn't expect Jiang Ning to be so straightforward. The village chief is covering up this matter, hoping the village can still be recognized as a good team. The Shun family doesn't want to spread this story because they care about their reputation. Jin Yuyen, being the one who cheated, definitely doesn't want the village to find out how it all started. She even suspects that if Jiang Ning asked, the village chief might really testify. Jiang Ning's voice was quiet, only heard by her, the Shun family, and Jin Yuyen. Jin Yuyen originally wanted Shun Ziming to regret and feel embarrassed. She blamed all the fault on him. But now, Jiang Ning's words felt like a boomerang hitting her back. Jin Yuyen obviously didn't want to admit that the fault was hers. She was so angry that she couldn't help but say, "What are you so proud of? My life will get better, but Shun Ziming and the Shun family will be stuck in that old barn forever." "Really?" Jiang Ning smiled slightly and glanced at her. "Let's wait and see." Seeing Jiang Ning's smile, Jinyu Yen felt a strange nervousness in her heart. After saying that, Jiangning left with the Shun family. Jinyu Yen clenched her fists tightly. Since Jiangning arrived, everything seemed to have changed. The Shun family's life was getting better, and even Shin Qin, that foolish girl, suddenly looked more beautiful. And all of this was brought by one woman. As a woman herself, she felt filled with resentment inside. She couldn't stand Jiangning's attitude. She remembered that Jiangning's visiting permission had a time limit. Recently, Shun Qianqian has become much more beautiful, and her energy has improved a lot. Zhou Ans has been feeling down lately. Since his plan failed that day, he has been staying at the youth commune. Some older youths left for the machinery factory and textile factory after being introduced by the team leader, but he couldn't leave. As long as the team leader was unhappy with him, he would never be able to leave Dahuang village in his lifetime. Zhou Ans felt depressed for a few days, but soon pulled himself together. No, he was never the type to just wait and do nothing. Who wants to stay in this place for the rest of their life? Soon, Zhou Ans took a hoe and left the youth commune. If he worked hard enough and the team leader saw it, maybe he would have a chance to leave the village. Zhou Ans worked diligently for several days. Before, he had been lazy, but now he was serious about farming. After a few days of hard work, his body ached all over. He wanted to show the team leader that he was capable, but the team leader had never looked at him kindly. Zhou Ans felt uncomfortable but couldn't think of a better way. After his plan failed that day, he even went to see the widow, but she couldn't help him either. The team leader had absolute authority in the village, and one word from him cut off all his options. He just couldn't understand how Jiangning suddenly realized and caused his plan with Jinyu Yen to fail, even turning the tables on them. No matter how confused Zhou Ans was, he couldn't figure out why. Fortunately, this matter was kept quiet. He wasn't made to look bad in the whole village. Jiangning, free and easy, wandered to the field where Shun's family was working. As soon as she arrived, a figure rushed over to her. Shun Qianqian covered her face, looking aggrieved, and said, "Second sister-in-law, my face suddenly broke out with many pimples." Jiangning looked over, pulled her hand away, and saw that her face was indeed covered with red rashes. Calmly, Jiangning said, "You must be allergic. I'll give you a different medicine. Also, your face is detoxing. Once the detox is complete, these pimples will disappear." Shun Qianqian now believed Jiangning completely. Since second sister-in-law said there was no problem, it must be fine. Jiangning took Shun Qianqian to sit on the edge of the field. "Come, sit here. I'll give you acupuncture to treat your face allergy and help speed up detoxification." Shun Qianqian obediently sat down. When she saw Jiangning take out a silver needle pack, she closed her eyes decisively. She is most afraid of seeing needles. As long as she can't see them, she isn't afraid. While Jiangning was inserting the needles into Shun Qianqian, someone passed by. Shun Qianqian has been in this village for years, and everyone knows her. At first glance, people were amazed at her change, saying her skin looked better and she no longer looked so dull and lifeless. Shun Qianqian proudly said it was all thanks to her second sister-in-law. Hearing praise from others, Shun Qianqian felt happier and dared to open her eyes to chat with Jiangning. She noticed that when her second sister-in-law was doing acupuncture, she only felt a little sour and numb, not the painful sensation she imagined from needles. Some villagers passing by saw Shun Qianqian's face had become whiter and couldn't help asking how she did it. Shun Qianqian pointed to the needles on her face. "See, it's thanks to my second sister-in-law. Do you want to become whiter too? My second sister-in-law can give you acupuncture, but it will cost money." Shun Qianqian didn't forget to promote Jiangning. When the villagers saw her face covered with many silver needles, they seemed less eager to become whiter. In Dake Village, Jiangning didn't plan to sell her whitening cream or the 3 white cream. As for the price, villagers who rely on farming to live wouldn't be willing to spend money on such treatments. After all, in the 70s and 80s, rural areas still needed a lot of time to develop. As the crowd thinned, Shun Qianqian couldn't help but talk to Jiangning about returning to the city. "Second sister-in-law, when can we go back to the capital?" Jiang Ning's hands kept moving as she casually replied, "Don't worry, it'll be soon." After learning that they could finally return to the capital, Shen Qianqian counted the days eagerly, hoping for that day to come quickly. When Jiang Ning finished removing the needles from Shen Qianqian's face, the two of them left the field to go home and cook. As they walked away, a figure emerged from behind a large rock. Jiang Ning had made warm pumpkin soup at home for Shen Qianqian to take to Shenmu, and their eldest brother in the fields. In this weather, it's best to drink something hot to warm the stomach. Shen Qianqian hurriedly carried her basket through the fields, worried that the pumpkin soup in it would get cold. As she stepped over a small ditch, suddenly a figure rushed in front of her, blocking her way. Shen Qianqian saw the person blocking her, and her face immediately showed a disgusted expression. Since hearing Zhou and scheme with her that day, she had become completely alert. Shen Qianqian ignored him and didn't even want to say a word to him. She found him disgusting. Without hesitation, she turned to go around Zhou An's, leaning away from him. "Qianqian, are you still upset about that day on the mountain when I almost with your sister-in-law?" Shen Qianqian cut him off with a bad look. "Jinyuing is no longer my sister-in-law. Okay, I was talking nonsense. My mouth is bad," Zhou An said quickly, giving his lips a few smacks. "Qianqian, I really have nothing with Jinyuing. You haven't been talking to me lately, and you haven't come to the youth station to see me. Are you still angry with me?" Hearing this, Shen Qianqian felt a tightness in her chest. Seeing Zhou An's smiling face made her feel extremely disgusted. How could this man secretly use such cruel tricks to scheme against her, then turn around and smile at her so sweetly? Of course, Shen Qianqian wouldn't be foolish enough to tell him about overhearing her sister-in-law and him plotting that day. She wanted to leave, but was stopped by Zhou An's. Unable to hold back, she said, "Zhou An's, you're secretly seeing me while also flirting with those young women and Widow Zhang. How can you be so cheap? Do you really think I don't know anything?" Zhou An's didn't expect Shen Qianqian, who was as simple as a pig, to find out about his affairs with the young women and Widow Zhang. His mind raced quickly, thinking of ways to respond. Shen Qianqian was naive. As long as he said some nice words, he could easily coax her into listening to him. "Qianqian, I swear I only flirted with them. It's all for our future," Zhou An said, reaching out to hold Shen Qianqian's hand, but she dodged him. He didn't feel embarrassed. He only thought Shen Qianqian was jealous because he was with other women. He continued, "Talking to Widow Zhang is because she is the women's director of the commune. I thought if she recommended me, I could go back to the city. I plan to come to your house to propose after I settled things in the city. Qianqian, I love only you." If it had been before, Shen Qianqian would have been happy to hear such heartfelt words. But now, she only felt sick and nauseous. Upon hearing these disgusting words, her mind automatically recalled Zhou An's scheming plans against her. Shen Qianqian felt so disgusted that she didn't want to say anything. She tried to leave, but Zhou An suddenly grabbed her wrist. Zhou An looked at her with deep affection. "Qianqian, I really only love you. I don't know when it started, but you are always on my mind." Shen Qianqian looked at his face and felt a chill run down her spine. She immediately struggled. "Don't touch me." As they tugged and pulled, someone's gaze was already fixed on them. Shen Qianqian's struggle was too strong, so Zhou An suddenly loosened his grip. Behind Shen Qianqian was a water field. Just as Zhou An's was about to let her fall, he reached out again to try to catch her. "Ah!" Shen Qianqian screamed in fear. Just as Zhou An's was about to extend his hand, a slender, fair arm reached out faster and grabbed Shen Qianqian. When pulling Shen Qianqian up, the person also pushed Zhou An's aside. Zhou An's was caught off guard and fell into the water field, landing in the mud and getting covered in dirt. Jiang Ning held Shen Qianqian, helping her steady herself. Shen Qianqian looked at Jiang Ning as if she saw her backbone. Zhou An's felt inexplicably intimidated by Jiang Ning, but for his plan, he still had to smile and face Shen Qianqian even if he was covered in mud. He was convinced that Shen Qianqian was a fool. As long as he said a few nice words, he could coax her back to how she used to be. He also believed that Shen Qianqian didn't know about his scheming that day. Jiang Ning had gone up the mountain alone. She was just too smart and had seen through his plan. Zhou An stood up from the water field and looked at Shen Qianqian. Qianqian, I swear, I've never treated any woman as well as I treat you. Only you. Hearing this typical scumbag line, Jiang Ning was stunned. She didn't miss the first part. I only love you. She suspected the next part would be, when I have money in the future, I will buy everything for you. Then she heard Zhou An say, Qianqian, when I go back to the city, I will buy you lots of snow cream and Pekoin products, so you never lack these things in your life. Jiang Ning gave herself a thumbs up. Although these words sounded a bit cliché, the meaning was pretty clear. After the plan was exposed that day, Zhou An's never appeared again. She even heard from the captain's wife that Zhou An's had been working honestly lately. If he wanted to ask for Shen Qianqian's forgiveness, he would have come out earlier. Instead, he waited until some time had passed before seeking her forgiveness. Zhou An's is a smart man who plans for himself. If he didn't want to give up on Shen Qianqian from the start, he would have known that the best time to ask for forgiveness wasn't now. When something seems unusual, there is usually a reason. She was curious to know what Zhou An's was planning this time. Jiang Ning narrowed her eyes. Are you telling the truth? Shen Qianqian couldn't understand why her second sister-in-law would follow Zhou An's words and ask that, but she trusted Jiang Ning. She obediently stood beside her, listening to their conversation. Zhou An's hesitated for a moment, then quickly became very happy inside. Women do like to hear sweet words. When one sentence doesn't work, he would say more. Zhou An's hurriedly said, Of course it's true. My feelings for Qianqian are clear for all to see. Clear for all to see. Jiang Ning looked at Zhou An's obviously happy and excited face. Then she smiled and said, All right, if you want to show your sincerity, then first return the snow cream and herbal products you've been giving Qianqian over the years, converted into cash. Qianqian plans to use that money to buy more skincare products. Huh? Zhou An's doubted if he heard her right. Jiang Ning had already seen through Zhou An's tricks, but she didn't know his true motives yet. If you didn't understand that, forget it. If you want forgiveness, at least show some real sincerity. How can I trust you to take care of Qianqian? Zhou An's was silent for a long time. He was stunned. Over the years, he had received quite a lot of snow cream and herbal products from Shen Qianqian. Converted into money, it was a big sum. He wasn't unable to pay, but giving away that money made him feel reluctant. But as the saying goes, if you don't part with a little, you won't get much. If you can't do this and still want to pursue Qianqian, you're dreaming. Jiang Ning saw him hesitating, and without hesitation, she pulled Shen Qianqian and turned to leave. Zhou An's clenched his teeth and said, Fine, I'll give it to you. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. All right, then when will you bring the money? As soon as you do, Qianqian will forgive you. Shen Qianqian struggled a bit. She didn't care about those things anymore. All she wanted now was for Zhou An's to stay far away from her. Jiang Ning gave Shen Qianqian a comforting look. After Zhou An's left, Shen Qianqian couldn't help but say, Second sister-in-law, how can you forgive him? Did you forget that he was plotting against me and you? I haven't forgotten. I just want to know why he suddenly came to see you, Jiang Ning said thoughtfully. Shen Qianqian was frightened by her guess.
Why?
Does he want to scheme against me again? Jiang Ning wanted to comfort her, but suddenly the wife of the team leader came over and greeted them warmly. Dr. Jiang, Qianqian. Jiang Ning responded, Aunt Wu, want some sunflower seeds? Aunt Wu handed over a handful of pumpkin seeds dried in the summer. Thank you, Aunt Wu. Jiang Ning took some without hesitation and shared half with Shen Qianqian. Dr. Jiang, how did you start talking with Zhou Jiqing just now? I saw him hiding behind a rock this morning, eavesdropping on your conversation. Aunt Wu knew about Shen Qianqian and Zhou and secretly seeing each other. She couldn't help but look at Shen Qianqian and said, Qianqian, men who sneak around like that are not good. You need to be careful. You saw what happened on the mountain that day, right? Aunt Wu was also cautious because of her relationship with Jiang Ning. She didn't usually talk much about personal matters, but she couldn't help giving a reminder this time. Jiang Ning was surprised. He was eavesdropping on us. Yes, Aunt Wu said. When I went to borrow a sickle from Sister Lu at the village head's place today, I saw him hiding behind the big rock, listening for quite a while. He only came out after you left. A man eavesdropping on private talk. Just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable. Jiang Ning now admired her as the head of the information department in Dea Village. She had been confused about Zhou An's sudden change, and guess what he was up to. But now, the next moment, Aunt Wu explained everything clearly. No wonder Zhou An's attitude suddenly changed by 180 degrees. It was probably because he overheard her and Shun Qianqian's conversation this morning. And in their talk, they mentioned going back to the capital. Shun Qianqian also realized this. Suddenly, she regretted mentioning the trip to the capital to her second sister-in-law. Thanks, Aunt Wu, Jiang Ning said gratefully. Without the head of the intelligence department, she still needed some time to guess Zhou An's intentions. Now, there was no need to guess anymore. Zhou An's thoughts were clear. Shun Qianqian couldn't help but grab Jiang Ning's arm. Second sister-in-law, so Zhou An's only came to see me to ask for forgiveness because he heard we talked about returning to the capital? Does he want me to leave Dea Village? Jiang Ning blinked, looking at Shun Qianqian with some surprise. Since her love-struck mind was cured, her thinking had become smarter. Love blindness makes people blind, and Jiang Ning realized that the Shun family seemed to have a serious case of love obsession. Fortunately, Shun Emo met a good person like her. At that time, Shun Emo gave her all the money, and she insisted on divorcing him. With Shun Mo's personality, he probably wouldn't have asked her for money. Shun's parents, being good role models, raised 3 children who took relationships seriously. As the older sister-in-law, Jiang Ning advised Shun Qianqian, a man spending money on you doesn't prove he loves you, but a man who spends your money definitely doesn't love you. Shun Qianqian immediately promised, second sister-in-law, I will never pay attention to Zhou An's again. No. Jiang Ning raised a finger and waved it. You need to talk to him. At least get your money back before kicking him out to feel better. The snow cream and pekoin you sent over these years were bought with your second brother's hard-earned money. Shun Qianqian now felt disgusted just looking at Zhou An's face and didn't want to get her money back anymore. But when she heard Jiang Ning's last words, second sister-in-law, you're right. That is my second brother's hard-earned money, and I can't just let it go. Shun Qianqian, who was originally so disgusted she didn't want to see Zhou An's, now decided she must get her money back because it belonged to her second brother. Zhou An's was scheming. Previously, he thought of such cruel tricks to get the city work quota. Now, to help Shun Qianqian leave Dea Village, he would do his best to meet her demands. Jiang Ning told Shun Qianqian not to rush. Just wait. Zhou An's will come to you voluntarily with the money. Shun Qianqian looked at Jiang Ning with admiration in her eyes. Before the village chief's wife came, she hadn't realized she needed to ask Zhou An's for her money, but Jiang Ning immediately understood and helped her get it back. Shun Qianqian affectionately linked her arm with Jiang Ning's. Second sister-in-law, your second brother is so lucky to marry you. Your second brother is also very good. Jiang Ning openly praised Shun Emo. She always thought she was indifferent to men, but Shun Emo was really adorable. Just thinking about his reactions when they first met made her laugh out loud. Mom and Dad are just overthinking. They've been worried that you and second brother don't get along well. Shun Qianqian was both jealous of Jiang Ning and envious of second brother. Second brother and his wife are so good to each other that their love makes others jealous. The next day, Zhou An's came over with money. When he saw Shun Qianqian, he said, Qianqian, I calculated. The snow cream and pekoin you gave me over the past 2 years are about 100 yuan. I only have 50 here. The rest will have to wait a bit longer. He nervously handed over 5 large bills, thinking quickly. He had already decided. Give 50 yuan first, make Shun Qianqian happy, and she would forgive him and get back together with him. In the end, all that money would be his anyway. Shun Qianqian was simple-minded. If he just sweet-talked her a little, she would listen to him completely. But Jiang Ning was not easy to fool. When he first saw Jiang Ning, her stunning face made him feel something. But now he had completely lost interest. Smart women were too hard for him to control. It was better to fool Shen Qianqian, the silly girl. Now, he just wanted to leave the terrible place called Dea Village. That day, he overheard Jiang Ning talking with Shen Qianqian. He didn't expect that the family of the disgraced old scholar who had been sent away for reform could still leave. At that moment, he decided he must make Shen Qianqian completely loyal to him, preferably marry her soon. That way, when the Shen family left Dea Village, he could leave with them naturally. Shen Qianqian looked at the money Zhou An's handed her. Although only 50 yuan, it was better than nothing. As she reached out her hand, a hand suddenly grabbed her from the side. Jiang Ning stopped Shen Qianqian and looked at Zhou An's with a calm voice. Didn't I tell you? It's all the money, not just part of it. Apologize properly and show some sincerity. Do you think 50 yuan can settle everything? Jiang Ning's gentle tone made Zhou An's smile freeze on his face. He clenched his back teeth tightly. As long as Jiang Ning was here, he couldn't easily fool Shen Qianqian. Shen Qianqian also agreed with Jiang Ning, saying, "My second sister-in-law is right. You took so much snow cream and pekoin, but you haven't paid back even once. If you want me to forgive you, that's impossible." Zhou An's tried hard to control his emotions. He couldn't let Jiang Ning and Shen Qianqian see that he wanted to leave Dahu village with them. He had to endure. Zhou An's left. After 2 more days, Shen Qianqian went alone to the fields, but Zhou An stopped her. Suddenly, Shen Qianqian remembered Jiang Ning's words, "I won't stay with you forever." He will definitely try to find ways to be alone with you. You have to decide for yourself. Shen Qianqian also knew that her past love for Zhou An's was blind. Mostly, it was because Zhou An's had once saved her when she was very hopeless. But that gratitude was completely gone after Zhou An's personally said he wanted to give her to the factory manager as a favor. Zhou An showed his kindest and gentlest smile and said to Shen Qianqian, "Qianqian, here is 100 yuan." Shen Qianqian eagerly took the money and counted it. There were indeed 100 yuan. Seeing Shen Qianqian smiling as she counted the money, Zhou An quickly pretended to look sad and said, "Qianqian, I gave you all the money. Can you forgive me? The thing on the mountain that day, I was really innocent." Shen Qianqian was happily counting her money, but as soon as she heard Zhou An's pitiful words, she felt a bit sick. She suddenly smiled, feeling ready to say goodbye to the past completely. "Zhou An's, now we owe each other nothing," Shen Qianqian said. "You know very well what you did. Forgive you?" Dream on. When Zhou An's heard the first part, his smile gradually appeared on his face, but the second part made him doubt if he heard right. Shouldn't this foolish woman, hearing his sincere words, immediately fall into his arms? Why was her reaction so different from what he expected? Shen Qianqian was shocked by the man's shamelessness. "When did I say I wanted to be with you, or forgive you? You paid back the money, and I might forgive you depending on my mood. But now I see you, and I feel bad, so I won't forgive you." In the past, Shen Qianqian wouldn't have said this. It was Jiang Ning who told her what to say to make herself feel better. She looked at Zhou An's with a defeated expression, and her little inner voice was very happy. "Shen Qianqian." Zhou An's called her name angrily, his face turning fierce. "Zhou An's, you've played me for so many years. Can I play you back?" Shen Qianqian didn't want to stay with him anymore. She tried to pull away from Zhou An's. Zhou An's held her tightly, knowing that if he let go, he would have no hope of leaving Dahu village. He pretended to be sad and said, "Qianqian, we've known each other for so long. Don't you really accept my feelings?" Shen Qianqian frowned. If she hadn't overheard his plans with Jin Yuyan that day, she might have softened. She said, "Don't say that. It makes me want to vomit." Zhou An's was speechless. Why did this foolish woman suddenly change? No matter what he said, it was useless. He was now at his wit's end, not knowing how to leave Dahu village. At that moment, Zhou An saw villagers passing by nearby. He pressed his lips together. Since she was unkind, he wouldn't be kind either. Suddenly, he stepped forward and hugged Shen Qianqian tightly, loudly saying, "Qianqian, I truly care about you. Will you marry me?" Shun Xianqian didn't expect him to act so boldly in broad daylight. If they kept hugging like this and someone saw, her reputation would be ruined. She suddenly fought back. As she broke free from Zhou An's, in the chaos, she slapped herself hard. The loud slap echoed in the open field, and villagers nearby looked over. Shun Xianqian also shouted. This completely drew the villagers' attention. Her mind was quick. Zhou An's, I don't want to be with you. How dare you hit me? She glanced around and saw someone approaching, and she suddenly burst into tears with a loud, wow. She cried so loudly that it seemed to shake the heavens and terrify the ghosts. People around had already come closer, each with a curious look on their face. Shun Xianqian cried even louder, pointing at Zhou An's and saying, Zhou Jiqing, you're a scholar. If you want to force me to be your girlfriend, fine, but you also hit me. She didn't cover her face, so the 5 finger marks on her cheek were clearly visible to everyone. Feeling sympathy for the weak is a natural human instinct. Shun Xianqian cried so loudly, and since she was a girl, people naturally sided with her. You're a young man from the countryside, forcing a girl to be with you, and even hitting her. The weakest man in our village is the one who hits women. I was standing closest and saw everything clearly. It was you who forced yourself on the girl. Seeing Zhou An's disbelief, Shun Xianqian smirked with a mocking smile, but her tears grew even more sorrowful. Zhou An suddenly hugged her, as if giving up, letting others try to mediate their fight. She used to be gentle but not stupid. She only cared about Zhou An's because she liked him at the time. The Jiang family has strict manners from a young age, and she was taught not to fear gossip. But not fearing is one thing, enduring is another. When Jiang Ning arrived, she quickly understood what was happening from the villagers' words. She pushed through the crowd and saw Shun Xianqian, who looked upset, start crying and hiding in Jiang Ning's arms. Second sister-in-law, Zhou Jiqing forced me to be with him. I didn't want to, so he hit me. Jiang Ning held her close and heard the girl whisper in her ear, Second sister-in-law, I cried, but I was pretending. Zhou An suddenly hugged me, and I thought of this plan. What do you think? Am I clever? It was obvious she was asking for praise. Jiang Ning secretly gave her a thumbs up. She wondered why she hadn't realized before that this girl was so good at acting like her. But even when crying, she had to do it loudly enough. Shun Xianqian, a young girl with a fair and delicate face, was now hiding in Jiang Ning's arms, crying as if her heart was breaking. It's time for Jiang Ning to act. She gently and firmly accused, Zhou An's, I didn't realize you are like this. Not only do you secretly listen to our girl talk about personal matters, but you also want to force my sister to date you. I've never seen such a shameless man. Zhou An's mind was racing, trying to think of what to say to turn the situation around. Suddenly, the wife of the team leader appeared out of nowhere. She said, I can testify to that. A few days ago, I saw Zhou Jiqing secretly hiding behind a rock, listening to Dr. Jiang and her sister talk about personal things. Zhou An's looked wide-eyed at Jiang Ning and Shun Xianqian. So, they had known about his intentions from the start? And they even pretended to forgive him just to make him pay back all the money he owed for snow cream and pekoin. Zhou An's eyes turned red with anger.
I thought there was some secret reason.
Why would a young person from the countryside be interested in the daughter of an old scholar? Jiang Ning frowned at this remark.
But it was just a rare comment like that.
What's the point of a man listening to a woman's private talk? Isn't that disgusting? And he's just a rural youth, what kind of thoughts does he have? Now, the surrounding voices were completely against him. From the beginning, he was already at a disadvantage. With the team leader's wife speaking out, almost all the villagers believed her words. The team leader's wife was growing more annoyed with Zhou An's. She said, Zhou Jiqing, if you dare to force Dr. Zhang's sister to date you, I think you're just trying to get a label and wander around the village. Zhou An's face turned pale. He just wanted a chance to leave Daya village, but now he was being labeled as wandering around the village. Zhou An's wanted to defend himself, but no matter how eloquent he was, he couldn't argue against so many people. The team leader's wife looked at Zhou Ans with annoyance and said, "Stop with the me. If you do this again, it won't just be about wandering around the village." Zhou Ans knew there was no good face left for him at the leader's house. He glared angrily at Jiang Ning and Shen Qianqian. All his plans had failed, and he couldn't help but hate them. Without another word, he turned and left. "Don't worry, there won't be any more trouble. Tomorrow, Shen Mo will appear and return to the capital." A few days later, Shen Qianqian ran into the cornfield to call her parents, Shen Shen and Shen Ziming, who were tying corn stalks. "Dad, Mom, elder brother, today sister-in-law cooked ribs." Jiang Ning had been in Daya village for over a month. Today was the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, and New Year was coming soon. But farmers didn't think about holidays. They worked all year to prepare for their future lives. Jiang Ning was worried. She wanted to celebrate the New Year with her family, but Shen Mo was not here. Since Shen Qianqian learned her family would be officially cleared, she became more cheerful. Now everyone in the village knew that Shen's family had a good relationship with the captain's family, and no one dared to say anything. Shen Qianqian came to call people and helped with some chores. The more she did, the less her parents had to work. Her lively and cheerful personality returned, and wherever she went, she looked like a little angel, making everyone feel warm inside. Shen Ziming was naturally calm-faced. After experiencing the incident with Jin Yuyan, he became more reserved. Shen Qianqian tilted her head and smiled. "Elder brother, don't look so worried. Don't you feel happy seeing your lovely sister?" Shen Ziming looked at her. Their sister had always been their little treasure. From a young age, their parents and brothers spoiled her. But later, after being sent down to the countryside, she suffered a lot, and her personality changed, no longer lively and cheerful. Now, the sister who used to make everyone happy was back. Shen Ziming chuckled and poked her forehead. "You who told you to praise yourself like that?" Sister-in-law did. "Girls should praise themselves more," Shen Qianqian said happily, waving her arms. "But I'm different. I not only praise myself, I want elder brother to praise me too." Shen Ziming's mood brightened. Having such a little sunshine in the Shen family made the cold seem less harsh. At this moment, a woman's voice came from nearby. "Did June, hurry home and kill that chicken. I'm too scared." Shen Ziming and Shen Qianqian turned around and saw Jin Yuyan standing on the ridge, commanding Li Dajuan, who was tying corn in the field. "You're afraid to kill a chicken?" Li Dajuan frowned, then muttered softly. "All you do is talk. I'm afraid to kill chickens," Jin Yuyan said coquettishly. Clearly, this trick worked well on Li Dajuan. Jin Yuyan intentionally came to show her face. She occasionally appeared in front of the Shen family to let them see how well she was doing after marrying someone else. Shen Qianqian and Shen Ziming didn't even glance at Jin Yuyan. The siblings each carried a large bundle of corn stalks and left. As they passed Jin Yuyan, Shen Qianqian said, "Big brother, second sister-in-law said she will make 10 dishes on the first day of the new year. Guess what they are?" Shen Ziming was a bit surprised. "Why so many dishes?" Shen Qianqian replied. "Second sister-in-law said we should have a good meal during the new year." Their voices gradually faded away. After being ignored by them, Jin Yuyan felt uncomfortable inside. She was having a hard time and wondered why the Shen family was doing so well. She didn't like Li Dajuan, a countryman, at first. She didn't care much about his rough ways, and he was quite caring. But since she married him, he no longer paid much attention to her. All the household chores were left to her. She was very annoyed, but she had to do it. Luckily, Li Dajuan didn't force her to work in the fields, which she was quite satisfied with. However, she couldn't stand how well the Shen family was doing because of Jiang Ning. They still wanted to celebrate the new year properly. "Dream on." She glared fiercely at Shen Qianqian and Shen Ziming walking away. Her mind was set. She had already written the letter of complaint. She planned to submit it the day before the new year. When the inspection team arrived, they would see the Shen family celebrating the holiday, just as she planned. Recently, the Shen family was doing very well, thanks to Jiang Ning. They even received special attention from the village chief's family. The village chief didn't interfere directly, but assigned easier tasks to the Shen family, within his capacity. And since it was winter, there wasn't much heavy work in the fields. Under Jiangning's care, Shun's parents were feeling healthier and more energetic. Time flew by, and it was now the new year. Even though they didn't celebrate in a big way, every household took a break from work. Now, during the new year, every home was filled with smoke from cooking early in the morning, even if they didn't decorate or hang lanterns. Jiangning was not in a hurry. The Shin family knew she was preparing a good meal today, so everyone helped out. Mr. Shin sat next to Mrs. Shin, choosing vegetables, but was scolded by her. "Why are you doing such easy work? Go help Ningning with the meat. You know what to do, pluck the chicken feathers and scrape the fish scales. Those are tough jobs, so don't let Ningning do them." Shin Bingtian was used to listening to his wife and immediately went to help his second daughter-in-law. Jiangning was holding a kitchen knife, chopping a pig's bone quickly when someone suddenly took over her work. Mrs. Shun called Jiangning again. "Ningning, come here. Just tell your dad and elder brother how to handle those difficult tasks." Jiangning didn't complain and handed the most complicated chores to Mr. Shin and Shin Ziming. They accepted the tasks Mrs. Shin assigned without complaints and did them carefully. She couldn't help but smile, thinking Shun Mo was good-natured and well-mannered, thanks to the Shin family's upbringing. In the end, Jiangning only picked vegetables, and she didn't even have to touch the cold water. While washing vegetables, Shun Qianqian took over the task, leaving Jiangning with the simplest step: stir-frying. Shin Mo rode in a car provided by the Qing County Military District to the county government. The notice of exoneration for the Shin family had just arrived at the county government. Although today was the first day of the Lunar New Year, the county government still kept staff on duty. When Shun Mo appeared, he was still dressed in his military uniform. The county officials didn't dare to be careless and immediately called the county magistrate. Shun Mo was only there to pick up the exoneration notice for the Shin family. With it, he could directly take his family from Daya village. The task for the Qing County Military District had been completed early. When the leaders learned he was taking his family away, they even approved 2 cars for him. Shun Mo was taken to a restroom by the county officials. As he entered the hall, a few people wearing armbands brushed past him. The county magistrate arrived quickly. Seeing Shun Mo in his military uniform, although the badges indicating his rank had been removed, his demeanor and the 2 soldiers following him suggested he was an officer of some rank. The magistrate found out Shun Mo's purpose and immediately retrieved the exoneration notice for the Shun family. Learning where Shun Mo was headed, he even called the reception department staff and asked them to escort the officer to Daya village. Shun Mo wanted to say he knew the way, but the staff had already been called. As soon as the reception staff arrived, Shun Mo recognized them. Xiao Lu also recognized Shun Mo. He was the soldier who was with the woman he met at the train station that day. Shun Mo said to Xiao Lu, "Hello, please take me to Daya village." Xiao Lu nodded without hesitation. When they heard the words, "search team," Shun's parents immediately looked worried. That same search team had come to their house years ago, and soon after, the Shin family was sent away. "What's taking so long inside? Open the door quickly." The voice outside was loud and growing impatient. Jiangning wanted to open the door, but Shin's mother held her back. It was Shun's father who opened it. The moment the door was opened, the people outside pushed the wooden door hard, causing it to hit the wall with a loud bang. The leader of the search team saw the people inside and spoke. "We received a report that you're still enjoying capitalist pleasures and avoiding work, even after being sent away." Shun's father, mother, Shin Ziming, and Shin Qianqian looked pale when they heard this. The search team members entered the house and immediately smelled something nice. Their expressions turned sour as they pointed at the table of food, saying, "It seems we don't need to search anymore." "The report is true. Come with us." One of the officers raised his hand to signal the others to take the people inside away. "Wait a moment." Jiangning stepped in front of the Shin family. "I'm not someone who was sent away. I came as Shun's daughter-in-law to visit my in-laws, and I also have permission to visit," Jiangning said, showing the permission slip. However, the officer only glanced at it lightly. When he saw the official stamp from the county government, his expression changed. Seeing the date on the permission slip, his face softened again. "Visiting permission? What's the big deal? I see the date on the permission slip. You've been in this village for 2 months, right? The permission is only valid for a month. After that, it's no longer valid. In the corner of the kitchen, there was a big bag of rice and flour, and Liang Shan was hanging some meat to dry. Since most of the county government staff were resting today, no one was watching over them. Moreover, the family being reported was already sent away, so they didn't deserve such good things. Invalid, Jiang Ning frowned. No one told her when she got the permission slip that it had a time limit. She felt a bit helpless about how backward this era was. If only she had a phone. I'll go with you, Jiang Ning said. Everything in the house was bought by me. You can take me away. No, everyone here must come with us, the officer replied. The other side was unwilling. If they didn't take everyone away, they couldn't legally take all the valuables in the house. Jiang Ning looked up and saw the person talking to her glance toward the kitchen. She had a suspicion. The search team suddenly showing up was suspicious. The Shin family was reported. Who could have done it? A figure flashed past outside the door. Jiang Ning looked over. In this village, the people who had the deepest conflict with the Shin family were Zhou An's and Jin Yuyan. Jin Yuyan's appearance made it clear that she was the one who reported the Shin family. Jiang Ning didn't have time to think about Jin Yuyan now. She needed to handle the immediate crisis. I said, all the things in this house are bought by me and have nothing to do with the Shin family. You can take me, but you can't take them. The search team was annoyed by Jiang Ning blocking them. The man speaking waved his hand impatiently, and 2 of his men stepped forward to hold Jiang Ning. Seeing this, Shun's mother immediately stepped forward and slapped the man holding Jiang Ning. Let go of my daughter-in-law. Old woman, get out of the way. The search team member pushed her aside with a wave of his hand. Shun's mother refused to give up and stepped forward again. The search team was fed up with her and was about to fight back. Shun's father and Shin Ziming also looked upset, clenched their fists, and moved to intervene. Jiang Ning didn't expect them to start fighting Shin's mother. She suddenly turned around and escaped from the man's grip, grabbing his hand just as he was about to grab Shin's mother. Without hesitation, she forcefully twisted his arm, causing him to scream in pain. But Jiang Ning underestimated their strength. The pain made him angry, and he pushed her viciously. Jiang Ning was pushed back quickly, stumbling over the door threshold. Just as she was about to fall, a figure rushed over swiftly and skillfully caught her. After Jiang Ning steadied herself, she looked up to see who had helped her. Shin Mo, why are you here? Jiang Ning's face lit up with joy, forgetting her fear. Shin Mo felt a wave of relief and his face darkened. His cold eyes swept over everyone present. Everyone who was looked at by Shin Mo felt guilty. From his presence, the search team seemed to weaken a bit. Seeing him in military uniform made them even more nervous. This man's presence is so commanding that it feels like he has been through life and death situations, making it impossible to ignore him. Originally, Shin's father and Shin Ziming, who intended to intervene physically, instinctively pulled back their hands. Gradually, more and more people gathered around to watch. Actually, these onlookers weren't attracted by Shin Mo himself, but by the cars that had been brought into the village. Even the village head's family was drawn to the cattle shed. In the past, cars couldn't come into their village. Since Jiang Ning arrived, the village head felt something was wrong. He ordered people to widen the only crossing river so that cars could directly enter the village. Seeing the cars parked there, the village head thought to himself, he's really clever. 2 military jeeps were parked at the entrance of the cattle shed, with 2 soldiers in uniform standing beside them. Even villagers with little experience could tell these were military vehicles. More people gathered around to watch. Suddenly, someone was thrown out of the cattle shed. It was the person who had just fought with Jiang Ning from the search team. Shin Mo was covered in anger and hostility. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he arrived a moment later and his wife fell to the ground. Jiang Ning comforted him. It's okay, I'm fine. She wasn't stopping Shin Mo, but she saw more and more people gathering. If Shin Mo really hurt someone badly and someone malicious reported it, they would face trouble again. If they fought behind closed doors, she would at least kick a few times. Someone's hitting people. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted. The search team member on the ground reacted and immediately showed some street-smart tricks. The soldiers are hitting people. Why are you hitting people? Being a soldier is so great. He was referring to Shinemo. Finally, Xiao Lu, who had squeezed into the crowd, saw his colleague on the ground. He quickly went over and said, "Niu Dachuan, what are you doing? Get up." The members of the search team came out of the cattle shed and saw Xiao Lu. They looked surprised and asked Lu Yang, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Lu saw Jiang Ning and Shun Mo Shin Jiaping from the Shin family has been cleared of charges in Dahuang village. Did you see that car? They're here to pick someone up. Why are you causing trouble at the cattle shed? The charges were dropped? The search team members were stunned. They obviously knew the family being searched belonged to the Shin family. They initially wanted to take advantage of a weak target, but unexpectedly, they hit a hard wall. Immediately, the faces of the search team members changed. This situation was complicated. Little Lu's words were not only meant for the search team, but also for the spectators watching the scene. Everyone was shocked. The bad elements sent for ideological reform surprisingly could leave. Jin Yuyen, hidden in the crowd, heard this and her face suddenly turned pale. She stood there stunned, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Wasn't it true that the Shin family couldn't leave Dahuang village anymore? But now, what was going on? Just now, she called for the beating, hoping to see Jiang Ning and the Shin family taken away by the search team, not to be officially cleared and happily taken away. Shin Mo showed the official notice of exoneration he got from the county government to the team leader, who confirmed it was an official notice from the county. The team leader also said with some relief, "You can leave Dahuang village now." Jiang Ning had already noticed Jin Yuyen in the crowd. She slightly curled her lips, making sure Jin Yuyen saw her smile. Seeing Jiang Ning smile, Jin Yuyen finally understood what Jiang Ning had meant when she said, "Stay tuned," at her wedding with Li Dajuan. Jin Yuyen felt as if her soul had been drained, her whole body becoming hollow. She had always known that the Shin family would be exonerated and returned to the capital. But they had kept it from her all along, watching her jump around like a clown. Jin Yuyen couldn't stop trembling. She thought if she just endured a little longer, held on a bit more, but now everything was over.
It was all finished.
Jiang Ning didn't linger on Jin Yuyen for long. Seeing Jin Yuyen doomed to spend her life in Dahuang village, Jiang Ning felt satisfied. To make someone suffer more than death, you just need to make sure they can never get what they care about most in life. Shin Mo looked at his family inside the house, his eyes filling with tears. "Dad, Mom, big brother, little sister. I'm here to pick you up." Shin's father and mother also couldn't hold back their tears. They thought they had no home to return to, that they would be stuck here forever. But now they saw hope. Shin Mo saw his parents, older brother and younger sister. Their health was much better than a month ago when he arrived. All of this was thanks to Jiang Ning. Shin Mo couldn't help but say to Jiang Ning, "Wife, thank you." Jiang Ning said, "No need to thank me," and then looked outside at the car. She asked, "Should we pack up now?" "Yes, we can pack now, or do you want to stay a couple more days?" Shin Mo instinctively asked her what she planned. Jiang Ning said, "Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. Let's have a meal before leaving. We cooked several dishes today, we shouldn't waste them." Shin Mo also saw that there weren't many dishes left in the house. He nodded. The villagers who had come to watch were chased away by the team leader. The show was over, so what were they still doing lingering for? The villagers were just curious about the car. Once they understood what was happening, they gradually dispersed. Jin Yuyen was unwilling and stood still. When she saw the people around leaving, she looked lost and then left sadly. After delaying for a while, the food in the house had cooled down. Jiang Ning reheated the dishes and also cooked 2 more, since there were a few more men at home. Jiang Ning invited the soldiers standing by the car and Xiao Lu to join them for dinner. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much, with smiles on their faces. After the meal, the Shin family started packing up the cow shed. They didn't have much to pack. When they were sent away, all their belongings had been taken. There were only a few clothes left in the house. Seeing them pack the old, patched clothes, Jiang Ning said, Dad, Mom, don't pack these. We'll buy new ones when we return to the capital. Shin Qianqian listened to Jiang Ning and threw away the old clothes. She then happily went over to Jiang Ning. They were about to leave Dahu village, but there were still some stored food in the cow shed. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate and decided to give these things to the team leader's family. She had received a lot of care from the team leader's family when she was in Dahu village. Thanks to the team leader's family turning a blind eye, Shen's family's life gradually improved. The team leader didn't expect Jiang Ning to give them such fine food, but knowing her sincerity, they didn't refuse and accepted it. In return, they also gave Jiang Ning and her family some things to take away, like smoked cured meat and some homemade pickles. On the way back to the Shin family, Shin Mo carried a piece of cured meat in one hand and a large jar in the other, while Jiang Ning held a smaller jar of pickled vegetables. The head of the village was very hospitable and insisted they accept the gifts. Jiang Ning tried to refuse, but in the end, she accepted. Shin Mo rarely had a chance to be alone with Jiang Ning. He said, "My wife, marrying you is the best decision I've ever made in my life." Jiang Ning, wanting to tease him, asked, "Then, can you kiss me?" Shin Mo, who was still shy, didn't hesitate and leaned down to kiss Jiang Ning on the face. Jiang Ning didn't expect him to really kiss her. It seemed his shyness was getting thicker. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the road. When they got home, everything was already cleaned up. As they prepared to leave for the capital, Shin Qianqian was the happiest. She jumped onto the car excitedly. The car slowly left Daya village. Shin Qianqian saw Zhou En's by the roadside. Zhou En's also saw Shin Qianqian in the car, but she only glanced at him once and then looked away, not even giving him a second look. Leaving Daya village meant saying goodbye to the past from a few years ago. However, at the village entrance, they were stopped by Jin Yuyan, who blocked the road. She said, If you're leaving, you should take me with you. I was sent down to suffer with your Shin family. Now that you're going back, why should I stay here?" Jiang Ning leaned out of the car window lazily and rested against it.
Why?
"Don't you know the answer yourself?" Jin Yuyan's face paled. Gritting her teeth, she gave up and blocked the car. "If you want to leave, just push me aside. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." Jiang Ning asked, "Jin Yuyan, do you think Li Dajuan knows you're stopping us?" A flicker of guilt crossed Jin Yuyan's face. She had indeed left secretly without telling Li Dajuan. She didn't want to stay here. Leaving with the Shin family was her last hope. Suddenly, she stepped 2 steps forward and, without hesitation, knelt down with a loud thud. "Please, take me to the capital with you." Jiang Ning smiled slightly. "Now you realize you need to beg? When you and Zhou En's plotted against me, did you ever think about ending up like this?" Jin Yuyan immediately realized what was happening. She pointed at Jiang Ning in disbelief and said, You were the one who called the squad leader and Li Dajuan here." "It was me," Jiang Ning blinked and said. "Since your affair with Li Dajuan was exposed, you had to marry him. For the rest of your life, you'll only be a wife in Daya village." Jin Yuyan couldn't speak anymore. She thought it was all just a coincidence. But it turned out that Jiang Ning was the one stirring things up. She didn't even need to ask Jiang Ning how she knew about her plans with Zhou En's. Asking would only bring shame. The more Jiang Ning said, the less Jin Yuyan could go back to the capital. Jin Yuyan immediately knelt on the ground, not caring how embarrassed she looked. She begged, "Please, take me away with you." She then pressed her hand against the car window of Shinfu and Shinmu, looking pitiful with tears on her face. "Dad, Mom, I've been your daughter-in-law for several years. You can't be so cruel." Shinmu was kind-hearted. Seeing her soften, Jiang Ning saw a figure approaching from a distance. She leaned on the car window to watch the scene unfold. Li Dajuan was informed that his wife was trying to run away. He immediately rushed out to find her and saw her in front of Shin's car, ready to leave. He ran over and grabbed her, saying, "Jin Yuyan, you are now my wife. Don't think you can leave with someone else." Jiang Ning watched the show finish and signaled the soldiers in front to start the car. Jin Yuyan watched the car get farther and farther away until it disappeared. She looked blankly at the endless mountain road ahead, thinking she might never get out of here in her life. Lee Dajuan pulled Jin Yuyen by the arm and dragged her home. The car first arrived at the county government to drop off Xiaolu, then headed to the train station. At the train station, Shen Mo was about to buy tickets when the soldiers who had been driving them said the tickets had already been purchased in advance. The soldier looked at Shen Mo with admiration. During this time, Shen Mo, as the chief instructor, had trained new soldiers in the army, and his reputation had spread. Even the higher-ups wanted to keep him, but Shen Mo refused. The leaders of Qing County Military District bought a private box for Shen Mo. The Shun family comfortably took the train back to the capital. After a day and night on the train, they finally arrived in the capital. They didn't know where Commander Liang had come from, but he personally came to the train station to pick them up. Commander Liang saw the Shun family coming out of the train station, especially recognizing Shun's father. He saluted him respectfully. Shun's father recognized Commander Liang and said, "Little Liang, it's you." He then reached out and patted Liang on the shoulder, saying, "Good, now you're a battalion commander." Liang is in his 40s, while Shun's father is already 65. Their interaction doesn't seem out of place. Jiang Ning was a bit surprised by Liang's attitude toward Shun's father. She had long suspected that Shun's family might have a complicated background. Liang nodded and said, "Yes, I've been waiting for the day you would return. If you hadn't retired early back then, things might have been different. The old leader was biased and didn't think to help you, so you suffered for many years." Shun's father smiled and said, "Let's not talk about the past anymore." Their conversation made Jiang Ning and even Shen Mo curious. They wondered how Liang and Shun's father knew each other. But Liang and Shun's father didn't seem eager to talk more. Liang called someone to get in the car and then headed back to the residential area. At that moment, another military jeep arrived and stopped in front of them. A soldier got out, saw Shun's father, and saluted him. "The old leader sent me to pick you up," the soldier said. Shun's father recognized him and frowned, saying, "We are not going back for now." The soldier looked worried and said, "But the old leader's orders. If you don't come with me, I can't report back." Shun's father glanced at him calmly and said firmly, "What? If I don't go back, do you want to force me?" The soldier was startled and said, No. I wouldn't dare. This was just a small incident." Shun's family then followed the soldier to the residential area. Since they were outsiders, they had to register at the gate before entering. Liang left after seeing them off. He couldn't join their family reunion. Hearing the noise outside, Jiqi came to open the door. Seeing Shen Mo and Jiang Ning at the door, he excitedly shouted, "Dad, Mom?" Jiqi was alone in the residential area. At first, he was fine, but after a while, he couldn't help but start to worry and imagine things. He knew he was a soldier's child and had to be independent and strong from a young age, so as not to worry his parents. Despite this, he couldn't help but tear up. He was afraid of being abandoned again. Shen Mo gently rubbed his slightly grown hair and asked, "Why are you crying, man?" Jiqi quickly wiped his tears and stubbornly said, "I'm not crying." Although he said that, his little feelings of sadness disappeared quickly. Jiang Ning also rubbed his head and said, "Your hair has grown. When you have free time, I'll take you to get it cut." "Okay, Mom," Jiqi replied obediently. Shun Xianqian peeked out from behind Jiang Ning, blinking in surprise, and asked, "Second sister-in-law, you and second brother even have children now?" They adopted a comrade's child. His parents passed away, Shen Mo explained, clarifying this for Shen Fu and Shen Mu. Shen Fu, who is usually strict, still said a few words. "Since the child is with you, take good care of him and don't treat him badly." Shen Mo nodded and then introduced the family to Jiqing. Grandpa, Grandma, eldest uncle, and little aunt, Jiqing called them politely one by one. He was a little nervous, worried that his parents' relatives might not like him. Shen Mu had always liked children. She gently said, "Be good. When Grandpa and Grandma have money, they'll give you red envelopes." Shun Ziming also said he would give red envelopes. Shun Xianqian took out 2 candies from her pocket and gave them to Jiqing. These candies were from Jiang Ning, and she used them as a small gift. Jiqing was overwhelmed by their kindness. When they entered the yard, it had been 2 months since they left. The yard was very clean, just like when they had left. Not a single weed was in sight. Right inside the door was a small pond, which now had several fish swimming happily. It was clear that Jiqing had caught these fish recently. He remembered that his mother liked to eat fish. Jiqing was such a well-behaved child that it made people feel sad. Once everyone was in the yard, Jiqing ran to the house and brought out some small stools. He also brought some snacks from home, cookies, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. Shen Qianqian entered the yard and praised, "Second sister-in-law, your yard looks so nice. There's even a swing. The pond and swing are things second brother knew I liked to have," Jiang Ning explained. Jiang Ning generously praised Shen Mo. Shen Mo always prefers to work quietly when doing things. Often, she just casually mentions something, and Shen Mo remembers it in his heart. "My second brother is good at caring for his wife. I really envy that," Shen Qianqian said, sounding a bit jealous but actually teasing. Jiang Ning was not pretentious. "Of course my man is great." Shen Mo heard this as he came out of the house. Suddenly, he felt a bit lighthearted and worked even harder. Mother Shen and others didn't expect Jiang Ning to praise him like that. At first, they felt a little shy, but when they saw Shen Mo working more diligently, it seemed like they unlocked a new skill. It was still cold outside. Shen Mo was worried that his mother Jiang Ning and sister Shen Qianqian might catch a cold, so he immediately started a fire in the coal stove. Jiang Ning, Mother Shen, and Shen Qianqian sat inside the house warming themselves. Shen Mo took Shen Ziming out and came back holding a big bunch of vegetables and meat. When Jiang Ning saw Shen Mo carrying the vegetables, she reached out to grab her sleeve to go over, but Shen Mo quickly shooed her out of the kitchen. "Wife, it's too cold. Don't freeze your hands," he said. Jiang Ning looked at the vegetables he bought. "I want to eat minced eggplant and spicy fish." Shen Mo nodded without hesitation. "Okay." After agreeing, he went into the kitchen. Mother Shen was a bit suspicious and couldn't help asking, "Can he cook?" "Yes," Jiang Ning said with a smile. "Mom, he's very smart. He watched me cook once and learned everything. In winter, he basically doesn't let me into the kitchen anymore." Mother Shen instinctively nodded. "Oh, I haven't seen him cook. When I see him go into the kitchen, I'm afraid he might poison us." Jiang Ning was speechless. Mother Shen quickly realized what she had just said and cleared her throat. "This kid never used to cook at home, so I'm a bit surprised. It's all because you raised them too well before, Mom. They don't want to suffer a little." Mother Shen felt comforted inside. Her second daughter-in-law's words were really nice to hear. She was raised with the idea of supporting her husband and managing the household. When she was young, she handled all the chores for her husband. Later, when she had children, she took good care of them. Fortunately, Shen's father was someone who cared for her. Whenever he could help, he did. Later, when he was transferred away, he learned to do things he hadn't done before. However, it didn't reach the point where their son would take the initiative to enter the kitchen. Shen Mo not only went into the kitchen himself, but also pulled Shen father and Shen Ziming in to help, giving instructions. When the meal was served, Shen mother found that her son's cooking was surprisingly good. She had thought it would be bad, but it turned out to be a skill passed down from her daughter-in-law. Men can learn to cook. It depends on whether they are willing to do small chores for someone they care about. Shen mother thought about this and shot a quick look at Shen father. They had been a married couple for many years, and Shen father immediately understood. "Learn. I will learn properly. I'll handle the cooking at home." The family laughed happily together. After eating, the chores of washing dishes fell on the 4 men in the house. Hu Ziqi was responsible for collecting the dishes, Shen Mo washed them, the eldest brother cleaned, and Shen father wiped the table. Shen father used to think men shouldn't do such things, but now he had completely changed his mind. In the afternoon, the family sat around the coal stove to keep warm. Shen father suddenly remembered something. "It's still early. Ziming, you should take your documents and go collect the compensation money." Shen Ziming didn't argue and nodded, then got up. Shen Mo said he would borrow a car to go and get the money. The brothers left. Shen mother asked, "Bing Tian, our family was relocated for 5 years. How much do you think the compensation will be?" Shen father shook his head. "I'm not sure." Shen mother said, "I plan to wait until the money comes in, then take Ningning to buy some jewelry. After buying the jewelry, I'll give the rest to Ningning. Jiangning widened her eyes, wanting to shake her head and refuse, but Shen's father spoke first. The compensation probably isn't small. Once Ziming gets his share back, give that part to him. The rest can be used to buy jewelry for your daughter-in-law. Shen's mother nodded. Yes, that's what I was thinking too. Jiangning felt like she was being spoiled by everyone and quickly said, Mom, I don't really wear those things.
There's no need to buy them.
Don't give me the money either. Shinmo's money is all here with me. I don't need extra. Shen's mother patted Jiangning's hand and said, Shinmo's money should be yours. We gave it to you as a gift. You can't refuse. Under the pressure from her parents, Jiangning couldn't refuse much. At 4 in the afternoon, Shen Mo and Shen Ziming returned. But they came back empty-handed. They were followed by an uninvited guest. Today, a soldier arrived early at the train station to pick up the family, just like Major Liang. Shen Ziming honestly said, Dad, our compensation money was taken by Grandpa's people. Hearing this, Shen's father and mother frowned, showing some helplessness. Shen's father said, Let's go back to the retired soldiers' compound. That money was for Xiaoning, and we need to get it back. The family set out for the retired soldiers' compound. There were quite a few of them, but luckily, the soldier who came also brought a car, which was used to take Shen's parents, Shen Ziming and Shen Qianqian. Shen Mo, Jiang Ning, and Hu Ziqi sat in another car. On the way, Shen Mo told Jiang Ning some family stories. Above Shen's father and mother, there was an old man who had retired many years ago. Shen's father also had a younger brother. Jiang Ning nodded. Shen Mo continued, My parents are a bit disappointed with Grandpa's favoritism, so even if things are cleared up, they don't really want to go back. Thinking about what she saw at the train station this morning, Jiang Ning guessed what might be happening. Shen Mo added, Our family was sent away because of Grandpa's favoritism. That's why I've been a bit upset and didn't tell you before. Jiang Ning looked at him in surprise. No wonder Shen Mo hadn't talked much about his family, only mentioning his parents, older brother and sister being sent away. The car reached the city center, turned through some alleys, and arrived at a metal gate. After registering with the guard at the gate, they were allowed in. Seeing Jiang Ning curious, Shen Mo explained, Everyone living here are veterans who retired from the battlefield. Jiang Ning nodded. No wonder she saw many elderly people in military uniforms along the way. She was originally looking at the scenery outside, but her attention shifted. She noticed that all the houses here were traditional courtyard houses. The alleys they just passed through also had these courtyards. It seems that now houses like these can be bought and sold. Although she wasn't very interested in houses, courtyard homes like these are rare and valuable, so the more, the better. The car stopped in front of a simple, old-fashioned courtyard house. The family got out, and Shen's father led the way inside. It seemed the owner of the house had known they were coming. Several people were already sitting in the main hall. The middle-aged man sitting in the lower part of the hall saw Father Shen and immediately stood up happily to greet him, smiling and saying, Big brother, you're finally back. You've suffered a lot these years. Father Shen looked at the man coldly and pushed him away. Then he looked up at the elderly man sitting in the main seat, dressed in a military uniform. He said, Dad, the compensation money you took is for my wife. Please return the money. Next to him, Shin Bingwei, smiling happily, quickly said, Big brother, why do you want money as soon as you come home? Dad has been hoping for your return all along. After those people were caught, Dad kept thinking about it. When he heard you were coming back to the capital today, he immediately sent someone to the train station to wait for you. Father Shin only glanced at him coldly and didn't reply. He kept talking about the compensation money. That money belongs to our family. Dad, you shouldn't have let others take it without permission. The elderly man in the main seat pounded his cane on the ground with a loud bang, saying, That was only to bring you back. I sent people to pick you up, but they couldn't. Do you think I should go to you myself? Father Shin looked at his biological father and said calmly, Dad, our family was exiled for 5 years. Have you forgotten why we were exiled? The old man frowned and asked, So you're blaming me? Of course I am, Father Shin said without hesitation. The old man thought he would say, He wasn't angry, since Father Shin had always been his most obedient child, even during the exile. But over these 5 years, something seemed to change. The old man's cane struck the ground, and he trembled with anger, saying, "Back then, with your brother's health, if he was exiled, he probably wouldn't have come back alive. I was just trying to plan for you." "Planning for us? You're only planning for him." Father Shin pointed at Shin Bingwei. Father Shin had many more things to say, but seeing his father's bad mood, he swallowed his words. Seeing his elderly father, he wanted to explode, but family ties kept him from doing so. That's why he didn't want to come home. At this moment, Shin Bingwei stepped forward to smooth things over, saying, "Big brother, don't say such angry words. Don't make Dad too upset." Father Shin said, "I'm not angry at Dad. We'll leave once the compensation money is returned." The old man suddenly shivered all over and fainted after hearing those words. Shin father and Shin Bingwei immediately helped him. Seeing this, Jiang Ning stepped forward and said to Shin father, "Dad, let him lie down peacefully." Shin father trusted Jiang Ning and quickly followed her instructions. He knew Jiang Ning's skills. After helping the old man lie down, many people in the room gathered around him, crowding closely. Jiang Ning saw this and casually grabbed a person by the collar, pulling him away. "Everyone, step back and give him space." The person Jiang Ning grabbed lost his footing and staggered, falling to the ground. Jiang Ning didn't care about whether the person fell or not. She immediately knelt down to check on the old man. Shin Emo listened to his wife and gently moved the crowd away, one by one. After examining the old man, Jiang Ning concluded that it was a warning sign of a stroke caused by high blood pressure. This kind of illness was quite common. Previously, in Daya village, the village head's father also had a stroke. This time, Jiang Ning didn't bring her homemade medicine. She opened her portable acupuncture kit. Seeing Jiang Ning take out silver needles, Shin Bingwei wanted to stop her immediately. "What are you trying to do? Shouldn't we get Dad to the hospital as soon as possible?" Shin Bingwei tried to block her, but Shin Emo, like a bear, stood in front of him, preventing him from getting close. "Shin Emo, how dare you stop me? What if Grandpa has a serious problem?" Jiang Ning precisely inserted the silver needle into the acupuncture points. About 10 minutes later, the old man's fingers moved, and he quickly regained consciousness. Jiang Ning withdrew the needles and calmly said, "Avoid extreme joy or sorrow." As a doctor, her tone was steady and cool, which made people trust her instinctively. Seeing the old man wake up, Shin Bingwei suddenly bypassed Shin Emo, pushed Jiang Ning aside, and worriedly helped the old man up. "Dad, you're fine, that's great." After helping him up, he acted very tenderly, supporting him to sit down and pouring water for him. Jiang Ning was observing the old man's condition when she was suddenly pulled, causing her to stumble. Fortunately, Shin Emo quickly caught her shoulder. Shin Emo asked hurriedly, "Wife, are you okay?" This quick glance shows that she was only pushed slightly and didn't suffer any real injuries, but Shin Emo is still worried she might get hurt even a little. After confirming that Jiang Ning is fine, his gaze on Shin Bingwei turns cold and frightening. Shin's father and mother also see this. Shin's father, who is straightforward, quickly grabs Shin Bingwei, who is trying to flatter, and says, "Shin Bingwei, you almost made my daughter-in-law fall. Shouldn't you apologize?" Shin Bingwei is still trying to flatter the old master. Hearing this, he pauses and glances at Jiang Ning. He is good at reading people and immediately guesses Jiang Ning's identity. He says to Shin's father, "Brother, I only pulled my niece-in-law in a moment of impulse. It's not appropriate for me as an elder to apologize to a younger." "Not appropriate? You almost caused my daughter-in-law to get hurt. You should apologize," Shin's father replies calmly but firmly. He is quick-tempered and likes to settle things on the spot. Shin Bingwei usually fears Shin's father. He looks helplessly at the old master sitting in the main seat and says, "Dad, there's no reason for elders to apologize to younger family members. Please say something fair. If you think I should apologize, I will do so immediately." Hearing this, Shin's father's face darkens instantly. Shin Bingwei is clever, but often doesn't do things the right way. He just tries to please his father and have him settle disputes. The old master frowns and says, Our family doesn't have elders apologizing to younger members. Shun's father frowns tightly. He wants to say more but is stopped by Shun's mother. Shun's mother shakes her head, signaling Shun's father to stay calm. They have other plans for today. Shun's father is hot-tempered but knows right from wrong, which is why Shun's mother likes him. As for this younger uncle, he used to be quite slick and eloquent, which caused Shun's father to suffer many losses in the past. If they cause a scene over this matter, it might be hard to get the compensation back. That money was for their daughter-in-law, and they can't let this small issue delay things. Dad ningningis fine, sen mosars aster consulting yang ning. However, it's not good for the old master to get involved and cause more trouble. Shun's father suppresses his anger and says to the old master in a muffled voice, "Dad, we're back. Shouldn't the compensation money we gave be returned to us?" The old man ignored Shun's father's words and looked at Jiang Ning standing beside Shun Mo. He had seen her bandage him earlier and guessed that he was able to wake up because of this young girl. His cloudy eyes flicked around the Shun family, and then he asked Jiang Ning, "Are you Shun Mo's wife?" Jiang Ning replied calmly, "Yes, I am. You were the one who saved me just now, right?"
Good job.
Shun Mo married a good wife. The old man leaned back slightly. But this kind of rough method shouldn't be overused. If it's not done right, it could be dangerous. It's better to learn Western medicine. Jiang Ning looked confused. Suddenly, she found the old man quite interesting. Was he criticizing traditional Chinese medicine? "Grandpa, the method I used to save you just now is a simple traditional technique," Jiang Ning said slowly. "You think Western medicine is better, but why didn't Western doctors come to save you just now?" Old Shin was momentarily speechless. At that moment, a female voice came from outside. "Grandpa, I'm back." Jiang Ning looked up and saw a woman in her 20s walking in. Shin Bingwei immediately said upon seeing her, "Pian Rand, you're back. Your grandpa fainted just now. We need to take him to the hospital where you work for a checkup." While in the car, Shin Mo had briefly introduced his uncle's family. His second uncle's wife is Qin Fong, and they have a son named Shin Onbong, who is married and has 2 children. They also have a daughter named Shin Pian Ran, who is unmarried and currently works at a hospital in the capital. Hearing this, Shin Pian Ran immediately looked worried and asked, "Grandpa, what happened? Why did you suddenly faint?" It was because he was upset. Shin Bingwei sighed and looked at his most promising daughter. His words implied something, and Shin Pian Ran quickly looked at her uncle's family nearby. She frowned and said, "Uncle, Grandpa is getting old. His health isn't as good as before, and he can't handle being upset." After saying that, she turned to the old man and said with a mix of blame and affection, "Grandpa, you can't get angry easily. If you get too upset and have health problems, who will take care of your granddaughter? You sure know how to talk." The old man gently tapped Shin Pian Ran's head. His tone sounded like a scolding, but it was filled with love. The old master had spent half his life in the army. He was strong-willed and never bowed his head. When the younger ones in the family spoke to him in a gentle, coaxing tone, he couldn't really get angry. Unlike his eldest son's family, either stubborn like him or too quiet to say anything nice. And that Shin Mo's wife, her words could be sharp, and she even used some strange old-fashioned healing methods that no one knew where she learned from. Shun Bingwei suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Shin Pian Ran, "Oh right, Pian Ran, when your grandpa fainted just now, it was your second sister-in-law who used that old needle method to wake him up. I'm not sure if that's good for his health." Before he could finish, Shun's father interrupted him, his face dark. "Shun Bingwei, what do you mean by that? Who are you trying to mock here? My daughter-in-law's medical skills are excellent. Many people beg her for help. I just don't want her to get too tired." Jiang Ning turned her head to look at Shin Mo. She had always thought Shin's father was quiet, but she hadn't expected him to be so protective. Though his praise was a bit much, it still made her blush slightly. "Dad's right," Shin Mo said softly. "You're the best, my dear." Jiang Ning gave him a quick glare. After today's visit to the Shin family, she finally understood everything clearly. The old master was old-fashioned and traditional. As long as he was around, his word was law in the Shan household. Shin's father was stubborn and not the type to speak softly, while the second uncle was good at flattering others, which naturally pleased the strict old master and kept him from getting angry. What Shin's father had just said sounded like a joke to Shin Bingwei and the old master. "Brother, stop joking. Pian Ran is already a chief surgeon at the hospital and can perform operations. My daughter is that skilled, yet I wouldn't dare say her medical skills are unmatched. Your daughter-in-law just knows a bit of that old needle technique." Shin Bingwei didn't finish his sentence, but his mocking expression clearly said, "How can you even say that?" Jiang Ning stood quietly beside Shin Mo. She usually couldn't stand being wronged, but today someone spoke up for her. Hearing Shen's father defend her so firmly warmed her heart. She couldn't speak up or say anything. In fights among elders, younger people should not interfere, or they might get caught in the conflict. Moreover, old Master Shin was over 80 and in fragile health. To avoid upsetting him further, she chose to quietly stand beside Shin Mo. As for Uncle Shen's comments trying to undermine her, she didn't need to pay attention to them. She balanced both Western and traditional medicine, knowing neither was necessarily better. They each had their strengths. But Uncle Shen was a bit clueless. If he wanted to argue, let him. Father Shin was very protective of his son. When Shin Bingwei made that remark, his face turned a sickly color. However, his father's obvious favoritism made him want to speak up for Jiang Ning, but old Master Shin shot him a stern look. While the elders argued, the younger ones, who couldn't really join the debate, started to look at each other. Particularly Shin Pian Ran, who immediately noticed Jiang Ning standing beside Shin Mo. She considered herself pretty among her peers, but Jiang Ning's delicate, beautiful face with a mysterious charm completely outshined her. From her father and uncle's argument, she realized Jiang Ning knew how to use acupuncture. She didn't look down on her, but she had seen many people who claimed to be skilled with simple needle techniques, people who were just pretending. Those people were called barefoot doctors, and calling them real doctors was an insult to the profession. Shin Pian Ran naturally categorized Jiang Ning as one of those people. Hearing her father still arguing, she felt embarrassed. She immediately said to Shin Bingwei, "Dad, stop talking. Let's take Grandpa to the hospital for a checkup." Shin Bingwei and Shin Pian Ran helped the old man to leave. At that moment, Father Shin suddenly said, "Dad, about the compensation." Before he finished, old Master Shin snapped angrily, "What's the rush? It's not your money." Old Master Shin was stubborn, but if his eldest son said a few gentle words, he wouldn't be so harsh. He then handed over the money. But seeing how his eldest son acted, like he was just taking the money and leaving, he felt a bit upset. His eldest son's family had been sent away for years, suffering through hardships, and he felt some pity. Still, he couldn't bring himself to say caring words. Old Mr. Shin was helped out of the main hall by Shin Bingwei and Shin Pian Ran. He paused and turned to his eldest son, saying, "Come with me to the hospital. After the checkup, our family will have a meal together. Don't leave so quickly." Although Shin's father was a bit upset, the old man's words showed some softness, which was a rare sign of submission. As the oldest family member and now ill, he should be treated with respect. The Shin family all traveled together to the hospital. At the hospital, Shin Bingwei's family was busy and Shin Pian Ran kept giving green lights, so they didn't have to wait. Shin's father and family waited in the hall for the results of the old man's checkup. Family ties are complicated and hard to untangle. The old man was harsh to his eldest son but not completely heartless, so Shin's father found it hard to be truly angry. Shin Mo glanced outside the hospital and said, "Wife, I'll go buy something for you." He quickly got up and ran out like the wind. When he returned, he was holding a jar of sweet soup. Worried that Jiang Ning might be bored waiting, he bought a jar of sweet soup from a nearby stall. Seeing this, Shin's father gave Shin Mo a quick slap on the back. "You little brat, can't you see there are others here? You bought that just for your wife." Shin Mo immediately realized he had been so focused on his wife that he forgot about everyone else. He cleared his throat and quickly took some money from his pocket, handing it to his older brother. "Big brother, go buy something for our parents and little sister, Shin Ziming." While waiting for the old man's checkup, Shin's father found the waiting boring. The hospital was busy with people coming and going, which was normal in any era. Suddenly, a senior collapsed nearby. He fell to the ground, started convulsing, with his mouth crooked and drooling uncontrollably. There were no doctors in the hall, only a few nurses. Seeing this, someone quickly brought over a stretcher. The medical staff immediately tried to lift the man onto the stretcher. At that moment, a female voice said, "Wait, I'll help relieve his symptoms first." The medical staff turned instinctively and saw a delicate young woman approaching. She even stopped them from placing the man on the stretcher. Jiangning felt a bit helpless. It seemed she had a special connection to strokes. This was the third stroke patient she had encountered. The previously treated old party secretary and Mr. Shun in Dahu village had only minor illnesses, but the elderly man who collapsed in the hospital lobby was showing signs of paralysis. If his symptoms are not treated quickly, he might spend the rest of his life bedridden. When Shun Mo saw Jiangning approaching, he immediately moved to clear the crowd that was gathered around, saying, "Everyone, please step back and don't crowd together." The elderly man's condition looked quite serious. He was twitching all over and his hands were twisted into a frightening shape. The medical staff bringing the stretcher were startled, and when Jiangning appeared, they hesitated, unsure whether to act. They didn't know who she was and were worried about delaying treatment. Just then, a somewhat excited female voice called out from nearby, "Shinamo." Lian Liyue came over, dressed in the hospital's nurse uniform. Later, she went to the capital military district for Shinamo, but unexpectedly, Shinamo was assigned a mission that kept him away for 2 months. The medical office there wasn't promising, so she pouted and begged her father to use his connections to transfer her back to this hospital. Shin Mo simply glanced at her with a faint expression. Lian Liyue's smile froze on her face when she saw Jiangning squatting on the ground, opening a silver needle pack. She quickly walked over and shouted, "Stop right there." Lian Liyue rushed forward, noticing Jiangning's calm expression as she handled the silver needles. Seeing Jiangning's reaction, Lian Liyue realized she couldn't let her show off in this hospital, which was her territory. Shun Mo and the Shun family members held back the onlookers, giving Lian Liyue a chance to approach. Jiangning put the silver needle pack aside and loosened the patient's collar to help him breathe more easily. Then she took out the silver needles and began acupuncture. Just after inserting 2 needles, Jiangning's wrist was grabbed. "This is a hospital. You're just a barefoot doctor without a proper medical license. Don't cause harm." Lian Liyue held Jiangning's arm tightly, speaking loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear. Hearing this, many people around started to comment. "A barefoot doctor? I always wondered why the hospital doctors don't wear white coats. Barefoot doctor sounds like a rural term. Rural doctors probably don't have much skill, don't endanger lives." Jiangning struggled to free herself, but could manage to do so. She looked down at the patient again. The patient's condition had improved somewhat, but their face still looked uncomfortable. Jiangning noticed that Yan Liyue was determined not to let go. She spoke coldly, "If you don't want something to happen to the patient on the ground, let go of me quickly." The surrounding voices grew louder. Suddenly, a sharp female voice called out, Dad, what's wrong?" The voice was urgent, and a middle-aged woman rushed over, trying to help. Jiangning shouted to stop her, "Don't move him." Seeing the scene and noticing Jiangning holding a silver needle, and hearing others say that the woman with the needle was a barefoot doctor, the woman was immediately shocked. She looked angry at Jiangning. "You're just a rural barefoot doctor. Don't touch my dad." At this moment, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "The doctor is here! The doctor is here! Clear the way!" People coming to see the patient naturally trusted the doctor in the hospital uniform. Hearing that a doctor had arrived, the crowd quickly parted. Shun Mo stepped in front of the crowd. When he saw Yan Liyue attacking Jiangning, his eyes turned red. But since someone was always bothering them, and as a soldier, he couldn't fight the people. The crowd dispersed with noisy footsteps. Leading the way was a female doctor dressed differently from regular medical staff. The female doctor looked around at the scene, then glanced down at the patient's condition on the ground. Her eyes were sharp and calm. She immediately said, "Everyone, move back and don't crowd together." the medical staff following her quickly began to disperse the crowd. Most of the onlookers were just watching for fun and didn't pay attention to Jiang Ning's words. That's why Shen Mo and the others from the Shen family helped to hold back the crowd. Su Jin squatted down to examine the patient. He noticed the patient's collar was already loosened, and their breathing was much easier. His gaze suddenly fell on the silver needle in the stroke patient's hand. He instinctively looked up and saw Jiang Ning and Yan Liu squatting nearby. That one look stunned Su Jin. The other person was dressed in loose, comfortable winter clothes. Their small face was framed by the wide cotton clothing, making it look very delicate. But what attracted attention was their face, like a natural work of art, bright and stunning. Su Jin couldn't help but secretly admire. What a beautiful girl. Su Jin glanced at Yan Liu beside her and looked away. Do you know how to use traditional Chinese silver needle therapy? She asked Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning noticed Yan Liu loosen her grip and pulled her hand back. The needle that hadn't been inserted yet was quickly pushed into the patient's acupoint. Su Jin saw how skillfully she inserted the needle and couldn't help but tremble slightly as the silver needle went in. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and has been passed down for thousands of years. It's a wise art. Yan Liu thought Su Jin was intimidated by Jiang Ning. She spoke out of turn. Dr. Su, she's just a barefoot doctor from the countryside. Don't be fooled by her act. Let's take the patient to the treatment room. Su Jin looked at her calmly, feeling annoyed by her noise. She said softly, "Be quiet." Yan Liu choked. Su Jin was lucky to have seen an experienced old Chinese doctor perform acupuncture. That doctor once explained several acupuncture techniques to her. Acupuncture is very deep and varied. Each practitioner has their own style. Few can perform the trembling technique she was using. Even the old doctor, who explained it to her, couldn't do it. Su Jin couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ning again, surprised. She looked young, but her acupuncture skills seemed even better than the old doctor she knew. With Su Jin present, keeping order, the doubts from others faded away. Even the hospital's official doctors didn't interrupt the beautiful girl treating the patient. The spectators couldn't argue anymore. After a while, the stroke patient on the ground gradually calmed down, and the symptoms subsided. Su Jin immediately ordered someone to carry the patient on a stretcher for further tests. Once the patient left, the crowd slowly dispersed. Su Jin watched Jiang Ning stand up, her eyes fixed on her without blinking. Jiang Ning found her gaze a bit strange, but she was grateful for the young doctor's help during the tense moment. "Thank you," she said politely. The other person was humble and kind, not arrogant, because she had saved a life. After everything was over, she even thanked Jiang Ning. The beautiful girl had a pleasant voice too. Su Jin said, "In a critical moment, you were willing to step in and help. I can't really accept your thanks." Suddenly, Shenmu's mother's voice rang out. Su Jin looked up and saw Shenmu's eyes brighten. She immediately walked over and wrapped her arm around Shenmu's. "Aunt Shen, when did you all come back?" Shenmu smiled and said, "Just now." Su Jin then noticed the rest of the Shen family and quickly greeted them. "Uncle Shen, Big Brother Shen, and Qian, you're all back." "That's great." Her gaze suddenly fell on Shen Mo, and her eyes lit up again. She suddenly reached out and patted Shen Mo's shoulder. "Shen Mo." It's been almost 10 years since we last saw each other. Shen Mo had wanted to greet Su Jin, but then he heard her say something that made his heart race. "How are things in the army? Do you remember the childhood marriage promise we had? I've been thinking about you marrying me. We used to fight in our diapers, so we must have had some feelings, right? You have no one to marry, and I have no one either, so maybe we're a good match." Jiang Ning squinted and looked over. Childhood marriage promise? Suddenly, Shen Ziming reached out and grabbed Su Jin by the back of her neck, pulling her away from Shen Mo. "Don't talk nonsense. Mo has already gotten married." Feeling the warning signals, Shen Mo's radar started beeping wildly. He looked seriously at Su Jin. "There's no childhood marriage promise between us. I am already married." He then put his arm around Jiang Ning's shoulders. "Let me introduce her, my wife, Jiang Ning." Su Jin's eyes widened. Is this beautiful woman Shen Mo's wife? Her eyes flicked back and forth between Shen Mo and Jiang Ning. Finally, she reached out and pulled Jiang Ning out of Shen Mo's arms. No matter how you look at it, Shen Mo isn't a good match for you. Are your eyes blind, beautiful, Jiang Ning? The word, beautiful, carried a special charm. At that moment, Shen Mu suddenly hurried over nervously. Xiao Jin, that childhood marriage promise was just a joke between me and your mom. Shen Mo doesn't know about it. Su Jin, being smart, immediately understood that Shen Mu was explaining things to Jiang Ning. She also realized her earlier words might have been inappropriate. She quickly said to Jiang Ning, "Cough, Comrade Jiang, my name is Su Jin. I used to play rough with Shen Mo when we were kids, and I didn't know he was married. Please don't take my words to heart." Jiang Ning shook her head. "I don't mind." After saying that, Su Jin and Shen Mo both watched her expression carefully. Seeing that she was truly not upset, Su Jin finally relaxed. She couldn't help but carefully look at Jiang Ning's face again. TSK, 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 so beautiful. Why did she end up with that guy Shen Mo? Forget it. She would have to find a new candidate. Like Shen Mo, she was 28 and still unmarried. Her family kept urging her every few days. Soon, someone came to call Su Jin to see a patient in the ward. Su Jin and her colleagues greeted everyone and left. Before leaving, she saw Yan Liu still standing there, frozen in place. The medical staff around had all gone busy with their work. Why was she still standing here? She frowned and asked, "Why are you just standing here? Don't you need to watch over the patient bed?" Yan Liu was just an ordinary nurse, but Su Jin was a doctor at the hospital. Yan Liu's expression changed instantly, and she quickly followed her out. About an hour later, Old Master Shen finally finished all his tests, and the group returned to the main courtyard. Old Master Shen said everyone should stay for dinner, so they had no choice but to agree. At the dinner table, Old Master Shen and Uncle Shen's family were happily chatting, with Shen Bingwei making the old man laugh heartily. Meanwhile, Shen's father and the others ate quietly. Shen Mo kept serving Jiang Ning dishes. Shen Pianran served Old Master Shen some food. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and looked at Jiang Ning, asking, "I heard that today in the hospital lobby there was a barefoot doctor who could do acupuncture and treat patients. Was that you, second sister-in-law?" Jiang Ning was eating the dish Shen Mo had served and casually replied, "Yes, fortunately that patient is fine. If someone had died because of your improper actions, it would have been a big problem," Shen Pianran said, looking at Jiang Ning with disapproval and questioning. "Second sister-in-law, the hospital has professional doctors. You really shouldn't make a scene. If something really happened, it would be on you, a barefoot doctor without a medical license." Old Master Shen strongly agreed with Shen Pianran. "That's right. Shen Mo's wife, don't show off your medical skills outside just because you know a little." Old Master Shen's words gave Shen Pianran even more confidence. She slightly lifted her head to look at Jiang Ning's very beautiful face. Jiang Ning's tone was calm but serious as she asked, "As a doctor in an emergency, would you choose to stand by and do nothing? What's the point of being a doctor then?" Shen Pianran thought Jiang Ning would feel ashamed, but she didn't expect her to turn the question back on her. The old man said, "As a doctor, you can treat others, but you must recognize your own abilities. Don't harm others or yourself." Shen Mo frowned and was about to speak. At that moment, someone suddenly entered from outside. The visitor was Su Jin. Su Jin walked into the courtyard as if it were her own home. She said, "Grandpa Shen, I heard you fainted suddenly today. It seems like a stroke. I came to check on you. The Su family lives close to the Shen family, and they are also related by family ties. The old man has an old injury on his leg, and Su Jin usually takes care of him." So, when Su Jin entered the Shen courtyard, it felt like she was entering her own home. Old Mr. Shen said, "Ah, Xiao Jin, have you eaten? If not, I'll have someone bring you a bowl." Su Jin replied, "I haven't eaten yet, so I came to your house to grab a meal." As soon as Su Jin sat down, she suddenly covered her mouth with both hands, looking surprised as she looked at Jiang Ning. She said, "Is that you, Jiang Ning?" "Shen Mo, others." Old Mr. Shen asked, "What?" Xiao Jin, do you know Shinmo's wife? Of course I do. She's the amazing doctor who treated a patient today in our hospital lobby who was about to have a stroke and become paralyzed. Jiang Ning. The scene was over, sisters. Su Jin made a gesture to Jiang Ning. Earlier at the door, she overheard Shen Pianran talking with the old man. After hearing Jiang Ning's voice, she decisively came in to support her. Old Mr. Shen looked at Jiang Ning with some doubt. Su Jin nodded and said, "She's truly a great doctor." Several neurologists said that if the treatment hadn't been timely, the patient would have been paralyzed. They all sighed and called her a miracle doctor. Old Mr. Shen usually trusted Su Jin more than his own granddaughter when it came to medical matters. Hearing this, he had to look at Jiang Ning's wife with more respect. He added another bowl and chopsticks for Su Jin. She ate while chatting with Jiang Ning. She deliberately chose a seat next to Jiang Ning. Suddenly, she said to Jiang Ning, "Actually, I really like traditional Chinese medicine. I just can't find a good teacher to learn from. Would you be willing to be my teacher?" Everyone present, who knew her medical skills, was surprised by Su Jin's words. At 28 years old, people in the courtyard often said she was a genius in medicine. Although still young, she gradually overcame the doubts others had about her. Now, she suddenly told Jiang Ning, who was even younger than her, to be her teacher. "Your acting is too much. There's no need to praise me so highly," Jiang Ning said softly, only loud enough for the two of them to hear. Jiang Ning didn't take her words seriously. She guessed that Su Jin probably heard the doubts expressed by Shin Pianran and old Master Shin earlier, which is why she came in to defend her. It seems Su Jin has a good relationship with the Shin family. "I didn't praise you too much. Your medical skills are really good, but it's not just that." Su Jin's words were left unfinished, but her bright eyes kept staring at Jiang Ning's face. With such a face, not only men would be moved, but even she herself felt touched just by looking. Jiang Ning blinked in confusion, wondering why she didn't finish her sentence. Su Jin's heart skipped a beat, feeling overwhelmed. How could Shin Mo marry such a beautiful wife? Shin Mo was sitting on the other side of Jiang Ning. He listened carefully to the quiet conversation between the two girls and felt that Su Jin's gaze on his wife seemed a bit strange. After the meal, old Master Shin's thoughts naturally turned to Jiang Ning. He had thought he was marrying a simple country girl who knew nothing, but Su Jin's words surprised him. He decided he should take a good look at this future daughter-in-law. After finishing the meal, Shen's father mentioned the compensation money again. "Old Master," Shen glared at him. "Just think about that small amount." Then he stood up and went back to his room, taking out 2 passbooks. "These are the compensation funds for you both," he said, handing one passbook to Shen's father and the other to Shin Ziming. "Ziming, this is your compensation. I've divided it for you both, and each of you has it in your own passbook." Although old Master Shin favored Shin Ziming's family, he had his principles. He wouldn't touch his grandchildren's money. Shin's father was a retired soldier and held the title of honorary soldier, receiving a monthly allowance. Having the honorary soldier title meant he had made significant contributions to the country in the past. The monthly subsidy is 200 yuan. Shin's mother was once a researcher, and before being sent down, she earned a third-level salary of 180 yuan per month. Together, the couple earned 380 yuan each month. They were sent down 5 years ago, and with some compensation added, it is counted as 6 years. The total compensation received was 27,360 yuan. Over 20,000 yuan in this era is a huge amount. Shin Ziming is also a researcher, working at the same institute as Shin's mother. Before being sent down, his monthly salary was 130 yuan. Converted, his compensation was 9,360 yuan. Seeing the numbers on the passbook, Shen's uncle and others couldn't help but get emotional. He had long known that the old man received compensation for his older brother's family, and he guessed it wouldn't be small, but he never expected it to be this much. He originally wanted to persuade the old man to give him more money to invest in business, but the old man was always reluctant to agree. Later, when he learned that his older brother's family had received their compensation, he started thinking about his own. Since the old man didn't want to give his older brother's family the compensation, he thought he still had a chance. But before he could act, the opportunity slipped away. Shin's father took the passbook from the table, handed Shin Ziming his share, and then took Shin's mother's share from Shin's father and quickly handed it to Jiangning. Jiangning. Shin's mother pressed the passbook into Jiangning's hand, patting her hand and saying, "Ningning, this is a gift from Mom and Dad. In today's times, which family would give a bride a gift of over 20,000 yuan? Even the concept of a 10,000 yuan household had just recently become popular. She had only recently started dating Shin Mo, and he had already given her all his money. His nearly 10,000 yuan salary card was not small, but she never expected Shin's parents to give such a big gift. Over 20,000 yuan is a significant amount. Even Jiangning felt that the passbook was too hot to hold. She was happy to accept Shin Mo's money, but she couldn't accept her parents' money. Jiangning held Shin's mother's arm with one hand, pushed the passbook back with the other, and said in a childlike, coaxing tone, "Mom and Dad, this is too much. I can't take it. Don't you remember Shin Mo's salary is also in my account? I haven't even spent all his money yet." Jiangning's playful and mischievous tone made everyone laugh happily. Mother Shin also smiled for a while, then spoke seriously. "Ningning, I told you before Shin Mo gave you his share. It's only right. Your father's salary was also kept by me back then. This money is a small token of our kindness. Anyone in this era would be happy to give over 2,000 yuan as a gesture. Even giving a few thousand would be considered a big gesture." She could see that Shin Mo's parents sincerely treated her like their own daughter and loved her very much. She also liked such parents. In her current life, she had no relatives, only her teacher who taught her medicine, but later, her teacher also left. Jiangning then said seriously, "Mom and Dad, you just came back. You should keep this money. If you need it urgently, you can use it. You will still need money to live in the future." "It's not right to give all the money to me," Shin's father replied. "Your grandfather still has money from me and your mother. Don't worry about this." Reluctantly, Jiangning pulled Shin Qianqian aside to speak, and "Qianqian, Mom and Dad, Qianqian didn't have a job before she was sent away. You should give her this money." Shin Qianqian quickly said, "Second sister-in-law, I won't spend this money. I plan to go back to school and finish my university studies once I settle down. My parents already saved my part of the money with Grandpa." Old Shin, who had been listening to their conversation, sighed silently. He felt it wasn't quite right to give all the 2,000 yuan as compensation to Shin Mo's wife. After all, that's more than what most families give as a bride price. But the money was hard-earned compensation after Shin Mo's family suffered so much and finally got justice. He couldn't interfere with how they chose to divide it. Not only did old Shin find it surprising that Shin Mo's family gave all the money to his daughter-in-law, but Uncle Shin's family nearby was also almost stunned. Shin Bingwei couldn't help but say, "Big brother, your wife is so kind. She's from another family, so why give her so much money? Just 1,000 or 2 as a token would be enough." He was also planning to discuss business matters with his older brother later. But now that his brother had given all the money to his daughter-in-law, he felt he had no chance. Father Shin frowned and even more strongly disagreed with Shin Bingwei's words, speaking sternly. "What do you mean by saying my daughter-in-law is from an outside family? She married into the Shin family and is part of our family. Besides, she's my daughter-in-law, and I can give her as much as I want. No one in my family has said anything. Why are you interfering?" Father Shin's words seemed to want to distance himself from Shin Bingwei. In the past, Shin Bingwei secretly engaged in some improper business activities, which eventually led to someone catching him and using it to blackmail him. Their family's enemies, who were jealous of them, reported him. Their family had skilled workers who had worked abroad, and their children had also studied overseas when they were young. During the most tense political times, their family was targeted and blackmailed. Naturally, their enemies didn't want to let go of the opportunity. Although Shin Bingwei was the one who caused the trouble, it was their family that was punished and sent away. He couldn't help but feel resentful. After 5 years of exile, he saw clearly that even with blood ties, when disaster strikes, everyone goes their own way. As for the daughter-in-law Shin Bingwei called from an outside family, She had gone with them to the place of exile to help care for their injured bodies, never complaining. In fact, her arrival even helped improve his wife's increasingly bad mood, making her look healthier. He wasn't blind. He knew who was good and who was bad. It was impossible for him to be easily swayed by a few words to cause trouble. Jiang Ning couldn't do it, but she was still reluctant to accept the money. In the end, she couldn't help but look up and ask Shen Mo for help. Of course, Shen Mo listened to Jiang Ning. Whatever his wife said, he would do. Without hesitation, Shen Mo said, "Mom and Dad, if she doesn't want it, then forget it. How can you force it on her? I earn enough to give her what she needs." Father Shen, being older, was not shy about scolding his son. He slapped Shen Mo on the back of his head. "What are you talking about, Shen Mo?" He also thought his wife was right. Mother Shen suddenly remembered something while holding the passbook. "Oh, right. I was going to buy some jewelry for Ningning." She quickly took back the passbook, patted Jiang Ning's hand, and said, "Let's buy some jewelry first. Whatever money is left, we'll give to you later." Jiang Ning wasn't really concerned about this. The love from Father and Mother Shen made her feel a bit overwhelmed, but she also felt warm inside. So, when she met Shen Mo, she felt very lucky. Arriving in a strange world, she suddenly gained a new identity, even becoming someone's wife. All the unfamiliarity made her feel lost, but luckily, she was fortunate. Shen Mo's kindness surprised her. Jiang Ning still agreed. Her refusal was sincere, and she also considered Shen's parents. Accepting was heartfelt. It was their love as elders. Since accepting made them feel more at ease, she had no problem with it. Seeing Jiang Ning agree, Shen's parents were happy. Giving money made Shen's family happy too. In contrast, Shen Bingwei's family looked worried. Shen Bingwei was upset about the money Shen's father had. Now that the money was gone, he was unhappy. His wife and his eldest son's wife looked uneasy when they heard their husband, the father-in-law, talk about outsiders, but they eventually calmed down. They also felt a bit jealous of Jiang Ning. Since the money issue was settled, Su Jin finally had a chance to talk privately with Jiang Ning. Shen Mo wanted to stay close, but Jiang Ning sent him away to tidy up the east courtyard. Actually, old Shen had already prepared a place for the eldest son's family. Shen Mo's job was just to make the beds. When leaving, he kept looking back at Jiang Ning as if worried she might be taken away. In the end, Shen Ziming pulled his brother by the neck and took him to the east courtyard to tidy up. Su Jin sat with Jiang Ning in the yard. She looked serious and said, "Jiang Ning, I'm not joking. I really want to learn traditional Chinese medicine." Jiang Ning was surprised. She thought Su Jin was joking at the dinner table. Now, talking privately, it seemed she was serious and wanted to show her determination. The power of traditional Chinese medicine. I've seen it twice now. I wasn't lying at the table. The neurologists all examined that patient. If you hadn't treated him in time, he would have been paralyzed for sure. Jiang Ning believed her. The situation was indeed urgent. Su Jin continued, "Actually, our hospital is planning to set up a traditional Chinese medicine department. If I invite you to work with us, would you be interested?" She shook her head and said, "I don't have a medical license, so I probably can't." Su Jin raised her nose and said, "Getting a medical license is easy. As long as you pass the hospital's review, getting the license won't be a problem." Her words sounded as if she was confident she would pass the test easily. After saying that, she changed the subject. "How are you thinking about teaching me traditional Chinese medicine?" "I still need to think about it," Jiang Ning replied. She had her own reasons for considering teaching, and she believed that talent played a big role in traditional Chinese medicine. Su Jin had already achieved a lot in Western medicine. If she switched to studying traditional Chinese medicine now, she might feel discouraged. Su Jin pouted a little, looking disappointed. Suddenly, she hugged Jiang Ning's arm and nuzzled into her chest like a child seeking affection. "Please teach me. I really like traditional Chinese medicine, Jiang Ning." She felt like she was dealing with a mischievous child. Shen Mo, who had just finished making the bed in the East Wing, saw this scene. This troublemaker actually dared to get so close to his wife. Jiang Ning looked at the head resting in her arms. She thought this girl might have a bit of social confidence. Although she was several years older than Jiangning, she acted very spoiled without hesitation. Shen Ziming came out and saw this scene, feeling a bit helpless. But this was the first time he saw Su Jin so fond of a girl. It seemed like she liked her a little too much. All the children raised in this big courtyard had impressive backgrounds. Su Jin had been friends with Shen Mo since they were young. Besides Shen Mo, who was taller and stronger, she usually made other kids cry when she played. When she was with Qian Qian, she acted like a caring older sister. As for Shen Pianran from the second uncle's family, they didn't get along well. Su Jin also didn't have a good relationship with that family. She got along better with their family, but she had never acted so spoiled with any other girl before. Could it be that she really had feelings for his second brother's wife? Shen Mo had studied abroad and had seen similar relationships before. Shen Mo couldn't help but look at his older brother. Brother, you need to control Su Jin. Only you can keep her in check. Shen Ziming glanced at his younger brother. Then he sighed and walked over to the two girls. Standing behind them, he suddenly reached out and gently lifted Su Jin by the back of her neck, pulling her away. Xiao Jin, it's getting late. You should go home now. Su Jin didn't want to leave. She hadn't had enough time to get close to the pretty girl. She blinked her bright, water-like eyes at Shen Ziming. Big brother Shen, can I stay a little longer? Shen Ziming, acting as everyone's older brother, was used to taking care of everyone. He has a gentle and refined personality. Su Jin naturally softens her temper in front of him. She always feels that playing around with such a brother is her mistake. In this big courtyard, she only listens to the eldest brother of the Shen family, but she hasn't reached her goal yet. She doesn't want to leave. Shen Ziming loosened his grip on her hand.
Sit properly.
What kind of manners is this to hold someone and nuzzle? Su Jin said, Brother Shen, we all graduated from American schools. Why do your thoughts seem so old-fashioned now that you're back? That's because he's annoyed by how you keep nuzzling your sister-in-law. Shen Ziming didn't say this aloud. In the end, Shen Mo took Jiangning back, glaring fiercely at Su Jin, then hugging Jiangning and heading to the east yard, ignoring Su Jin's playful gestures. The Shen family has many members, and their yard is quite large. The east yard has 4 rooms, probably renovated because there are more people now. Shen Mo immediately picked up Jiangning around the waist and stepped forward with long legs, then laid her down on the bed, his large hand resting on her waist. Jiangning looked at him with clear, bright eyes. Shen Mo was captivated by her gentle gaze. His Adam's apple moved, and his hand on her waist pressed a little more. Jiangning let out a soft sound. Shen Mo quickly reacted, his gaze drifting, and after a moment, he reluctantly removed his hand from her waist. But then Jiangning suddenly reached out and hooked her arm around his neck. What's wrong with you? He leaned down, burying his face in her neck. Are you jealous? Jiangning widened her eyes, then quickly guessed something. Are you jealous of a girl? She was just teasing Shen Mo, not expecting him to actually admit it. What's wrong with a girl? Shen Mo said. She's so clingy to you, I don't like it. Feeling the tickling and slight trembling at her neck, Jiangning couldn't help but laugh. Now she believed that Shen Mo and Su Jin had known each other since childhood. At the hospital, hearing about that strange childhood engagement, she felt a strange emotion in her heart. But she trusted this man. Shen Mo's kindness was never just words, he showed it through actions. It was unreasonable to blame him over baseless guesses. Actually, Shen Mo was still a bit conflicted inside. Wife, when you heard Su Jin say I have that silly childhood engagement with her, didn't you feel jealous? Jiangning lowered her eyes and glanced at him. Jealous? Yes, he replied softly, sounding a little lonely. A lot of men like mature and steady women and usually don't like jealousy, right? But Shen Mo was different. Jiangning raised an eyebrow and teased him. You think if I don't get jealous, I don't care about you? Her little playful remark made Shen Mo's heart flutter. It was so fun to tease him. At 28 years old, he was still so innocent. That was quite rare. Suddenly, Jiangning cupped his face and lifted it, then kissed him softly. Then she said, Shen Mo, I do care about you. I care about you very much. Shen Mo's eyes lit up when he heard that. Jiangning thought for a moment and said, "We are married, and in the future, we will be parents to our children. I am even willing to have children for you. Do you think I don't care about you?" She had actually thought about this question. She was a medical student, and a mother who willingly wanted to have children must love her husband very much. Walking through the gates of death isn't easy. She had never thought she would have children with anyone, at least not in her previous life. But after spending more time with Shen Mo, she gradually started to face this idea. After thinking it over, she realized she was quite willing. Shen Mo was originally happy that his wife cared about him, and then suddenly, a wonderful surprise fell into his lap.
Wife.
Wife. Shen Mo seemed speechless, stammering for a long time before he could speak. Jiangning had never seen such a rich expression on Shen Mo's face. "It's just that you're willing to have children for me. Why are you so excited? I'm so happy," Shen Mo said happily. But then he suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but say, "Wife, having children might not be good for your health." Jiangning was stunned. She didn't expect Shen Mo to say that. She remembered that in this era, having children was very common. Many men thought it was normal to have 10 or 8 children. In the eyes of doctors, giving birth is like passing through a dangerous gate. If a woman doesn't take good care of herself after childbirth, she may face many health problems in old age. A great mother might have to leave during her most painful years. For men, having children is seen as a duty. Once they have children, their task is done. Few men realize how much childbirth can harm a woman's body. Jiangning raised an eyebrow. "How do you know it's bad for the body?" "After my mother had me and my older brother, her health wasn't good. Later, when she had Qianqian, she was already older. After giving birth to Qianqian, her health visibly worsened, which made Dad very worried. Seeing my mother's poor health, my brother and I understood. When my brother married Jin Yuan, he didn't rush to have children. Their grandmother passed away early. Their mother's health issues were cared for directly by their father. Yang Ningnotet. She had taken care of Shen's mother's health. Shen's mother was very weak because she had 3 children. Later, she was sent to the countryside to suffer for a long time. Surviving that period was considered a blessing from heaven. During that sensitive time, many innocent people lost their lives. No wonder Shen Mo never mentioned children to her in all these years. If she hadn't brought up the topic today, she might never have known these details. Small details show a person's character. The Shen family's good qualities are obvious. Suddenly, Jiangning turned over, and they changed positions. She lay on Shen Mo without any worries, resting her head on his chest. "Shen Mo, marrying you and coming to your family, I feel very lucky." As she finished speaking, she heard his heartbeat quicken. No, it was his, not hers. Jiangning couldn't help but laugh. Being in love with someone who's so focused on love itself was a new feeling. Their relationship had skipped the dating stage and moved straight to marriage. Jiangning loved hearing his strong heartbeat. It meant life was full of vitality. Shen Mo couldn't see her expression. Although his wife said she was willing to have children for him, he still felt a bit worried. He couldn't help but ask, "Wife, do you like children?" Jiangning thought for a moment and said, "I like obedient children like Zhiqi. But that child has been abandoned too many times and is very sensitive. We need to be extra kind to him." Shen Mo assured her, "Don't worry, wife. If the kids are naughty in the future, I will teach them a lesson." Jiangning suddenly looked up, curious, and asked, "Both sons and daughters should be taught?" Shen Mo thought for a moment and replied, "Of course, if it's a son and he's too mischievous, he needs to be disciplined. If it's a daughter, then it's a different matter." Jiangning couldn't help but smile. The Shen family's old tradition of favoring daughters over sons is still strong. Suddenly, Jiangning shivered, and Shen Mo immediately got up and brought in a basin of hot water. After washing up, he first tucked Jiangning into bed, then went outside to tidy up before returning. When the man got into bed, Jiangning immediately snuggled into his arms. Since it was just after the new year, it was still cold outside. Shen Mo was warmer than anything else for keeping her warm. Jiangning curled up in his arms, feeling cozy and almost falling asleep. Suddenly, her man rolled over. She opened her eyes and saw a dangerous glint in his eyes, especially noticeable in the dark. Shin Mo held her down and said in a deep voice, "Wife, it's been over 2 months." Jiang Ning understood his meaning. Not just Shin Mo, she also wanted it, but compared to this man, she felt like a small fish in a big pond. When they were in Qing County, Shin Mo went to Dahuang village. They were close for a while, but didn't go all the way. Counting the days, it's really been over 2 months. Shin Mo's gaze also became a little dazed. He started to push his luck, whispering, "Wife, don't forget what you promised me in Dahuang village." Jiang Ning instantly became alert. She reached out and pushed him gently, saying, "Don't go too far. There are more than just us here." Seeing the disappointment on his face, Jiang Ning didn't soften. She blushed and said, "Wait until we go back to the courtyard." After a deep conversation, Shin Mo carefully wrapped Jiang Ning in the quilt, then went outside to fetch water and help her wash up. Once she was less sticky, Jiang Ning curled up in the quilt and fell asleep. Shin Mo finished tidying up, looked at his sleeping wife, smiled, and immediately jumped into bed to hold her. Thinking about the questions they discussed today, a smile kept lingering on my lips. My wife really likes him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be willing to have children with him. Shin Mo didn't continue to disturb the girl who was already asleep. After a full meal, he could tell the difference clearly. He held the soft girl, Xiang, in his arms and watched her fall into a peaceful sleep. When Jiang Ning woke up the next day, it was almost noon. Something happened after returning from Qing County, and she also had to deal with old Master Shin and others. That evening, Shin Mo took her for a lively exercise session. When she woke up, Shin Mo was no longer beside her. Instead, the blanket on her was extra thick, as if to keep her warm. Jiang Ning, craving the warmth, lay back down. Just as she did, she saw the door slightly open. Her eyes met Shin Mother's, and she hurried to sit up. Seeing her dress lightly, Shin Mother quickly came in and signaled her to lie down again. "Quick, lie down. It's cold today, don't catch a cold." Feeling a bit embarrassed about staying in bed longer because of her elder, Jiang Ning hesitated. Shin Mother said, "I just came to see if you're awake. Now that you are, I'll ask Shin Mo to bring your food." Shin Mother cherished her daughter-in-law very much. She didn't mind her lingering in bed. She wouldn't say anything. She added, "If you don't want to eat yet, you can sleep a little longer." Jiang Ning had just woken up and wanted to stay in bed, but when she looked at the time, she realized it was already so late. It was almost lunchtime. People in this era go to bed early and wake up early, keeping a very regular schedule. Since ancient times, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has been difficult to handle. There are stories of mothers-in-law knocking on the door early in the morning to wake their daughters-in-law for cooking. But here, her mother-in-law actually encouraged her to stay in bed longer. If it were still early, she would definitely listen to Shin Mother and stay in bed a bit more. But now it was almost lunchtime, and she couldn't keep lying down. After getting up, Jiang Ning went outside with Shin Mother and just happened to see Shin Mo coming in with water from the courtyard. Seeing that his mother hadn't come out for a while, Shin Mo guessed that his wife was awake. He immediately went to get hot water for her to wash up. The Shin family didn't have a division of property. During meals, everyone ate together. Because of old Master Shin's rules, the whole family had to eat at the same time. But Jiang Ning broke this rule. Old Master Shin often looked displeased when he saw Jiang Ning eating at the table. Jiang Ning also noticed that old Master Shin kept glancing at her from time to time. Jiang Ning pretended not to see. After all, the other person was older. Near the end of the meal, Shin Bingwei suddenly spoke. "Big brother, sister-in-law, you shouldn't spoil the children too much. Everyone in the family should be present for all 3 meals." Hearing this, Jiang Ning felt amused. He was clearly talking about her. She ignored him the whole time. After lunch, Mother Shin urged Shin Mo to take them shopping, saying she wanted to buy jewelry for Jiang Ning. When they were about to leave, old Master Shin suddenly called them back and quickly took out a passbook from inside the house. When Jiang Ning saw the passbook handed to her, she was a bit stunned. The old man said, "This is a gift from me, as your grandfather, for my granddaughter-in-law. Please accept it. Old Master Shen had served in the military for most of his life. He treated all his grandchildren equally. He prepared some money for each of them, whether they married out or married into the Shen family. When he told her to accept it, it was like giving an order. Jiang Ning was not pretentious and took the passbook without hesitation. The money wasn't much, but it was 1,000 yuan. In an ordinary family, that was quite a lot. But after working hard for so many years, how could the old man not have savings? He favored his weaker son, but he didn't neglect his grandchildren. The money was from the eldest brother. Jiang Ning smiled sincerely and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." After taking the money, Jiang Ning felt she should say something. Suddenly she said, "Grandpa, you're getting old. Don't get angry so often. As long as you don't worry about everything, you should live to 108, maybe even 118. Every elder liked children who spoke sweetly. His eldest son's family always complained that he favored the second son. The children in the eldest son's family studied abroad from a young age and didn't grow up under his watch. When they returned, they were respectful to him as a grandfather, but they weren't as close as the children who had been raised under his eyes. Even the most childish Shin Qianqian was cautious and afraid when she saw him. Over time, he favored the children of his second son. Old Master Shen pretended to be stern. Shen Mo, who has been quiet since he was a child, married a girl like you, who's quite talkative. He also noticed that Shen Mo's wife was either very quiet or could easily control the conversation when she spoke. No wonder the eldest son's family is so fond of their daughter-in-law, who married into the family. Jiang Ning didn't expect that just one sentence from her would make the old man happy. Her mind was focused on the large sum of money she received, over 20,000 yuan from Shen's parents, plus Shen Mo's salary. This was another amount given by the old man. It seemed like she had suddenly become a little rich. After leaving the Shen family estate, their family went to a department store. In the store, it was a woman's world. Shen's mother was very generous, waving her hand. "Ning Ning, pick whatever you like. Mom will pay for it." Jiang Ning happily supported Shen's mother by holding her arm and acting spoiled. "Mom, you're so kind." Shen's mother seemed to have a good eye for these things. The family visited several counters, finally stopping at the largest one. It had gold, silver, pearls, and jade items. Shen's mother signaled the clerk to bring out a gold bracelet. She took the bracelet and put it on Jiang Ning's fair wrist, then asked, "Ning Ning, how about this gold bracelet? The pattern is unique, and it's quite heavy." Jiang Ning's skin was fair and delicate, and wearing gold jewelry didn't look tacky at all. She felt the weight of her mother's love. This bracelet probably weighed at least 50 grams. Jiang Ning raised her slender wrist, and the bracelet fit perfectly. Then Shen's mother chose some necklaces and earrings, putting together a full set. She didn't care about the money at all. The female clerk selling jewelry looked numb from watching. She had seen people buy jewelry before, but never like this. The clerk couldn't help but envy Jiang Ning. Having such a good mother-in-law was truly a blessing. Shen's mother seemed to get addicted to shopping. Sometimes she also asked the opinions of the men accompanying her, and when she heard nice, beautiful, and similar words, she ignored them afterward. Shen's mother's questions really stumped the men. They couldn't decide either. Who would have thought there were so many styles of women's jewelry? Although Shen Mo couldn't choose, he knew how to read his wife's expressions. Jiang Ning looked at the jewelry in the display, skipping the ones she didn't like, and paying more attention to the ones she liked. After looking at a few pieces, Shen Mo asked her to try them on. Once she tried them, she basically made her decision. Jiang Ning noticed this and didn't dare to look casually anymore. She had already chosen 2 sets of complete gold jewelry, so Jiang Ning quickly stopped Mother Shen. "Mom, this is enough. No need to buy more." The surrounding glances seemed surprised by their big spending. Mother Shen gave up on gold jewelry and turned to look at pearls and jade. She seemed quite knowledgeable about jewelry and could pick out good pieces at a glance. After buying 2 pearl necklaces and a jade bracelet for Jiang Ning, she stopped shopping. They spent over 20,000 on so many pieces of jewelry, almost half of it. Mother Shen paid, without hesitation. She asked Shen Mo to carry all the bags. Mother Shen originally wanted to buy more clothes for Jiang Ning, but Jiang Ning refused. She said her clothes were enough, so Mother Shen nodded without insisting. Halfway through shopping, Shen Qianqian said she needed to use the bathroom and asked Jiang Ning to go with her. Jiang Ning nodded and accompanied Shen Qianqian to find the public restroom. She gave her some money, and Shen Qianqian went inside, while Jiang Ning waited outside. Before she could see Shen Qianqian come out, she unexpectedly saw someone else. Jiang Ting was walking over, arm in arm with Lin Yufei, accompanied by a middle-aged couple who looked like Lin Yufei's parents based on their clothes. Jiang Ting was smiling and chatting with Lin Yufei's parents, but when she saw Jiang Ning, her first reaction was to want to hide. Seeing how Shen Mo treated Jiang Ning last time, and comparing that to Lin Yufei's attitude towards her, the difference was too big, almost making her break down. Lin Yufei had even ignored her for a while. If she hadn't done well in her recent exam and won a scholarship, she might have even given money to Lin Yufei herself. Only then did Lin Yufei's attitude start to improve. She couldn't understand why, even though she had already taken the lead and been with Lin Yufei, Jiang Ning was living a better life than her. What exactly went wrong? What surprised her most was Shen Mo's military rank. He was actually a deputy regimental commander. That was the only thing she had guessed wrong. If she had known Shen Mo's status earlier, she definitely wouldn't have let Shen Mo be with Jiang Ning. She would have loved to be the wife of a deputy regimental commander herself. Thinking about Shen Mo dying someday, she suddenly felt less upset about it. Jiang Ting clenched her small bag tightly, feeling the strange object in her hand. She lifted her head again, looking proud like a swan. After Lin Yufei's parents learned she did well on her exam and even received a school scholarship, they were very happy. They hurried to the capital during the holiday break and urged Lin Yufei to submit her marriage report. Once Lin Yufei submitted the report, Jiang Ting finally relaxed. After passing the political review, she would officially become Lin Yufei's wife. Now she was just waiting for Lin Yufei to keep getting promoted so she could finally feel proud. As for Shen Mo, she remembered that he might have been injured during a mission that year. She recalled that his letter mentioned it was quite serious. Shen Mo's parents, who had been sent away from the countryside, were also brought back to the capital. She received 2 letters, one from Shen Mo and one from his parents. Shen Mo's letter said that his parents had been exonerated and returned to the capital. They asked if she wanted to come to the capital. At that time, she had never left her village. She agreed to go to the capital, and then she saw the letter from Shen Mo's parents. His parents wrote that Shen Mo was injured and it was quite serious. They hoped she could come to the capital to help take care of him. Seeing this letter, Jiang Ting was immediately unhappy. Because of the small monthly allowance of 30 yuan, she even replied that she was busy in the countryside and had no time to go to the capital. Shen Mo's parents did not insist that she come to the capital. Several years passed, and Shen Mo died in a mission. His parents didn't hide it from her. They explained in their letter that Shen Mo died because of his injury. The medical conditions at the time were poor, and there were lingering health issues. When her parents wrote to her about Shen Mo's death, she felt like the sky was falling. They still wanted her to go to the capital. She had never even seen Shen Mo in her previous life, and she didn't want to take care of his parents after his death. She didn't even reply to the letter. Later, Jiang Ning returned with Lin Yufei, who had become successful and famous. Having been a widow all her life, how could she not feel resentful? Even more, Shen Mo's parents still wanted her to go to the capital to take care of them. She thought that was just a dream. Since ancient times, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has been the hardest to handle. Lin Yufei's parents were both working and had a good family condition. When they first learned she was from the countryside, they didn't like her. But once they found out she got into university, their attitude changed instantly, and they decided she would be their daughter-in-law. Now, with Shen Mo's parents back, Jiang Ning probably feels overwhelmed trying to manage the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Thinking of this, her mood immediately improved. Jiang Ting obviously wouldn't tell Shen Mo about her injury. She was just waiting for Shen Mo to get hurt, so she could go see Jiang Ning's situation. Jiang Ning saw several emotions on Jiang Ting's face, from guilt and shyness at first to a look of arrogance and mockery. Jiang Ning didn't quite understand the heroine's feelings in the story. Jiang Ting pretended to be surprised and asked Jiang Ning, "Sister, what are you doing here?" Jiang Ning crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, looking at her. "Just out for a walk." Jiang Ting pretended to be close and deep in sisterly love, but Jiang Ning was tired of it. Now that she had her money back, there was no need to pretend anymore. She didn't want to bother with her. But the other person kept coming over to talk to her. After greeting Jiang Ning, Jiang Ting introduced the people around her. "Sister, let me introduce you. This is Brother Yu Fei's parents." Then she turned to Jiang Ning's parents and said, "Mom and Dad, this is my real sister." Jiang Ning's parents were surprised by Jiang Ning's appearance. Jiang Ting was quite attractive, but her sister looked even better. However, they cared more about education than looks. The girl who got into college, Jiang Ting, was more in their eyes. Since they had already introduced themselves and were close enough, Jiang Ning politely called them uncle and auntie. Jiang Ting looked at Jiang Ning carefully, then suddenly raised her hand and flicked her hair. Her fake gesture made Jiang Ning glance at her hand. Oh, what a coincidence. It wasn't that Jiang Ning wanted to look, but she recognized the gold ring on Jiang Ting's hand. It was one of the rings Shenmu's mother discarded from 10 rings. The reason for discarding it was that it was too small and not impressive enough. Then she chose a butterfly-shaped gold ring, about the size of 2 thumbs. That ring was too eye-catching to wear openly. She had a bracelet on her wrist and she was wearing winter clothes, so the bracelet could be hidden under her sleeve. But the ring couldn't. Jiang Ning put the ring back into her bag. She wouldn't stop Shenmu's mother from buying gold, as the value of gold would only increase in the future. "Sister, are you alone? Would you like to go shopping with us? Today, my parents said they want to buy me 3 big items. I initially thought I wouldn't need to, since I spend most of my time at school, but my parents said I can't miss out on these. I didn't expect to meet you here. Since that's the case, sister, why don't you come with me? Can you help me decide?" Jiang Ning wasn't new to Jiang Ting. Jiang Ting kept pestering her to go, mainly to show off how well Lin Yufei's parents treated her. "No, thank you. I will." Just as Jiang Ning was about to refuse, Shun Qianqian suddenly came out of the bathroom, holding Jiang Ning's arm. "Second sister-in-law, have Mom and Dad come yet?" "Not yet." Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. "Shall we go look for them?" She didn't want to get too involved with Jiang Ting. When Jiang Ning heard she was going to find them, Shun Qianqian's eyes immediately became shy. "Second sister-in-law, I don't want to go. How about we sit on that bench and wait for Mom and Dad to find us?" Jiang Ning thought that was a good idea. Since Shun Qianqian said she wanted to sit for a while, she wouldn't have to be dragged around by Jiang Ting. Jiang Ning kept her smile and said, "Sister, I still have to wait for someone, so I won't go shopping with you." Jiang Ting couldn't help but glance at Shun Qianqian beside Jiang Ning. The other girl called Jiang Ning second sister-in-law, so she probably was Shenmo's sister. Shenmo's sister was back, so Shenmo's parents should be back too. Jiang Ning was now likely serving Shenmo's in-laws. Last time, Shenmo's parents wrote to ask her to go to the capital to take care of them. She really didn't want to go. Although Shenmo's military rank was higher than Lin Yufei's now, once Shenmo died, he would be nothing. Jiang Ting didn't want to miss the chance to see Jiang Ning watch her in-laws treat her well. She said, "Sister, why don't you come shopping with us? Maybe you'll meet someone along the way." Seeing that Jiang Ning was still reluctant, Shun Qianqian said, "My second sister-in-law said she doesn't want to go with you." "Didn't you hear her?" Shun Qianqian, having been tempered in the countryside, had become more straightforward after returning to the capital. She was used to being pampered by her family and spoke directly, without much fuss. Jiang Ting was momentarily choked by her confident attitude. She still kept her smile, pretending not to notice the dissatisfaction in her words. She was about to say something when she opened her mouth again. At this moment, Shun Qianqian suddenly waved her hand. "Mom and Dad, older brother and second brother, over here." Jiang Ning looked up and turned to see. Jiang Ting and the Lin family also instinctively looked in that direction. Shun's mother had empty hands, while Shun's father, Shun Ziming, and Shun Mo were holding a lot of bags. "Ning, these are all clothes and shoes I bought for you. Don't refuse. Mom's taste is always right." Luckily, Shen Mo remembered your size, Shen's mother said, pointing at 2 bags in Shen Ziming's hands. These 2 are for Jiqing, as his grandma. I have to show some care. Jiangning didn't expect Shen Qianqian to pull her away just to make it easier for Shen's mother to buy her clothes. She felt a bit amused and helpless. Seeing Shen Mo struggling to carry all the bags, she reached out to help him, but he dodged her. Sweetheart, these are a bit heavy. Don't strain your hands, Shen Mo said. After thinking for a moment, he handed her a few small bags. You carry these. Jiangning recognized the small bags as jewelry boxes. She took the jewelry bags. Jiang Ting and the Lin family members instantly became like strangers. When Jiang Ting saw Shen Mo handing Jiangning those small bags, her eyes widened. She recognized the bags. Her gold ring was bought from that jewelry store. When Jiangning took the bag, her delicate wrist revealed a finely patterned gold bracelet. It was the bracelet she had immediately liked in the jewelry store, but its price was out of her reach. She didn't even dare to say how beautiful the bracelet was, because she knew that Lin's parents, no matter how much they valued her as a college student, wouldn't buy her a gold bracelet worth thousands. But now, the thing she wanted was on Jiangning's wrist. And judging by the size of the bag, there should be quite a few items inside. It definitely wasn't just small jewelry. Why did she keep miscalculating every step? Clearly, Jiangning should be inferior to her in every way. How could the Shen family be so rich? Weren't they supposed to have been sent away? And they bought Jiangning so many clothes. She had never seen so many clothes bought in bags. If she married Shen Mo, then the gold bracelet and all those clothes, could they be hers? Those money are hers now. Jiang Ting's face didn't look good. She felt both heartbroken about the money and jealous. Go buy some things. In the end, Lin Yufei pulled Jiang Ting away. Lin Yufei didn't know what was wrong with himself. Whenever he saw Jiangning, he felt something strange in his heart. But as soon as he saw Shen Mo, he just wanted to leave. Shen Mo's presence was too strong. In the army, he was always the one looked up to from below. Jiang Ting and the Jiang family left, and Shen Mo's family didn't even glance at them. After shopping, Jiangning and Shen Mo didn't go back to the retired soldiers' compound with Shen Mo's mother and family. Instead, they went to the residential area. When they just arrived at the gate of the residential area, Jiangning saw a familiar person outside. Shen Mo drove the car over, and Jiangning called out, Huang Xiaodong. Huang Xiaodong was surprised and said happily, Ningjia? You're really back? Jiangning asked curiously. Why are you here, Ningjia? I came to find you, Huang Xiaodong said excitedly. Today, Sister Li came to the clinic to see a doctor and said you were back. I immediately came to find you. Didn't Sister Li say I haven't been home these past 2 days? If we hadn't just come back, you would have missed me, Jiangning said a little helplessly. Why are you in such a hurry to see me? Big news, Huang Xiaodong said. Jiangning told him, get in a car and come to our house. We need to register at the gate first. Okay, Huang Xiaodong immediately opened the car door and got in. He was both excited and curious. He had never sat in a 4-wheeled vehicle before, and this one looked very cool. After registering at the gate of the residential area and returning to their small courtyard, Jiangning got out of the car. She was curious and asked Huang Xiaodong, what are you holding in your arms? Such a big bag. Huang Xiaodong followed into their yard. After the gate closed, he secretly took out what he was holding, a large brown paper bag. He placed the bag on the table and started unwrapping it, saying, Ningjia, do you know how much I sold the whitening cream you asked me to make these past 2 months? Jiangning knew that both the whitening cream and the 3-white cream were in high demand at that time. They were so popular that she was exhausted just making them every day. Fortunately, Huang Xiaodong helped reduce her burden. Seeing how excited he was, Jiangning asked supportively, how much? Huang Xiaodong immediately said, sold for 2,586 yuan. Xingyue brings back several pages of orders every week. I almost couldn't keep up alone, but luckily Grandpa helped. Jiangning was a bit surprised but not too shocked. She was confident in these 2 products she researched, and since they showed real results, word of mouth naturally brought in many customers. Indeed, In any era, students' money is the easiest to earn. Now, those who can afford school are not ordinary students. Their families have some savings. No wonder street vendors like to sell things at the school gate. Next to them, Shinemo was very surprised when he heard the amount Huang Xiaodong mentioned. In just 2 months, they earned over 2,000 yuan. In 1 month, that's more than 1,000 yuan, equivalent to a couple of years' salary for an average worker. Huang Xiaodong pushed a paper bag filled with money toward her. Inside were stacks of cash. He said, "Sister Ning, I've already paid Xingyue her share each time. After deducting costs for transportation, herbs, and buying porcelain jars, there are 1,500 yuan here for you. I'm not very good at math, and the accounts are with Xingyue. If I've made any mistakes, you can check with her." Jiangning looked at the money on the table. Over 2,000 yuan, and she received 1,500 of it. The majority was hers. A little more, or less didn't matter much to her. She was earning so much without doing anything, so she wasn't picky. She remembered they had agreed on a 30-70 split. Given such huge profits, Huang Xiaodong still kept his integrity, and she felt she had passed that test. Jiangning said, "That's right." Huang Xiaodong grinned. After giving her the money, he was about to leave, but Jiangning suggested splitting future earnings 50-50. However, Huang Xiaodong refused. He insisted on the 30-70 split. Seeing his insistence, Jiangning didn't argue further. Then she asked Huang Xiaodong how much whitening cream and 3 white ointment he needed each week. When she learned the quantities, she was truly shocked. Those amounts were 2 or 3 times what they were before she left. Huang Xiaodong also looked worried. He stayed up very late every day to finish the weekly orders. Although more orders meant more money, he was worried that if this continued, everyone would get exhausted. Jiangning saw his worried face and understood what he was thinking. The whitening cream and 3 white ointment worked well, but they took a lot of time and effort. The temperature and dosage had to be controlled very precisely. People who are not familiar with pharmacology cannot do it at all. Huang Xiaodong also wanted to help with work, but his grandfather reminded him that using medicinal herbs improperly can be dangerous. So he gave up that idea. Moreover, the prescription belongs to Jiangning. Prescriptions are usually kept secret, and if others learn them, it could cause problems. Jiangning thought for a moment and said, "You set a weekly amount that you can make without feeling forced. I will tell Xingyue to only accept that amount each week." Huh? Huang Xiaodong scratched his head in confusion. "Wouldn't that reduce our chances to make money?" Jiangning raised an eyebrow and said, "As long as what you make is good enough, there will still be plenty of opportunities to earn money. This is a limited supply sales method. The whitening cream and the 3 white ointment have already become well known. In the future, there won't be a shortage of customers." Huang Xiaodong immediately understood. He also knew that the reason people bought these products was because Jiangning's recipes were good. As long as he worked diligently, he wouldn't worry about customers. Jiangning not only thought about limiting supply, but also about Huang Xiaodong applying for a business license. Now, he could operate as a sole proprietor. Getting a license early would prevent future trouble if his reputation grew too big. Jiangning and Huang Xiaodong agreed to supply 30 jars of whitening cream and 30 jars of the 3 white ointment each week, and to get a business license. When Jiangning was working alone, she could produce 40 jars of each product, which was very tiring. Later, the orders doubled, and Huang Xiaodong, with the help of Grandpa Huang, managed to produce them with difficulty. After objectively analyzing the pros and cons, Huang Xiaodong agreed that limiting supply was a good idea. Making 30 jars of each product per week was manageable for him. Anything more would require Grandpa's help. Grandpa was now older, and after working with him for 2 months, his health visibly declined. He was so worried that he immediately told Li Xingyue to stop the next week's orders so he could take care of Grandpa's health. Huang Xiaodong was concerned about his grandfather's health and refused Jiangning's invitation to stay for dinner. After Huang Xiaodong left, Jiangning looked at the money on the table and decided to celebrate. She also went to the supply and marketing cooperative with Shenemo, bought some vegetables, and then picked up Jiqi from Jinfeng's place. In a good mood, the family of 3 happily had a meal together. Life returned to the usual routine of waking up to the morning call. Shun and Mo went to the army for training, and Jiangning did not go to the clinic. Since it was school holiday time, Jiangning planned to stay at home and spend time with Gigi. Gigi had been alone at home in Qing County for 2 months. Although Jin Feng and Yang Jingta took turns watching over him, Jiangning still felt a bit guilty. Jiangning stayed with Gigi at home for half a month. During this time, Gigi visibly became happier and more cheerful. Right now, Jiangning was taking care of the plants at home. Because it was winter, the seedlings weren't growing well, so she didn't bother much with them. Sometimes, Jiangning would take Gigi to visit old Master Huang's clinic for a while. One day, when they returned from the clinic, they found Shun Mo had come home early before his training was over. Jiangning entered the bedroom and saw Shun Mo packing his things. She paused for a moment, then went over to help him pack. Shun Mo's work required him to bring specific items. After helping Shun Mo pack, Jiangning wanted to go make him a bowl of noodles. Before she could leave the bedroom, someone hugged her from behind. The man's deep voice said, "Wife, the mission is urgent. I won't eat dinner tonight. Wait for me to come back, and I'll make it for you." She had seen Shun Mo leave for missions before, but this time, she felt uneasy inside. "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back." Jiangning wanted to tell him to take care of himself, but all she could say was this. In this not-so-peaceful era, peace was achieved through the blood and sacrifice of soldiers. For their country and family, they were willing to give their lives. "Wife, wait for me," Shun Mo said. He let go of her, picked up his packed belongings, and left. After Shun Mo left, Jiangning counted the days, waiting for his return. It had been a month. Gigi was already back at school, but Shun Mo still hadn't come home. Time quickly passed to late February. Jiangning was sleeping alone at home when she had a strange, vivid dream. It felt like something was trying to control her, preventing her from waking up. She struggled to wake up and heard knocking at the door outside. She woke up because of the knocking. Thinking Shun Mo had returned, she quickly put on her shoes and went to open the door. When she opened it with a happy face, she saw Shin Mo's mother, Shin Qianqian, and Shin Ziming standing there. When Jiangning saw Shin's mother and Shin Qinqin, they greeted her happily. Jiangning was about to call someone, but Shin's mother suddenly said, "Ningning, it's so cold outside. Why are you wearing so little? Your face looks so pale. Come inside quickly." Shin Qinqin also said, "Second sister-in-law, you were sweating a lot." Shin's mother and Shin Qinqin immediately helped Jiangning inside. Jiangning felt a bit dizzy now. She checked her pulse but found no health issues. Shin's mother asked Shin Ziming to wait outside and then helped Jiangning back to her room. Seeing Jiangning's pale face and the occasional sweat on her forehead, she felt very worried. She told Jiangning to lie down properly on the bed and went to prepare food. Jiangning didn't have much appetite now. She held Shin's mother's hand as she was about to leave.
"Mom, hai fine."
"I'm not hungry. I just had a bad dream," Shin Qinqin said. "Second sister-in-law, you sweated so much. How can you be fine?" Shin's mother forced Jiangning to lie down and not get up. She said, "Mom, Qinqin, you forgot I am also a doctor?" "I really am fine," Shin Qinqin said. "Second sister-in-law, you've been sleeping until the afternoon. It looks like you're sick." Jiangning was surprised. Afternoon. How could she sleep for so long? She had never done that before. Shin's mother looked at Jiangning's face and asked after thinking, "Has Shin Mo not come back yet?" Jiangning shook her head. Shin's mother comforted her. "Don't worry. Mom will wait with you for Shin Mo to come back. A mother knows her child best." Shin's mother immediately saw that Jiangning was worried about her son's safety. She had been through this herself. Her husband was a soldier. Because of the country, they had a home. Now, her child was also a soldier. But she had experienced similar feelings, so she was calmer than her children. Jiangning held Shin's mother's hand. She felt fine physically, but her pale face and occasional sweat told a different story. Shin's mother asked Shin Qinqin to stay with Jiangning while she and Shin Ziming went to cook. At dinner that night, Shin's mother asked Jiangning if she wanted to stay at the retired soldier's home, but Jiang Ning refused. Hua Zhizhi needed someone to take care of her while studying, and Jiang Ning said she would wait for Shen Mo to come back. She would stay here until he returned. Shen's mother didn't insist. Seeing Jiang Ning's poor condition, she offered to stay and take care of her. Shen Qianqian also wanted to stay, but in the end, Shen Ziming was the only one who left alone. Shen's mother and Shen Qianqian stayed in the family courtyard for 3 days. During this time, Jiang Ning often fell into dreams and only woke up after being called several times. Even Jiqi noticed that his mother was not doing well, but as a young boy, he couldn't do much to help her. Shen's mother watched Jiang Ning's condition and felt worried and sad. She could only take care of Jiang Ning's daily needs. One day at the end of February, Jiang Ning almost fainted. Luckily, Shen's mother caught her in time and immediately asked Shen Qianqian to notify Shen Mo's bodyguard, Qian Feng, to send them to the hospital. Jiang Ning said she was fine, but Shen's mother insisted on taking her to see a doctor. At the hospital where Shen Leoi had been examined before, Shen's mother also specifically asked Su Jin to check on her daughter-in-law carefully. Jiang Ning was examined by 3 women, and after the tests, it was confirmed that her health was fine. Shen's mother was initially happy to see Jiang Ning worried about her son, but as she saw her daughter-in-law's worsening condition, she couldn't help but start to blame her son. She also felt anxious about when her son would come back. When Jiang Ning and Shen's mother came out of Su Jin's consultation room, they coincidentally ran into Qian Feng, who was walking with a soldier in uniform. Qian Feng looked at Jiang Ning's eyes with some caution. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at the soldier beside him and said, "You can tell her." The soldier understood the other's identity. Seeing Qian Feng's expression, Jiang Ning guessed that there was news about Shen Mo. "Where is Shen Mo?" Jiang Ning asked first. The soldier was about to speak, but then said immediately after hearing her question, "Deputy Regiment Commander is in the operating room." Shen's mother immediately said, "Young soldier, which operating room?" "Quickly, take us there," the soldier replied, "on the 5th floor in the operating room." "I'll take you up." Shen's mother nodded quickly and said, "Good, let's go now." The young soldier led them upstairs, and worried that the family members might be too anxious, he added, "Don't worry, Deputy Regiment Commander's injury isn't life-threatening. A doctor told me that." When they reached the floor, many people were already standing outside the operating room. Among them was also Commander Liang. Commander Liang did not expect to see Jiang Ning here. Seeing Jiang Ning's pale face, he immediately said, "It's okay." Dr. Chen, who just returned from abroad, said Shen Mo's injuries are not life-threatening. Jiang Ning knew Shen Mo was alive, so she felt relieved. As long as he was still breathing, she could save him. Now, she just needed to wait for Shen Mo to come out of surgery and find out how serious his injuries were. The medical conditions now are very poor. She also wondered if there might be hidden problems later. The surgery lasted 5 hours. Jiang Ning was sure Shen Mo was alive, which made her feel more at ease. Now, she only needed to wait for Shen Mo to come out of the operating room. After 5 hours, the door to the operating room opened, and the staff pushed Shen Mo out. Shen Mo was still unconscious. A group of doctors surrounded him. The people outside could only glance briefly. "Don't worry, the surgery was very successful," said one doctor. Jiang Ning tried to check Shen Mo's pulse but was stopped by a masked doctor who grabbed her hand. It was a clear, firm female voice. "Don't move the patient for now. The main priority now is to take Shen Mo, just out of surgery, to the ward." Jiang Ning looked at Shen Mo's pale face. Shen Mo was pushed to the ward. People followed him all the way. But outside the ward, the doctor said only one person could go in to visit. Commander Liang definitely wouldn't disturb Shen Mo's family. He was sure Shen Mo was fine, so he relaxed a bit, comforted Shen Mo's mother, and then left. Although Shen Mo's mother wanted to go in and see her son, she turned and held Jiang Ning's hand. "Ning, you should go in and see him." Jiang Ning understood that Shen Mo's mother was giving her the chance to see Shen Mo first. She nodded and immediately followed the doctor into the ward. The doctors knew this patient was special. Even after leaving the operating room, they were still planning the best treatment for Shen Mo. Jiang Ning was just a family member. The doctors didn't need to hide their treatment plans from her. Shin Mo was covered with a blanket. Someone was there, so she couldn't lift the blanket to check his wounds. But she could see one wound on Shin Mo's shoulder. The doctors nearby were discussing the treatment plan. One of them sighed and said, "The other injuries are minor, but the bullet went through his shoulder. He won't be as flexible as a normal person anymore. With this kind of injury and its aftereffects, this soldier probably can't stay in the army. I won't let him have any aftereffects," said the female doctor who had stopped Jiang Ning from touching Shin Mo earlier. Jiang Ning was surprised to hear that Shin Mo's shoulder was a gunshot wound. That spot was very close to his heart. Being injured in that area clearly meant the attacker was aiming to kill Shin Mo. Lately, Jiang Ning hadn't been feeling well, maybe because of her restless mind or because Shin Mo was hurt. The connection she felt with Shin Mo was incredible. But since she had traveled to this world, anything could happen. She decided to wait until the doctors left to give Shin Mo a full checkup. She still needed to examine his shoulder carefully to decide how to treat him. At that moment, the doctor who said he wouldn't let Shin Mo have aftereffects added, "I brought a special medicine from abroad that can ensure the soldier won't have any lasting problems." When they heard it was a special medicine from overseas, the doctors discussing the treatment immediately became excited. "What kind of special medicine? Dr. Chen, can we see it?" Dr. Chen shook his head. "I'm not from this hospital. This medicine is something I developed myself." Just then a male doctor quickly said, "Dr.
Chen, don't worry.
We saw your skills during the surgery. We will recommend you to the director, and I'm sure he will agree." Dr. Chen calmly nodded. "We should wait until the hospital checks him before using this medicine." The three of us professors were able to return to the country safely because we were escorted by this soldier. Hearing this, Jiang Ning frowned. She realized Shin Mo's mission this time was to bring back foreign professors. She knew that many talented people stranded abroad were willing to return to contribute to the country's future, but the journey back was very difficult. The hardships they faced were unimaginable, and the soldiers who escorted these professors risked their lives to ensure they returned safely. Knowing the reason for Shin Mo's injury, Jiang Ning bit her lip. She couldn't blame him, nor would she. She deeply respected the experts and professors who chose to return to the country, even if it meant giving up everything. In the past, she only learned about the hardships of the current times from textbooks and elder stories, but experiencing it firsthand was much more impactful. Having personally gone through it, she understood the difficulties and sadness of this era. Fortunately, the tough times when she struggled to speak are now behind her. Jiang Ning only glanced once at Dr. Chen, who had returned from abroad, then looked away. She was confident in her medical skills, but also knew that others were capable too. There are always better people. Soon, the doctors left the ward, but Dr. Chen stayed behind. She took off her mask, revealing a beautiful face that was only slightly less charming than Jiang Ning's. "Hello, my surname is Chen," she introduced herself first. After that, she suddenly bent down and bowed deeply to Jiang Ning. "I'm sorry. Part of Xinjiang's injury was also my fault. I hope you can forgive me." Jiang Ning thought for a moment, her expression calm. "You don't need to apologize. Bringing you back to the country was Xinjiang's task. For soldiers, completing their mission successfully is more important than their lives. There's no need for me to forgive or not forgive." Dr. Chen looked at Jiang Ning with slight surprise. Then she said, "I'll leave now. There are other soldiers injured too, and I need to take care of them. If Shin Mo wakes up, please let us know." After Dr. Chen left, Jiang Ning got up and carefully checked Shin Mo's condition. The most serious injury was a gunshot wound on his shoulder. Late at night, Shin Mo slowly woke up. The shoulder wound made him frown, but when he turned his head, he saw his wife lying by the bed. In that moment, he felt overwhelmed. His eyes filled with guilt. He didn't know how worried his wife would be because of his injury. Before his wife was with him, he never thought being hurt was a big deal. For a man, an extra wound was a badge of honor. But after she fully accepted him, she would always trace his wounds and never said he shouldn't get hurt. Yet, he could see her worry clearly in her eyes. When Jiang Ning woke up, Shin Mo was gently holding a strand of her hair in his hand. He is now injured and cannot hold his wife, but He must hold her to feel at ease. Jiang Ning saw the bandage on his shoulder seep with some red blood and immediately asked, "Did you move around?" Shen Mo blinked, feeling more guilty. He had just tried to get out of bed to hold Jiang Ning and lie on the empty bed nearby, but as soon as he got up, he pulled at his wound. Seeing the blood seep out, he quickly lay back down. His wife was already worried about his injury. If she woke up and saw him moving, she would be even more worried. He didn't expect the wound to bleed again, an oversight. Jiang Ning looked at his expression, biting her lip without speaking. But she quickly realized she was too emotional now. Seeing Shen Mo's hesitant look, she thought he might be trying to find words to comfort her. Jiang Ning didn't want Shen Mo to be hurt and still worry about her feelings. She forced a smile and stood up. "I'll change the bandage for you." Seeing Jiang Ning's mood improve, Shen Mo finally relaxed. He let Jiang Ning handle the bandage, and when she removed it, she saw the wound on his shoulder. It was a small hole, almost enough to ruin Shen Mo's entire arm. He was aware of his injury. If it left any lasting effects, he might not be able to return to the team. He once had a very skilled sniper friend. Later, his friend's arm was pierced by a bullet. Even if it healed, it would never be the same. A talented sniper could no longer touch his favorite gun. Shen Mo didn't show any pain or frustration. He obediently followed Jiang Ning's instructions, lifting whatever she asked. Jiang Ning finished changing the bandage and said seriously, "Shen Mo, trust me. Your shoulder will heal." Shen Mo knew his wife was good at healing. He didn't know exactly how skilled she was, but if she said she would do it, she would. He thought for a moment and asked for a clear answer. "Are you saying it will heal completely, with no after effects?" Jiang Ning replied, "I won't let your injury leave any lasting effects." "Really?" Shen Mo almost jumped with excitement, his dark eyes shining with happiness. "Really?" Jiang Ning nodded. "But your injury will take a long time to heal. If you don't recover well, or if you go back to training halfway through, you'll never be able to use that arm properly in your life." Her last words sounded like a threat. "Wife, I understand," Shen Mo replied firmly. During this time, Jiang Ning stayed at the hospital to take care of Shen Mo. Shen's father and mother occasionally came to visit him. A few men and women in their 40s or 50s also appeared at the hospital, all to thank Shen Mo. They were professors and experts Shen Mo had led back with him. When Shen's mother and father learned about Shen Mo's injury, they were worried and scared at first. But seeing their son alive, they quickly returned to their usual attitude. Shen Mo and Jiang Ning ate food that Shen's mother specially prepared. Shen Mo couldn't eat spicy or heavy food now. He looked at a bowl of plain rice porridge in his hand, and then at several lunch boxes near his wife. He wondered if he wasn't really their son. Although he couldn't eat spicy or heavy food now, he didn't think he should be drinking plain porridge every day. Besides porridge, there were also various soups. The doctor had advised that plain porridge lacked nutrition, so Shen's mother cooked soups for Shen Mo every day. Shen Mo stayed in the hospital for 5 days. One day, Sujin suddenly asked Jiang Ning to have a private talk. Ning, Sujin had started calling Jiang Ning by this nickname after spending some time together. During this period, Sujin had been very persistent in getting close to Jiang Ning. He used strange cases to discuss with her, and when he saw Shen's mother bringing food, he shamelessly went over to join them. Over time, his straightforward personality became quite attractive. But every time Sujin clung to Jiang Ning, Shen Mo's eyes nearly popped out. Sujin took Jiang Ning to a private place and asked, "Tell me honestly, do you have a way to make Shen Mo recover completely?" Jiang Ning told Sujin the truth and didn't hide anything from him. "If he can recover fully, I won't leave him with any aftereffects." Hearing this, Sujin sighed. Then she smiled and said, "If someone else told me that, I would think they were exaggerating. But you're different. I always feel that if you say you can do it, you really can," although she still found it hard to believe deep down. Regarding Shen Mo's injury, the hospital held a meeting to discuss his condition. Shen Mo's identity as a soldier, especially a skilled and capable one, was no secret in the hospital. The doctors understood what such a person meant for the country. However, after the meeting, no one could guarantee that Shen Mo's injury would fully heal. For a soldier who trains intensely every day, If he cannot recover completely, he cannot stay in the army. At this moment, a doctor introduced by several others to the hospital director suddenly said she had developed a special medicine abroad that could quickly heal Shen Mo's shoulder injury. She also brought a research report, which amazed and impressed the doctors. Su Jin learned this news and thought she must tell Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning then shared that she knew a doctor with a special medicine. Su Jin was surprised and asked, "You knew about this?" Jiang Ning nodded. "Yes, I discussed it with Shen Mo. He won't use the special medicine. From now on, I will be fully responsible for his recovery." Su Jin said, "I think it's better for you to take care of Shen Mo yourself. Dr. Chen's medicine has only been tested abroad." The hospital director wanted to use it directly, but I and a few other doctors insisted on doing clinical trials here first. The director agreed, and only after seeing the trial results would they consider using it. These clinical trials will take some time. While that happens, if you can heal Shen Mo, I will recommend you to join the hospital. Jiang Ning had become familiar with Su Jin and knew she was impatient and couldn't hide things well. She asked, "Why do you seem to have a strong opinion against Dr. Chen?" Su Jin touched her nose and said, "It's not exactly a prejudice. I just don't like people who judge others by appearances. I think Dr. Chen is just like Shin Pian Ran. Since they were in a hospital, Jiang Ning, not being a doctor here, couldn't openly treat Shen Mo." Su Jin understood this and thought about applying for Shen Mo and others to leave the hospital, but their request was denied. A soldier fighting for the country shouldn't leave before fully recovering. Jiang Ning also started to worry about this. Su Jin said she would recommend Jiang Ning to join the hospital, but it was only her personal recommendation, which was not very effective. Jiang Ning knows traditional Chinese medicine. The hospital has considered opening a TCM department, but has not yet implemented it. Shen Mo has been in the hospital for nearly 2 weeks. His wounds have scabbed over, but they still need time to heal inside. One day, Su Jin suddenly appeared in the ward. She grabbed Jiang Ning's arm and tried to leave quickly, speaking rapidly. "Ning Ning, come with me." "Wait." Jiang Ning tried to stop her because she still had things to tell Shen Mo. Shen Mo used his uninjured arm to pull Jiang Ning back from Su Jin. "Su Jin, don't touch my wife." Perhaps Su Jin was really anxious. She pulled Jiang Ning forcefully, and her wrist turned red. Seeing this, Shen Mo's face immediately darkened. "Su Jin, apologize to my wife," Shen Mo said through clenched teeth. Su Jin didn't expect Jiang Ning's skin to be so tender. When she pulled, her wrist turned red. She quickly looked at Jiang Ning with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, Ning Ning." While speaking, Su Jin looked distressed and wanted to check Jiang Ning's red wrist. Shen Mo pushed her hand away, looking annoyed. "Just apologize, don't touch her." Su Jin tugged at her sleeve. "Hey, Shen Mo, you're getting worked up, huh? Ning Ning hasn't said anything. If your injury wasn't still healing, I'd give you a good beating." Shen Mo shot her a glance, showing disdain. Jiang Ning almost laughed out loud. Now she believed Shen Mo and Su Jin are true playful rivals. There's affection, but she seems to be the source of their dispute. Jiang Ning explained to Shen Mo that his mother would bring food later, then she left with Su Jin. "Hubby, come back early." Shen Mo's dark eyes looked at Jiang Ning. Even before she left the door, he seemed to be gazing at his wife like a devoted admirer. Su Jin wanted to say she was hopeless, but when she saw Jiang Ning's face, she honestly confirmed that Shen Mo was hopeless. If she were a man and had such a wife, she would also be hopeless. Just as Jiang Ning and Su Jin left, a doctor entered the ward. Shen Mo looked up and made eye contact with Dr. Chen, nodding in greeting. Chen Man sat down beside Shen Mo's bed. As soon as she sat down, Shen Mo instinctively frowned. During this time, Jiang Ning was in the hospital, and that spot had become her designated place. Suddenly, a stranger sat in her seat, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. The person sitting wasn't a man, and Shen Mo felt a bit helpless. He was truly overwhelmed by Su Jin's antics. As long as Jiang Ning was sitting here, Shen Mo could tilt his head and talk to his wife all day. But now, with someone else, he felt his neck ache after just a moment of turning his head. Shen Mo noticed that the other person wasn't just looking at her medical records and then leaving, but was sitting there, watching him intently. Feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, Shen Mo asked, "Dr. Chen, is there something you need?" Chen Man looked at Shen Mo and then smiled, saying, "Soldier Shen, do I have to have a reason to come see you? You're my lifesaver, and it's my duty to take care of you. I'm very grateful that I could return home safely this time." Her words were polite and measured, so Shen Mo couldn't ask her to leave. But he wasn't used to being alone with women other than his wife. After she finished speaking, he replied, "There's no need to thank me for this. You should thank the country. Without the country's arrangements, they wouldn't have been assigned to escort foreign experts and professors back home." Chen Man said, "All right, but I truly mean it. Thank you, Soldier Shen. Please don't refuse my gratitude." After saying this, she suddenly seemed to realize something. She stood up quickly, picked up a water bottle nearby, poured a glass of water, and offered it to Shen Mo, saying, "Soldier Shen, your lips look dry. You need to drink more water." Her sudden approach made Shen Mo instinctively step aside quickly. Seeing this, Chen Man awkwardly smiled and immediately stepped back, maintaining her gesture of offering water. Sorry. Although she stepped back, she still held the water bottle in her hand. Shen Mo didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he casually picked up a nearby enamel cup. Usually, Shen Mo couldn't lift his hand, and Jiang Ning would feed him. But now that his wife was gone, his hand suddenly became strong. Shen Mo finished a sip of the water that Jiang Ning had specially prepared for him. "It's fine, Dr. Chen. If there's nothing else, you can leave now." Chen Man didn't expect him to ask her to leave so soon. Her reason for visiting shouldn't have been dismissed so coldly. But since Shen Mo said so, she knew she couldn't stay any longer and immediately prepared to leave. When she was about to leave, she turned and said, "Soldier Shen, the special medicine I developed in Country M has been sent to the hospital for clinical trials. The capital military district is also watching the trial results. Once the results come out and you take the medicine, the injury on your shoulder will leave no lasting effects." Shen Mo was silent for a few seconds, then said seriously, "If your special medicine really works for trauma-related aftereffects, all injured soldiers will thank you." Chen Man smiled, and then left. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was taken out of the hospital by Su Jin and headed straight to the retired soldiers' compound. On the way, Su Jin told Jiang Ning that she was going to meet a patient. She didn't explain what kind of patient it was. Su Jin rode her bike quickly and stopped in front of a courtyard. The gate looked more grand than the Shin family's courtyard. After parking, Su Jin helped Jiang Ning off the bike and then hurriedly pulled her inside. Everyone in the yard seemed to know Su Jin and greeted her. When they reached the innermost part of the courtyard, suddenly there was the sound of porcelain breaking on the ground, followed by a loud shout, "Get out! All of you, get out! Do you wish I would die quickly so I wouldn't have to be cared for?" Su Jin and Jiang Ning walked over. Outside one of the rooms, a few people seemed hesitant about whether to go inside and check. Then, a middle-aged man came out from inside, closing the door behind him, with a helpless look on his face. Su Jin quickly approached and greeted the middle-aged man. "Uncle He." "Little Jin, you've come," He Ting-dong said with a kind smile. When his eyes fell on Jiang Ning, he paused slightly. "This young girl is the doctor you brought?" "Yes," Su Jin nodded. "She's the doctor I brought to see Grandpa He." He Ting-dong looked at the young girl in surprise. Could such a young girl treat his father's illness? As Su Jin spoke, everyone in the yard looked at Jiang Ning. They thought, "She's so young." Jiang Ning understood. She was brought here to see a patient. She asked, "Can I see the patient who's feeling unwell now?" "May I ask, what is your name, comrade?" He Ting-dong asked. "My name is Jiang Ning." Dr. Jiang nodded and said, "Dr. Xiao Jiang, my father is feeling a bit upset right now. If you hear anything unpleasant inside, please don't take it to heart." He Ting-dong generally has a polite attitude towards all doctors who come to treat his father. Although he is curious, he remains kind and doesn't question others unfairly. Since the other person is polite, Jiang Ning also responds kindly. She says, "Let me check his pulse first." He Ting-dong immediately brings Jiang Ning and Su Jin into the room. As soon as they enter, a bowl is thrown to the ground and someone shouts, "What are you doing here? Get out. Jiangning looks up and sees that the room is furnished with old-fashioned wooden furniture. At the back, there is a wooden bed, and an elderly man is sitting at the head of it. Tingdong approaches with a gentle expression and says, "Dad, you've misunderstood me. I will take good care of you for the rest of my life." Earlier, he only said a few words because his father was unwilling to take medicine, but unexpectedly, his father got angry right away.
He sighs softly.
His father was once a brave general, able to ride horses and wield steel guns, but now he is confined to bed. His illness prevents him from riding horses or holding guns again. Over time, his personality has become more and more strange. Seeing his son soften, the old man's anger subsides a little. He turns his head and snorts. "Humph." Tingdong quickly says, "Dad, Xiao Jin is here to see you and she brought a doctor to check on your health." Hearing this, the proud old man finally turns his head and sees Su Jin. He waves his hand, and Su Jin walks over to sit by the bed. The old man asks, "Xiao Jin, why do you keep bringing doctors here? Are you trying to upset Grandpa He? Since falling ill, he has seen many doctors, but none of them could find a cure for his condition. In the past 2 years, his illness has worsened. His legs have become weak and numb, and the problem is spreading upward. He no longer has hope for recovery, and living like this is a kind of torment for him. At first, when he was sick, it was okay. But once he couldn't stand up anymore, his attitude started to change. Even when he tried to control his emotions, he couldn't help but speak harshly to his family." Su Jin naturally acted spoiled with her elders, saying, "Grandpa He, this time the doctor is very different. I can't promise anything, but at least let the doctor take a look." Hearing Su Jin's words, old master, he finally nodded. Seeing him nod, Su Jin immediately moved aside and pulled Jiangning over to sit in her previous spot. Old master, he was surprised for a moment when he saw Jiangning, then completely lost hope. Many doctors who claimed to be experts, even those who said they studied abroad, had all been impressive at first. But in the end, they couldn't figure out his illness and just shook their heads. He could look down on boastful doctors, but he couldn't be cold to a young girl. He noticed Jiangning wasn't carrying anything, unlike the other doctors who brought strange tools for examinations. He asked suspiciously, "Young lady, how do you plan to treat me?" Jiangning said, "Grandpa, please extend your hand." Old master He, whose upper body could still move, did as she asked. Jiangning reached out to check his pulse. This action surprised old master He for a moment. Checking the pulse is a traditional Chinese medicine method. Western doctors usually use strange machines for various tests, but they often can't find the cause. After a few minutes, even Jiangning's expression grew more serious. She lifted the blanket and pressed on his leg, asking, "Do you still have feeling?" Old master, he honestly replied, "Yes, but sometimes after sleeping, I feel no sensation at all. Other times, it comes back a little." Jiangning continued, "Does your leg muscles sometimes tense up and sometimes relax?" He nodded. Yes, by now she was pretty sure about his condition. She asked again, "Do you have trouble speaking or making sounds? And when you eat, do you sometimes have difficulty swallowing?" Old master, he was initially doubtful about this young girl's medical skills, but now, just by checking his pulse and looking at his leg, she had described his symptoms. However, he hadn't experienced some of the other symptoms she mentioned. He said, "I can't speak, but sometimes when I eat, my mouth feels weak. I can only eat soft foods then. Is there any way to treat this illness?" Originally, he had no hope, but seeing the young girl in front of him, a glimmer of hope still appeared in his heart. "You have amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a disease that cannot be completely cured. In at least 3 to 5 years, you will pass away from this illness. Your muscles will gradually weaken until you can no longer speak or eat properly." The old man, Tingdong, and Su Jin all looked at Jiangning in surprise. They were amazed because they had never heard of this disease before. Jiangning knew what they were surprised about. This illness is commonly called ALS, but the term is not widely known in this era. Su Jin understood how serious muscle atrophy can be. She had consulted many neurologists for old master He, but their conclusions meant they only had a few years to prepare for the worst. However, no one dared to say that old master he would be completely paralyzed and bedridden because of muscle atrophy. He Ting-dong also looked down, feeling upset. Suddenly, Jiang said, although there is no complete cure, I can help extend old master he's life. Hearing this, Su Jin and He Ting-dong immediately looked up at Jiang in surprise. He Ting-dong couldn't help but ask how much time. Can you extend? He was thinking that even a year or two would allow them to show more filial piety. Jiang replied, 10 years. I can guarantee old master he will live 10 more years. Dr. Xiao Jiang, is what you're saying true? He Ting-dong, as an elder, was so excited he almost used respectful words. Jiang understood their feelings. She patiently explained, don't worry. Since I made this promise, I will do my best to keep it. Good, good, good. They excitedly said good 3 times in a row. Even Su Jin looked at Jiang with excitement, and Jiang gave her a reassuring look. Only the patient, old master he, remained calm. He looked at Jiang and said, you're the most honest doctor I've seen. But if I have to lie in bed like a useless person in the future, I'd rather not live those 10 years. I won't treat this illness anymore. That's it. Hearing this, He Ting-dong's face changed. He immediately knelt by the bed and said, Dad, please stay with us a little longer. However, Jiang suddenly said to old master he, Grandpa, in these 10 years, I can help you stand up for most of the time. Are you willing to continue treatment? Note: medical explanations are based on online sources. Due to the exaggerated plot, please take it with a grain of salt. Further treatment and related information were also looked up, but since I am not a professional, everyone just enjoys the fun. Remember to treat it as a fictional story. If there are professionals in this field, please kindly correct me. Really? He Ting-dong's voice rose in surprise upon hearing this. Old master he's originally dull eyes brightened, and his tone was full of amazement. You say I can stand up? He was lying in bed, and even if he could cling to 10 more years of life, he wouldn't be happy. But now, suddenly someone told him he could stand again. Jiang smiled. You didn't hear wrong. I can help you stand up, but in the last 2 or 3 years of these 10 years, your muscles will still gradually weaken. I can't cure your illness completely. It's not that she lacks the ability. Even in this world, there is no way to fully cure ALS. Back then, she was a stubborn person. When Western medicine didn't work, she turned to traditional Chinese medicine. When that didn't work, she combined both. No matter how many methods she used, she could only help patients live about 10 more years. Those 10 years could make patients as normal as others, but in the last 2 to 3 years, they could only lie in bed and gradually pass away. Old master, he only listened to the first part. Right now, he just wanted to stand up again, ride a horse, and touch a steel gun. He immediately waved his hand. 10 years or not, it doesn't matter. As long as I can stand up and walk a bit, I'd be willing to die right now. He Ting-dong frowned and said anxiously, Dad, don't say such things. What's wrong with what I said? I'm already in my 80s. How much longer can I live? According to this young girl, I might live a few more years. That's enough. Back then, only I survived from our unit. I've been thinking about them for a long time. Old master he's words were filled with deep sadness. After speaking to his son, he turned to look at Jiang. Young girl, if you really can help me stand up, I thank you. Truly thank you. Jiang was very patient with her patients. Her words carried a convincing charm. Not only can you stand up, but your body will be able to do what a normal person wants to do. Your muscle atrophy hasn't reached the point of being untreatable. I can help you gradually regain sensation, but it will take time. Hearing this, old master he's face lit up with more smiles. He immediately asked, Are you saying I can ride a horse like a normal person? Actually, he was just asking. Since his health started to decline, children no longer let him ride horses, as it is a dangerous activity. He is getting older, but his spirit remains young. Jiang took out a package of silver needles. A row of shiny, cold-looking needles gleamed. She replied to the old man, Of course, you can ride horses. After that, she looked at He Ting-dong and said, Please prepare a basin of hot water and a clean towel. Okay, I'll go right away. Because it concerned his father's health, He Ting-dong was very careful. Soon, he brought the hot water and towel. Jiang Ning dipped her hand into the hot water. When her hand was fully warm, she used the towel to dry it. She said, "Grandpa, I will first massage your stiff muscles to loosen them, then use silver needles to help improve your blood flow." Old Mr. He looked a bit confused and said, "I don't really understand." "Just do whatever you think is best," Jiang Ning added. "It might hurt a little. Please bear with it." Old Mr. He asked, "I almost have no feeling left." "How can it hurt?" Jiang Ning pressed her fingers on his leg and pushed down firmly. At first, Old Mr. He looked calm, but suddenly his face changed. Jiang Ning's hand also pressed harder, carefully controlling the strength so he could tolerate it. Old Mr. He's face showed pain, but Jiang Ning didn't lessen her force. He was usually able to endure pain well, and he wouldn't show much emotion from discomfort. But now he was in so much pain that he couldn't stay still. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ning. She was quite young, yet her strength was impressive. Su Jin and He Ting-dong watched worriedly, not daring to disturb Jiang Ning as she treated him. After about 10 minutes of massage, Old Mr. He broke out in a sweat from the pain. Although it hurt, he was happy. Feeling more sensation meant there was hope for his recovery. When the massage was finished, Jiang Ning took out the silver needles. She carefully inserted them into points like Zisanli and Tsuchi. Su Jin was especially impressed with her acupuncture skills. For someone with no training, her technique seemed almost magical. Jiang Ning's acupuncture was very precise, with no deviation at all. She remained calm and composed, then suddenly said, "Acupuncture is just the basics. If you really want to learn traditional Chinese medicine, first you need to learn how to recognize the body's acupoints. There are 362 acupoints in the body. The Zisanli point is on the outside of the lower leg, 3 inches below the kneecap, and it mainly treats." Su Jin understood that Jiang Ning was talking to her, so she carefully took notes. Every time Jiang Ning inserted a needle into an acupoint, she explained why she was targeting that point and what it mainly helped. Su Jin listened carefully and recorded everything. Learning Chinese medicine depends on talent. Jiang Ning is a bit soft and prefers to be gentle rather than harsh. After a long time of persuading, Su Jin finally softened her heart and agreed to teach her. But Chinese medicine is very deep and broad. Su Jin is not like Huang Xiaodong, who grew up reading medical books. How well Jiang Ning can learn in the future depends on her understanding and insight. After a round of acupuncture, Old Master He's legs were full of needles. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning removed the silver needles. The treatment will last 3 months. You need to do massage and acupuncture twice a week. Every day, Grandpa must walk outside for at least an hour. It must be more and not less. Even if he is weak and cannot stand, he still needs to walk. Also, avoid certain foods, no alcohol, and eat less fatty meats and duck. Jiang Ning spoke calmly but seriously. He Ting-dong nodded solemnly, indicating he remembered everything. "Can't drink alcohol?" Old Master He looked a bit disappointed. Jiang Ning replied softly, "Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes following the doctor's advice. If you don't want to follow it, Grandpa, don't expect to stand up again." Old Master He coughed lightly. "I will follow the doctor's advice and promise not to drink." He Ting-dong felt a bit helpless. His father was not greedy for anything, just craving that one glass of wine. He believed that being drunk could help him see his old comrades from the past. They all knew that drinking too much was bad for health, but they couldn't do much about Grandpa. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning's few words made Grandpa stop drinking. Grandpa was stubborn. Once he made a promise, he would definitely keep it. Jiang Ning looked at Su Jin. "Can I borrow your pen and paper for a moment?" Without hesitation, Su Jin handed over the paper and pen. Jiang Ning wrote down some herbs and the timing for decoction, then tore off that page and handed it to He Ting-dong. She carefully reminded him, "There are 2 sets of medicine here. Boil and drink them in the morning and evening. Drink while hot. Don't let it cool down too much, or the medicine's effect will be halved." He Ting-dong nodded, indicating he understood. Soon, he took the prescription and left. Dr. Xiao Jiang, When will I be able to control my leg on my own? The old man asked. His leg can now feel sensations, but he can't control it voluntarily. No matter how hard he tries, he can't make it move as he wishes. Now is a good time. Try to lift it, Jiangning said. Now, the old man hesitated but decided to try. Using his willpower, he focused and managed to lift his leg. To his surprise, it moved. Wow, that's amazing, old Mister, he exclaimed in awe. He's been unable to control his body for a year now. During this year, he saw many doctors. He had almost given up hope, but unexpectedly, a new hope appeared. This hope came from a young girl. Just then, Ting Dong, who had just entered, saw the scene. He hurried over and said, Dad, your leg. After seeing this, Ting Dong immediately grabbed Jiangning's hand, trembling with excitement. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. Thank you for giving my dad the hope to keep living. Jiangning understood how family members feel when they are so excited. It's what I should do. Old Mister, he has always been proud. Suddenly falling ill was a big blow. He was very happy to meet a doctor who might help him. In his old age, others have been taking care of him, but he didn't want the young doctor to do that for him. Thinking for a moment, old Mister, he suddenly asked, Young doctor, you came with Xiao Jin. Are you also from that hospital? Don't bother with further treatments. I'll stay in the hospital directly so you can treat me more easily. Hearing this, Jiangning was a bit confused. She considered herself a good doctor, but not a miracle worker. She couldn't guarantee a complete cure for his illness. She quickly said, Grandpa, just call me Jiangning, but old Mister, he was a playful old man. I like calling you young doctor. What's wrong with that? Ting Dong also smiled and said, Dr. Jiang, my dad is a bit stubborn. Please bear with his way of calling you. At this moment, Su Jin seized the opportunity and said, Grandpa, Ning isn't with our hospital yet. I recommended her before, but the hospital rejected her. Rejected? Old Master, he frowned and asked, with such great medical skills, little doctor, why did your hospital refuse? He spoke quickly, wanting to say that those incompetent staff at the hospital were even worse than a young girl, but he held back his words. Although he couldn't cure him, there were still doctors who could treat illnesses. Su Jin curled her lips and said, Grandpa, our hospital doesn't have a traditional Chinese medicine department, and I was only recommended by myself. It's useless. Grandpa, he probably understood what she meant. He thought for a moment and said, How about you come to live at my house, little doctor? Otherwise, it's tiring to keep bothering. I'll pay you a salary. No, Grandpa, Su Jin quickly replied. Ningning's husband works at our hospital, and Ningning also needs to treat him. She can't live at your house. Husband? Little doctor, are you married? Grandpa, he looked surprised. He saw that the girl was young and thought about matchmaking for his grandson. She looked just right for him, but he never expected that she was already married. Such a beautiful girl, good-looking and kind-hearted, her ability to be a doctor showed. She was kind and good. He wondered which family she belonged to. If she was with a bad person, he would worry a lot. Su Jin said, Grandpa, Ningning's husband is from the Shun family, Shun Dabo's second son. Shun Mo? Grandpa, he raised an eyebrow. Shun Mo? The one from Shun's family? I remember him. I think he's in the military, right? Not sure which military district. Su Jin replied, He's in the capital military district. Shun Mo was recently injured on a mission and is currently in the hospital. All right, Grandpa, he sighed. That kid is just okay. But he still felt a bit disappointed. Suddenly, he looked at Su Jin and said, You used to fight with Shun Mo every day. Why didn't you end up together? If you two had, little doctor, you might have become my granddaughter-in-law, and I wouldn't have to give that old Shin family any benefits. Su Jin. Jiangning. She suddenly reached out to stop him. Su Jin might be joking, but Grandpa, he didn't seem to be joking. Ting Song cleared his throat and said, Dad, Zhang Xiao is married. You should be more careful with your words. His son's reminder made Grandpa, he immediately turned to Jiangning and say, Little doctor, I'm used to speaking straightforwardly. Don't take it the wrong way. Jiangning smiled and said, It's okay. The topic shifted back to the main point. Old Mister. He suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at his son, asking, Ting Dong, Do you remember that the hospital site for the Capital Military District Hospital is the hospital where Xiao Jin works, one of the candidates? Ting-dong thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Yes, Dad. That hospital is one of the options because it's close to the retired soldiers area." "Old Mister," he said, "since Shinamo is at that hospital, I will also stay there. You should find someone to arrange it so that the little doctor can become a doctor at that hospital. Then she can treat me there." Ting-dong immediately agreed. "Okay, I will arrange it." Jiangning looked at Su Jin with some surprise. Now she finally understood why Su Jin suddenly brought her here to treat old Mr. He. And Su Jin's explanation just now was very important. Seeing Jiangning look at her, Su Jin blinked quickly. Jiangning silently thanked her. Because she wasn't a hospital doctor, she couldn't openly treat Shinamo, which had been bothering her. She didn't expect old Mr. He to directly arrange for someone to help her. Old Mr. He had built up many connections in his life. His son was in politics and capable. Arranging for Jiangning to be a doctor at the hospital was very easy. The old man's son was also considering the future. With Jiangning's skills, once the hospital site was finalized, if she could stay and help treat injured soldiers for the country, it would give hope to more soldiers and also bring hope to the nation. It would prevent her from retiring early just because her current treatment skills weren't enough. The country now needs talents like Jiangning and soldiers. The first round of treatment was completed. Old Mr. He scheduled the next treatment for 3 days later. After confirming the next appointment, Jiangning and Su Jin said goodbye and left. Old Mr. He originally wanted to invite Jiangning and Su Jin to stay for a meal, but Jiangning was more worried about Shinamo staying at the hospital, so she refused without hesitation. 2 days later, Su Jin was called to the director's office. She guessed immediately that it was about making Jiangning a doctor at the hospital. The He family was very efficient. Su Jin entered the director's office. The director pushed his glasses and asked, "Dr. Su, General He recommended a doctor. Are you aware of this?" "I don't know." The He family personally came to ask for the old master to be admitted to the hospital. The director was almost too happy to speak clearly. After all, General He's status meant his recommendation could decide whether this hospital would become a military hospital. The director looked a bit disappointed. "You really don't know?" "The doctor General He recommended is just a young girl in her 20s, similar to the traditional Chinese medicine student you previously suggested. Now, our large hospital can't find a single doctor who can treat General He properly. And now a young girl is better than them. If this gets out, it wouldn't sound good." Now you realize it doesn't sound good? Su Jin is considered a genius among her peers, but she's still young and prefers experienced professionals. The hospital doctors, including the director, believe that older doctors or those who studied abroad are more capable. She previously failed to recommend Jiangning because the director and the department head found out she was young and studied traditional Chinese medicine, which didn't fit with their hospital. The director even refused her recommendation without reading the letter. Su Jin asked, "So, director, why did you call me here?" "Dr. Su," the director said with a smile, "I know you have some connection with General He. Do you know the doctor he recommended? What is her background?" Su Jin thought for a moment and finally smiled. "Well, I don't really know." The director's face darkened. "You don't know anything?" he sighed, feeling like it was a pointless question. Su Jin said, "Director, since Grandpa he recommended her, why don't you just keep her?" The director replied, "Of course, I want to keep her. But I need to think about how to do that." Su Jin frowned. "Why not just hire her as a doctor here?" The director knocked on the table. "Is this a marketplace? Anyone recommended can just become a doctor? Our hospital's doctors must pass assessments to join." Su Jin's tone was impatient. "Why doesn't Shin Man need to pass an assessment?" The director snorted. "She was brought back by the state as a top talent, and she has that powerful special medicine as a credential. Does she still need to be tested?" Su Jin suddenly felt she was blind to have come to such a hospital. She asked, "Grandpa, he personally recommended this doctor. Are you not considering letting her become a doctor here?" The director said, "Old General, he only wants the doctor he recommends to be responsible for the treatment. I can write a fake title for her, so she can stay in the hospital temporarily. If she really can cure old Master He's illness, it proves she is talented." Then I might make an exception and let her stay to work here. After saying this, he thought it was a good idea. Old General, he just needs a doctor who can openly treat him in the hospital. Just giving her a fake title would be enough. Becoming a fake doctor at their hospital without passing the official check is already quite good. He immediately took out paper and pen to write a personal certificate. Their hospital doesn't accept just anyone. If anyone recommends someone, and if the person is capable, that's fine. But if the person is not skilled, it could ruin the hospital's reputation. Right now, whether their hospital can become the site for the Capital Military District Hospital depends on this. They can't afford any mistakes. But they also can't ignore what Old General he said. Soo-jin's face was expressionless now. She said calmly, Director, you want both, but be careful not to overreach. After speaking, Soo-jin turned and left. Her tone was so calm, but inside she was about to explode. What does both mean? It sounds like she's implying that Jiangning should stay, and Jiangning should be grateful. If Jiangning wasn't trying to get treatment for Shenemo, she wouldn't even consider becoming a hospital doctor. The director felt there was something in Soo-jin's words, but he couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. What does want both mean? He was thinking only about the hospital's future. Soo-jin stormed out angrily. The next day was Old Master He's second treatment session. As soon as Old Master He appeared, even the director came out to greet him. When he learned Old General He was coming to stay at the hospital, the director had prepared the best ward early in the morning. He led Old Master He upstairs, but then he saw that the old man didn't go upstairs with him. Instead, Old Master He signaled his son to carry him to the third floor. The moment the director saw Old Master He kept glancing at him from behind, but he didn't see anyone else besides He Ting-dong. Wasn't there supposed to be a recommended doctor for Old Master He? Where was that person? Seeing them head to the third floor, the director quickly said, Old General, your ward is on the 5th floor. I'm not going to the 5th floor, Old Master He said. As they spoke, they arrived at the door of a hospital room. The director knew who was inside, a soldier recently injured on a mission. Although confused, the director personally opened the door. Inside, Shenemo was holding a knife, peeling an apple for Jiangning. Comrade Shen, you shouldn't lift your shoulder injury for too long, the director exclaimed in surprise and quickly approached, reaching out to take the apple from Shenemo. But Shenemo dodged away. He frowned and looked at the director. The apple was for his wife, and it was also part of his task. Even though his shoulder was still hurt, he had to finish the task his wife gave him. His wife also said it would help build his endurance. Because he had rested too long for his shoulder injury, he couldn't stay in the hospital anymore, but they wouldn't let him leave. The military district had sent a message, hoping his shoulder could heal without any lasting problems. If his final medical checkup didn't meet the standards, he would have to retire. Shenemo had peeled the apple into a long strip, but when the director reached out to grab it, the peel broke, which made Shenemo a little angry. He then turned to look at Jiangning, his dark eyes seeming to show a hint of grievance. It was as if he was saying, Wife, look, it's not that I don't want to finish the task. Jiangning's task was to peel the apple without breaking the peel, but now it was broken. Jiangning found it a bit funny. The first time they met, he was cold and distant, like a stern judge, but now his character had completely changed around her. She reached out and took the peeled apple from Shenemo, biting into it with her bright red lips. The task was considered completed. Seeing Jiangning satisfied, Shenmo's mood improved. The director knew Shenmo's special status, which was why he was giving him special care. Normally, he wouldn't pay attention to what a patient was doing. Since Shenmo didn't seem interested in talking to him, the director awkwardly withdrew his hand. Shenmo then saw Old Master He and He Ting-dong nearby. He greeted them, Grandpa He, Uncle He. When the director saw Shenmo greeting these two, he suddenly realized that they had come to visit Shenmo. After the greeting, the director immediately said, Old General, when do you plan to go to the 5th floor? I can arrange someone to carry you. In social matters, he was very perceptive. When they arrived at the hospital, he knew he couldn't continue to tire General He's son any further. Unexpectedly, Old master, he lay down on the bed next to Shin Mo. He looked impatiently at the director and said, I told you not to go to the 5th floor. My doctor is right here. Why do you want me to go to the 5th floor? The director looked confused. There were only a few people in this ward. Who else could the doctor be? While puzzled, the director pointed at himself and asked, Are you talking about me? Old master, he looked at him with suspicion. How bold are you? The director was speechless. There was no one else in the ward now. It could only be him. Then he saw General He's gentle tone soften as he looked at him and said, Little doctor, when will we start the treatment? The director instinctively felt that old master, he wasn't talking to him, so he turned around. He saw Jiang Ning walking toward old master he. Grandpa he, I've prepared an ointment for you. It hasn't arrived yet, so today we can only do massage and manipulation. No acupuncture for now. Old master, he nodded. All right. Jiang Tingdong still remembered another matter. Since the director was here, he asked, Director, have you prepared the certification for Dr. Xiao Zhang? The director finally came back to his senses. The person treating old master, he was actually Sister Shin's wife? He reached out and took the certificate from his pocket, handing it to Jiang Tingdong. Jiang Tingdong carefully examined it. Is this a temporary appointment? When facing the old master, Jiang Tingdong carried an undeniable presence. Our hospital's doctors need to pass internal assessments to become official. Old general, he is eager for treatment, so I issued a temporary appointment. With this certificate, Dr. Xiao Zhang can use all hospital resources to treat old master he. Jiang Tingdong frowned slightly. Although he meant well, the term, temporary appointment, didn't quite match Jiang Ning's abilities. Old master, he also frowned when he heard this. He wanted to speak, but Jiang Ning shook her head. Grandpa he, a temporary appointment is enough. She just needed an official title to get Shin Mo treatment. With proof of being a designated doctor at this hospital, she could openly treat Shin Mo. As long as she could treat Shin Mo, whether officially or just in name, she didn't mind. If the other side refused to give an official doctor's certificate, she wouldn't force it. Jiang Ning walked over and looked at the designated doctor certificate in He Tingdong's hand. Can I treat my husband with this designation? Currently, Jiang Ning bore the hospital's name, so she was considered a doctor at the hospital. If the patient and the military district leaders had no objections, then there would be no problem. Comrade Shun Yu. Before the director finished speaking, Shin Mo suddenly said, My wife can treat my illness. No need for the director to assign another doctor. I will report to the military district. Earlier, Commander Liang also suggested Jiang Ning treat Shin Mo, but the report was rejected. Although Jiang Ning was Shin Mo's wife, she was not a formal hospital doctor, so higher-ups did not agree. Shin Mo's military achievements made him a rare talent for the country, and his health was very important to the authorities. But if Jiang Ning became a hospital doctor now, it would be a different matter. She could use the hospital's designation, and with Commander Liang's help, the higher-ups would likely agree. Since Shin Mo said so, the director couldn't really refuse. After the director left, He Tingdong had already prepared hot water and a clean towel for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was giving old master He a massage. The old man grimaced in pain. At first, it was painful but bearable. This time, it felt like Jiang Ning's hand strength had increased, and the pain made his face twist. Jiang Ning softly comforted him. Grandpa He, it will be better soon. Old master, he couldn't help but say, Girl, this is the 10th time you've said those 3 words to me, Jiang Ning. She only said it because she couldn't help but notice his expression. Time passed second by second. After the massage, old master He's face immediately relaxed. After the treatment, he felt his legs much more comfortable and exclaimed, Amazing! The next treatment was scheduled for 3 days later. Old master He stayed in the hospital. Another 3 days passed, and old master He suddenly shouted, I want to change rooms. At this moment, old master Shin father, Shin mother, and the Shin Bingwei family came to visit Shin Mo. Shin Mo's injury had been in the hospital for nearly half a month, and now many visitors could see him. When they arrived, the ward was full of people. As for old master, he insisting on changing rooms, It was simply because he had been feeling uncomfortable looking at Shin Mo these past few days. Although the couple was acting normally, he inexplicably felt full without eating anything. At his age, he seemed unfit to stay here. When Old Master Shin saw Old Master He immediately asked, "Old man He, why are you here in the hospital?" The two had been arguing all their lives, and they always quarreled whenever they met. Old Master He rolled his eyes and said, "Are you blind? Can't you see I came to see your daughter-in-law for treatment?" "Treatment?" Old Master Shin looked at Jiang Ning in surprise. Old Master He replied, "Of course. Didn't you mock me for being disabled? When I stand up again, I'll show you, and we can have a race on horseback." Old Master Shin snorted. "Let's see then." Suddenly, Shin Bingwei said, "Dad, you're too old to ride horses now. It's too dangerous, you shouldn't ride anymore." Old Master Shin used to feel comforted when his second son gave such advice, but now he was arguing with Old Master He, and neither of them was willing to back down. Shin Bingwei's words seemed to make him suddenly appear more modest. He looked at Shin Bingwei with disapproval. Jiang Ning went to get the ointment sent by Xiao Dong for Old Master He's treatment. When she returned to the ward and saw so many people, she paused for a moment. After greeting everyone, she walked to Old Master He's bed and laid out the things she had prepared. While Jiang Ning was arranging things, Old Master He looked at Old Master Shin with envy. He pointed at Jiang Ning and gave a thumbs up. "Your daughter-in-law is really something." "Sigh, I don't have that luck. If only she were my granddaughter-in-law."
Shen Montak.
He was lying on the hospital bed, watching Jiang Ning busy around, but despite his disability, he got off the bed to help her. After 3 days of being together, he felt that Old Master He's gaze at his wife was a bit strange. Today, he finally understood what was wrong. It turned out that his wife was being watched over. Old Master Shin listened, confused and unsure. "Grandpa He, you can lie down now," Jiang Ning said as she arranged her tools. Shin Mo knew she needed to wash her hands before treating him. While Jiang Ning washed her hands, he prepared a towel to dry them. "Okay, I'm coming," Old Master He said as his son helped him lie down. After lying down, he said to He Ting-dong, "You have other things to do, so don't stay here all day." He Ting-dong was used to his father's playful attitude. "Dad, usually Fengru takes care of you. I only come when you need treatment. It won't interfere with my work." Fengru was the name of his wife. Old Master He said, "Call me Fengru. Don't bring food here every day. It's tiring. You can eat the hospital food instead." He Ting-dong smiled wryly. "Dad, even if I agree, Fengru wouldn't. She thinks her cooking is cleaner and more nutritious. If you don't want her to bring food, she won't stop." Old Master He hummed softly. Old Master Shin watched from the side. He couldn't help but glance at his two sons. His eldest son's family was now distant from him. He wondered if, one day, if he ended up in the hospital for some reason, would Bingting and Bingwei still come to take care of him? As for Bingwei, he didn't have to wonder. He was always caring and obedient, and he would definitely come. Old Master He's pants were rolled up. Jiang Ning first gave him a massage, then took out sterilized silver needles. Just as she was about to insert them into the acupoints, a female voice suddenly said, "This is a hospital. You're not a doctor here, so how can you treat patients? My sister-in-law is a visiting doctor at the hospital. Why can't she treat patients?" Shun Qinqian was the quickest to speak up whenever Jiang Ning was involved. "Visiting doctor?" Shun Pianran sneered. "I didn't know we have visiting doctors at our hospital," Shun Qinqian said. "You're out of the loop." Shin Mo didn't want anyone to disturb Jiang Ning. He took out a certificate from the hospital director that proved she was authorized to treat patients. Shun Pianran looked at the certificate, which had the hospital director's stamp, confirming she was officially recognized as a visiting doctor. Since she was a visiting doctor, she could treat Old Master He. Shun Pianran frowned, wanting to look more closely, but Shun Mo quickly took back the certificate. Jiang Ning held the silver needle, her technique precise and confident. Shun Pianran looked at Jiang Ning, who was pretending to be skilled, and rolled her eyes in disdain. She studied Western medicine, and she thought that this kind of fake science method was only used by barefoot doctors who weren't even real doctors. She even believed that acupuncture was nonsense. She knew a little about Grandpa He's illness. The He family had tried all the doctors they could find, but none could help Grandpa He. They even brought in doctors from another province, but somehow, the doctor turned out to be Jiang Ning. A hint of mockery flashed in Shun Pianran's eyes. If just a few acupuncture needles could cure Grandpa He's illness, then what was the point of those expensive machines? Jiang Ning took out the silver needles after a few minutes of inserting them. Then she took out a herbal ointment prepared by Huang Xiaodong and applied it to Grandpa He's leg. This was a special Chinese medicine ointment she had made for him. As soon as the ointment was applied, Grandpa He hurriedly signaled his son to help him get off the bed. He wanted to walk right away. The moment Jiang Ning removed all the silver needles, Grandpa He suddenly felt stronger in his legs. He Ting Dong wanted to help Grandpa He, and seeing this, he quickly spoke with a serious tone. Not now. You need to wait at least half an hour before walking. The medicine still needs time to work. Oh, okay. Grandpa He obediently lay back on the bed. Grandpa He was quite stubborn and never listened to anyone. It was surprising that at his age, he was being controlled by a young girl. He Ting Dong found it a bit funny. His status was declining day by day. He could say one thing, and Grandpa He would argue 10. But little Dr. Jiang just had to say one word, and he obediently followed. Old Mr. Shen also looked surprised. What surprised him even more was that Jiang Ning could treat Grandpa He's illness. Back in the day, they had been in the same army, just in different units. Old Mr. Shen looked at Jiang Ning with approval. No matter what, Shen Mo's wife was indeed a good choice. After finishing the treatment for Grandpa He, Jiang Ning went on to treat Shen Mo. Shen Mo's injuries were mainly internal, and external treatment alone would leave serious aftereffects. Today, Huang Xiaodong brought the ointment for Shen Mo's treatment, and Jiang Ning started healing him. Having stayed in the hospital for so long, even severe external injuries had mostly healed. After finishing with Grandpa He, Jiang Ning moved on to treat Shen Mo. Because they knew Jiang Ning was going to treat Shen Mo today, Shen's father and mother came as well. The old master and others just came to take a look casually. Shun Pianran knew that Shen Mo's illness was always managed by the hospital. Recently, the hospital had been waiting for the results of a special medicine, which was to be used for soldiers injured during missions once the results were available. Shen Mo was one of the patients receiving special care from the hospital. When she saw Jiang Ning about to treat Shen Mo, Shun Pianran quickly said, "Second uncle's status is special. You can't treat him. You're just a nominal doctor." Jiang Ning took out a piece of paper and handed it to Shin Qianqian. Qianqian. Shin Qianqian immediately showed an understanding look and turned to pull Shin Pianran away. The document Jiang Ning gave Shin Qianqian was a treatment approval signed off by the hospital's top management, approved by Commander Liang. She was now going to treat Shen Mo and didn't want to argue with Shun Pianran. Jiang Ning sat calmly beside Shen Mo's bed. "It might hurt a little. Don't worry, wife, I trust you," Shen Mo said confidently. Because it concerned his future, Shen Mo's trust in Jiang Ning was deep-rooted. No outside opinion could shake his confidence in her. Trust is the most important thing between a husband and wife. If they couldn't trust each other, he wouldn't be worthy of taking care of a girl for a lifetime. Jiang Ning sterilized the silver needle, then quickly and precisely inserted it into Shen Mo's injured arm. Unlike when she treated old Master He, where the needle stayed in for a long time, she inserted the needle into a specific acupoint and then removed it. Blood flowed from Shen Mo's arm into a porcelain basin prepared in advance. As soon as Shun Pianran, who had just escaped Shin Qianqian's fuss, entered the room, she saw Jiang Ning bleeding Shen Mo. Her face darkened, and she strode forward. "What are you doing? Second uncle's body is already weak. How can he withstand such bloodletting?" Seeing Shen Mo being bloodlet, Shen's father and mother were also alarmed, but they chose to trust Jiang Ning. Shen's mother turned to Shin Pianran and said, "Pianran, we haven't spoken yet. Why are you interrupting? Fine, you treat him however you want. When second uncle really gets into trouble, don't come crying and begging for help from heaven or earth." Shin Pianran's face turned pale with anger. She snorted coldly and turned to leave. She was just waiting for Shen Mo to really get into trouble and for Auntie and others to beg others to treat him. She wants to tell Sister Chen Man about this. Once they know that Jiang Ning's treatment is ineffective, they will definitely beg to use Sister Chen Man's special medicine. Jiang Ning was not affected at all by Shen Piren. After releasing all the blood clots blocking Shen Mo's wound, she applied a special ointment to the silver needle, then inserted it into the acupuncture points around Shen Mo's shoulder. A hole was drilled into Shen Mo's shoulder bone by a bullet, and this ointment was meant to heal the bone. As long as the bone inside heals properly, there will be no lasting problems. Even with Western medicine, the most effective drugs are still taken internally. But her treatment was targeted only at that gunshot wound. After removing the silver needle, she took out a dark-colored ointment and applied it to Shen Mo's shoulder injury. The treatment process involved some bloodletting, which was a bit frightening, but the bleeding stopped on its own after a while. Everyone looked confused. Jiang Ning's treatment for Shen Mo was a weekly course. In 2 months, she guaranteed Shen Mo's shoulder would recover completely without any lasting effects. When Su Jin arrived, Jiang Ning had already finished her treatment. She was annoyed and kept nagging Jiang Ning for a long time. Only after Jiang Ning clearly said she would call her for the next treatment did she finally let go of Jiang Ning. Back in the office, Shen Piren felt a tightness in her chest. She was a student studying abroad at a medical school. With the strong resources and advanced technology available abroad, she had seen many impressive medical techniques. She couldn't see the value in traditional Chinese medicine, which she considered pseudoscience. Now, more people trusted Western medicine because it worked quickly and helped patients recover in a short time. Otherwise, many would be desperate to study abroad. Shen Piren thought for a moment, then got up and left the office, knocking on the door of the office opposite. A cold female voice responded, "Come in." Shen Piren pushed open the door and said to the woman inside, "Sister Chen Man." Chen Man looked up and saw Shen Piren come in. She smiled and said, "Piren, is there something you need? Come in." Shen Piren was feeling frustrated inside. She felt a strange closeness to Chen Man, who also returned from abroad. Listening to Chen Man ask questions, she sighed and said, "Sister Chen Man, my second uncle won't use the special medicine you developed. I just can't understand. Your medicine has been tested by authorities, so why doesn't my second uncle believe in traditional Chinese medicine? Western medicine is clearly better. I really don't get it. What does traditional Chinese medicine have to compare with Western medicine? And the director, he keeps giving others fake doctor certificates for no reason." Chen Man pursed her lips and asked, "Traditional Chinese medicine? Did the hospital hire a Chinese doctor to treat Soldier Shen? Nowadays, there are no real Chinese doctors. They are just some unqualified barefoot doctors. Our hospital doesn't even have a Chinese medicine department. These so-called Chinese doctors are just barefoot doctors who can only treat minor illnesses like colds and fevers. They can't compare to us." Just as Chen Man was about to ask, Shen Piren spoke again, "It's my second sister-in-law. She knows some unqualified medical tricks and claims she can cure my second uncle's shoulder injury without any aftereffects. Ha! I want to see how she plans to do it. Don't end up making my second uncle worse." Chen Man's eyes flickered, and her breathing grew heavier. "Are you talking about Shinji's wife?" Shen Piren supported her head and nodded. "Yes. I don't know what our elders are thinking. Western medicine is clearly better." "Miss Chen Man," Shen Piren suddenly grabbed Chen Man's hand. "If my second uncle's arm isn't healed later, they will definitely come to ask for your special medicine. You must not give it to them right away." Chen Man pulled her hand back and tapped her forehead. "You know, Western medicine is better than Chinese medicine, but medicine is one family. Don't make things difficult for others." Shen Piren pouted. She firmly believed that Jiang Ning couldn't cure Shen Mo. At that time, Shen Mo's shoulder injury was treated by Chen Man and a doctor who performed surgery. Why should Jiang Ning interfere? When the second uncle's injury doesn't heal, the elders will wake up. "Will your second sister-in-law keep treating Soldier Shen at the hospital?" Chen Man suddenly asked. Shen Piren nodded. "Yes. She has official approval for her treatment. Not only does she treat my second uncle, but she also treats an old man from a big courtyard in our family. Grandpa He's illness has baffled many doctors, and I don't know where she got the confidence to say she can cure Grandpa He. Shun Pianran said, "What's there to watch? Traditional Chinese medicine can't compare to Western medicine. Now everyone is learning Western medicine to keep up with the times. There's no need for us to observe," Chin Man replied. "Pianran, I also want to see how she makes such bold claims." At this, Shun Pianran suddenly had a bright idea. Chun Man had developed such an impressive special medicine. Not only she admired it, but many doctors at the hospital also admired Chun Man. Maybe she could invite some doctors to watch Jiangning's treatment process. She couldn't argue with so many people alone, but if there were more, even a single spit could drown Jiangning. Shun Pianran agreed quickly. "All right, Chun Man, I will help you keep an eye on it." 3 days later, Shun Pianran saw Jiangning and was told that today was the day to treat old Master He. She immediately informed Chin Man. Not only did she notify Chin Man, but she also told many doctors at the hospital. Recently, because Shun Pianran had been subtly spreading information, many doctors knew that the hospital had a new honorary doctor. And it was a certificate personally approved by the director. What kind of doctor would get the director to specially approve a certificate for patient treatment? This made people curious and intrigued. Now, hearing that the honorary doctor was going to treat a patient, many doctors went to the third-floor ward. At this moment, 2 unfamiliar men arrived at the third-floor ward, brought by He Tingdong. Old Master, he had already moved out of Shinmo's ward and only came by once during treatment. Jiangning took out the items needed to treat old Master He. Just then, He Tingdong entered with 2 middle-aged men, saying, "Dad, the Jin province." But before he finished, he was met with a disapproving look from old Master He, and he held back his words. He Tingdong immediately quieted down. Although Jiangning hadn't said that she needed quiet during treatment, everyone knew to avoid disturbing her during this time. Suddenly, there was some noise outside the ward, and soon many people rushed in. These people arrived unexpectedly. Jiangning instinctively looked toward the door. Leading the group was Shun Pianran. "Second sister-in-law, many doctors at our hospital know that you were specially approved by the director to be our hospital's honorary doctor. They are very curious about your medical skills and want to come observe." Before Jiangning could speak, Shun Pianran seemed worried that Jiangning might refuse. She said, "Second sister-in-law, Western medicine focuses on learning from each other. Your traditional Chinese medicine skills are different from ours, so we just want to observe and discuss together." Shun Pianran raised her voice, so everyone present could hear her words. For medical students, learning by observing is common. When they first start working, interns learn from their seniors step by step. Shun Pianran's words sound polite, but most people just came to join the fun. After all, doctors in the hospital need to pass exams to become licensed. According to Shun Pianran, the other person became a hospital doctor without any exam, approved directly by the director. And they're skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. Seeing so many people come in, old Master He's face suddenly changed. When he was angry, his words were not nice. "Everyone get out. You're disturbing the little doctor." Most people there didn't know old Master He's identity. They thought he was just an ordinary patient seeking treatment. No one responded or left. Some even found it funny that the old man called the doctor a little doctor. Nowadays, no one uses such old-fashioned titles for doctors. Jiangning looked helplessly at old Master He, who had a dark face. Grandpa He. Hearing this, the old man's expression softened. "Oh, I forgot. I shouldn't get angry easily. I need to stay calm." He said this, but his quick temper still sometimes flared up, and he couldn't always control himself. Shen Mo frowned and coldly called out, "Shen Pianran." Shen Pianran was not afraid. She had her grandfather's support at home. "Second brother-in-law, everyone is really here to observe and learn. Second sister-in-law is very capable. Maybe we can learn something new by observing." Her words were clearly praising Jiangning, making it hard for Shen Mo to ask them to leave. Su Jin just arrived and saw what was happening in the ward. Today, Jiangning told her she was going to treat Grandpa He, so she hurried to finish her work and come over. Su Jin didn't chase anyone away. Instead, she went to Jiangning and asked, "Ningning, do you want me to help you send these people out?" Jiangning has seen many big scenes before. When she was alive, hundreds of students watching her perform surgery never made her nervous. These people didn't affect her. But these people weren't truly here to watch her treat patients. I worry they might upset old Master He. Seeing Shun Mo's serious expression, if it weren't for Shen Pianran being a woman, he might have kicked her out. Jiangning first comforted him, saying, "Don't argue with Shen Pianran. She's the one leading this today. If we keep fighting, it will never end. Let's not delay old Master He's treatment." Shun Mo nodded. Su Jin then turned to the doctors and said, "You all can watch, but don't make noise or disturb Dr. Jiang." Shen Pianran was unhappy. She didn't like Su Jin's arrogant attitude. She wanted to speak, but Chun Man, who just entered the ward, stopped her. "Pianran, you can't disturb the doctor during treatment." Shen Pianran pouted. She looked at Jiangning's face, feeling disdain but also afraid she might be very capable. Such a beautiful face was already rare. If she really had that much ability, just thinking about it made her feel upset. The ward became a bit noisier with more people, but Chun Man's words made most of them quiet down. A few others, mostly neurologists, remained quiet. They all knew old Master He and had even been invited to diagnose him at the He family. Not only them, but probably all neurologists in the capital knew old Master He. No one knew how to cure old Master He's illness. Everyone had predicted he only had 2 years left. They didn't expect anyone to dare to treat him. Jiangning still used massage and acupuncture. But this time, her acupuncture was different from before. After massaging, she opened her acupuncture kit. She inserted silver needles into specific points, her hands trembling slightly when she removed the needles. She pushed the needles in the direction she wanted, and they trembled accordingly. Then she placed heat-insulating pads over the needle sites, inserted moxibustion balls on the needle handles, and lit them with matches. This was a new method Jiangning was trying. Old Master He was curious, but didn't disturb her. The observing doctors found Jiangning's actions confusing. Some bored doctors muttered and left. "This is really chaotic." The barefoot doctors from our county can also come to the hospital as honorary doctors. The hospital director is really daring, trying to recruit anyone for the hospital. They're so young, full of confidence and talking big. "Be quiet, everyone." These young people can come to the hospital as honorary doctors, probably because of some strong connections behind the scenes. As they spoke and left, Su Jin was so focused on her notes that she almost wanted to ask them questions. Not only was Su Jin writing quickly and passionately, but 2 other people also took out notebooks and wrote very carefully, their faces showing excitement as they took notes. Jiangning was teaching Su Jin, explaining each step clearly, even talking about the use of warm needles. Jiangning's voice was gentle, calm, and steady, making people want to listen more. The doctors, who came out of curiosity, looked confused but listened very carefully. Warm needles take time, so Jiangning decided to teach Su Jin more while she could. She asked Su Jin to expose her arm, so she could try inserting the needle. Without hesitation, Su Jin stretched out her arm. Jiangning inserted a silver needle into the acupuncture points on her arm, explaining the effects of each point and how it felt. Su Jin, being the test subject, felt how amazing it was when the needle was inserted. While Jiangning was focused on inserting the needles, suddenly 2 breaths were heard nearby. Sensing something, Jiangning looked up and saw 2 kind but excited eyes. She saw their handwriting, clear and neat, exactly what she had just explained. In that moment, she was sure these 2 were doctors. But she remembered they were brought here by Uncle He. When Jiangning looked over, the 2 exchanged a subtle, knowing smile. After finishing the acupuncture on Su Jin, Jiangning took the silver needles away. It was about time, and she guessed that old Mr. He's side was also nearly done. Turning around, AI Rome was already a pile of ash. Most of the people in the ward had left by now. Those who didn't understand what was happening had gone. A few doctors, eager to see the results, had waited patiently until Jiangning finished her treatment. Jiangning removed the silver needles from old Mr. He's legs. Old Master He sighed, "My leg is warm and comfortable now. I feel very good. I hope it heals quickly. I really want to ride a horse again. Jiangning smiled. Grandpa, that's not possible. Your leg needs a lot of time to recover. Don't rush it. Got it. Old master, he quickly replied. Shun Pianran sneered. I thought it would be something impressive, but it turns out it takes so long. She suddenly linked arms with Chin Man and said to Old Master Grandpa, if you want your leg to get better, Sister Chin Man can take a look. She developed a new special medicine. Maybe it can help you stand and walk right away. Old Master, he looked at Chin Man with a faint expression and then snorted. I don't trust anyone now. Only the little doctor. Pianran, why do you look down on your own family? If I were your grandfather, I'd give you 3 big whacks and make you kneel at the ancestral hall. Shun Pianran was upset by Old Master He's words, but had to hold back because of his status. She suddenly looked at Chin Man and said, Sister Chin Man, Jiangning is not as good as you. After your special medicine is tested, you must show them who's boss. Chin Man didn't agree with her and instead said, Your second sister-in-law is indeed impressive. Shun Pianran froze in place. She felt even angrier and turned around to leave the hospital room quickly. Chen Man then walked over to Jiang Ning. Dr. Jiang, even though I don't understand traditional Chinese medicine, I can tell you're very skilled. You and Pianran are family. She learned Western medicine from a young age, so don't mind her. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. If she were a bit more naive, she might think that Chen Doctor was trying to persuade her to get along with Shin Pianran after operating on Shin Mo. But this Dr. Chen hadn't said a word since Shin Pianran entered the room. Only after Shin Pianran finished speaking did she slowly say, Dr. Jiang, when I studied medicine abroad, a professor once told me that Western and traditional Chinese medicine are not separate. I'm also quite interested in local Chinese medicine. Could you teach me a bit? Hearing this, Shun Mo immediately frowned. Having Su Jin pestering his wife was already annoying enough, and now there was another one. He didn't want Jiang Ning to get tired, but he didn't make the decision for her. Jiang Ning clearly refused, saying, Sorry, I decline. Chun Man's eyes flickered slightly, then she smiled. All right, it seems I have no chance with traditional Chinese medicine here. Dr. Jiang, if there's a chance, we could have a match. My medical skills are not bad either. After saying that, Chun Man turned and left. Su Jin and the others walked away, and she snorted softly. If she hadn't said that last thing, I'd really think she wanted to learn Chinese medicine. I knew she and Shun Pianran are alike. Both look at people through their noses. Most of the people in the ward had left, leaving only 2 unfamiliar middle-aged men brought by He Tingdong. Finally, He Tingdong saw an opportunity to introduce their purpose to his father, but unexpectedly, the 2 men went straight to Jiang Ning, their eyes full of surprise and warmth. Dr. Jiang, can we call you that? Yes, hello, Dr. Jiang, one of them quickly explained. We are doctors from the traditional Chinese medicine department at Jin Province People's Hospital. My surname is Liu, and his is Liu. Jiang Ning was a bit surprised. Doctors from another province had come here.
Dr. Liu, Dr. Liu.
To be honest, we came to see General Hua's leg. When we arrived, we realized we were useless here. Our acupuncture skills are even less impressive than theirs. Dr. Jiang, did you use the ancient needle technique on General Hua? Jiang Ning nodded. Yes, I did. Sure enough, their gazes toward her grew even warmer. Dr. Liu excitedly said, Few people still know the ancient needle technique now. We even doubted it had been lost. It's amazing to see it today. Traditional Chinese medicine values talent the most. You're young, but your skills are already so impressive. Truly remarkable for someone your age. Jiang Ning silently listened to their praise. Usually, such flattery meant there was more to come. Sure enough, Dr. Liu couldn't help but say, Dr. Jiang, we hope you can work at our hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department. If our hospital director knew about you, he would personally invite you to work with us. Jiang Ning knew they sincerely wanted her to work at Jin Province Hospital. But the last part was just a joke. Who has that much free time for the hospital director to personally invite her? Dr. Jiang Ning suddenly said, Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu work at the largest hospital in Jin Province. If you are willing to go there, it would be a good opportunity. His suggestion was very practical, as the People's Hospital in Jean Province is well known. If it weren't for his and the old man's connections, he wouldn't have been able to invite these two doctors from Jean Province's People's Hospital to treat the old man. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Ning not only gained their approval but also earned their admiration. He just saw that when Dr. Jiang Ning was treating the old man and teaching Su Jin, these two doctors were so focused that their pens almost sparked. Despite being young, Jiang Ning had already reached a level that others could only admire from afar. Such talent truly deserves to shine in a good hospital. Jiang Ning declined Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu's invitation. Besides, old man He and Shinmo's illnesses hadn't been fully treated yet, and Jean Province was far away. She had no intention of leaving Shenmo for now. Even if she considered hospital work, her first choice would be hospitals in the capital. Knowing Jiang Ning wouldn't agree to go to Jean Province, the two doctors felt a bit disappointed, but they didn't really expect to persuade her. They saw that General He's legs were not worth keeping them longer, so it was inconvenient to stay, but they still wanted to see Jiang Ning's incredible acupuncture skills. To Western doctors who don't understand traditional Chinese medicine, the idea that a few acupuncture needles could cure a disease sounds unbelievable. But for them, seeing Jiang Ning was a pleasant surprise. Coming to the capital was definitely worth it. They couldn't resist asking Jiang Ning and General He for permission to stay at their own expense at the capital guest house, hoping that each time Jiang Ning treated General He, they could observe. Jiang Ning saw their eager eyes and did not refuse. Shinmo's shoulder injury needed some time to heal, but he was not idle. His external wound was almost fully healed, and he spent his days wandering around with Jiang Ning. He could have gone back to the family residence for treatment, but there was still old man He. During this time, Commander Liang also came by. He wasn't worried about Jiang Ning's ability to treat Shenmo, but this injury was related to his future prospects. Many soldiers had been forced to retire due to injuries before. Commander Liang exchanged a few pleasantries and then got to the point. Jiang Ning understood that some topics were not suitable for her to hear, so she left the ward voluntarily. Commander Liang patted Shenmo on the shoulder and said, "Actually, on the day you left for your mission, your medical exam notice was already issued. Since you successfully completed the mission, you'll have made a great contribution. This year's promotion list will definitely include you." Hearing about the promotion, Shenmo remained calm. Whether he would be promoted still depended on how well his shoulder recovered. But Commander Liang still had more to say. Once your treatment is finished, and if your health doesn't meet the standards after the exam, then... He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. If the exam results are not good enough, he won't be promoted and might even be forced to retire. Losing talented soldiers is a big loss, but the aftereffects are completely irreversible. Commander Liang said, "Because you got injured, the camp has temporarily assigned someone to take your place and train the soldiers under you. Those young guys are full of energy and not happy about it. They're all eager for you to come back." Shenmo was a bit surprised. When a position is left empty for too long, it's hard to manage. He had been in the hospital for several months, and before that, he helped train in Qing County for 2 months. Counting everything, it's almost half a year. The camp suddenly assigned someone to replace him, probably thinking ahead. If his injury really can't heal, someone has to take over his position. He personally trained those soldiers, so he knew their temper very well. He immediately wrote a letter for Commander Liang to take back. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Shenmo's injury was almost healed. Old Master He could even stand and walk on his own now. Since Jiang Ning told him that moving around more could help recovery, Old Master He had been walking for half a day every day. He even felt he was walking so well he could run on horseback right away. But Jiang Ning told him he couldn't. He had to wait until all his treatments were finished and then rest for 3 more months. He Ting-tong couldn't persuade the old man, but Jiang Ning's words were like an order. Originally, Jiang Ning set 2 months for Shinmo's recovery, but she added another half month. Once she confirmed Shinmo's shoulder had no lasting effects, she immediately informed Commander Liang. Commander Liang was waiting for Jiang Ning to finish Shinmo's treatment. As soon as she did, he arranged for the hospital to give Shenmo a full-body checkup. This was necessary for the promotion, which required a health assessment. Shinmo's identity is no longer a secret at the hospital. Since Jiang Ning became the hospital's honorary doctor and learned that Jiang Ning was also treating Shinmo, there were even rumors that she would cure Shinmo's shoulder injury, so he wouldn't have any lasting effects. To ensure Shinmo wouldn't have any aftereffects, all the doctors who could treat his injury were called together by the hospital director for a special meeting. Only Chinman claimed that her special medicine wouldn't leave Shinmo with any side effects, but no one else had any suggestions. However, Shinmo didn't want to use Chinman's special medicine. A month after Jiang Ning became the honorary doctor, the clinical trial results of Chinman's medicine were also announced. Old Mr. He's illness wasn't widely publicized, but Shinmo's injury was well known throughout the hospital. After learning that Jiang Ning was going to treat Shinmo, more and more people doubted her, especially since the treatment took over 2 months. Other soldiers injured on missions with Shinmo used Chinman's medicine, and within a month, they left the hospital to return to their units. If traditional Chinese medicine was really so powerful, why did it take so long to heal? When Jiang Ning was alone, she often encountered hospital doctors. They wouldn't say anything openly, but behind her back, they often spoke unkind words. It was only when Su Jin told Jiang Ning about this that she found out. She was angry and went to see the hospital director, but his words almost made her so angry she wanted to quit immediately. The director saw Su Jin storm in, angry, and mentioned some rumors circulating about the hospital. Later, the director also found out about Su Jin's relationship with the honorary doctor. Previously, he had been dismissive, acting like he knew nothing. After Su Jin finished her outburst and filed a complaint, the director slowly said, "Doctors who haven't been evaluated by the hospital have to accept these things." She's been treating Soldier Shin for over 2 months, while Chunman's special medicine allowed other soldiers to return to duty in just a month. It's normal for some people to have doubts. Su Jin looked upset. She asked, "Director, aren't you going to do something about these rumors?" The director looked at her with confusion. "What's there to worry about? Soldier Shin went for a checkup, right? If his injury is really healed, then there's nothing to worry about. This is a different matter." Su Jin shouted, losing her temper.
Don't yell at me.
The director is usually very busy. He doesn't have much time to deal with hospital gossip. If people want to talk, shouldn't he just tell them to be quiet? Su Jin's expression softened. She changed the subject. "Director, you mentioned before that our hospital plans to start a traditional Chinese medicine department. Is that still happening?" The director thought for a moment and said, "Starting a traditional Chinese medicine department is not something we're considering right now." After saying that, he pushed up his glasses and added, "Su Jin, I remember you studied medicine abroad. Dr. Chin Man previously asked me to set up a special medicine research department. I hope you can work with her on developing effective medicines for various diseases." When Su Jin heard this, she understood why the director suddenly changed his mind about starting the Chinese medicine department. Developing special medicines takes a lot of time, effort, and money. He has more hope in Dr. Chen's research. Earlier, the director wanted to start the Chinese medicine department because the hospital was a candidate for a new site, and he wanted to promote both Western and Chinese medicine. But now, with the highly effective medicines brought back by Dr. Chen, if they succeed in developing these medicines and gain national approval, he won't need to bother with starting the Chinese medicine department anymore. "I won't go," Su Jin said firmly, trying to keep her tone calm. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She took off her badge from her chest and slammed it on the director's desk. "I quit. I resign." Shinmo's test results came back. Because he injured his shoulder bone, they also did a CT scan. The doctor looked at the scan carefully. After examining, he found that Shinmo's shoulder bone, which had a crack caused by a bullet, had completely healed. There was no gap at all. The recovery was excellent. Actually, it was too good. It was as if he had never been injured. While the soldiers who used Dr. Chen's special medicines also recovered well, they didn't recover as completely as Shinmo did. Lieutenant General Liang, who was with Shinmo during the checkup, asked the doctor, "Is his injury really fully healed?" The doctor smiled and showed him the previous CT scan and the new one for comparison. "Look at the same spot. There was a big hole before, but now, on this new CT scan, it's gone. Lieutenant General Liang took the scans and carefully compared them. Now, he was completely reassured. Several soldiers who did missions with Shun Mo were also badly injured. A month ago, they received special medicine from Chin Man. After they recovered and returned to the military district, their training showed no problems, which made him start to worry about Shun Mo and Jiang Ning. Now, seeing Shun Mo's recovery, he finally feels relieved. The hospital still hasn't shared Shun Mo's medical exam results publicly, but many people are watching his shoulder injury closely. When they learned Shun Mo's shoulder was fully healed, the hospital became very excited. Doctors often went to the medical checkup department to look at Shun Mo's CT scans. After comparing two CT scans, all the doctors who saw them couldn't help but be amazed. The hospital also started praising Jiang Ning more. Su Jin was sitting in Shun Mo's hospital room peeling oranges. News about Shun Mo's shoulder recovery had already spread among the doctors. She was just waiting to see when the hospital director would show up. Anyway, she had already decided not to stay at this hospital anymore. Jiang Ning said goodbye to Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu at the door of the room. They still wanted to see Jiang Ning cure General He's leg before leaving, but the hospital was urging them to go back quickly. In these 2 months, they had learned a lot. During the teaching, Jiang Ning was very open and shared her knowledge freely. When they had questions, she patiently explained everything. Shun Mo was peeling an apple. When Jiang Ning entered, he hadn't finished yet. Su Jin kindly handed her peeled oranges. Jiang Ning ate the orange from Su Jin and also ate the apple Shun Mo had peeled. She made sure no one was favored. Shun Mo was in a good mood now. Seeing Su Jin being so attentive to his wife, he wasn't angry at all. After the test results came out, Shun Mo finally felt at ease. He had thought he might have to retire because of his injury, but unexpectedly, it was really thanks to his wife this time. As for the special medicine from Dr. Chen, when Shun Mo received the mission, there was a list of people to escort. Dr. Chun Man wasn't on the list, but she appeared with a professor who was on the list. Because the professor insisted, Shun Mo had no choice but to bring her along. Along the way, they were ambushed several times. Dr. Chun treated the injured soldiers. The soldiers trusted her a lot, but after Shun Mo woke up from surgery and saw Commander Liang, he immediately asked Commander Liang to thoroughly check Dr. Chen's background. Chun Man was able to stay safely in the hospital because there were no issues with her background check. Anyway, he trusted his wife. As for the other injured soldiers, some of them didn't want to leave the army so easily. After Chun Man's special medicine clinical trial results came out, the higher-ups approved their use, and they allowed Chun Man to bring back her medicine. It must be said that Chun Man's medicine is indeed effective. Shun Mo told Jiang Ning that he was going back to the family residence. Jiang Ning was very happy. After staying in the hospital for so long, she just wanted to return to her small courtyard. No one would bother her there, and it was peaceful. She also missed Jiqi very much. Before, Brother Shen would pick Jiqi up every week, but after he started school, Jiang Ning told him to focus on his studies and not come to the hospital anymore. As a child of soldiers, he had a tough time too. However, Shen's parents would often visit the child, so with their presence, Jiang Ning felt at ease. Old Master He's treatment was also coming to an end. When he learned that Jiang Ning and the others were leaving, he specially came to the hospital room. He didn't want Jiang Ning to stay and continue treating him. Jiang Ning suggested that she would go directly to the retired soldiers' hospital for her last 3 treatments, but Old Master he quickly refused. He said he would come to the family residence to find her for treatment, so she wouldn't have to make the trip back and forth. With Old Master He's insistence, Jiang Ning agreed and told him she worked at a clinic in the family residence. After finishing their business, Old Master he looked at Shun Mo and said with a chuckle, "Marrying a little doctor like you is really a lucky break for you. You little rascal, used to have so many flaws and bad habits. I really don't know where your luck came from." Since they all lived in the same big courtyard, Old Master he had watched these young people grow up and just made some harmless remarks. After a few words, Old Master he said goodbye and left. Jiangning looked at Shinmo's smiling face and asked, "You got scolded, but you're still smiling so happily?" Shinmo chuckled and said, "Old grandpa, he is right. I was lucky to marry you." He then added, "It's my honor to marry you in this life." But hearing old Master He's words, he couldn't help but start to reflect on his own flaws. Seeing Shinmo quiet down, Jiangning thought he really took old Master He's words to heart and immediately said, "You have no flaws. Old grandpa, he was just talking nonsense." Shinmo couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and hugged Jiangning. "It turns out I look so good in my wife's eyes." Jiangning glared at him and lightly slapped him. She seemed to care more about Shinmo than before. When Su Jin, who had just seen old Master He off, returned, she saw this scene and pursed her lips. She sighed inwardly. These two really shouldn't be separated. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the hospital room. As the sound grew closer to the door, Shinmo let go of Jiangning. Soon after, the director entered with a warm smile on his face. Su Jin didn't expect the director to be so shameless. The director entered the room holding Su Jin's badge. He handed the badge back to her and said kindly, "Xiao Su, you are one of our hospital's best doctors. How can you just quit? I've decided to give you a raise. 56 yuan to 66 yuan a month." Su Jin wasn't stupid. She knew exactly how firm she had been when she told the director she was leaving. She had even made him angry. So, it was hard to believe he would suddenly be so kind and give her a raise. A few doctors following the director looked at Su Jin with envy when they heard him say he would raise her salary. But no matter how jealous they were, it didn't matter. They didn't have Jiangning's magical acupuncture skills or Qin Man's talent for making special medicines. The director's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. He was giving Jiangning a high salary, 80 yuan a month. Hearing this generous offer, the other doctors' envy shifted to Jiangning. But their envy was pointless. Jiangning didn't have her incredible acupuncture skills, and Chen Man's brain was better at making special medicines. The director's smile grew wider. The highest salaries in the hospital only went to a few senior doctors and Chen Man, who had developed a new special medicine. Jiangning specialized in traditional Chinese medicine, but the director valued Chen Man more, offering her a high salary of 100 yuan a month. However, Jiangning is also quite skilled in medical techniques. From her treatment of Shinmo's sequelae and General He's leg, it's clear she can bring even greater benefits to the hospital in the future. With such a high salary offered, he was sure Jiangning would agree. Jiangning thought for a moment and said, "I'll consider it." This hospital was definitely within her range of options. In fact, all hospitals in the capital were. When Jiangning said she would consider, she meant she would think seriously. However, someone was too eager. When the director heard Jiangning say she would consider, he was stunned. He didn't understand why she wouldn't jump at such a good salary. 80 yuan is a high salary, and it would take at least 10 years of work to reach that level. She was only in her early 20s. Since he offered such a high salary, shouldn't she have agreed immediately and been grateful? Su Jin was playing with her badge and casually exposed the director's true attitude. "Director, you're not planning to develop the traditional Chinese medicine department anymore, right? Jiangning specializes in TCM. Why are you suddenly inviting her now?" The director's face tightened slightly. He quickly looked at Su Jin and signaled her to stop talking. He said, "Who said we're not developing the TCM department? It's just a delay of 2 more years." Su Jin didn't say anything further. She understood Jiangning's position. She asked that question just in case Jiangning really decided to stay at the hospital. Then she would need to clarify whether the TCM department would be developed in the future. If Jiangning was willing to stay, she could continue working here. "I will think carefully," Jiangning repeated. She would consider it seriously, but the director was getting a bit anxious. "Dr. Jiang, you're so young and already so skilled. If you come to our hospital, you could even help improve things. You're learning outdated methods. The development of the TCM department can be delayed another 2 years. It's better for you to learn Western medicine now and keep up with the times." The director's real intention was to flatter Jiangning and make her decide sooner. His words sounded like flattery, but it backfired. Jiang Ning knew both Western and Chinese medicine. She was more comfortable with Chinese medicine, but Western medicine wasn't bad either. The medical skills passed down over thousands of years shouldn't be discredited. Jiang Ning raised her eyelids and suddenly smiled. The director saw her smile and thought the matter was settled, but he also felt a little nervous because her smile seemed to unsettle him. Jiang Ning strongly agreed with the director's initial comment. She nodded and said, "You say I am skilled in medicine, and I agree. I am indeed good at it." She was confident in her medical skills and didn't need anyone to tell her. She knew her abilities well. But Jiang Ning paused and then said, "I refuse. You, the director, shouldn't decide whether a nominal doctor stays or leaves." The director thought Jiang Ning would agree, but when he heard her refusal, his smile froze. This was different from what he expected. At first, she said she would consider it, and now she was outright refusing? His smile faded, and his expression turned a bit unfriendly. Shen Mo immediately stood beside Jiang Ning. He was tall and broad, much taller than the director, and just standing there gave off a strong, intimidating presence. The director's heart tightened slightly. He was truly angry when Jiang Ning refused. But Shen Mo was there, and Jiang Ning still had a connection with General He. No matter how unhappy he was, he dared not cause trouble. He had already shown the proper attitude, and even came to the hospital to invite her. Given their age difference, he couldn't completely lower himself to beg her to stay at the hospital. The director's face darkened. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Young lady, young people shouldn't be too proud. Opportunities are in front of you, so you should seize them. Don't do something you'll regret." He even changed how he addressed her from Dr. Jiang to young lady. Jiang Ning raised her eyebrows slightly.
No regrets.
"This is your hospital. I still won't consider staying." This completely shut down the conversation. The director's face turned pale with anger, but dared not to lose his temper. He immediately turned and left. "Director, wait a moment," Su Jin called after him. Seeing him stop, Su Jin walked over and returned the badge in his hand. "I've thought it through. I'm resigning." Hearing this, the director's face twisted with anger. He snorted, threw the badge on the ground, and without hesitation, turned and left. The doctors who followed the director, familiar with Su Jin, tried to persuade him a few words, even trying to convince Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning didn't know any of these people and didn't say a word. As the group left with the director, they noticed Shen Pianran and Shen Man standing outside the hospital room door, seemingly having arrived unnoticed. Shen Pianran leaned against the doorframe. She didn't care about anything and couldn't help but laugh softly. "I don't know if you're too clever for your own good or just too proud, second sister-in-law. You refused the director's personal invitation. If you can't find a better hospital job later, don't come home crying." Actually, she was feeling jealous inside. She earned less than 80 yuan a month, but Jiang Ning had no reason to. She only treated Shen Mo's illness. Other illnesses might not be so easy to cure. Jiang Ning knew she wasn't a patient person. Shen Pianran had spoken to her several times in a rude way, but she didn't seem to notice. "If you're jealous, just keep it to yourself.
Don't show it to me."
It's annoying. This made Shen Pianran lose her temper instantly. "Jealous of you? Which eye of yours saw that I was jealous of you?" Su Jin chimed in from the side. "I saw it with both my eyes." Shen Pianran looked upset. She wanted to say something, but Su Jin was there. Su Jin's mouth was better at talking, and she might say something even more unpleasant. Shen Pianran looked unhappy and left, her expression worse than the director's. After she left, only Chen Man was standing at the door of the ward. Suddenly, Chen Man sighed and said, "Dr. Jiang, I'm sorry we can't be colleagues." Her tone was full of regret, and even Su Jin thought she didn't seem so bad. Everyone with talent has some pride. But for some reason, she still couldn't like this woman. Jiang Ning didn't know how to respond to her words, so she changed the subject. "Thank you for performing surgery on Shen Mo." Chen Man was surprised but quickly understood. She was talking about the time Shen Mo was shot, and she removed the bullet. "It's what I should do," Chen Man said with a smile. "Dr. Jiang, maybe we can learn from each other in the future." After saying this, Chen Man left. When she was about to leave, Shun's father and mother came by. The family enjoyed a comfortable meal at the state-run restaurant, celebrating Shun Mo's discharge. After dinner, Shun Mo and Jiang Ning returned to the family compound. Shun's mother and Shin Ziming had gone back to work and were no longer so free. Jiang Ning and Shun Mo went home, and once there, Jiang Ning started preparing dinner. Because Shun Mo returned to the residential area, Qian Feng and Yang Jingtu, who were close to him, immediately came over carrying things. The two men circled around Shun Mo, making sure he was fully recovered before they relaxed. They learned that Jiang Ning had healed Shun Mo and even joked that if they got hurt, they would also ask her for help. Jiang Ning agreed to all of this. Since Qian Feng and Yang Jingtu came, it was only right to invite Captain Li's family too. Shun Mo went to invite them, and Sister Li, along with Li Xingyue, arrived first because Captain Li was still out. When Jiang Ning saw Li Xingyue, she praised her, saying, "You look much better." Li Xingyue, who was already pretty, looked even more beautiful after getting better. She was most grateful to Jiang Ning. They were invited over, and without hesitation, she and her mother went to help. Jiang Ning also asked Shun Mo to invite Commander Liang. During Shun Mo's injury, Commander Liang visited him many times in the hospital. It was natural to invite him for a meal now that Shun Mo was recovering, and no one would gossip about it. Including Captain Li, there were quite a few people. Sister Li and Li Xingyue came to help willingly. Seeing potatoes nearby, they asked Jiang Ning what to do and helped peel them. Li Xingyue was washing cabbage. Jiang Ning bought ribs, but they were in individual pieces. She tried to cut them a few times but found it a bit difficult. She called out, "Shun Mo!" Hearing his wife call him, Shun Mo immediately appeared in the kitchen. Seeing Jiang Ning chopping ribs, he took the knife from her without a word and cut the ribs himself. Jiang Ning went to wash her hands nearby. Sister Li couldn't help but whisper teasingly, "Little Shun is so obedient. As soon as he hears you call him, he comes instantly, even while talking to Xiao Yang and the others." Jiang Ning's relationship with Sister Li's family was very good now. She smiled happily and said, "He's naturally very good. He always volunteers to do things when he's at home." Jiang Ning said this without any boastfulness. Although their homes faced each other, they often visited each other casually. Today, Sister Li finally saw how this little couple interacted. Ever since Jiang Ning called Shun Mo, he had been eager to help with everything, quick and efficient. Her family's old Li, although usually helpful with chores, always liked to complain. As soon as she said a few words, he would stop talking and start working. At that time, she would go help with the work too. The couple worked well together, finishing quickly and efficiently. Every family has its own way of getting along. Shun Mo not only did her own chores but also told Qian Feng to scrape fish scales and pluck chicken feathers. Yang Jingtu, with nothing to do, was sent to loosen the soil in the vegetable garden and water the flowers. Jiang Ning's tasks were often taken over by Shun Mo. Sometimes, when she had free time, she would just glance at Shun Mo. Shun Mo was lively enough, and loving him felt like being wrapped in a soft glow. No matter how many times you looked, it never got boring. Life was made up of small moments, repeating day after day. But Shun Mo rarely let her handle the small chores and trivial things at home. Their peaceful way of living made it hard not to want to stay like this forever. With some help, preparing the vegetables was quick, but making a big meal still needed a lot of ingredients. By the time everything was ready, it was already past 5. On the way, Hu Jiqing came back. Seeing his parents, his eyes lit up. He immediately rushed to the kitchen, either following Jiang Ning like a little shadow or sticking close behind Shun Mo. He wandered around aimlessly, seeming to need some task to do. Sister Li watched all these little actions of the family with a smile. When Jiang Ning sat beside her, she quietly asked, "Xiao Jiang, have you and Xiao Shen thought about having a child?" Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned. She smiled and said, "We're thinking about it." Jiqing, who had come over unnoticed, overheard this. Suddenly, he asked, "Mom, are you planning to give me a little brother or sister?" Jiang Ning turned her head. Jiqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She had been raising Jiqing nearby for a long time. He no longer acted as shy as before. Sometimes, Jiangning even joked with him. She chuckled softly and poked his forehead. "Why are you so eager? Aren't you afraid that if you have a little brother or sister, I'll love them more and not love you as much?" "Mom wouldn't stop loving me," Jiqing said with a pout. He placed a basin on the ground and squatted to wash vegetables. After a while, he suddenly said, "Mom, I actually prefer having a little brother." Jiangning was surprised. She didn't expect this little guy to have such a preference. She asked with interest why. Jiqing thought for a moment and said, "Because if we have one more younger brother, our family will have 3 men to protect Mom." Jiangning smiled and gently tapped his head. Jiqing suddenly thought again and said, "But having another sister is also good. The 3 of us can protect you and your sister easily." Jiangning scolded him playfully, calling him a little troublemaker. When Commander Liang and Lieutenant Li arrived, the meal was just ready. The food was prepared right on time for their arrival. Most of the dishes were handled by Sister Li and others, while Jiangning was responsible for stir-frying. The smoke made her smell like the kitchen. She went inside to change clothes, and when she came out, everyone was waiting for her, but no one started eating. They sat down to eat. Qian Feng and Yang Jingtu were the most lively, calling out, "Sister-in-law," happily. Shenmo's health improved, and he was able to return to training as he wished. As Shen Mo resumed training, Jiangning didn't stay at home every day and returned to old Huang's clinic. When she arrived, Huang Xiaodong was busy taking pulses and treating patients, applying all the knowledge he had learned from Jiangning. Huang Xiaodong saw Jiangning and exclaimed happily, "Sister Ning, you're finally back." Jiangning raised an eyebrow and said, "I think you're doing well even if I didn't come back." When she taught Huang Xiaodong before, she saw he was talented in medicine. He wasn't incapable, just not very eager to learn. A few months ago, something happened that was a blow to him and also a turning point. Huang Xiaodong scratched his head and said, "I'm a bit simple. When I earn more money, my attitude naturally changes." After saying that, he ran into the house. When he came out again, he was holding a paper bag, and Jiangning didn't need to guess. It was full of money. Even though he had already earned quite a lot, holding so much money still made Huang Xiaodong feel a bit uneasy. Huang Xiaodong said, "By the way, Sister Ning, give me your bank account. If you're not at home in the future, I can transfer the money directly to your account." Jiangning didn't refuse. She gave him her bank account details. Huang Xiaodong still had a lot to learn, but with Jiangning here, their master-apprentice relationship was temporarily restored. After Shen Mo recovered and resumed training, he threw himself into it wholeheartedly. However, recently, there have been quite a few internal conflicts within the military camp, including his trip to Qing County to help train new field soldiers, his return to pick up expert professors, and nearly 3 months in the hospital due to an injury. He hasn't seen his soldiers for a long time. When he returned to the camp, the morale of his unit immediately improved, but he also sensed some other feelings. Because he was suddenly injured, a deputy commander was temporarily assigned to replace him. Once he recovered and resumed training, he naturally went back to his original position. The deputy commander who replaced him trained the soldiers alongside him, but having 2 deputy commanders in one unit seemed a bit unusual. The soldiers only listened to Shen Mo, so the other deputy was in a somewhat awkward position. Shenmo usually only cares about his own work. As long as having an extra person doesn't affect training, he doesn't mind. However, Shenmo's indifference didn't mean others didn't care. Since Wu Yunfei was transferred to the capital military district, everything has felt off. Although the soldiers of Unit 711 obeyed orders, they never truly accepted the new deputy commander. After Shen Mo returned, the soldiers of Unit 711 became even less accepting of Wu Yunfei. When Shen Mo trained them, they only listened to him. He would give commands from time to time, but no one obeyed. It was only after Shen Mo said something that the soldiers finally followed his orders. Once they obeyed, Wu Yunfei pushed them harder, as if trying to vent his frustration from this period. With Shen Mo's commands in front, the soldiers of Unit 711 followed orders. Their unit trained the hardest in the camp. One day, Jiangning returned home from the clinic. As soon as she opened the door, she saw two people lying on her yard like dead dogs. She was startled. Shen Emo came out of the kitchen and kicked one of them. "Get up." Qian Feng and Yang Jingtu were lightly kicked and immediately crawled up from the ground. Shen Emo glanced at them calmly. "You two should go back now." Unexpectedly, the two suddenly knelt down and hugged Shen Mo's leg. Yang Jingtu pretended to cry and said, "Brother Shen, if you don't feed us, we won't leave." "When will Deputy Commander Wu leave? You two are like demons." "Which unit has two deputy commanders training together?" Qian Feng was Shen Mo's aide. He didn't have the courage to say what Yang Jingtu did, but he hinted indirectly, "Vice Regiment Commander, I just want to stay and have a meal, even hoping to eat with you at home every day." Shen Mo's forehead twitched. Both of them, one with a direct approach and the other more subtle, were hinting that he should send Wu Yunfei away sooner. Recently, although the regiment trained hard, Shen Emo also saw the good qualities in Wu Yunfei. Everyone has different training methods, and the soldiers they train are different too. Shen Emo noticed Wu Yunfei's strictness with the 711 regiment, but he saw no harm in it, so he didn't stop him. Jiangning listened to their conversation and guessed that they were talking about a deputy regiment commander temporarily assigned during Shen Mo's recovery, who was managing Shen Mo's soldiers. Shen Emo told the two, who were holding his legs, to go get their own food, then took Jiangning to the main hall to sit. During the meal, they talked a bit, and Jiangning guessed that the deputy, Wu, was competing with Shen Emo. In the regiment, there can't be two leaders, and she couldn't interfere in Shen Mo's affairs, so she just quietly ate her meal. But she trusted Shen Emo. Wu Yunfei was no match for her old Shen. She didn't care about the men's camp affairs, but many family members lived in the family quarters, and there were also many officers in the camp. The rivalry between Shen Emo and Wu Yunfei in the camp had somehow spread to the family quarters. It even led to private bets on who would stay or leave. That day, Jiangning handed over the clinic to Huang Xiaodong and went home early. At her door, she met a fashionable woman in her 20s, carrying some things. Jiangning walked over without understanding. The woman looked at her, paused for a few seconds after seeing her face, then snapped out of her surprise and began to scrutinize Jiangning from head to toe. She asked, "Are you the wife of Vice Regiment Commander Shen?" Jiangning nodded, puzzled, and asked, "Ma'am, are you looking for me?" "Delivering this to you," the woman said plainly, handing over what she was holding. Jiangning glanced at the items, but didn't take them, instead stepping back. Judging by her clothes and accessories, she seemed quite wealthy. The gifts she carried weren't cheap either. Some snacks, malted milk, and the most valuable was a small box at the top of the bag, which was a Shanghai brand watch. "Madam, please speak clearly." "Our family does not accept this." The woman frowned, surprised, and said, "You won't take this?" "This is a Shanghai brand watch, worth over 100. The woman's name is Qiyu, wife of Wu Yunfei. She came here with Wu Yunfei when he was transferred. Her father and Wu Yunfei's father are leaders in other military districts. Because of this connection, Wu Yunfei was transferred to the capital military district. Originally, she and Wu Yunfei heard that the deputy commander of the 7th Army might retire due to injury, so they moved early. But now, not only did he not retire, Wu Yunfei might be transferred away. Qiyu didn't want her husband to be transferred, so she thought about giving a gift. If the gift was accepted, she could continue to speak. She believed she had given a very valuable gift, and the other side would accept it. But Jiangning's reaction was unexpected. Jiangning frowned and asked directly, "So, what is your real purpose here?" Qiyu's expression changed unpredictably. She explained her reason right away. "I hope you can persuade Deputy Shen to voluntarily leave the capital military district." She called her father and told him about this. Her father said that if Shen Emo was willing to ask to leave, the order could be issued immediately. But Shen Emo had to agree voluntarily. Shen Emo had achieved his position through his own military achievements, not by relying on others. It wasn't easy to take his place. Jiangning guessed her identity. This woman was the wife of Wu, the deputy commander, who was transferred here. And she brought such a big gift right away, clearly from a well-off family. Considering what she just said, it seemed Shan Mo could only be transferred if he agreed himself. Jiang Ning said calmly, "You can take your things back. I won't say what you just told me." Hearing this, Chiyu's brow furrowed again, and her tone became a little harsh. "Why? Do you think my gift isn't enough? Or do you want something else? I can buy it for you. Other sisters-in-law say you're from the countryside. You probably haven't seen such good things before. Do you know what you're refusing? Can't you understand human words?" Seeing her stubbornness, Jiang Ning frowned. "Do I look like I need your money?" Chiyu is usually a proud and reserved person, and she has never been spoken to so harshly before. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, she turned to open the courtyard door and go home. However, suddenly someone grabbed her wrist. Jiang Ning was surprised by the woman's strength. She struggled a bit, and with a quick twist of her wrist, she broke free from Chiyu's grip. One person wanted to hold on, the other wanted to pull away. The movement was a bit forceful, and Chiyu's belongings fell to the ground, including her watch, which dropped out of the box and shattered. Chiyu's face instantly turned ugly. Even if she was wealthy, losing a watch like that would make her upset. "Do you know how much this watch costs?" Li, who had come out from the other side after hearing the noise, saw what happened and quickly stepped over. "What's going on here?" Seeing Jiang Ning pause, Chiyu grabbed her wrist again, worried she might escape. This time, she used quite a bit of strength. Chiyu looked at Jiang Ning and said, "You broke this. I told you earlier. You must agree to what I said." Jiang Ning didn't expect her to act so stubborn. She had just dropped the item herself, but now she was blaming her. Li, who had seen everything, knew Chiyu was the one who grabbed Jiang Ning first. She immediately defended Jiang Ning. She quickly stepped forward and said, "Miss Wu, you were the one who reached out first and grabbed Jiang Ning. You dropped your own thing, so how can you blame Jiang Ning?" Chiyu also came from a performing arts troupe and had professional training in the military. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, had been busy caring for Shen Mo at the hospital and hadn't had time to train, so she naturally couldn't match Chiyu's strength. But she had a way to make her let go. Just as she was about to take out a silver needle, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Let go." Jiang Ning turned around. Shen Mo had arrived. Shen Mo strode over quickly, his gaze immediately falling on Jiang Ning's red wrist. His face was serious as he said to Chiyu, "I don't fight women. If you don't let go now, don't blame me for stepping in." When Shen Mo's face turned cold, he looked very intimidating. Chiyu was frightened and quickly released her grip. As soon as she let go, Shen Mo gently took Jiang Ning's wrist, as if holding a precious treasure. Chiyu came back to her senses and wanted to say something about the watch on the ground. Jiang Ning noticed her intention and said, "I didn't touch your watch at all. Sister Li saw that you dropped it yourself, because you didn't hold it steady. If you still want to argue about this, I don't mind going to the military leaders to settle it." Sister Li immediately said, "I saw it. You tried to grab Zhang's watch, but you didn't hold on properly and it fell." Chiyu couldn't argue with their words, and there was a man present. She felt his expression looked like he might get angry. She picked up her things and left. After she left, Sister Li greeted her and went back to her own yard. Shen Mo held Jiang Ning's hand and went home to get some ointment. He carefully applied it to the red circle on Jiang Ning's wrist. Seeing how much he cared, Jiang Ning didn't say anything unkind. Her skin was a bit too well taken care of, so it was softer than when she first arrived. That's why a little pinch made it turn red. After Shen Mo finished applying the ointment, Jiang Ning gave him a kiss. Then Shen Mo asked about the woman earlier. "Who was that woman? Why was she holding on to you so tightly?" Jiang Ning explained, "That was Wu Yunji's wife. She came to persuade you to voluntarily transfer from the capital military district." Seeing that Jiang Ning knew some details, Shen Mo thought for a moment and said, "Wu Yunfei has some background. He hasn't been transferred yet because higher-ups are holding it up. Commander Liang is on my side. He said that as long as I don't agree, I won't be transferred." Jiang Ning nodded, understanding now. No wonder Wu Yunfei's wife suddenly came to her, trying to persuade Shen Mo to leave the capital military district voluntarily. Shen Mo was annoyed by the red mark on Jiang Ning's wrist. He hadn't planned to trouble Wu Yunfei, but since she had hurt his wife, he couldn't let it go. He said, "My wife, I will talk to Wu Yunfei about this." The word talk sounded very serious. Jiang Ning smiled and reached up to hug his neck, saying, "All right, go ahead. Just don't argue too much." She wasn't easy to deal with either. Since they had already hurt her face, what was wrong with her man standing up for her? The next day, after training, Shen Mo asked to leave the camp and go to the nearby mountains for training. Because of what happened yesterday, Wu Yunfei didn't do anything, accusing Jiang Ning of breaking her watch, even being caught in the act by Sister Li. Wu Yunfei's wife should at least apologize to her own. However, Wu Yunfei never mentioned this matter. Shen Mo doesn't think Wu Yunfei is unaware of this. Qi Yu also didn't hide anything from her husband, and Wu Yunfei doesn't think his wife did anything wrong. Besides, he doesn't want to interfere in women's matters. Shen Mo didn't make things clear. If she didn't say it directly, then she would handle it with actions. Shen Mo reported the training exercise to Commander Liang. The capital military district is in a somewhat remote suburban area, surrounded by mountains. People often lead teams into the mountains for training, and Shen Mo is usually one of them. Commander Liang knows Shen Mo is very skilled in field training and immediately approved this matter. When Shen Mo was about to leave, Commander Liang suddenly stopped him. He sighed and said earnestly, "Xiao Shen, be careful when dealing with Wu Yunfei." He knows a little about Wu Yunfei's wife staying at Shen Mo's house. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. "Commander, I don't target anyone. I just speak logically." Commander Liang, "Do you believe me or not?" When Shen Mo reached the door, he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and said, "By the way, Commander," he asked suspiciously, "is there something else?" Shen Mo said firmly, "I request that my wife accompany me as the medic for this training exercise, in case of accidents." Commander Liang, "Isn't this also targeting?" But field training within reasonable limits can sometimes lead to injuries, so Shen Mo's suggestion is entirely feasible. Moreover, he trusts Jiang Ning's medical skills. Jiang Ning's treatment of Shen Mo's injury even caught the attention of higher-ups. She was specially approved to be Shen Mo's doctor, which is not unreasonable for her to be the accompanying medic in the unit. Commander Liang didn't hesitate and approved immediately. Shen Mo went home and told Jiang Ning about being the accompanying medic. Jiang Ning had no doubt that Shen Mo wanted her to see how he would charge forward for her. Shen Mo didn't mention it explicitly, but she understood. Jiang Ning wrapped her arms around Shen Mo's neck and kissed him as a reward. "Shen Mo, you're so cute." She didn't think much of this matter, but this man kept it in his heart. Without explicitly saying it, Shen Mo's field training was within the normal training range. Whether he had personal motives was something only he knew. The mountains around the capital military district stretched endlessly. Shen Mo divided the soldiers into two teams, just like he used to do in previous training exercises. In the past, he watched from the sidelines, but this time he personally led one team, while Wu Yunfei led the other. Before the training even started, Wu Yunfei's team was already showing signs of losing morale. Everyone who knew Shen Mo understood that he was once called a soldier king when he served in another military district. Moreover, they were soldiers trained directly by the deputy regiment commander, so no one feared Shen Mo more than they did. At their age, reaching the deputy regiment commander position was only possible because of their military achievements. Those achievements were earned through real battles and risking their lives, so anyone would be nervous. Seeing his team losing their fighting spirit, Wu Yunfei was very angry. The training hadn't even begun, and they were already giving up without a fight. From this training, Wu Yunfei realized that usually he and Shen Mo didn't need to lead teams personally. But this time, Shen Mo split the soldiers into two teams, each led by him and Wu Yunfei, as if they wanted to compete against each other. Coincidentally, Wu Yunfei had been holding back some frustration lately. The higher-ups' orders hadn't come down yet, and he didn't know whether he or Shen Mo would be transferred. If he won this training, perhaps the decision about who would leave could be settled. Shen Mo set a rule for this training. It wasn't about endurance, but about who could last until the end. Special training bullets were given to each person, and if they ran out of bullets and still faced enemies, They had to fight hand-to-hand until they knocked the opponent down. This was Shin Mo's usual training style: more sweat during practice, less blood in real combat. After a long period of training, Shin Mo would lead his team into the mountains for such a challenge. All of the 71st Regiment knew about Shin Mo's intense, life-or-death training style. Wu Yunfei spent a long time convincing his team to regain their fighting spirit. Once they did, their previous slump turned into high energy, like they had been injected with adrenaline. They were all excited and eager to see how they compared to the deputy regiment. Seeing their renewed enthusiasm, Wu Yunfei smiled with relief. His position in the regiment was secure. Once Shan Mo was transferred away, Wu Yunfei planned to boost morale further, and then everyone would see who was better suited to train them as deputy regiment commander. Jiang Ning had just arrived when Shan Mo arranged her in the best position, so she could always keep an eye on the soldiers injured during the training. When everyone saw Jiang Ning, they knew that the accompanying doctor for this training was their vice-regiment wife. Seeing Jiang Ning, they all raised their voices and shouted, "Hello, sister-in-law." Jiang Ning smiled and greeted them. "Hello." During this training, Jiang Ning learned a lot. Shin Mo's training this time was not just about carrying heavy loads. It also tested the commander's minds and teamwork. The training lasted 2 days and 2 nights in the mountains. Shin Mo's rule was to eliminate all the enemies completely. On the first day, the 2 teams fought back and forth. By the second day, Wu Yunfei started to feel tired. That night, Shin Mo launched a surprise attack, catching him off guard, and his side suffered heavy losses. He was surprised by Shin Mo's cleverness for the first time. He thought Shin Mo was just a reckless man, but he didn't expect him to be so smart. He was already on guard, but Shin Mo still found a way to outsmart him. That night, as the ammunition ran out, the 2 teams engaged in close combat, feeling the thrill of hand-to-hand fighting. Finally, the sound of a gun being reloaded rang out, and the gun was aimed at Wu Yunfei. Wu Yunfei still felt unwilling. He had been beaten badly by Shin Mo and seemed to be holding back his anger, ready to fight back, until the gun was pointed at him. He didn't doubt that there were still bullets in the gun. Wu Yunfei was completely defeated. As a vice-regiment member, he was inferior to Shin Mo in every way. Jiang Ning, as the accompanying doctor, had also sustained some injuries during this training. She showed her professionalism by bandaging all the injured soldiers. When the training ended, everyone was lying on the ground in awkward positions. On the training field, they were enemies, but after the competition, they were still brothers. 2 days and nights of field training had ended, but Shin Mo was still giving motivational talks, carefully noting who had improved and who had regressed. He remembered each person's name clearly. Wu Yunfei looked a bit distracted. Jiang Ning didn't care about others. The coldest months had passed, and now the temperature was rising. Shin Mo took off his damp military uniform, revealing a green vest underneath. When he reached out to help a soldier up, his arm muscles showed their strength. Jiang Ning enjoys watching, and Shin Mo does too, but his gaze is a bit too clingy. No one dares to speak in front of Jiang Ning, but Shin Mo hears some quiet whispers, mostly teasing from the soldiers. Shin Mo's ears turn slightly red. Shin Mo walks steadily toward his wife. The training has ended, and the atmosphere in the group instantly becomes more relaxed. When Shin Mo approaches Jiang Ning, some voices are heard around him. Shin Mo looks at them seriously, and they quiet down. Jiang Ning watches the man in front of her, her mind swirling with many thoughts. Shin Mo always does things that make her heart flutter. Wu Yunfei watches how Shin Mo interacts with his wife and suddenly seems to realize something. Could it be that this training match was arranged by Shin Mo just for his wife? Women's matters are often meddled with by men, which feels a bit off. Although he is curious, he knows he shouldn't ask or say anything. After the training, he sees clearly the difference between himself and Shin Mo, and admits that Shin Mo has truly impressed him. The strength training ends, and they don't have to wait until the usual time to go home. Shin Mo takes Jiang Ning home, and before they leave, he specifically reminds Qian Feng to pick up Gigi from school. When they close the gate of their home, Jiang Ning suddenly presses him against the door. If someone had dared to do that before, Shen Mo would instinctively turn around and hold them down, but now the person pressing him is his wife, and that makes all the difference. Jiangning holds him down and says something that makes Shen Mo's eyes turn bright red instantly, including the time they haven't enjoyed themselves properly in a long while. Even after Shen Mo recovers from his injury and returns to the family compound, he only eats a few simple bites. He has strong stamina, and no matter how much Jiangning trains, she can't keep up with him. Sometimes, when she's tired, she pouts and refuses to let him move. Shen Mo naturally listens to her. Jiangning says, "Shen Mo, it's time to seriously think about having children." Shen Mo gets excited. At that moment, Jiangning realizes what it means to bounce back from a low point. Holding back for too long is not good. But since it's a reward, she lets him have his fun. It's April now, and everyone has taken off their heavy winter clothes. On April 12th, the military district issued an official notice. Shen Mo was promoted from deputy regiment commander to regiment commander. Shen Mo was promoted from deputy to regiment commander at the age of 711, while Commander Li was transferred to another regiment. Reaching the position of regiment commander at such a young age shows how impressive Shen Mo's achievements have been over the years. People who know him don't even dare to criticize him. If they have the ability, they should also earn such military honors. After training ended, Commander Liang was free and noticed that his leg had been aching occasionally lately. When he saw Shen Mo going to the medical clinic to pick up his wife, he asked to go along. It was a good chance for Jiangning to check his leg. Usually, Shen Mo kept his bicycle at the guard at the gate of the family compound. Just as he was about to get his bike, he saw the gate blocked, with a car parked there. The guard was sharp-eyed and immediately recognized Shen Mo. He saluted him and said, "Commander Shen, someone is here to see your wife. They are registering now." Someone looking for his wife. Shen Mo looked up and instantly darkened his face. Su Jin got out of the car and ran toward Shen Mo. "Shen Mo, where's Ningning?" Shen Mo asked. "What are you doing here?" He had finally managed to leave the hospital, so Su Jin wouldn't bother his wife every day. Why was he here now? "Haha, Shen Mo, your face is dark," Su Jin teased, then patted Shen Mo on the shoulder like good friends. "Don't worry, I'm not here to steal your wife. I have something important to discuss." With Ningning, while they were talking, the people registering at the guard came over. Shen Mo recognized them. They were Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu, who had treated him and Grandpa He at the hospital. They had stayed in the capital voluntarily to observe the treatment. As Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu approached, just as Shen Mo was about to greet them, the car door suddenly opened again. An elderly man in his 70s stepped out and said to Shen Mo, "Sorry to bother you. I am the director of Jin Province People's Hospital, Mr. Kong. May I see your wife?" Shen Mo, being polite to an elderly man, replied, "My wife is not at the family compound right now. She is at the medical clinic. Please wait outside. I will go and bring her home." Hearing that she was at the clinic, Director Kong's eyes lit up. "No need to trouble you. We can go together." Shen Mo sensed the other person's eagerness and was quite surprised. His wife was so impressive that the director of Jin Province People's Hospital personally came to visit. He wondered what the visit was for. Was it to persuade his wife to work at Jin Province People's Hospital? Shen Mo didn't refuse. He led Major Liang in front, with Director Kong, Su Jin, and their car following behind. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the clinic. Jiangning had just finished seeing a patient. When she saw Shen Mo, she planned to tidy up and go home with him. Major Liang was the first to jump down from Shen Mo's car and immediately said, "Dr. Xiao Jiang, my leg has been aching a bit and feels very cold. Sometimes I get chills. Can you check if it's a leftover from my previous injury?" He was so anxious because the other person suddenly came to see Jiangning, clearly wanting to talk to her. If he didn't hurry, Jiangning wouldn't be able to examine his leg. Jiangning asked Major Liang to sit on a nearby bench. Then she squatted down. Seeing her about to check his leg, he voluntarily rolled up his pant leg. She touched his leg and, considering what he just said, guessed that he was suffering from rheumatism, which looked quite serious. Jiangning reached out to check his pulse and asked, "Have you ever been frozen in the past?" Major Liang nodded. "Yes, during the war, the environment was bad. I was frozen in the snow for a long time. She turned to Huang Xiaodong and asked him to bring out the heat insulation board and moxa. Huang Xiaodong was quick and immediately brought what Jiang Ning needed. Jiang Ning told Major Liang to lie down on a small bed nearby. She needed to apply warm acupuncture. Warm acupuncture is a targeted treatment for rheumatism. While treating, Jiang Ning was fully focused. All external sounds couldn't distract her. She didn't notice the few people who followed Shun Mo into the clinic. She was carefully inserting silver needles at the points for rheumatism. When Lu and Lu, who came in with her, saw her technique again, they were very excited. When Director Kong saw her, he was extremely surprised. "Dear friends, please support with a free flower." Her delicate fingers brushed over the needle tips. Lu and Lu watched in amazement, and Director Kong's hands trembled with excitement. After lighting the moxa, she stood up and noticed a few more people in the clinic. Xiaoning. After Jiang Ning finished her treatment, Su Jin immediately ran over and hugged Jiang Ning's arm. Jiang Ning was surprised. "Why are you here?" Su Jin said. "I wanted to see you." "Of course, others also want to see you, Dr. Jiang." Dr. Jiang, Dr. Lu and Dr. Lu were the first to step forward and show their faces. Jiang Ning asked curiously, "Doctors Lu and Lu, are you looking for me?" "Yes, yes." The two doctors nodded quickly. Just as they finished speaking, a light cough came from behind them. They hurriedly changed their words. "No, it's our hospital director looking for you." Seeing this, they suddenly realized Jiang Ning was speechless. It's not an exaggeration. During the 2 months they observed Jiang Ning treating patients, they learned a lot. Traditional Chinese medicine doesn't focus on age, but on talent. Talent isn't something you can make up for with hard work alone, but they had a good attitude and never used age to compare. Admitting that a young woman in her early 20s is more impressive than people who have lived half their lives isn't hard. Director Kong stepped out from behind the two doctors. "Dr. Jiang, my name is Kong. I am the director of Jin Province People's Hospital." Jiang Ning politely greeted him. "Hello." She remembered that when Doctors Lu and Lu were at the capital hospital, they had mentioned more than once that they hoped she could go to Jin Province Hospital. Could this be an invitation for her to move there? What surprised her even more was that the hospital director himself had come. She appreciated their recognition, but she had no plans to leave the capital. Jiang Ning guessed their purpose. Director Kong's aged face shone with sincerity. "Dr. Jiang, I sincerely invite you to become a doctor at our hospital." Jiang Ning was about to refuse, but Director Kong quickly added, "Don't rush to say no, Dr. Jiang. I'm not inviting you to Jin Province." Jiang Ning was confused. Seeing her doubt, Director Kong explained, "I was about to retire from Jin Province People's Hospital, but I didn't expect Xiao Lu and Xiao Lu to meet you. Previously, I was asked to come to the Capital People's Hospital to be the director. I was going to refuse, but now I've changed my mind. I hope you can work at the Capital People's Hospital." Director Kong glanced at Jiang Ning's expression, worried she might refuse. He said, "If you're not sure right now, no rush. But Dr. Jiang, if you're thinking about working at the hospital, please consider me." The old man first. Dr. Lu and Dr. Lu were stunned by the director's words. They had traveled a long way just to invite Dr. Jiang, and were even willing to stay in the Capital People's Hospital for her. They immediately grabbed Director Kong. "Director, if you go to the capital, don't forget about us." Director Kong. He studied Western medicine but switched to traditional Chinese medicine halfway. At Jin Province Hospital, he was more famous for combining both Western and Chinese medicine. He believes that combining the two is the best long-term way. They shouldn't be in competition because both aim to save lives. But conflicts happen wherever people are. The hospital in Jin Province already has some well-known doctors, enough to keep it running. Even if he leaves, it won't matter much. As for the capital, he doesn't doubt everyone, but there are too many useless people. General, he has a muscle atrophy disease called ALS, which is incurable. Everyone told him he would only live 2 more years. When the news reached their hospital, they held an emergency meeting. In the end, General, he made a plan that could help him live 5 more years. The main doctors treating him were Dr. Lu and Dr. Lu. Surprisingly, they didn't use their own methods, but brought back news that General He, under the care of a young girl, had managed to stand again. It was incredible. His medical skills are outstanding, but it's a shame they're only used in such a small clinic. Director Kong couldn't help but say again, Dr. Jiang, I hope you think carefully. Passing down traditional Chinese medicine is important. I don't want her skills to be buried. Jiang Ning listened carefully to Director Kong's words. Just as she was about to speak, Huang Xiaodong called her. The moxa stick for Major Liang had finished burning. Jiang Ning signaled Huang Xiaodong to remove the needles. Huang Xiaodong has talent. He can now handle some treatments on his own. Removing needles is a simple task for him. Huang Xiaodong helped take out the needles. Major Liang asked about the cost, and he immediately paid the fee. Looking at the fee, 10 yuan, Director Kong was surprised. That was quite a lot. Jiang Ning suggested several medicines for Huang Xiaodong to prepare, then heard Director Kong ask, Dr. Jiang, do you care about the hospital's salary level? Hospital salaries usually follow standard. They are not very high, but are stable. Jiang Ning was just moved by Director Kong's words, but in a moment, he suddenly brought up salaries again. She said, the hospital's salary standards are clear. Just get paid according to the rules. Seeing that Jiang Ning had no disagreement about the salary issue, Director Kong relaxed. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Dr. Jiang, do you mean you have agreed to work at the Capital People's Hospital? Jiang Ning nodded and said, that's right, Director Kong. Traditional Chinese medicine should not be forgotten. We need to pass it on and improve. Good, 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 Director Kong said excitedly 3 times. He quickly took out an envelope and handed it over, smiling happily. There are some matters at the hospital to handle. Just bring this introduction letter and start working there in a week. Jiang Ning's agreement made many people present smile. Su Jin even hugged Jiang Ning happily. Ning, we can be colleagues now. Surprised, Jiang Ning asked, did you really leave that hospital? Of course, Su Jin replied. She didn't want to talk about unhappy things on such a happy day. She said, Ning, I can still ask you to teach me Chinese medicine in the future. Jiang Ning agreed to work at the hospital. Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu quickly said, Dr. Jiang, it's settled then. Although they were bold, they felt shy about asking Jiang Ning to teach them together. Usually, just observing her during treatments was enough for them. After settling this, they prepared to leave. After they left, Commander Liang looked at Jiang Ning with admiration. Truly, a pearl will not be hidden. Commander Liang also took his leave. Huang Xiaodong looked a bit disappointed. Ningjie, if you go to a big hospital to work in the future, will you not come back? Jiang Ning patted his shoulder and said, I've taught you for so long. You already know what you need. Grandpa Huang can continue teaching you. Read more medical books and think more. Huang Xiaodong nodded in agreement. Having promised to work at the hospital, she couldn't just leave the clinic. Shen Mo was waiting with her for old Master Huang, who was out collecting herbs in the mountains. On a cool spring night, Shen Mo held Jiang Ning's slightly chilly hand in his large palm. Why did you suddenly agree to work at the hospital? You're not the type to enjoy treating patients, are you? Actually, he had many questions in his mind, but he chose not to ask. As long as the person in his hand was his wife, that was enough. He never interfered with any decisions Jiang Ning made. But he remembered that his wife didn't like trouble. She rarely saw patients at the clinic and spent most of her time developing things he couldn't understand. He once asked her why she preferred working on her projects at home instead of treating patients. He remembered her saying that she liked to stay quiet and focus on her research more than treating illnesses. If it weren't for earning money, she wouldn't have planned to work at the clinic. Jiang Ning now had her own research institute. The special medicines she developed earned her billions each year. She rarely treated patients directly. Instead, her institute had staff who selected patients for her to treat. Back then, she was fully dedicated to her medical research, creating medicines for various diseases, but she lacked much compassion. One day, she suddenly arrived in this world, met Shen Mo, saw the suffering and darkness of the times, and also saw the brave warriors fighting for the people. She also learned about the differences and prejudices between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Jiang Ning replied, actually, treating patients isn't about liking or not liking it. If I find it meaningful, I am willing to do it. Since coming here, she had treated many illnesses, big and small. many of which she hadn't encountered in her previous life. Healing patients and seeing their smiles made her feel like she had finally found the purpose of practicing medicine. Iang niglianedons hen mox solder. Shinamo, what truly made me realize the meaning of practicing medicine are you and countless soldiers fighting for the country and the people. Her gentle yet firm words touched Shin Mo deeply, stirring strong emotions within him. He tightened his grip on Jiangning's hand. Wife, why do you say that? Because my husband is a brave warrior who cares for everyone and faces danger fearlessly. Jiangning spoke carefully. The mountains and rivers are safe because you and others have fought for them with your flesh and blood. You stand in front of the people during the most dangerous times, but you shouldn't be left alone behind. I am willing and want to be the one who helps you from behind. At that time, she had considered spending her life in a small clinic, but gradually, this world was no longer just a fantasy to her. When Shin Mo was injured and the hospital wouldn't treat him, she realized something. She didn't want to see Shin Mo get hurt again in the future, while she could only watch as a bystander. She also didn't want to see soldiers, who fought for the country, forced to retire because of injuries. She wasn't a miracle doctor, but she was willing to use her abilities to help. Suddenly, in Shin Mo's mind, he remembered what Jiangning had said during the earthquake relief effort. You protect the country, I protect you. The person leaning in his arms was in his heart, standing on the tip of his heart. Shin Mo's throat trembled slightly, and he tightened his arms around Jiangning. Yes, I also have someone to protect now. Jiangning lifted her head from his embrace, took his face in her hands, and said, You are my top protection target. Shin Mo looked into her eyes. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were bright, but they also carried a different kind of determination and tenderness. When old Master Huang returned home, Jiangning said she wanted to leave the clinic, but unexpectedly, old Master Huang was the happiest. He looked at Jiangning kindly and said, Ning girl, you shouldn't stay in this small clinic forever. The vast world outside is where you should shine. Jiangning was very grateful to old Master Huang, because when she came into this world, her first job was given to her by him. That job was like a seed, which eventually grew into a big tree. The branches, pushed by fate, led her repeatedly toward a future that was set, but still unclear. Time flew by, and a week passed. On the day Jiangning went to the Capital People's Hospital, Su Jin came specially to pick her up. Shin Mo had planned to take leave to see her off, but Jiangning thought it wasn't a big deal and didn't need to ask for time off. When Su Jin arrived, Shin Mo didn't need to be involved anymore. Under Shin Mo's stern expression, Su Jin openly took his beloved wife away. If they had a car, it would take about an hour to drive from the family residence to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, Su Jin first took Jiangning to Director Kong's office. When Director Kong saw Jiangning enter, he stood up to greet her. Dr. Jiang. Recently, Director Kong looked healthier. The hospital had gained a talented new member, and he couldn't be happier. People say that seeing something with your own eyes is more impressive than hearing about it. He had seen Shuemo's X-ray from another hospital. That kind of injury involving bones was rare, and this was the first time he saw bones recover completely. The hospital I used to work at, Jin Province People's Hospital, had both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine departments. Now, this hospital only has Western medicine. Recently, I've been preparing to start a Chinese medicine department. But I need to choose a chief doctor from among you, Liu, and Liu. As for who will be chosen, I will give a test. As soon as Director Kong finished speaking, 2 more people entered the room. Without hesitation, they said, We give up competing for the chief doctor position and recommend Dr. Jiang to be the head of the Chinese medicine department. The 2 who entered were Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu. They were startled when they heard the director say the chief doctor would be chosen from the 3 of them. They quickly came in to clarify that they didn't want to compete for the position. How could they compare to Dr. Jiang? They were a bit older, but they couldn't match her skills. Director Kong smiled and said, All right, Dr. Jiang, you will be the chief of the Chinese medicine department. Jiangning was surprised. Is it that simple? Which doctor becomes the head of a department on their first day at a hospital? Director, Jiangning wanted to refuse, but Director Kong immediately said, The Chinese medicine department is still hiring. Right now, there are only 3 of you. Since Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu have given up the competition, the position naturally goes to you. However, after the new director arrived at the hospital, he did not make any personnel changes. After meeting all the doctors, he focused on setting up the traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, department, and even reserved a whole floor for it. They knew that only 2 doctors had been brought in by the new director. Previously, the hospital only had Western medicine doctors. Starting a TCM department also meant they would choose a chief physician for TCM. Right now, the hospital still has no vice director, and the chief physician is only 1 level below the director. This means the salary would be at least 50 yuan more each month. Some people couldn't help but feel annoyed. They wondered why they hadn't focused more on learning TCM before, so they could compete for the chief physician position. But the 2 doctors personally brought in by the new director, who became attending physicians in the TCM department, they didn't dare to say anything. Their age and experience were obvious. However, the day after, when the list of candidates for the chief physician of the TCM department was announced, everyone looked at the young, beautiful face on the announcement board and found it hard to believe. What was going on? Wasn't the chief physician position in the TCM department supposed to go to the 2 senior TCM doctors brought from Jin province by the new director? Why was it given to a young woman? Did she have powerful connections? How could she be appointed directly to the chief physician role at such a young age? Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu were having lunch, but they couldn't ignore the frequent glances from others around them. They had only recently followed Director Kong and weren't very familiar with everything here. The gap between Western and Chinese medicine was significant. Even if they wanted to communicate, others ignored them because they had just been appointed and didn't pay much attention to them. But today, the situation was different. The surrounding people kept looking at them. What was going on? Dr. Liu took a bite of his food when suddenly someone sat down at their table with a tray. They looked up at the person sitting with them. It was a doctor from the Western medicine department. Dr. Liu, the person greeted. Do you know who has been chosen as the chief physician for the TCM department? Dr. Liu was still chewing, and Dr. Liu looked at the person. His eyes were sharp, and he immediately sensed the other's subtle probing. We know. What's the matter? Dr. Liu nodded to show he understood. The other person lowered their voice slightly, saying, We saw that the chief doctor position in the traditional Chinese medicine department was given to a young girl. I don't know her background, but she directly bypassed you too. Is Dr. Jiang related to Director Kong? Although they spoke quietly, everyone nearby could hear. Another doctor raised his voice slightly and asked, Yes, Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu, based on age and experience, shouldn't one of you be the chief doctor instead? Dr. Liu swallowed his food, wanting to speak, but someone interrupted him, saying, Giving such a high position to a young girl? That's just causing trouble. The people around them were talking, seemingly defending Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu. But to their ears, it sounded like they were trying to sow discord. Unaware of the full story, these people suddenly accused Dr. Jiang of favoritism and nepotism. Both Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu frowned. What's going on with the hospital's atmosphere? Although there is competition, shouldn't the most capable person get the higher position? Dr. Liu stopped eating and put down his chopsticks. He wanted to defend Jiang Ning. He looked serious and said, Dr. Jiang is not related to the director. She has no connection to him. Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu didn't become chief doctors because we are less skilled. Dr. Liu also said, Director Kong is the fairest person. He would never give such an important position just because someone is a relative or shows flattery. Their words caused a stir among the doctors watching. Everyone was shocked. What are Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu saying? That they're less skilled? Both Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu are old enough to be the young girl's fathers. The age gap is obvious, yet they openly admit they are less skilled than a girl in her early 20s. Everyone present agreed that experience comes with age. After all, the older, the wiser. But now, they heard something. Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu exchanged a glance. To prevent hearing such comments about Jiang Ning again, they said, Everyone, our traditional Chinese medicine is different from Western medicine. Talent is not something that can be improved just by hard work. Jiang Doctor's talent is exceptional in our field, so we have no objections to her being the chief physician of the traditional Chinese medicine department. They didn't know much about Jiang Ning. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes passing down knowledge through mentorship, but they didn't know her background, so they didn't mention it. Traditional Chinese medicine is gradually declining. Even they feel helpless about promoting its deep and broad knowledge. But Jiang Doctor can do it. If these people spread rumors and disturb Jiang Doctor, it would be a blow to traditional Chinese medicine. The two of them told Director Kong about the situation in the cafeteria. After hearing this, Director Kong couldn't help but frown. Finally, he sighed helplessly. The former hospital director had some connections with those who stepped down. When I took over the hospital, I realized some doctors are in positions they are not qualified for. Their suspicions might have been influenced by previous events. Dr. Liu nodded in agreement. A doctor's duty is to save lives and help the sick. But once the news spread, these people unconsciously refused to understand the facts and started to suspect without reason. Director Kong chuckled. Managing this hospital keeps me busy enough. When Jiang Ning was called to the director's office, she was still organizing some knowledge points. She didn't have strong opinions about the director's arrangements, but Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu's willingness to let her take the lead made her feel she should do something. The staff allocation for the traditional Chinese medicine department wasn't settled yet. Jiang Ning, having free time, organized many related materials, including some real case records from her practice in the modern world. She selected some that she could write about. She took the organized notebook to the director's office, planning to first give it to the director and then hand it over to Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu. When she arrived, she didn't expect them to be there too. Seeing Jiang Ning, Director Kong said, "Jiang Doctor, if you hear any negative comments in the hospital, don't take them to heart." Jiang Ning had prepared herself mentally when Director Kong was promoted to chief physician. She trusted her medical skills. In her modern world, she had also been attacked for her youth, but she always used her strength to silence others. Jiang Ning nodded confidently and calmly said, "What outsiders say doesn't affect me. By the way," she finished speaking with Director Kong, then handed some written notes to Doctors Liu and Liu. Doctors Liu and Liu, these are some real case records and notes on difficult acupuncture points. I hope they can help you. Doctors Liu and Liu looked surprised and quickly took the notes. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. We will definitely review them carefully. Jiang Ning only wrote one book and they could copy it themselves. Seeing the materials Jiang Ning gave them, Liu and Liu looked excited. They volunteered to give up the chief physician position, but the reward was priceless. Jiang Ning isn't very warm to strangers and can even seem a bit cold. But after witnessing her treatment of Shen Mo and General He for 2 months, they realized she wasn't so hard to approach. Dr. Liu hesitated and asked, "Dr. Jiang, we've treated many cases before, but sometimes we're unsure about the results. Can I write down my previous treatment methods for some patients, and then you can see if there are better options?" Director Kong guessed their thoughts. These two seemed like students eager for their teacher to correct their homework. It's lucky and exciting to meet a more skilled doctor at their age. He still helped them speak, saying, "Dr. Jiang, the issues between you and others in the hospital I was told about by these two." Jiang Ning chuckled. "Doctors Liu and Liu, there's no need to be so formal. If you have questions, just ask me directly. I have no problem reviewing the cases you've handled." She could tell how Liu and Liu felt about traditional Chinese medicine, and she took note of their support. She would return the favor and not hide her thoughts. Seeing her agree, the three in the office let out a sigh of relief. Doctors Liu and Liu left happily. Director Kong personally focused on developing traditional Chinese medicine. Right now, he's the only one in charge. There's no vice director. Managing such a large hospital leaves him a bit overwhelmed. The Western medicine department naturally gets less attention. Although Liu and Liu's words helped, many still doubted Jiang Ning's abilities. It's not so much doubt in Jiang Ning herself, but skepticism about the development of the traditional Chinese medicine department. Originally, the hospital only had Western medicine, but suddenly traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, was introduced. In their minds, those who know TCM are usually seen as rural barefoot doctors who can only treat minor issues like headaches and colds. The new hospital director's emphasis on TCM made the Western medicine department feel threatened. Especially those who had good relationships with the previous director felt extra pressure. They were afraid the new director might ask them to leave the hospital someday. To stay, they had to prove their strength. Although the TCM department was still developing, Dr. Liu, and Jiang Ning were already able to see patients. The director scheduled shifts fairly for both departments, without favoring one over the other. However, when staff from the Western Medicine Department repeatedly appeared in the TCM consultation room, Liu and the others finally realized that the Western Department was intentionally competing for patients. It was like they were trying to steal patients. At first, they didn't mind, but after a while, it became a problem. They felt helpless because most patients who could go to big hospitals preferred Western medicine, as they trusted its advanced equipment and treatments. Some patients even asked questions like whether they needed X-rays or scans when they were taking pulses, showing their preference for Western methods. Liu and the others explained, but the patients refused to listen and insisted on using medical devices for reassurance. As a result, many patients ended up choosing Western medicine. There were some patients who trusted TCM, but they were fewer. TCM relies heavily on reputation, and since the department was new, they still had a long way to go. Today, Jiang Ning was on duty when someone was already sitting in the consultation room. It was a Western medicine doctor, and it seemed like they had planned this. They appeared whenever it was time for TCM consultations. While Jiang Ning and the others were taking patients' pulses, the patients looked confused, and the Western doctor would openly take the patients away. Liu had argued with them about this before. But patients are free to choose their doctor. If they don't trust TCM, the hospital can't force them to see a TCM doctor. Later, Jiang Ning suggested that both Western and Chinese medicine doctors see patients at the same time, so patients could choose whom they trusted more. During her consultations, patients who saw Jiang Ning's young face immediately looked suspicious. They quickly turned to see a Western medicine doctor. Jiang Ning was not upset. When she had free time, she would take her pen and correct homework for Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu. Suddenly, the door to the consultation room was pushed open. Dr. Liu hurriedly said, "Dr. Jiang, a patient had an accident. It looks like a condition you've described before." Jiang Ning stood up and followed Dr. Liu out of the consultation room to the hospital lobby. The lobby was crowded with many people, mostly patients and their families. When someone caused trouble, others gathered around to watch and gossip. Jiang Ning and Dr. Liu arrived in the lobby and heard someone crying and complaining. It was a middle-aged woman, holding a doctor's white coat and crying, "Damn you, Dr. Wang. My mother took the medicine you prescribed, and now she's like this. Your hospital must give us an explanation." The doctor named Wang, who was being held, broke out in a sweat. He quickly said, "Let me see the patient first." The woman shouted, "See her? If you do, my mother might not survive. Bring in another doctor." Dr. Wang wiped his forehead and hurriedly said, "Okay, don't worry. The doctor will be here soon. Let go of me, and I'll find another doctor to help." His anxious look made the woman think he was trying to avoid responsibility. Seeing this, she said, "Your hospital's doctors are all incompetent. I want to see the director. My mother's illness. Your hospital must take responsibility." At that moment, a cold female voice said, "Let me see." Jiang Ning followed Dr. Liu over. The woman saw a very young girl approaching. She hesitated for a moment, but only calmed down when Jiang Ning checked the patient's pulse. "You guys at this hospital are too much. My mother only got like this because of the medicine prescribed by this incompetent doctor. Now you bring in such a young doctor? Do you look down on us?" As she spoke, she even reached out to push Jiang Ning, but Dr. Liu quickly stopped her. Dr. Liu held her back and said soothingly, "Family member of the patient, please don't be too upset. Let us check the patient's condition first. If anything happens, our hospital will take full responsibility." Dr. Liu's words made Dr. Wang standing nearby turn pale. If this patient really has an accident, only he will be responsible. For now, the best plan is to quickly invite Dr. Su from the Western Medicine Department, a genius in their team. With Dr. Liu helping to hold things back, Jiang Ning was able to approach the patient. She reached out to check the patient's pulse, her face suddenly becoming serious. The heart rate was slowing down. Immediate first aid was needed. Dr. Liu, please help measure the patient's blood pressure. Dr. Liu asked the medical staff to bring the blood pressure monitor and measured the patient's blood pressure on the spot. Systolic pressure is 180, and it's still rising. It was too late to move the patient to the examination room, so Jiang Ning took out a silver needle. She could temporarily stabilize the patient's condition. Brain hemorrhage can be treated with both Western and traditional Chinese medicine, but there was no time to move the patient to the operating room. Jiang Ning unfolded the silver needle, gently pinched a thin needle with her fingertips, and carefully inserted it into acupuncture points on the patient's head. Stimulating points like fengqi and fengfu could reduce intracranial pressure, relieve pain, and improve blood flow in the brain. She was so focused on treatment that she didn't notice what was happening around her. The patient's family saw her holding the needle and trying to insert it into the patient's head. They wanted to step forward and stop her, but were stopped by hospital staff. The woman shouted sharply, "Your hospital is reckless with people's lives. If anything happens to my mother, I won't forgive your hospital." Jiang Ning used the silver needle to lower the patient's blood pressure and intracranial pressure. Everyone around looked confused. Because the patient had an accident under the care of Western medicine doctors, the trouble naturally fell on their department. Most of the doctors who had free time rushed to the hospital lobby. Dr. Liu and Su Jin also arrived. Seeing someone helping to share the burden, Dr. Liu let out a sigh of relief. While holding back the patient's family, the three doctors also looked up at Jiang Ning's needle technique. The woman was initially worried, but when she saw the calm and confident way the doctor was treating her mother, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. More and more doctors gathered in the hospital lobby. Under the notice from medical staff, Su Chung arrived at the scene. As soon as he reached the lobby, Dr. Wang, trembling with fear, saw him and seemed to see a savior. He hurried over and grabbed Su Cheng's arm. "Dr. Su, you must go see the patient. The patient previously showed signs of a brain hemorrhage. I prescribed her some standard hemostatic medications, and I never expected such a situation to occur. Using regular hemostatic drugs for a brain hemorrhage? Is this a joke about risking lives?" He didn't bother to scold Dr. Wang and quickly looked at the patient. He immediately saw a young girl holding a silver needle, seemingly treating the patient. The girl had a delicate face that seemed out of place in this era, with eyes that sparkled like stars, dazzling and captivating. Su Chung was instantly drawn to her. Dr. Wang anxiously said, "Dr. Su, you should go check. Don't let Dr. Jiang treat her. If something goes wrong, I'll be responsible too." He didn't care about how the doctor from the traditional Chinese medicine department was doing. He only cared about his own future. Once Dr. Su saved the patient, there might still be a way to fix things. But if the TCM department interferes like this and the patient isn't saved, he would be held accountable. Su Chung walked toward the patient, surprised by Jiang Ning's actions. Is she really treating the patient? He remembered the hospital was starting a TCM department, but he was too busy with his own patients to learn more. He approached and said without hesitation, "Leave the patient to me." Jiang Ning was focused on her treatment and didn't notice anyone approaching. Until someone pulled her hand. She quickly released her grip on the silver needle, sweat dripping down her forehead, almost ruining her work. Angrily, she said without hesitation, "Stay away." She didn't even bother to look at the person. Su Chung had never been scolded like this before. He was stunned for a moment, but then reached out to grab Jiang Ning. Quickly, Su Jin, who was nearby, stopped him. "Didn't you hear Ning Ning tell you to stay away?" Su Jin looked at the badge on her chest, which identified her as a Western medicine doctor. "Don't you recognize me?" A Western medicine doctor shouldn't be unaware of who he was. Su Jin rolled her eyes and said, "Are you a celebrity?" "Of course I should know you." She only had a basic understanding of traditional Chinese medicine and didn't even remember all the acupuncture points. After coming to the People's Hospital, Director Kong assigned her to the Western Medicine Department. Su Jin was more skilled in Western medicine and had no objection to the director's decision, but she was still eager to learn from Jiang Ning about traditional Chinese medicine. She hadn't had time to learn about the personnel arrangements in the Western Medicine Department. No one fully understands the Western medicine doctors. Su Chung hesitated for a moment. After some treatment, Jiang Ning relaxed. When she removed the silver needles from the patient, Dr. Liu skillfully used a blood pressure monitor to check the patient's blood pressure. After the measurement, he quickly said, "Dr. Jiang, the patient's condition is now stable." Hearing this, the woman hurried over to see her patient. She said, "My mom hasn't woken up yet. How can she be stable?" She didn't believe her mother was awake and wouldn't change her attitude. "She's awake now." Since there were many people in the hall, someone suddenly said this. The woman saw that her mother was indeed awake and excitedly shouted, "Mom, you're awake." Not only was the woman very excited, but the doctors from the Western medicine department nearby were also surprised. How could a few acupuncture needles be so miraculous? Even patients with brain hemorrhages who fainted could be awakened. The woman was so overwhelmed with emotion that she reached out to touch her mother, but a hand suddenly stopped her. Jiang Ning looked at the woman and said, "Don't be too excited. She still needs further treatment." Then she looked at the medical staff nearby and signaled them to take the patient to the ward. During this treatment, Jiang Ning had already come up with a plan. Both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine can treat brain hemorrhages, but combining both methods could lead to faster recovery. She needed to ask Director Kong for approval of the treatment plan. While Dr. Liu was comforting the patient's family and helping them pay, Jiang Ning went to Director Kong's office. She noticed someone following her but paid no attention, as the patient's condition was urgent. In Director Kong's office, Jiang Ning explained the patient's condition. After she finished, Director Kong immediately asked, "How do you want to treat the patient?" Just as Jiang Ning was about to speak, a man's voice suddenly appeared behind her. "Brain hemorrhages can only be treated with Western surgery to remove the blood clots in the brain." "Director, let me handle this patient." Jiang Ning and the others turned to look. Su Jin recognized at a glance that this was the doctor who had interrupted Jiang Ning's treatment earlier. He had a quick temper and spoke directly. The patient was being treated by Dr. Jiang. "Why are you interfering?" Another doctor, Wang, who came along, quickly said, "That was my patient originally." I agreed to hand the patient over to Dr. Su. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's gaze suddenly fixed on him. "Are you the one who prescribes routine hemostatic drugs for patients with brain hemorrhages?" Dr. Wang was momentarily stunned. The situation was urgent, and at least he should have checked the patient's medical records to know what medication he prescribed. But Jiang Ning spoke confidently about the drugs he had given. Dr. Wang hesitated and stammered. Director Kong suddenly spoke up. "Without knowing how serious the patient's condition is, prescribing ineffective medication, Dr. Wang, is not suitable for you to stay in our hospital." Hearing that he was about to be fired, Dr. Wang's face turned pale. He wanted to say something but realized that the person sitting in the director's office was no longer his superior. Director Kong had always had a lingering concern, but randomly dismissing staff was not the right choice. Dr. Wang had a good relationship with the previous director and hadn't committed any major mistakes in the hospital. If he suddenly caused trouble, it could backfire. Actually, there was more than just Dr. Wang in the hospital. This incident gave him a chance to clean up the Western medicine department. Director Kong said, "I haven't been in office long, and I didn't expect such serious issues to happen in the hospital." After this incident, all doctors in the Western medicine department will undergo an assessment. Those who don't pass will have to leave the hospital. Dr. Liu, please prepare and notify everyone about this. Understood, Director. With Dr. Wang's issue resolved, Director Kong's expression changed when he looked at Jiang Ning, softening considerably. "Dr. Jiang, please share your treatment plan." "Director, didn't you hear me just now? The patient was assigned to me. I am the chief physician of the Western medicine department and have the authority to treat patients." Su Ching suddenly interrupted. He frowned slightly, annoyed by the feeling of being ignored. Su Chung was a talented doctor, highly regarded after studying abroad. Everyone admired his excellent medical skills. Even the previous director supported him. His skills matched his pride. He thought that even if the hospital changed directors, as long as the new director was not blind or deaf, his position in the hospital would remain unchanged. But today, he repeatedly experienced being overlooked. He was not targeting the beautiful Dr. Jiang. He was simply unhappy about being ignored. As for Dr. Jiang, she is very beautiful, so stunning that it makes his heart race, almost breathless. But he maintains his usual proud attitude and does not show any signs of being overly infatuated with her. Having been praised too highly, his standards no longer look at the common or ordinary. Only a girl like her deserves to stand beside him. The patient was treated urgently by Dr.
Jiang.
You are the chief physician of the Western Medicine Department, and she is the chief physician of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Department. You have no right to take away Dr. Jiang's patient. In the old hospital, if doctors competed to treat a patient, he would be happy. But when Dr. Su just said, brain hemorrhage can only be operated on by Western medicine, he sensed something was wrong. Clearly, Su Cheng looked down on traditional Chinese medicine and wasn't trying to learn from her. Su Cheng looked at Jiang Ning with surprise. He had heard from other doctors that the new head of the Chinese medicine department was a young woman. He never expected it to be the girl he had fallen for at first sight. Very good, very impressive. Standing at the same height as him, if he managed to win her over in the future, their reputation as a couple would be well regarded. To prevent Jiang Ning from losing her position as the primary doctor, he couldn't hand the patient over to her. If the treatment outcome was poor, it could harm her reputation. Su Cheng said, Director, the hospital's reputation is very important. Traditional Chinese medicine probably can't perform surgeries and keep patients alive, right? If something happens to this patient, forcing the Chinese medicine department to operate might damage its reputation. Director Kong thought Su Cheng was conflicted. He seemed to look down on Chinese medicine but also appeared to genuinely care about its reputation. His thoughts. But he didn't have the mood to guess what the other was thinking right now. He admitted he had personal reasons for how he allocated patients. This situation happened suddenly, and Jiang Ning even demonstrated her medical skills in the lobby, which was a good opportunity to boost the Chinese medicine department's reputation. Of course, he trusted Jiang Ning's medical skills more. Her coming directly to discuss treatment plans showed she was confident she could treat the patient. Seeing the director silent, Su Cheng knew he had taken his words seriously. He waited for the director to hand over the patient to him. However, Jiang Ning suddenly turned to look at him. When her beautiful eyes met his, he held his breath. But she spoke coldly, who says traditional Chinese medicine can't perform surgery. Before those supporting instruments appeared, traditional Chinese medicine already had the ability to perform surgery. However, as time went on, doctors gradually relied on those instruments. She also studied Western medicine. With those tools, treatment became more effective, but this doctor's words clearly looked down on traditional Chinese medicine from all angles. Traditional Chinese medicine doing surgery? Su Cheng chuckled. Do they just take a knife and cut open the bone? Enough. Director Kong interrupted Su Cheng before he could continue. He said, the patient with a brain hemorrhage is under Dr. Jiang's care. After a few seconds, he added, what if I say I have an 80% chance of curing the patient? Or, what if I insist on treating that patient? Director Kong wanted to say more, but he continued, if you, as the hospital director, want to use your authority to pressure me, I have nothing to say. But I clearly have better treatment options, and you refuse them. If something goes wrong with the patient, and it gets out, how will the hospital staff see you, the director? And how will they view the doctors in the traditional Chinese medicine department? His words were full of confidence. Director Kong frowned, almost laughing out of anger. How can someone be so confident? He said, if Dr. Jiang really messes up this treatment, I will resign as director. Su Cheng didn't expect the new director to be so reckless. At this moment, Jiang Ning spoke softly, I will be responsible for the patient's treatment. Guys, please give me some free flowers. Su Cheng frowned at Jiang Ning, showing disapproval and even a bit of disdain in his eyes. She was beautiful, yes, but being overly praised had made her lose her usual composure, turning her into someone so proud and arrogant. Anyone can boast. Su Cheng said no more. He simply couldn't understand. He tried his best to think for the hospital's reputation and for her, but they didn't seem to understand his intentions at all. He was curious to see how the other side would treat the patient. Suddenly, he thought of something. He looked at Director Kong and said, "All right, this patient will be handed over to Dr. Jiang." "But Director Kong, if all the doctors in our Western medicine department are to be tested, then why shouldn't the doctors in the traditional Chinese medicine department be tested as well? You're the hospital director. You shouldn't favor one department over another. If the Western medicine department finds out you're biased, it might not be good." This statement was a threat. Director Kong frowned and looked unhappy. Right now, there are only 3 doctors in the traditional Chinese medicine department. I know each of their skills well. As the director, I can guarantee their abilities. The assessment of the Western medicine department is because I don't know the abilities of all the doctors there. Director Kong's words completely shut down Su Cheng's response. As the head of the hospital, he is responsible if the TCM department's treatment has issues. Su Cheng didn't expect the new director to be so unclear. "Fine, then I'll watch and see." Su Cheng left the director's office. Su Jin let out a breath. She couldn't hold back anymore. Is this person sick? She couldn't interrupt the conversation between the director and Su Doctor. If Lu Doctor hadn't kept giving her signals, she almost would have spoken up loudly. Yes, he's definitely sick. Jiang Ning also looked speechless. He has narcissistic tendencies. Thinking for a moment, she looked at Director Kong and said, "Director Kong, you can consider the assessment of the TCM department. It might help shut them up." Director Kong didn't agree to the assessment because he had his own reasons. Jiang Ning was lucky to meet him. If something caused her to leave the hospital, he would feel very upset. It's normal for the hospital's TCM department to face doubts at first, but Director Kong believes that over time, people will see how skilled Jiang Ning is. He shook his head and rejected Jiang Ning's suggestion. "I haven't considered the assessment. Dr. Jiang, if you cure this patient, that will be the best proof of your skills." Honestly, Jiang Ning had heard many doubts along the way. Director Kong's trust moved her deeply. At her age, Director Kong could retire comfortably and enjoy his later years. He didn't say it outright, but he seemed to have come to the capital for her. If that was true, then he was also working for the millions of people. Someone who cares so much about the people can save many lives. Jiang Ning joked, "Director Kong, did you come to the capital just for me?" "What was meant as a joke," Director Kong admitted. "Of course, if you don't want to work in Jin province, since the mountain doesn't come to me, then I have to go to the mountain." After the joke, Director Kong said seriously, "If your medical skills are hidden away, it would be a pity for many people." Jiang Ning felt very warm inside when she heard this. Her guess was correct. The director was not only thinking of her, but also wanted to help the countless patients. Jiang Ning said, "Director Kong, don't worry. I will deliver the best possible results." Director Kong nodded repeatedly. "Good, good." Jiang Ning explained her treatment plan for the patient with a brain hemorrhage to Director Kong. Originally, she planned to use a combined approach of traditional Chinese and Western medicine, as Su Jin was also a skilled doctor. Their teamwork would be foolproof. But after that troublesome incident with Dr. Su, she changed her plan. If she wanted to silence someone, she had to show real strength. When Su Jin heard that Jiang Ning was abandoning the combined treatment, she felt like the sky was falling. And when she learned that Jiang Ning originally wanted to treat the patient with her, it felt even worse. Of course, she couldn't blame Jiang Ning. She only blamed that sick doctor, Su. Talking about Dr. Su, she had already sensed something was off earlier. Su's gaze towards Ning was strangely suspicious. No, she had to warn Shen and Mo men were trying to flirt with his wife, and he was at home taking care of the baby. After having this thought, Su Jin immediately called Shen and Mo. After discussing the plan with Director Kong, Jiang Ning confirmed the treatment time with the family at 5 p.m. that very day. But someone leaked the schedule. When Jiang Ning was about to treat the patient, many doctors suddenly arrived. They were all from the Western medicine department, including Su Cheng. Su Jin and Doctors Lu had permission from the patient to observe, but suddenly many others rushed in, startling the patient. Director Kong received the news and hurried over. Seeing so many people gathered outside the ward, he was so angry his beard almost stood up. "What are you all doing outside the ward? Go back to your posts." "Director, we just came to observe. Dr. Su and Dr. Lu are inside, right?" Director Kong spoke coldly. The three doctors are observing because they have the patient's permission and they can learn from Dr. Jiang. Do you understand traditional Chinese medicine? And you just come to watch. He didn't doubt that these doctors were just here for fun. The group of doctors was left speechless by the director's words. Su Jin saw this and said, "It's still better with Director Kong. Compared to the terrible director at my previous hospital, you treated Shen Mo and Grandpa Yi without asking for permission, and those people just came to watch without any consent." The director did nothing. At this moment, Su Qing suddenly said, "Dr. Su is also a Western doctor. She shouldn't be inside." He knew a bit about Su Jin. She was a well-known doctor at her previous hospital, capable of treating patients with brain hemorrhages easily. Su Jin, I can't believe this. She was already planning to find time to teach Su Qing a lesson. To avoid delaying Jiang Ning's treatment, Su Jin volunteered to leave. Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu also chose not to stay and left the ward. Since these people doubted Dr. Jiang's abilities, they could just wait to see him prove them wrong. Only Jiang Ning and the patient remained in the ward. Although the doctors outside didn't see how Jiang Ning treated the patient, when Director Kong drove them away, someone couldn't help but say, "Do you mean to say that treatment doesn't even need an operating room?" The traditional Chinese medicine department is really chaotic. Su Jin replied, "Traditional Chinese medicine is different from Western medicine. Don't judge it with your usual thinking," but no one listened to her. People who don't understand traditional Chinese medicine just think it's all nonsense.